Guide to Raising the Sick Villain Chapter 41 to Chapter 93. Compared to the sparse situation during the registration last semester, the second year of high school was redivided into classes. The students crowded around the display board under the teaching building enthusiastically, looking for their names on the dozens of class lists. Compared to the liberal arts class, the science class was even more crowded because there were too many classes. Xiaolan was confident about her grades, so she directly looked for her name on the list of classes 18 and 28. Not only did she find her name on the list of class 18, but she also found Tan Mo's name. Xiaolan stepped out of the crowd with satisfaction. Just as she was about to look for her classroom, someone called her from behind with an uncertain voice. Xiaolan? Xiaolan turned around and saw Qin Yang, Li Fan, and a group of boys. Although they had been divided into classes, their bad friends didn't seem to be affected at all. They still gathered together, causing the girls around them to look at them frequently. However, Qin Yang noticed that more boys and girls were looking in another direction. That girl was too eye-catching. Summer had just passed, and the weather was still a little hot. The students who came to register didn't wear wide and shapeless school uniforms. The girl was wearing a simple white t-shirt and a pair of denim pants. She was also wearing the most commonly worn white canvas shoes, but people still couldn't help but look at her again and again. Her figure, her proportions, and her legs were too superior. Boys and girls at this age were always interested in beautiful things. Qin Yang and the others couldn't help but take a second look. They didn't recognize her at first and wondered which class she was from and why they hadn't seen her before. However, when the girl came out of the crowd and saw a strange yet familiar face, even Qin Yang, who had been calm all this time, was stunned. They finally knew why so many people were looking at her. Her face was still familiar, but her whole person was different. The girl's skin was white, and her facial features were delicate. Even though her whole face was exposed by her ponytail, it didn't affect her beauty at all. Some girls' beauty was gentle, like Xianxia. They didn't have any aggressive looks. At first glance, they might not be stunning, but they were pleasant to look at. Some girls' beauty was eclectic. They didn't have many distinctive features, but they were very good-looking. However, Xiaolan's beauty was invasive at first glance. It was a beauty that could directly affect most people's aesthetic standards. Especially her eyes. Her pupils were extremely black, and the corners of her eyes were raised. Against her white skin, she was indescribably attractive. When Qin Yang called out Xiaolan's name, he was a little unsure until the girl nodded slightly at them and turned to leave. After Xiaolan left, the students started to discuss among themselves. Is that Xiaolan? I don't know. I only know that Xiaolan is good at her studies. I didn't know she was so pretty. She wasn't this pretty before. Qin Yang and the others stood there for a long time. Li Fan said with an "I told you." What did I say? I told you before that Xiaolan's facial features were very good. If her skin was white, she would definitely be prettier than Xianxia. You didn't believe me. Do you believe me now? I really think Xianxia, Xingshi, and the others can't compare to Xiaolan. I don't care what you think. I think so too. Especially her figure. She's way better than Xianxia. Yaoyang, I didn't say Xianxia wasn't good. Xianxia and Xiaolan are not the same type. Qin Yaoyang glanced in the direction Xiaolan left. Which class is she in? Who? Xianxia? Didn't you hear it just now? Class 8. Qin Yaoyang. I knew it. IF** King said Xiaolan. Oh. I'll go take a look. Qin Yang squeezed in with his 1.9 tall body. After a while, he came out. F** CK Xiaolan is also in Class 18. She's in the same class as you. Qin Yaoyang narrowed his eyes. He wasn't too surprised. After all, there was a 50% chance that Xiaolan would be in Class 18. Xiaolan found Class 18's seat on the first floor of teaching block number 2. The new form teacher sat on the podium and registered the students one by one. There were already many students in the classroom. Everyone looked very excited. Every student who came in would look back to see if there was anyone familiar. When Xiaolan walked in, the classroom was silent for a moment. The few students looked at Xiao Lan in a daze. They probably thought that she had walked into the wrong classroom. After all, this was a science class. When someone finally recognized that she was Xiao Lan, who was always in the top 2 in the grade, they were shocked and excited. A genius student and a beautiful girl were both exciting. When the two of them combined, the effect was doubled. When Haoying walked in, he recognized Xiao Lan's back at a glance. Nearly a year ago, during an exam, he sat behind Xiao Lan and stared at Xiao Lan's head in a daze for nearly half an hour. During that exam, his math score was the highest ever. Haoying was a very sociable person. Because of that exam, he always had the illusion that he was quite close to Xiao Lan. Later on, when he met Xiao Lan on the road, he would always take the initiative to say hello. Now that he saw Xiao Lan as soon as he entered the class, he pretended not to hear people whispering about why Haoying was there. He straddled his long legs over to Xiao Lan and sat in the seat behind Xiao Lan. He poked Xiao Lan with his big white teeth that could be used in a toothpaste commercial. "I knew it was you when I saw your ponytail. In the future, in the same class, please." The girl in front of him suddenly turned her head. Haoying was caught off guard and bumped into a pair of seductive phoenix eyes. Before he could say, "Thank you for your guidance," Haoying, who was usually eloquent, suddenly became speechless when he saw this extremely impactful and beautiful face. Xiao Lan glanced at Haoying and was slightly surprised. Haoying's grades were not bad, but definitely not good enough to enter this class. Xiao Lan asked him uncertainly, "You're in this class too?" Haoying came back to his senses after being stunned for a moment. His handsome face was obviously excited. "My dad said to let me be influenced by the learning atmosphere of the straight-A students, so he threw me here." This person was not at all afraid to tell others that he got in through the back door. He was so honest that Xiao Lan was a little embarrassed to ask further. He could only nod and say, "Oh, thank you for your guidance." Haoying smiled even more happily. "Thank you for your guidance." When they were in the first year of high school, Class 13 was the most popular class in the whole grade. Their grades were always first, and the top 3 of the grade always dominated. The most popular handsome guys and beautiful girls in the first year of high school were also in this class. Now that the first year of high school was over and the second year of high school was coming, Class 18 became the focus of attention again on the first day of registration. Xianxia, who was once equally handsome, and Haoying, who was once equally handsome, were actually in the same class. Xiao Lan, who suddenly became beautiful after the summer vacation, also became the hot topic on the first day of school. After the registration was completed, more than half of the students in the class had already arrived. The 2 elite classes were almost always the top few students of each grade, so now there were always 1 or 2 familiar people in the class. After all, they had formed a new class, and everyone was not familiar with each other, so most of them chose to sit at the same table with their former classmates. However, Haoying walked over confidently and pointed at the empty seat next to Xiao Lan. "Xiao Lan, can we sit at the same table?" When the boys and girls in the class heard this, they all looked towards Xiao Lan. Their gazes fell on the 2 of them, and it was unknown whether they were envious of Xiao Lan or Haoying. The girls in the school once said that Haoying's smile made people unable to bear to say the word no. Now that such a handsome guy was asking for advice, most probably no girls could refuse, especially when they saw Xiao Lan and Haoying chatting for a while. In the end, Xiao Lan rejected without even thinking about it. "Sorry," Xiao Lan smiled. "I've already made an appointment with someone else." "Someone else? Made an appointment?" Almost everyone in the class was there, even Xianxia. Who else was not there? The next day, when everyone saw the pale young man sitting in the wheelchair, they suddenly came back to their senses. It was Tan Mo. It was probably because Tan Mo was different from everyone else that they didn't think of him at the first moment. Speaking of which, Xianxia was not the only one in the same class as Xiao Lan. Tan Mo was also in the same class. This was the number 1 in the grade that everyone was extremely curious about. Many people stared at him, but Tan Mo only saw Xiao Lan among the crowd. The corners of his lips curled up unconsciously, and his cold face suddenly melted like ice. A girl who was very close to him suddenly blushed when she saw Tan Mo like this. Haoying's new deskmate whispered to Haoying, "I heard that Xiao Lan and Tan Mo used to be deskmates." Xiao Lan often took care of Tan Mo. Didn't you say that Xingshi Lu wanted to bully Tan Mo before, and Xiao Lan even protected him? Is that so? Howing nodded. She thought for a while and commented, she's beautiful and kind. The people beside her laughed. Xiao Lan was undoubtedly beautiful now. She took the initiative to care for someone like Tan Mo. She took care of him in the past, and now she continued to take care of him. Xiao Lan whispered to Tan Mo, so you and Uncle Chen already knew that we were in the same class, but you didn't tell me in advance. Surprise. Xiao Lan smiled. It was indeed a surprise. Uncle Chen told me not to worry, but I didn't understand what he meant. I'll know when I see the name list, Xiao Lan said. Suddenly, she turned around and saw Chen Yaoyang. I didn't expect Chen Yaoyang to be in the same class as us, but Pei Ning was assigned to class 28. Yeah, Tan Mo replied. He wasn't interested in Pei Ning or Chen Yaoyang. He just listened to what Xiao Lan said. They had actually been together for the entire summer vacation. The last time they met was the day before yesterday. However, when Tan Mo saw Xiao Lan in her new school uniform, he felt a sense of novelty after not seeing her for a long time. Xiao Lan sensed Tan Mo's gaze. She smiled and turned to ask him what was wrong. Tan Mo's gaze fell on the jade pendant dangling around Xiao Lan's neck. Nothing. Xiao Lan followed Tan Mo's gaze and looked down at the jade pendant. She whispered to Tan Mo, I haven't asked you, but is this expensive? It's not expensive. Tan Mo looked at Xiao Lan and shook his head. Ever since he found out that Xiao Lan was very sensitive to this, Tan Mo learned to be smart. He would never let Xiao Lan know the exact amount. He tilted his head and talked to Xiao Lan, but he was sensitive enough to feel the gazes around him. No one was more sensitive to the gazes of others than him. Every time someone looked at him, Tan Mo could always feel the discomfort of being attached to his body that he couldn't tear off. He was already familiar with the strange gazes of others and had gradually gotten used to it. Every time he came into contact with a new person or entered a new environment, it was inevitable that he would be scrutinized. He had already guessed this. However, even so, Tan Mo felt that there were more gazes in his direction than usual. Tan Mo could clearly feel that when he was talking to Xiao Lan, the discomfort of being stared at became more serious. At this moment, Tan Mo suddenly understood that they were looking at Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan felt that at the age of 15, 16, 17, no matter if it was a boy or a girl, they wouldn't be too bad in nature. Therefore, she didn't think that the atmosphere in class 13 could represent the entire affiliated high school. Xiao Lan was looking forward to meeting new friends in her second year of high school. After entering a new environment, Xiao Lan finally felt the atmosphere of a normal high school life. The second year of high school was about to start the evening self-study period. Many students who lived far away from home chose to live on campus. As a result, the proportion of students living on campus increased rapidly. The dormitory was also redistributed. This time, Xiao Lan shared a dormitory with 7 girls in her class. If there were no accidents, she wouldn't change dormitories for the next 2 years. The new roommates were easy to get along with, especially a short-haired girl named Baiyu who shared a bunk with Xiao Lan. The two of them had similar personalities and hobbies. Recently, Xiao Lan ate lunch and dinner with Baiyu. When Tan Mo didn't come to the evening self-study period, Baiyu would move a stool and sit in Tan Mo's seat. The seats in the classroom were chosen by everyone at the beginning of the registration process. The new head teacher seemed to care too much about this aspect. The head teacher was a question maniac. Even during the class meeting, he would race against time to explain a few math questions. There were only 2 science classes, so the number of people in each class was much higher than the normal class. Some normal classes had less than 50 people, but class 18 and class 28 had 60 people. The ratio of boys to girls in the class was 7:3. The total number of girls in the class was less than 20. Xiao Lan used to be in the liberal arts class. She only remembered that there was only one boy who sat in front of and behind Xiao Lan. Now that she was in the science class, there were only 2 girls at the back table. One of them was a girl named Xianxia who lived in the same dormitory as Xiao Lan. Xianxia had a cheerful personality. After the seats were settled, Xianxia took the initiative to introduce herself to Chao Lan. She even talked to Tan Mo. Unfortunately, Tan Mo was too slow to get familiar with a person, so he didn't pay attention to her at first. The head teacher made a short speech during the class meeting. He said that the elite class should reflect the word elite. In particular, the head teacher believed that the former top 3 of the grade were in Class 18, so in the first monthly exam after November 11th, Class 18 must surpass Class 28 and take the first place. After saying that, he implied that they should focus on their studies and not create so much trouble every day. When everyone in the class heard this, they turned their heads and glanced at Xianxia and Haoying, who were sitting at the back because they were too tall. Because of these two people in the class, things that shouldn't happen in the elite class, where the top students gathered, always happened. After class, there was always a large group of girls at the door of the classroom. They were all from other classes. The head teacher had been a substitute teacher for so many years, but he had never encountered such a situation. He almost called out the names of these two people, especially Haoying. The head teacher directly said that some students didn't enter the class by relying on their grades and should be aware of their own positions. In the end, he wanted to scold Xianxia, but he restrained himself. After all, Xianxia's grades were still very good. Chao Lan listened to the head teacher's speech while doing the exercises. Although the class was often noisy, the learning atmosphere in the class was very strong. Everyone's study strength was also not bad. However, it was still a little worse than the Hongji class, which Chao Lan had studied in the top college entrance examination. This kind of intensity was nothing to Chao Lan. The only thing that worried her was that she would lose a certain advantage after the subjects were divided. In the past, she could get into the top 3 of the grade. Now, it was hard to say. After all, she could suppress Xianxia by so many points in the past. Most of it was because her politics, history, and geography were much better than Xianxia's. Oh right, there was also the language. The second-year physics seemed to have suddenly increased in difficulty. Chao Lan had a hard time dealing with it. However, whenever she passed the question to Tan Mo would always be able to calculate the answer within a minute. Chao Lan couldn't help but envy Tan Mo. After the class ended, Tan Mo pointed out the essence of a question with a few simple sentences. Chao Lan was convinced and whispered to Tan Mo, "How can you be so smart?" Tan Mo stopped writing and turned to look at Chao Lan. He thought for a while and said, "You're very smart too." Chao Lan suddenly smiled. "I don't dare to say that in front of you. I still have some self-awareness." Before she could finish her sentence, the light around her dimmed. Chao Lan turned around and saw Haoying sitting on the empty seat on her right. Haoying didn't care about telling others that she paid to get into this class. However, after being scolded by her homeroom teacher in front of so many people, even if she didn't care about it, she still cared. Recently, Haoying seemed to have been stimulated by her homeroom teacher's words. She started to study seriously every day. She listened attentively in class and would ask her classmates for questions whenever she had time after class. However, most of the time, she would squeeze in front of Chao Lan's table. Chao Lan was quite patient in the beginning. However, after Haoying came over a few times, she wanted to decline. However, when she turned around and saw Haoying's bright smile and serious posture, Chao Lan fell silent. She could only change her words and said tactfully, "Actually, you can ask your deskmate. He's also very good at math." Chao Lan had some recollection of Haoying's deskmate's name. He seemed to be the former top student in Class 5. He could definitely get into the top 10 in every exam. "I asked him a long time ago," Haoying said with a serious face. "I'm here to ask you because he doesn't know how to do it." "I can't do it halfway through." Chao Lan stared at the question for a while. She took the notebook that Haoying handed to her and explained the steps that Haoying had done. Chao Lan's real age was 20 years old, not 2 years old. She knew how powerful her face was now. Haoying had come to Chao Lan so many times that Chao Lan couldn't have not guessed it. However, Haoying didn't say anything directly. Moreover, Haoying's question was very serious, so Chao Lan didn't want to ask directly. While explaining the question to Haoying, Chao Lan suddenly had an idea. She looked for Tan Mo to explain the question more often than Haoying. She had only taught Howing for a few days and she was already a little impatient. Would Tan Mo feel annoyed if he explained the question to her every day as if it was a class? After Howing finished asking the question, Xianxia, who was sitting behind Xiao Lan and Tan Mo, asked Howing with a smile, "You guys know each other from before?" Hao Ying's handsome face smiled even more brightly. "Yeah, we've known each other since the first semester of the first year of high school." He came here to ask Xiao Lan questions, but 70% of his attention was actually on Xiao Lan and not the question. Now that Xianxia asked him specifically, he had a chance to continue staying here. Naturally, he was in a good mood and started talking. "Guess how I got to know her?" "How did you get to know her?" Although the girls in class 18 were more interested in studying, they also liked to talk to handsome guys. "I sat behind Xiao Lan during the first semester of the first year of high school." At this point, Howing paused and laughed. F***ck, forget it, it's a little embarrassing. You're going to make people anxious if you stop halfway. Xianxia and the others laughed. Xiao Lan frowned in her seat. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she held back. Xiao Lan refocused her attention on the previous physics book and turned her head to call Tan Mo. Tan Mo suddenly turned his head to look at her. In an instant, Xiao Lan met a pair of beautiful light brown eyes. However, they were a little different from usual. They weren't emotionless and indifferent, nor were they as relaxed as when he looked at her. Xiao Lan had not seen these eyes for a long time. The last time this happened was a long time ago when she didn't allow Tan Mo to come to the Western restaurant. Xiao Lan was suddenly startled by Tan Mo. She subconsciously grabbed his arm and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Tan Mo stared at her for a full 2 or 3 seconds and suddenly seemed to wake up. This class was very nice to Xiao Lan. There weren't any students who were unfriendly to her in the first year of high school. Even Tan Mo could see that the students in the class were very enthusiastic about Xiao Lan, especially the boys. Xiao Lan's seat was no longer surrounded by only Pei Ning like in the first year of high school. Now, every time after class, there would always be people deliberately gathering here. The number of people who came here every day to talk to Xiao Lan suddenly increased, just like Song Yao from class 13. Tan Mo wasn't stupid. Although he was slow when it came to relationships, he could still see that Xiao Lan wasn't popular in class 13. She was even ostracized. When two people were in the same situation, there would always be a subtle sense of closeness. They were also not popular and didn't have any other friends. Therefore, there was an illusion that no one else could come between them. Therefore, even if Pei Ning came to Xiao Lan every day, Tan Mo didn't really hate Pei Ning. But now, everything was different. Tan Mo realized day by day that all kinds of names were slowly inserted into the space between him and Xiao Lan. There were boys and girls. But what made Tan Mo most annoyed was that he was the one who pushed all of this in advance. He used to feel that it was unfair that others couldn't see how good she was, so he used more than a year to personally send Xiao Lan to everyone. He wanted those who didn't know how good she was to see how good Xiao Lan was. Now, as he wished, everyone saw it. But he forgot one thing. Everyone yearned for a better life. Some people discovered how good Xiao Lan was, so they chose to be close to her like him. Tan Mo lowered his head and looked at Xiao Lan's hand that was grabbing his sleeve. He reached out his hand but suddenly thought of something and pulled it back. At that moment, he actually wanted to reach out and hold Bikuj 520, XYZ's hand. He couldn't figure out why he suddenly had such an impulse, and he couldn't figure out why he didn't do it. He only knew that there was a voice in his heart that told him that he couldn't do it. Tan Mo recognized Howing the next day. He was the sunny and healthy guy who used to walk beside Xiao Lan, talking and laughing. Recently, he kept appearing beside Xiao Lan. He controlled himself and stopped thinking about Howing and what Howing had just said. His gaze fell on Xiao Lan's face again. He moved the corners of his lips and said, "It's okay." Ever since Xiao Lan taught him how to smile, he didn't know how many times he had repeated it in front of the mirror to make Xiao Lan happy. He repeated it so many times that he could skillfully make this expression just by lifting the corners of his lips. It had even become a subconscious reaction. Xiao Lan saw him smile, but she still didn't feel reassured. She pinched Tan Mo's arm again, probably to help him relax. She had lived with Tan Mo for almost 2 months. Living in the same space for 2 months, it was inevitable that there was a lot of intimacy between them that she didn't even notice. She even massaged Tan Mo's legs before, so she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this action. Hao Ying, who was talking to the side, saw Tan Mo's cold face reveal a smile when he looked at Xiao Lan. She saw Xiao Lan's right hand fall on Tan Mo's arm. She stopped talking for a moment. After a while, she looked away and resumed talking with the others. It had been half a year since Xiao Lan left the Qiao family. Other than the time when Xiao Lan's mother contacted her, Xiao Lan didn't have any contact with the Qiao family. She usually stayed in the dormitory, but on weekends, Aunt Chen would call her and ask her to have dinner at their house. It was another weekend. Bai Yu, who was in the same dormitory and had a good relationship with Xiao Lan, asked her casually, "Are you going home?" "Yes." Actually, she was going to Tan Mo's house. Bai Yu quickly packed her things. "Come to my house next week. My mom wants to see you." "Why would she want to see me?" "What did you say to your mom?" Bai Yu blinked. "She said that I'm the prettiest girl with the best grades in the upper bunk." Xiao Lan almost spat out the water in her mouth. "Stop it. I'm scared of you." "What's there to be scared of?" "I'm just telling the truth." Bai Yu laughed for a long time. "I'm leaving now. Remember to tell your parents that you're coming to my house next week." "Got it." Xiao Lan waved her hand and went back to pack her bag. When she left the school gate, Uncle Chen and Tan Mo had been waiting in the car for a long time. After getting in the car, Uncle Chen and Xiao Lan chatted. Tan Mo listened to them quietly as usual. After a while, Xiao Lan remembered Bai Yu's invitation and turned to Tan Mo and Uncle Chen. "I almost forgot. I have something to do next week." "What's the matter?" Tan Mo turned to ask her. Uncle Chen also glanced at Xiao Lan from the rearview mirror. "Your parents called?" "No," Xiao Lan said. "My roommate wants me to go to her house next week." "I see." Uncle Chen nodded. "That's good. You young people should make more friends." Tan Mo's hidden hands clenched unnaturally. He silently looked at the scenery passing by outside the car window. No one knew what he was thinking. Every week, Aunt Chen would prepare a very sumptuous meal when Xiao Lan came over. After Xiao Lan finished eating, she wanted to help Aunt Chen wash the dishes. However, Aunt Chen chased her out and told her to talk to Tan Mo. Xiao Lan smiled and went out of the kitchen. When he found Tan Mo was reading again. Xiao Lan tilted his head and watched for a long time. Then, he said, "Tan Mo, sometimes you can see things other than books. TV dramas and movies are much more direct than books that you read to interpret the emotions of characters." Tan Mo closed the book and said calmly, "What are you reading?" Xiao Lan just gave a suggestion. He didn't expect Tan Mo to accept it so quickly. He thought for a while and said, "I think you'll be interested in sci-fi movies, but I suggest you watch some emotional movies. Love, family, friendship, and so on. I can't remember the specifics right now. If you have time, you can look for classic movies on the internet. They're all very good." Tan Mo took out his phone and searched for a bunch of titles. They were all world-famous movies, such as The Pianist on the Sea, Titanic, Edward Scissorhands, and so on. Therefore, Xiao Lan sat in the living room with Tan Mo, Uncle Chen, and Aunt Chen to watch The Pianist on the Sea. Watching the movie was a process. The main purpose was to let Tan Mo feel the feelings expressed in the movie. The pianist's love for music and the innocence he maintained for the things he loved. He was born on that big ship and was silent with the ship in the endless sea. Aunt Chen's eyes were hazy with tears. Uncle Chen kept sighing. Only Tan Mo was as cold as before. After the ship sank in the end, Xiao Lan asked Tan Mo if he knew why the pianist didn't choose to get off the ship. Tan Mo's eyes were still staring at the screen, but he gave an accurate answer. He could talk about innocence and freedom, which made Xiao Lan very happy. But after watching the final result, he still didn't feel anything in his heart, which made Xiao Lan inevitably disappointed. Xiao Lan breathed a sigh of relief and comforted himself. He couldn't eat everything in one bite. Everything had to be done slowly. It was already good enough that he could feel the feelings that the pianist yearned for. The emotions that the audience should have. He could slowly improve. If you have time in the future, you can look for a movie. If I'm not here, you can look for a movie review and compare the difference between what you saw and what others saw. Tan Mo subconsciously wanted to ask where Xiao Lan went when she wasn't here, but then he suddenly remembered that Xiao Lan had to go to her roommate's house next week. In the end, he pursed his lips and didn't say anything. When they returned to school the next week, the approaching of the National Day made the students restless again. Besides the National Day holiday, what made everyone more excited was that 3 days before the holiday, the school was going to hold a 3-day track and field sports meet. What did the sports meet mean? It meant that they didn't have to get up early, didn't have to go to class, and could bring their phones freely. The sports committee member stood on the podium and counted the students who signed up for the meet, while the homeroom teacher stood on the side for reference. Xianxia and Haoying liked to play basketball, but unfortunately, the affiliated high school only held track and field sports, not basketball, so the two of them were listless. The homeroom teacher stared at the name list for a long time, then looked around the class and slowly called out the names of 5 or 6 tall boys, including Xianxia and Haoying. Why don't you guys participate when you're so tall? One for each of you. Haoying, Xianxia, and the others were speechless. The sports committee member looked like it was none of his business. In the end, Haoying and Xianxia each chose the discus throw and the long jump, leaving the running to the others. After the homeroom teacher arranged the boys, she began to arrange the girls. Xiao Lan had a bad premonition. Sure enough, she was called out by the homeroom teacher in the next moment. Xiao Lan, I heard that you run every night. Why did you sign up for the 100-meter relay? Participate. Be more active. Add 800 yuan to Xiao Lan's score. Xiao Lan was speechless. The boys and girls in the class all looked at Xiao Lan with disdain. Xiao Lan sighed. It was true that she had to run a few laps around the track every night. She just didn't want to participate in the 4x100-meter relay. There weren't enough people to participate in it. There were too few girls in the science class. After all the registrations were over, the homeroom teacher called out Xiao Lan again and gave Xiao Lan a job. On the day of the meet, every class had to walk in a square formation. Each class chose a girl to walk in front and hold a sign. The homeroom teacher did not let the class choose and directly chose Xiao Lan. After that, several boys cheered. There was no other reason than that the person holding the sign had a fixed outfit. Some girls in the class were envious, but no one objected to the homeroom teacher's decision. For a girl like Xiao Lan who was top-notch in her studies, good looks, and tall, no one could think of a way to object. After the class, the students who walked past Xiao Lan casually chatted with her. After the class was over, Xiao Lan turned to Tan Mo and asked, "Are you coming to the meet?" Tan Mo usually did not come to the evening self-study class. There was almost a 100% chance that he would not come to the meet. Tan Mo did not stop writing and said, "I'm not coming." He could not participate in the meet. The meet had nothing to do with him. Xiao Lan had already expected this, but she was still a little disappointed. She wanted Tan Mo to interact more with the others, but then again, watching other people run on the track as if they were flying was torture for Tan Mo. When she thought about it this way, Xiao Lan felt that Tan Mo would rather stay at home and read books and watch movies. Thus, the topic ended there. Xiao Lan leaned on the table and sighed. She still wanted to persuade Tan Mo to go for treatment as soon as possible. Tan Mo could still feel the nerves in his legs, but if it was delayed for too long, it might really be difficult to save him. However, she did not dare to say it. Uncle Chen said that the scar on Tan Mo's leg was caused by the time they forced Tan Mo to receive treatment. Tan Mo had done it himself. At night, Tan Mo dragged Baiyu to run laps. After the morning self-study class, Xiao Lan brought some fruits that Aunt Chen had cut for her. As usual, Xiao Lan passed the sweet fruits to Tan Mo. As she ate, she listened to Tan Mo's daily questions. Xiao Lan thought about how she felt when Haoying asked her questions recently. She suddenly asked Tan Mo, "Do you feel annoyed that you've been telling me questions every day?" Tan Mo raised his head and stared at her with his beautiful eyes. "Why do you ask?" Xiao Lan looked left and right, then leaned closer to Tan Mo and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, because Howing has been asking me questions every day. I feel a little annoyed. Tan Mo froze for a moment, then suddenly smiled. The sun shone lazily on Tan Mo's body. The youth's cold facial features were dazzling under his smile. Xianxia, who was sitting behind Xiao Lan and Tan Mo, couldn't help but think about the first day when she saw Tan Mo. That day, it was also reflecting the morning light. Tan Mo's eyes were curved. He was shocked by the youth's exquisite face and stood rooted to the ground. Somehow, she sat behind Tan Mo and Xiao Lan. However, almost a month had passed, and Tan Mo hadn't said a word to her. Even if she took the initiative to greet Tan Mo didn't respond at all, let alone smile at her like that. Xianxia suddenly felt that it was a little ironic. Her grades weren't as good as Xiao Lan's, and she wasn't as good-looking as her. It was fine if other people thought so, but what right did Tan Mo have to think so? Xianxia sometimes wanted to directly say something sarcastic, but every time she saw Tan Mo's gentleness and patience in front of Xiao Lan, all her dissatisfaction changed in an instant. Just now, Tan Mo smiled at Xiao Lan again. Xianxia bit her lip and wiped away the complicated expression on her face. Her voice sounded natural and cheerful. Tan Mo, you tutor Xiao Lan every day. If you have time, help me tutor too. Xiao Lan glanced at Tan Mo, and the smile on Tan Mo's face disappeared in an instant. He looked coldly at Xianxia. Xianxia was nailed to the ground by Tan Mo's undisguised cold gaze. The smile on her face suddenly disappeared. I don't have time, Tan Mo said, then turned his head and focused on Xiao Lan again. Xianxia hurriedly looked left and right. Seeing that someone was already looking in their direction, she awkwardly grabbed the corner of her clothes. From the corner of her eyes, she caught a glimpse of Tan Mo talking to Xiao Lan. Xianxia only felt extremely sullen. Tan Mo said that he didn't have time because he spent all his time on Xiao Lan. But why was Tan Mo so nice to Xiao Lan? Many people heard that Xiao Lan took care of Tan Mo when they were in the first year of high school. Therefore, Tan Mo had always been very nice to Xiao Lan. But was that really the case? After all, Xiao Lan was so beautiful. Even a guy like Howing was interested in her. Would Tan Mo have the same thoughts? But how could a person like him have the guts to have thoughts about Xiao Lan? Could it be that Xiao Lan actually knew something? Xianxia suddenly shivered. She raised her head and looked at Xiao Lan and Tan Mo, thinking about what she had just thought. She felt an indescribable strangeness in her heart. After Xiao Lan finished washing up and went back to the dormitory, they waited for the lights to turn off and started chatting casually. Somehow, the topic of their conversation shifted to Tan Mo. Xianxia couldn't hide her envy and said, Tan Mo always brings fruits to Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan, how did you get to know Tan Mo so well? How did we get to know each other? I always take the initiative to greet him and talk to him. Slowly, we got to know each other. Were you the one who talked to Tan Mo first? Yeah. Xiao Lan packed her things and climbed into bed. Tan Mo is actually a very nice person. It's just that he wasn't easy to get to know in the beginning. Once you get to know him better, you'll know how nice he is. Bai remembered Tan Mo's cold gaze when she was looking for Xiao Lan. She shook her head and said, No, I'm scared. Xiao Lan laughed for a long time. What are you scared of? I even took the initiative to greet him before, but he didn't even respond after 2 or 3 calls, Xianxia said. It takes a long time for him to accept someone. I've been greeting him for almost a month now. Bai sincerely praised Xiao Lan. You're amazing. Xianxia was silent for a long time before she suddenly said, I heard that Tan Mo's family seems to be very rich. Xiao Lan frowned. I'm not sure. I heard that the car that picks Tan Mo up every day is very expensive, Xianxia continued. As she spoke, she got up and asked Xiao Lan, aren't you afraid that Tan Mo will treat other people better if he gets closer to them? Xiao Lan frowned. Xianxia's words sounded strange, but before he could say anything, Bai had already blurted out, Xianxia, are you crazy? Lan and Tan Mo are friends, not a couple. Xianxia snorted and ignored Bai. She covered herself with a blanket and played with her phone. Although they were in the same dormitory, after living together for a long time, everyone had a better relationship with their roommates. Slowly, they formed a small group. At first, Xiao Lan had a good impression of Xianxia. After all, very few people took the initiative to talk to Tan Mo. However, after nearly a month, Xiao Lan didn't like Xianxia that much anymore. She wanted Tan Mo to make more friends and get to know other people. For example, Baiyu and Pei Ning were good friends, but Xianxia was out of the question. The teacher who was inspecting the dormitory walked over and everyone chatted casually for a while. Baiyu asked Xiao Lan if they were going to give out the team leader's uniform tomorrow. Yes, Xiao Lan said, I don't know what kind of uniform it is. A short skirt, Baiyu said excitedly, it's for cheerleading. I remember it was pink last year. I don't know what color it is this year. We'll see it tomorrow. There's no rush. Xiao Lan laughed, why do I feel like you're more anxious than I am? The next day, Xiao Lan received the uniform. When she returned to the dormitory at night, her roommates all ran over to take a look out of curiosity. When she opened it, it was indeed a short skirt. It was a short skirt and a short, loose sleeveless blouse. It was bright red and exposed her legs and waist. The material of the garment was very hard and looked like plastic. Instead of cloth, there was even a silver belt. No wonder the school was so generous to give out the uniform. With the material, it probably didn't even cost 20 yuan. She wouldn't be able to wear it a second time after wearing it once. However, such an exaggeratedly bright outfit wasn't something she could wear on a normal day. Baiyu asked Xiao Lan to try it on. After Xiao Lan finished tidying up, she changed her clothes. Even though she was wearing slippers, it didn't affect her long, fair, and straight legs. Her exposed waist was so slim that it made people envious. Her roommates couldn't help but exclaim, look at her legs. That's what you call legs. I heard that someone will be doing your makeup for you on that day. Baiyu was even more excited than Xiao Lan. Lan, I'll take photos for you on that day. Xiao Lan made an okay gesture to Baiyu, no problem. The next day, when she went to the classroom, a boy in the class asked Xiao Lan, I heard that the team leader's outfit this time is very hot. Xiao Lan, is that right? Xiao Lan. It's okay. Xiao Lan, the homeroom teacher wants you to look for him in the office. Okay, Xiao Lan stood up and walked out of the classroom. Some people in the class were still talking about the team leader's skirt. They heard that it was a short skirt. Howling laughed and kicked the boy, which team leader doesn't wear a short skirt? That's true, everyone laughed. Xianxia remembered how Xiao Lan wore a short skirt yesterday. She thought for a while and suddenly poked Tan Mo. Tan Mo suddenly froze. When he turned around, his face was very ugly, don't touch me. Xianxia embarrassedly retracted her hand, Tan Mo, aren't you coming to the sports meet? Tan Mo resisted the urge to throw Xianxia away. Xianxia didn't give up and continued, Xiao Lan changed into the team leader's outfit in the dormitory yesterday. It looked very good. I heard that all the team leaders have to put on makeup on the day of the sports meet. Are you sure you don't want to come and take a look? Tan Mo stared coldly at Xianxia. Before he could tell her to get lost, Xiao Lan came back. Xiao Lan looked at Tan Mo's ugly face and then looked at Xianxia's innocent face. In the end, she chose to turn around and ask Tan Mo what happened. Tan Mo remembered that Xianxia was Xiao Lan's roommate. In the end, he didn't say anything. After shaking his head, he asked Xiao Lan why her class teacher was looking for her. It's about the sports meet. She wants me to go to the dance studio and look for Ms. Chen from the dance team to put on makeup. It's just a square formation, but she's so particular about it, Xiao Lan explained to Tan Mo suddenly. She thought of something and sighed, although the skirt's quality is bad, it looks really good in it. Baiyu said that she'll take a picture of me. If there's a good picture, I'll send it to you. Tan Mo looked at the girl's beautiful eyes and said after a long time, okay. It was almost October, but the weather was still a little hot. The school checked the weather forecast and confirmed that it wouldn't rain for the 3 days of the sports meet. On the first day of the sports meet, everyone had to come early. After all, they had to form a square formation or practice shouting slogans. Xiao Lan woke up even earlier. She sat in the dance studio with many other girls and waited for the dance teacher to put on makeup. Her hair was let down and she used a hair clip to tuck one side behind her ear. The teachers had gotten the hair clip from somewhere. It was either silver or feather-shaped. It was very exaggerated to pin it on her hair. The girls here were all selected from each class. They were all beautiful girls at a glance. However, when it was time to put on Xiao Lan's makeup, the teacher still looked at her face and was stunned for a moment. She sighed and said that this girl was very good-looking. Then, she started to put on the makeup. Class 18 had a total of 60 people. It was obvious that they looked more imposing than the other classes. Because there were two handsome guys, Qin Yaoyang and Hao Ying, in charge, Class 18 was very eye-catching. When all the leaders came out after changing clothes and putting on makeup, the boys in Class 18 were even louder than the other classes. A few girls in the same dormitory as Xiao Lan, especially Bai Yu, screamed crazily when she saw Xiao Lan come back. "Lan Lan, you are the prettiest boy today." Xiao Lan almost stumbled. Even if she was a beautiful girl, there were still big beauties and little beauties. Xiao Lan's perfect figure was brought out to its full potential in this dress. The dress wasn't considered too short, but because of her long legs, it looked shorter than other people's. This made her even more eye-catching. Xiao Lan's appearance was very aggressive. After putting on makeup, the advantages of her face were magnified infinitely. Her long hair was splashed with ink, and she had almond-shaped eyes and red lips. She was so beautiful that no one had any friends. No wonder Class 18 shouted so loudly. When she stood there, the other classes all looked at her in unison. The faces of the students in the same class glowed with pride. Qin Yaoyang took out his phone from his pocket. Li Fan had sent him a WeChat message. Li Fan didn't know where Xiao Lan's photos came from. He cursed a lot. "I'm so F***king jealous that you are in the same class as Xiao Lan." Qin Yaoyang looked over the heads of the crowd, glanced at Xiao Lan, and replied with one word. "Get lost." He looked away and turned to look at Hao Ying. Hao Ying stood there, looking in the direction of Xiao Lan. Each grade took turns to walk in the square formation. After that, they went to the designated place to watch the other classes walk. The first, second, and third grades walked one by one. The students weren't interested in walking in the square formation. Almost all of them were interested in the girls in each class. Which one was good-looking and which one had long legs? That day, when Class 28 walked on the rostrum, the noise of the students reached its peak. Xiao Lu, who was hidden in the crowd, didn't want to say a word. In the junior department, Xiao Yuan, who was bragging to the students in the class, followed the crowd shouting and saw his sister, whom he hadn't seen for almost half a year. F***ck, which senior sister is that? I love this leg so much. Who knows which class she's from? Xiao Yuan didn't have time to be shocked. After half a year, Xiao Lan seemed to have become a different person. His first reaction was that he seemed to have bragged again. That's my sister. My biological sister. Keep bragging. Some people didn't believe him. They looked at the chubby Xiao Yuan from head to toe, then looked at the tall and thin beautiful senior. No matter how they looked at it, they didn't look like they came from the same womb. Xiao Yuan was anxious. I don't believe you. If you don't believe me, I'll bring her here in the afternoon to show you. Okay. Regardless of whether it was true or not, everyone was excited to see a beauty. What if you can't bring her here? What a joke. How can I not bring my biological sister? Xiao Yuan sneered. If you can't bring her here, I'll treat you to a meal. Everyone cheered. Xiao Yuan stuck out his belly and felt that he was 1.8 meters tall at this moment. The school field was lively. No one saw the black car in the small parking lot next to the field. The window of the car was rolled down. Tan Mo looked at everything on the field quietly. He couldn't hold it in and came again. He thought that it was because of Xiaohan's words. She said that Xiao Lan looked especially good in this dress. It was really beautiful. Tan Mo felt like he could hear his own heartbeat as he walked past the field. He had been studying Mingming for so long and had seen countless Xiao Lan that others had never seen before. However, his attention was still taken away by the Xiao Lan today. He put his hand on his chest. His heart was beating very fast, faster than usual. Tan Mo felt like there was something in his heart. Some kind of feeling was gushing out uncontrollably. It was strong, hot, and hard to suppress. He didn't want anyone else or anyone here to see such a stunning scene. It was a stubborn and indescribable possessiveness. He only wanted to see it for himself. There was no one else, only him. His phone lit up. It was a WeChat message from Xiaolan. She said that she would send him a photo after she took it. Tan Mo looked at his phone and clicked on the photo. He didn't know how long he looked at it. It was so long that Xiaolan sent him another WeChat message. She said that it was a pity that he didn't see it. Tan Mo sat in the car silently. After a long time, he dialed Xiaolan's number. The call went through. Tan Mo heard the girl's clear voice say slowly, "I'm here." Through the railings around the field, Tan Mo saw Xiaolan looking for someone. "Look to your right." "I'm outside the field." "By you, Haoying," and the others asked her to go play. There was no competition in the morning, so Baiyu brought 2 decks of poker cards. They had already set up a spot on the lawn below the teaching building. They were going to play Fight the Landlord, and whoever lost would have to slap their head. Xiaolan held the phone and stood on her tiptoes to look at the small parking lot outside the sports field. She looked past the students coming and going and saw the familiar Qian that sent Tan Mo to school every day. Xiaolan's eyes lit up. She quickly walked out of the sports field and let Baiyu and the others go first. "You guys go ahead, I have something to do." "What is it?" "Do you want me to go with you?" Baiyu asked her. "No need." Xiaolan waved her hand and walked out of the sports field without looking back. Haoying couldn't help but look back. A few boys who were close to him laughed and pulled him away. "Stop looking, your eyeballs are going to fall out." "Get lost." Haoying laughed and kicked the boy. Everyone laughed. Haoying took the initiative to ask Xiaolan to be his deskmate when school started. Later, he played with Baiyu and the others who were close to Xiaolan. Every day, he would ask Xiaolan questions when he was free. Today, when Xiaolan dressed up, Haoying was dumbfounded. Everyone knew what Haoying meant to Xiaolan. Back then, a few of his buddies even joked about Haoying. Who would have thought that Haoying would also be around girls and spend his time chasing girls every day? However, if this girl was a Xiaolan, it was no wonder. After walking in the square formation today, the school's tiaba, which wasn't very active before, was about to explode. The whole school knew the name of this top student. The post that was used to select the best joke was pushed to the top. Most of the new replies were from people who nominated Xiaolan. Just now, a senior from the 3rd year of high school had come over to inquire about it. It was no wonder that Haoying, who had been quite calm and collected before, couldn't sit still in front of Xiaolan every day. Haoying panicked. Fragrant cakes were in high demand now. A few of Haoying's buddies who had a good relationship with Haoying knew Haoying very well. He usually looked carefree, but when it came to serious matters, he was very decisive. Perhaps he was preparing to do something big recently. Tan Mo watched as Xiaolan quickly ran out of the field, bypassed the surrounding railings, and appeared in front of the car in less than a minute. She bent down and knocked on the car window. Tan Mo slowly rolled down the car window and watched Xiaolan's face slowly appear in front of him. The first thing he saw were his favorite eyes, then her nose, and then her red lips. She had put on makeup and looked slightly unfamiliar, but the smile on her face was still familiar. Xiaolan smiled and greeted Uncle Chen, then turned to Tan Mo and said, "When did you come? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "I just arrived," Tan Mo said. He watched as Xiaolan got into the car and sat in the seat next to him. Usually, when they went out or went home together, Xiaolan would sit next to him. In the early days, they even stayed in the same room to read and talk. Tan Mo only knew that he liked the feeling of being in the same space with Xiaolan. When he was with Xiaolan, he always felt more relaxed and comfortable. However, recently, he didn't know when, but the feeling of being with Xiaolan changed little by little. Tan Mo was too slow when it came to feelings and emotional changes. Even if he felt that something was different, he couldn't tell what it was. Until today, when he saw Xiaolan so stunning. It wasn't the first time he knew that Xiaolan was beautiful, but it was the first time that his heart couldn't help but beat faster because of her beauty. And now, Tan Mo didn't know why, but he felt that the space in the car was so small that it made it difficult for him to breathe. He liked to look at the other person's face and eyes when he was talking. He looked at Xiao Lan as usual, but when he met Xiao Lan's eyes, it was as if he was burned by a spark. He didn't know what to do and hurriedly looked away. His gaze accidentally moved down and fell on Xiao Lan's white and slender waist. Tan Mo's fingers trembled, and when he lowered his head again, he saw two extremely beautiful long legs that were exposed outside. The spark seemed to have suddenly burst into flames. Tan Mo didn't have time to distinguish what kind of emotion he was feeling at this moment. He suddenly turned his face away and closed his eyes. His heart was in a mess, and he couldn't sort it out at all. Tan Mo could only rely on his instinct to change the topic, but his eyes still didn't dare to look at Xiao Lan. "Is there a competition in the morning?" Tan Mo asked. "Yes, at 11 o'clock, Xiao Lan said." She glanced out of the car window and saw that the multi-jump competition at the edge of the field had already started. The 800-meter heats. "Then what are we doing now?" Tan Mo didn't know what he was talking about at all. He was like a machine that followed the conversation. "Bai brought poker cards and took a spot on the lawn next to the teaching building. She said that we'll play cards together later." Tan Mo didn't know what he was asking. Xiao Lan answered seriously. After answering, she had a new idea. She suddenly grabbed Tan Mo's arm and said happily, "Tan Mo, do you want to play with me?" The people who asked her to play cards were all friends that she had a good relationship with. They were all friends that Xiao Lan had verified, and their characters were quite good. It would be good for Tan Mo to get to know them. Tan Mo's body stiffened. He glanced at Xiao Lan's white neighbor and refused stiffly, "I don't know how to play cards." "I'll teach you if you don't know how to play cards." Xiao Lan didn't think it was a problem at all. "You're so smart. You'll definitely learn after watching it once or twice. We'll be a family. I'll teach you how to play cards when the time comes." Tan Mo's heart trembled slightly when he heard the words, "we'll be a family." Just as he was hesitating, Uncle Chen, who was in front of him, said cheerfully, "I think it's pretty good. Playing cards is quite interesting. If young master learns how to play cards, we'll be able to play at home when Lan Lan comes." Tan Mo was silent for a moment before he finally agreed. Xiao Lan was very happy. However, before playing cards, she still had to change out of her clothes and remove her makeup. She went back to the dormitory and tidied everything up before coming back. Tan Mo looked at Xiao Lan, who was wearing her school uniform again, and finally dared to look at her again. However, when he looked directly into Xiao Lan's eyes, he subconsciously wanted to look away. On the other side, Xiao Lan had been walking for almost half an hour. Haoying, Baiyu, and the others had already played a few rounds of landlord. They seemed to be playing very happily, but in fact, Haoying was a little absent-minded. She would look back from time to time. Finally, she saw the person she wanted to see come back. Haoying was stunned, because it wasn't just a person. Xiao Lan left alone, but she brought Tan Mo with her when she came back. Tan Mo's arrival silenced everyone instantly. Probably because no one expected Tan Mo to come to school during the sports day. However, after a few seconds of silence, they hurriedly said, "Welcome, welcome." Baiyu and the others moved a table on the ground next to the lawn and surrounded it with people. Now that Xiao Lan was here, they made room for Xiao Lan. Haoying looked at Xiao Lan and Tan Mo's faces for a long time. In the end, her gaze landed on Xiao Lan's face. She thought to herself, "She's still so beautiful even without her makeup." She opened another deck of cards. "There are two more people. Let's add another deck of cards. Xiao Lan, do you want to sit here?" "No need." Xiao Lan moved a chair and sat next to Tan Mo. "I'll sit here. Tan Mo and I are one person." "What were you guys playing before? Was it landlord?" "Ah? Yes, landlord." A boy glanced at Xiao Lan and Tan Mo before continuing, "Xiao Lan, how are you at cards? Are you good? If you're good, hurry up and get Haoying off the stage. I can't play anymore." There were many people playing, so everyone had discussed who would get off the stage if they lost. Haoying hadn't gotten off the stage since the beginning of the game. Not only did she not get off the stage, but every time she won, she would be in pain. Haoying looked at Xiao Lan with a smile. Xiao Lan looked away and smiled faintly. I'm not good at it. I just know how to play. After saying that, she turned to Tan Mo and whispered, I'll play a few rounds first. You can watch and learn. It's very simple. Tan Mo nodded and turned to look in Hao Ying's direction. However, he met Hao Ying's gaze. Hao Ying was stunned for a moment, then smiled at Tan Mo. Tan Mo's eyes darkened, and he looked away. His gaze fell on Xiao Lan's hand again. There were many people watching. Xiao Lan moved her chair close to Tan Mo so that everyone could sit down. In order to let Tan Mo understand, she even moved a little closer to Tan Mo. This attracted a few more glances from the students around them. Xiao Lan didn't think much of it. She wasn't modest at all when she said that she was not good at cards. She rarely played these kinds of games. She only knew how to play landlord. The cards she got weren't very good, and her card skills were average. Hao Ying snatched the landlord. She quickly won and got off the class. Playing cards wasn't the main point. The punishment was. Especially now that the person being punished was Xiao Lan. The other girl held her arm and acted coquettishly, asking Hao Ying to hit her gently. Hao Ying hit her with a finger. Everyone said that Hao Ying didn't know how to be gentle with girls. When the next girl got to Xiao Lan, the people around them who knew what Hao Ying was thinking immediately started to jeer. Xiao Lan generously extended her arm. Hao Ying's finger touched Xiao Lan's arm lightly. In an instant, the jeering around them became louder. Hao Ying, you're treating us differently. You weren't like this just now. Hao Ying looked at Xiao Lan with a smile in her eyes. She turned around and scolded her with a smile. Xiao Lan took a deep breath and withdrew her hand. When she received the cards again, she leaned against Tan Mo's arm and felt Tan Mo's extremely stiff body. Xiao Lan turned around and asked Tan Mo if he was feeling unwell. Tan Mo shook his head and said, I'm fine. The second round began. 3 minutes later, Xiao Lan lost again. Hao Ying usually played cards too much. Compared to the students who didn't play much, she was simply bullying them. Xiao Lan was gently pimped by the jeering crowd again. When the third round began, a pale hand suddenly took the cards from Xiao Lan's hand. Tan Mo said expressionlessly, I'll do it. The crowd instantly quieted down. Someone whispered, Tan Mo lost. Who would dare to hit him? Isn't he afraid that something will happen to him? If he loses, it's on me. Xiao Lan's face darkened. Is that enough? The person who spoke glanced at Xiao Lan, then at Tan Mo, and finally at Hao Ying. He frowned and didn't say anything. Hao Ying skillfully shuffled the cards. She frowned but didn't say anything in the end. Xiao Lan stared blankly at Tan Mo's fingers, which were prettier than the girls in the room. When she got tired of sitting, she simply put her arm on Tan Mo's wheelchair and watched Tan Mo play cards. His cards are terrible, Xiao Lan whispered to Tan Mo. It's okay, Tan Mo said. Xiao Lan smiled. Of course it's okay for you. I'm the one who got hit. Play well. Tan Mo glanced at her and whispered, I don't know how to play. Xiao Lan looked at Tan Mo's terrible cards. Xiao Lan felt that it was over. In the end, Tan Mo played the first round. He blocked the landlord and gave the other farmer a card. In the end, the farmer won. After that, Xiao Lan understood what Tan Mo meant by, I don't know how to play. In the second round, Tan Mo got the landlord. With his excellent cards, the other person only played 2 cards. In the third round, Tan Mo deliberately didn't play and tricked the other person into getting the landlord. Then, Tan Mo seized the opportunity and cleared the cards in both rounds. Xiao Lan was stunned. In the beginning, everyone thought that Tan Mo was just lucky. However, after Tan Mo broke Hao Ying's winning streak and monopolized the game, Baiyu finally put down her cards, rubbed her red wrist and sighed. If I play cards with the genius again, I'll jump off a building. Hao Ying's brothers were speechless. Didn't he say that he didn't know how to play? Why did he end up like this? Xiao Lan was stunned for a long time. She whispered to Tan Mo, I thought you didn't know how to play. I really don't know how to play, Tan Mo said. I can count the cards. Xiao Lan was speechless. Everyone played a few more rounds. Baiyu looked at the time and turned to Xiao Lan. Lan, it's almost 10:30. Don't you have to go check the records? Then it's time to go. Xiaolan stood up. You guys continue playing. I'll go check the records. Howing put down the cards in her hand and stood up as well. We've played for so long. I'm going to the supermarket to buy some things. Let's watch the competition together. Do you guys still want to play? No. Baiyu and the other girls naturally wanted to watch Xiaolan's competition. Howing and the other boys went to the supermarket. Xiaolan lowered her head and said to Tan Mo, I'll send you to Uncle Chen first. She had to go to the competition later, so she wouldn't be able to care about Tan Mo. Tan Mo nodded and took out his phone to call Uncle Chen. After a while, Uncle Chen rushed over. Xiaolan was relieved and jogged to the field. As soon as Xiaolan entered the field, she bumped into Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan had grown fatter after not seeing him for half a year. He rushed over excitedly and grabbed Xiaolan's arm under everyone's surprised gaze. Come with me. Baiyu frowned and pushed the little fatty away without thinking. Who is it? Are you crazy? I'm her brother, Xiao Yuan replied impatiently. He was playing with his classmates just now and a few boys urged him to bring Xiaolan over. Looking at Xiaolan up close, he was still shocked by how much Xiaolan had changed. However, he didn't have time to be shocked. His classmates were still waiting there. Xiao Yuan didn't want to waste time with Xiaolan. Let's go and meet my classmates. Xiaolan didn't hide her disgust as she pulled her arm away and turned to leave. I'm not going. I already promised my friends that I would bring you over. If you don't go, I'll have to treat them to a meal. Xiaolan stopped and suddenly laughed. Then treat them to a meal. It's not the first time you stole money to treat them to a meal. Xiaolan was in a good mood, but when she saw Xiao Yuan, her mood worsened. She didn't want to waste time with Xiao Yuan. If you dare to bring me over, I'll tell your friends where you got the money from. After saying that, she ignored Xiao Yuan, who was so scared that his face turned green, and walked towards the field with Baiyu. On the other side, Tan Mo looked at Xiaolan's back from afar and didn't say anything. After a while, Uncle Chen asked tentatively, why don't we go and see how Xiaolan is doing? I think we can go to the stands. There are fewer people there. Tan Mo raised his head to look at the grandstand and nodded. Uncle Chen pushed Tan Mo to the stands. Tan Mo sat on the high ground and finally saw Xiaolan standing at the starting line. She didn't wear her school uniform jacket. Instead, she wore a loose white short-sleeved shirt. She stood at the first track, which was the furthest inside, and talked to Baiyu, who was even more nervous than Xiaolan. There were obviously more people around her than the others. Tan Mo recognized many of them as his classmates from class 18, but there were also many boys he didn't know. The most eye-catching one was Haoying, who had just left but returned. 2 minutes later, even Qin Yaoyang appeared on the field and watched from afar with Li Fan. A few boys were sitting behind Tan Mo and playing games. They suddenly looked up and said, why is this race suddenly so lively? There are so many people? Isn't that Haoying? Haoying, run. Run? Can't you see it's a girls' race? Then why is Haoying here? Maybe she's here to see who's competing. See who? Xiaolan. Gossip could never be hidden, especially from the so-called famous people in school. The boys sitting behind Tan Mo happened to be students from the class next to theirs. Haoying has been chasing Xiaolan recently. King know about it. Don't you guys know? Tan Mo's body suddenly stiffened. In the distance, gunshots rang out. The track was even more lively than before. Both sides of the track were full of students. Baiyu was running behind Xiaolan and cheering her on. However, a figure quickly passed by her. The boy was tall and handsome. He was wearing a black t-shirt. The style was simple, but he looked very stylish. His long legs quickly overtook Baiyu, causing the girls next to him to look back. Haoying was running with him. Only Haoying, who was being chased, would take the initiative to run with a girl. No matter how many girls were jealous, there was only one sentence left in Tan Mo's mind. Haoying is chasing Xiaolan. Don't you know? He didn't know. It wasn't until this moment that Tan Mo suddenly realized where his inexplicable and strong hostility toward Haoying came from. However, in the next moment, Tan Mo only had one thought. Tan Mo's body stiffened. His hands were tightly clenched together. Because he was clenching them so tightly, he couldn't help but feel numb. Xiaolan was very fast. She steadily maintained the first place and was the first to reach the finish line. Tan Mo looked at the boy behind her and quickly rushed over. He unscrewed the bottle cap and handed the water in his hand to her. He couldn't run with her. He couldn't even stand up. He also couldn't go forward and give her a bottle of water because there were so many people around her. He couldn't get close to her at all. They were talking and laughing. They were so close to each other. He was the only one sitting there, far away from them. The few boys behind him stopped playing their games and started gossiping. I didn't expect Howing to take the initiative to chase someone. In the past, so many girls chased after him, but he didn't accept them. He followed her the whole way and even gave her water. Howing really likes Xiaolan. The girls who chased after him in the past must be heartbroken. Xiaolan treats girls like that. She's good at studying and is also pretty. To be honest, it's normal to like her. Howing is so obvious. What does Xiaolan mean? I don't know. I think he likes her too. I heard that they have a good relationship. After all, Howing is so handsome. The athlete's march was still in his ears. It was so loud and noisy. However, at this moment, Tan Mo couldn't hear anything in his ears. After an unknown amount of time, maybe 5 seconds, maybe 10 seconds, he suddenly regained his hearing. It was as if something had exploded in his head. Howing was chasing after Xiaolan. Howing liked Xiaolan. His inexplicable hostility wasn't because of possessiveness towards his friend. Possessiveness, possession, these words didn't describe friendship at all. Friendship was like what people once wrote in their essays. They all said that friendship was selfless friendship and sharing. Possessiveness, a space where a third party couldn't interfere, was never friendship. That was the word Tan Mo didn't dare to think or say after he suddenly understood. That was love. Xiaolan successfully entered the finals in the afternoon after participating in the preliminaries in the morning. During lunch, Howing and a few other boys in their class asked them to have lunch together. Baiyu and the others looked at Xiaolan with an I knew it expression and were about to persuade Xiaolan to go. However, Xiaolan immediately rejected them, saying that she had something to do back at the dormitory and that they could go with her. Baiyu looked at Howing, who couldn't hide her disappointment, and then looked at Xiaolan, who didn't seem to be in a good mood. She decisively chose to go back to the dormitory with Xiaolan. After everyone else left, Baiyu asked Xiaolan if she was in a bad mood. Not really, Xiaolan said. She was just a little annoyed. Xiaolan hadn't seen the Qiao family for almost half a year. Now that she suddenly bumped into Qiao Yuan today, Xiaolan couldn't help but feel annoyed. If it wasn't for the law, she really wanted to immediately move her household register out of the Qiao family's household register and cut all ties with them. After chatting with Baiyu for a while, the topic of their conversation shifted to Tan Mo. Baiyu had only been in close contact with Tan Mo for a while today. She recalled her conversation with Xiaolan and said, "It's just like what you said. Tan Mo doesn't seem to be easy to get along with, but he doesn't seem to be scary at all. Right?" Xiaolan smiled and said, "I don't understand why you were afraid of him before. He doesn't look scary." "He's not scary, he's not scary. He's too good looking." "Really?" After observing him closely for a while today, I feel that Tan Mo's face isn't any worse than Chen Yaoyang's and Hao Ying's. He's good looking to begin with. You only realized it now. It's not too late to realize it now, Baiyu said. She suddenly sighed and said, "Now that you mention it, I suddenly feel a little sad. He's good looking and smart. I heard that his family is very rich too. If his legs were fine and he could stand up, the girls in school would definitely line up to chase after him." Xiaolan's eyes darkened when he heard this. If he could stand up and did not have Asperger's disease, he would definitely be more popular than Chen Yaoyang and Hao Ying. Many people said that God was equal, but in reality, there was no such thing as equality. Xiaolan could not find any trace of God's favor in Tan Mo. He was autistic, physically disabled, his parents divorced when he was young, and his mother died in a car accident when he grew up. It was as if all the misfortunes had befallen him. But what did Tan Mo do wrong? No one knew better than Xiao Lan how kind and pure Tan Mo was. If only Tan Mo could receive treatment. Baiyu looked carefree, but in reality, she was a very attentive girl. When she saw that Xiao Lan's tone was a little sad, she thought of the scene when Xiao Lan brought Tan Mo here this morning. After holding it in for a while, she could not help but ask, Lan Lan, I'm really curious. Why are you so nice to Tan Mo? Even she felt that Xiao Lan's attitude towards Tan Mo when they were playing cards today was too intimate. Xiao Lan cared about Tan Mo almost all the time. Baiyu did not even care so much about her own brother. Even if he pitied Tan Mo and felt sorry for him, there was no need to go to this extent. If Tan Mo was a normal person, Baiyu would have suspected the relationship between Tan Mo and Xiao Lan. However, after hearing Baiyu's words, Xiao Lan asked her back, do you think I'm nice to Tan Mo? Without waiting for Baiyu to speak again, Xiao Lan continued, but compared to how well he treats me, what I do is nothing. Nothing? Baiyu was stunned. After a long time, she asked Xiao Lan tentatively, what did Tan Mo do? What did Tan Mo do to make Xiao Lan say something like that? What did he do? Xiao Lan thought about it for a while. She helped her earn money, gave her a Christmas present, deliberately skipped the exam and gave her the scholarship, taught her classes every day, appeared by her side when she had nowhere to go, took her in, and trusted her wholeheartedly. There are too many, I can't count them all, Xiao Lan said. If I have to say, it's that if it wasn't for Tan Mo, I might not even be able to study now, my grades wouldn't be so good, and my life would be a mess right now. If it wasn't for Tan Mo, she would still have to think of ways to earn money every day. Her life would be full every day and it would be very hard. If it wasn't for Tan Mo, she might have to endure the Qiao family and continue to live in that suffocating environment, living in fear every day. Baiyu had always thought that Xiao Lan only treated Tan Mo out of sympathy and pity, but she didn't know that so many things had happened between them. Tan Mo is very important to you, right? Baiyu suddenly asked after a long time. Of course, Xiao Lan smiled, very important. When she came to this world from her original world, she didn't have any relatives or friends. In that disgusting family and cold class, Tan Mo was the first person who was really good to her. He was also the person who treated her the best in both her lives. Tan Mo was the person she cared about the most in this world, the most important person to her. The school's sports day was very fast. The preliminaries were just finished in the morning, and the finals were in the afternoon. After the morning run, Xiao Lan felt that something was wrong. Other than Baiyu, a few people in the dormitory and many people in the class mentioned Hao Ying's name in front of her. Later, she found out that Hao Ying accompanied her when she was running. The bottle of water she drank at the end of the run was also bought by Hao Ying. Xiao Lan felt a headache coming on. She had just finished her run and was surrounded by her classmates. Someone handed her a bottle of water. She thought that it was prepared for all the athletes in the class, so she didn't think much of it and drank it. She didn't know that it was bought by Hao Ying. In the past, Hao Ying often came to her with questions. Xiao Lan felt that something was wrong, but at that time, Hao Ying was still quite reserved, so Xiao Lan didn't say anything. After all, they were good friends. Xiao Lan felt that if she kept her distance, Hao Ying would understand. However, after what happened today, anyone who knew Hao Ying probably knew what Hao Ying meant. Not only did they know, but they might have misunderstood something. Xiao Lan felt that she had to find time to talk to Hao Ying. She had to kill this little sprout before it grew and not many people knew about it. However, plans couldn't keep up with changes. On the last day of the sports meet, which was also the day before the holidays, because there were no classes or evening self-study sessions, the management of the class and the dormitory was a lot looser. In addition, a few classes in the first female dormitory had moved from the second dormitory to the first. In order to move faster, the boys in the class were allowed to enter the female dormitory to help the girls move their things. Hao Ying took advantage of this opportunity to confess her love in a high-profile way. On the evening of September 30th, in front of the crowded dormitory, under the shocked gazes of the other boys and the envious gazes of the girls, Hao Ying snuck into the female dormitory with a large bouquet of fiery red roses. Amidst the dormitory auntie's belated yelling, she delivered the flowers to Xiao Lan's dormitory. Such a blatant act of confessing with flowers was already a hot topic. Because the main character of this incident was Haoying, the explosive nature of this incident could no longer be described as hot. The girls who passed by Xiao Lan's dormitory were all envious. Even the girls in Xiao Lan's dormitory were crazy about how daring Haoying was. Xiao Lan happened to be away that day. When she came back, the flowers were still on the table. Everything had already become an unexplainable situation. If Haoying's escort was considered a small commotion, then after the flowers were delivered, the whole school knew that Haoying was chasing after the beautiful girl who had stunned everyone at the sports meet. Her boldness and initiative made people's hearts flutter. Even Tan Mo knew. Haoying repeatedly expressed his love to Tan Mo in a more and more high-profile way. He made Tan Mo understand the meaning of love and the strong and complicated psychological stimulation that came with love. He was finally able to distinguish the layers of emotions from the simplest annoyance. Anger. Jealousy. Madness. When Tan Mo first understood what love was, the first taste of it was bitter. When Xiao Lan came back from the holidays, what was waiting for her was not the first monthly exam, but the class teacher who had been holding her anger in for a week. Haoying made a big fuss this time. Even the class teacher heard about her students' spectacular deeds. When she found out that this person was Haoying, she was even more furious. When Xiao Lan and Haoying came back from the class teacher's office, one after another, the class teacher was very snobbish. Her attitude toward students with good grades and students with bad grades was worlds apart. When she spoke to Xiao Lan, she spoke gently. When she heard Xiao Lan say that she absolutely did not want to date in high school, let alone date Haoying, she was satisfied and let Xiao Lan go. When Haoying left, the anger that she had been holding in for a week all exploded. That day, almost all the students on the first floor heard the class teacher's roar. "If you don't want to learn, don't lead my good student astray." Haoying was reprimanded during the morning self-study. Almost all the students in the class looked at Xiao Lan. A few of Xiao Lan's friends in the class, including Pei Ning from class 28, sent WeChat messages to ask if Xiao Lan was with Haoying. Xiao Lan was in a bad mood. This state of not being able to explain herself made her very irritated. She couldn't figure out what she had done wrong. Did she give Haoying a hint and cause Haoying to misunderstand? Or was Haoying too confident that no girl would reject him? Was that why he chose such a high-profile method? There were too many rumors and slanders. What made Xiao Lan even more annoyed was that many people believed that it was true. Tan Mo had just arrived at school when he saw Haoying walking out of the office dejectedly. Haoying nodded at Tan Mo as a greeting and then went into the classroom. Tan Mo looked at Haoying's back and suddenly remembered the way Haoying ran behind Xiao Lan. He remembered that someone had taken a picture of Haoying striding into the girls' dormitory with a bouquet of flowers. He also remembered the nameless students who had commented that they were a good match. The rose was fiery red and dazzling. It was a simple word, but it was more dazzling than the rose. For a moment, Tan Mo suddenly didn't want to go into that classroom. He stopped in the corridor. Outside the classroom. After a long time, he saw the noisy students suddenly exclaim. He didn't want to go into the classroom. Xiao Lan and Haoying walked out of the classroom one after another. Everyone's exclamations and suppressed screams filled Tan Mo's ears. Where did they go? What did they do? What did they want to say? Tan Mo didn't know. He didn't dare to think about it. He vaguely remembered that Xiao Lan had said in a low voice that she found Haoying annoying when he asked her questions every day. However, he also remembered other people's words. That's Haoying. Who can reject Haoying? After being lectured for half an hour by the homeroom teacher, Haoying was a little dejected. However, when Xiao Lan told him that she wanted to talk to him, Haoying's mood instantly soared again. Ever since he entered this class, the homeroom teacher didn't like him. It was common for him to be lectured, so he gradually got used to it. Xiao Lan and Haoying walked together, instantly attracting many people's attention. Haoying was in a good mood and even greeted a few classmates he knew. He caught up with Xiao Lan and asked her with a smile, "You weren't there when I sent the flowers that day. I don't know if you like them or not." Xiao Lan turned around. Haoying asked her if she liked them, but the expression on his face was as if Xiao Lan would like them very much. They were already quite far from the homeroom teacher's office. Lan stopped and turned around. After keeping a distance of more than a meter from Haoying, she looked at Haoying and said, "I'll transfer the money to you on WeChat later." Haoying stopped smiling. "Why did you say that? You don't like them?" "No." Lan was in a bad mood. However, they were still good friends, so Lan didn't embarrass Haoying. She didn't choose to say it directly in class. Instead, she said it in a more reserved manner. "Compared to flowers, I prefer a set of 3 to 5 exercise books. I didn't mean to ask you to send me an exercise book. What I mean is that I just want to study hard now. I don't have any plans to date." Haoying looked at her and smiled. "I don't want to be together right now. I just like you very much and wanted to tell you. I didn't want to disturb you and affect your studies. But you have already disturbed me." Lan looked over Haoying's shoulder and saw the students who couldn't hide their curiosity. "Since last week until today, my WeChat hasn't stopped. Every day, there are students at the dormitory door asking me if I'm in a relationship with you. The monthly exam is coming soon, so I was called in by the homeroom teacher for questioning. I have to make time to clarify these questions." Haoying stood rooted to the ground, probably because he had never thought of these problems. He was too popular. From when he was young until now, there were very few people who disliked him, especially the opposite sex. There were too many girls in the school who felt very proud just because they knew him, not to mention the kind that he clearly expressed his affection for. There was a popular saying on the internet, in this day and age, good-looking guys were called flirting with girls. After Haoying gave Lan a bouquet of flowers, his close female friend sighed. Although she wasn't interested in Haoying, if Haoying gave her flowers in such a high-profile manner, she would feel proud too. However, Lan didn't feel any pride at all. She only felt that it was troublesome. Haoying had never pursued a top student like Lan. None of the girls around him were as good as her. Only then did he realize that he didn't know much about Lan. Indeed, he didn't know much about her. He didn't understand Lan's family situation, her situation, or what she would face in the future if she didn't study hard. In other words, Haoying and Lan were from two different worlds. Haoying could play around and finish his 3 years in high school, but Lan couldn't. Unfortunately, Haoying didn't realize this. Only then did Haoying realize that Lan wasn't pretending to be troublesome. She really found it troublesome. Even if Lan didn't say it out loud, Haoying understood now. Lan didn't like the way he confessed to her. She even despised it. Lan took out her phone and looked at the time. There were 3 minutes before class started. She decided to make everything clear. "I can't think of any hints I gave you in the past to make you think I like you. Maybe it's because you're too popular. But I still want to make it clear so that there won't be any misunderstandings. Haoying, I'm not interested in you." Haoying was stunned. After Lan made it clear, she didn't waste any more time. She left Haoying, who was still in a daze, and went straight back to the classroom. Xianxia looked at Lan, then looked at Haoying, who hadn't come back yet. She asked Lan curiously, "Lan, where's Haoying? Why didn't you two come back together? Why do we have to come back together?" Xianxia was speechless. She glanced at Mo subconsciously. Mo was silent. As usual, he handed the prepared nutrient solution to Lan. Although he was still expressionless and didn't say anything, his eyes only fell on Lan. Xianxia suddenly felt uncomfortable. Lan already had the school hunk, Haoying, chasing after her. Even if they weren't together, they must be flirting with each other. However, she still took Mo for granted. Sure enough, if a person was beautiful, they could be forgiven no matter what they did. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at Mo's face. Why did Mo still treat Lan so well? The more Xianxia thought about it, the more sullen she felt. When Haoying finally came back, Xianxia felt that she had figured it out. Haoying wasn't the kind of guy who could be hung up by Lan whenever she wanted. If she hung up on him, he might lose interest in her someday. Lan would agree to Haoying sooner or later. After Lan agreed to Haoying, she didn't believe that Mo would still be so nice. Xianxia was waiting to see a good show. In the end, the good show came, but it was completely out of her expectations. Although no one knew what Xiao Lan and Haoying said that day, as long as one had eyes, they could see the change between Haoying and Xiao Lan. Haoying still came to Xiao Lan to ask questions, but Xiao Lan wouldn't give Haoying any more questions. She always had all kinds of reasons to reject him. It was fine once or twice, but after a few times, anyone could see that Xiao Lan was rejecting Haoying. Xiao Lan almost wrote the meaning of "stay away from Haoying" on her face. If Haoying's high-profile confession to Xiao Lan was enough to shock everyone, then Xiao Lan's direct rejection of Haoying was even more shocking. To use a phrase that people often used, that was Haoying. There was actually a girl who rejected Haoying. Almost all the students who paid attention to the school's gossip were talking about this for the past 2 days. Why did Xiao Lan reject Haoying? Some people said that it was because Haoying's confession was too lousy. It was like forcing Xiao Lan to nod. It was already good enough that Xiao Lan didn't fall out with him. But as soon as this statement came out, it was scolded back by overwhelming opposition. If other people did this, it would be cheap, but it was impossible for Haoying. Even if I have someone I like, if Haoying pursues me like this one day, it wouldn't be rude at all. It would be too embarrassing. So why did Xiao Lan reject Haoying? Haoying does have a good family background and is very handsome, but there's no rule that says that everyone has to like him. I think it's normal that Xiao Lan doesn't like Haoying. Xiao Lan isn't just beautiful. She's a top student, okay? Haoying is a bad student. Xiao Lan probably doesn't even want to date. She just wants to study hard. Xiao Lan was in the same class as Xiao Lan in the first year of high school. Let me tell you a secret. Xiao Lan pursued Xianxia before, so why did she reject Haoying? Do you understand? As soon as this rumor came out, it seemed that everything could be explained in an instant. Although Haoying was handsome and popular, Xianxia was no worse than Haoying except for the fact that he didn't have a celebrity face. He was even a super top student. At least in terms of spirit, he was on the same level as Xiao Lan. Class 18 was the center of public opinion these days. Originally, Xiao Lan and Haoying were already lively enough. But now, another popular figure, Xianxia, was involved, so it became even more lively. Haoying's face became worse when he saw Xianxia these days. Xianxia remembered Xiao Lan's attitude towards him in the first month of high school. He thought of something and glanced at Xiao Lan. As expected, he saw Xiao Lan talking to Tan Mo. He only wanted to say 2 words, Haoying. Idiot. Although Xiao Lan still lived her daily life of being pointed at and watched, not being misunderstood by others made her feel much better. Especially after the first monthly exam, Xiao Lan kept the 2nd place in the grade. Xiao Lan's mood became even better. However, this time, Tan Mo didn't beat Xiao Lan by too much. Because starting from the 2nd year of high school, the 3 science subjects were no longer 150 points like in the first year of high school. Instead, it was 100 points. The difference was much smaller than before. The biggest reason was that Tan Mo's essay was off-topic again. Not only was his essay off-topic, but his reading comprehension score was also somewhat low. The reason was very simple. It was because this time, the reading comprehension and essay were all about emotion. Tan Mo's ability to express himself was very good. In fact, he was even better than the average person. He had a large vocabulary and was very logical. In Xiao Lan's eyes, the essay he wrote was more like a formal thesis. At first glance, it gave people a sense of superiority. If the topic of the essay was fixed and the content was objective, then Tan Mo's essay could almost get full marks. However, if the topic was about emotion, then Tan Mo's essay would be off-topic most of the time. Every time, he would only get close to half the marks. The teacher went through the questions very quickly. Especially since everyone's reading score was very high this time, Xiao Lan went through the entire essay from beginning to end for Tan Mo. She was very patient. Just like when she was doing emotional identification for Tan Mo at home, she explained every emotional thought to Tan Mo seriously. Xiao Lan didn't want others to see her explaining language to Tan Mo. In other people's eyes, it didn't even need to be explained. She didn't want others to find out that Tan Mo was slow in the emotional aspect. She felt sorry for Tan Mo because of his AS, but it didn't mean that others would feel the same way when they found out. In order to let Tan Mo hear clearly, Xiaolan lowered her voice. She was very close to Tan Mo. She pointed out a paragraph to ask Tan Mo about the feelings he wanted to express. Tan Mo didn't say it very accurately. Xiaolan took the pen from Tan Mo's hand. Her fingers naturally touched Tan Mo's cold fingers. Tan Mo suddenly froze. After a moment of stiffness, he suddenly moved his hand away. Xiaolan was stunned. She and Tan Mo had known each other for so long. She had even massaged Tan Mo before. Tan Mo was very familiar with her touch. However, recently, Tan Mo seemed to be very afraid of touching her body. Today's situation wasn't the first time. Xiaolan paused for a long time with the pen in her hand. In the end, she couldn't help but ask Tan Mo, what's wrong with you recently? Tan Mo's beautiful light brown eyes seemed to tremble slightly. However, Xiaolan didn't notice. Tan Mo lowered his eyelashes and said, nothing. After the second class, Xiaolan went down to do her exercises. Tan Mo looked at Xiaolan's patient handwriting on the paper and sat motionless in his chair. Someone came into the classroom. Tan Mo didn't care. Every day, he would leave 2 students to clean the classroom during exercises. However, when he raised his head, he saw Xianxia. Xianxia sat in the seat in front of Tan Mo. Before Tan Mo could ask her to get lost, she suddenly said, Tan Mo, you like Xiaolan, right? Tan Mo couldn't say a word. It was as if someone had grabbed his heart in an instant. Tan Mo's body stiffened, but he didn't say anything. Xianxia looked at the silent Tan Mo and continued, I saw you on the day of the sports meet. You were playing cards with Xiaolan and Bai Yu. Later, you even went to the stands to watch Xiaolan's competition. Tan Mo, didn't you say that you wouldn't go to the sports meet? Why did you go? Tan Mo's ears were buzzing. Xianxia smiled and said, you went to see Xiaolan. You went there for Xiaolan, didn't you? I told you the other day that Xiaolan looked really good in that dress, so you came to see her. Tan Mo leaned against the back of the chair. He didn't even realize that his fingers were trembling. His eyes were fixed on Xianxia. It's none of your business. Xianxia was really angry when she heard this, but she held it in and said, it's none of my business, but don't you think it's strange? You're so close to Xiaolan. Everyone knows that you two are close, but no one seems to think it's a big deal. Except for me, no one else knows that you like her. Tan Mo, do you know why? Tan Mo didn't want to listen. His intuition told him that Xianxia wouldn't say anything good, but he didn't expect her to be so vicious. Xianxia said to Tan Mo in a light tone, because in everyone's eyes, you're not normal at all. Although a lot of people have been guessing whether Xiaolan likes Qinyaoyang and asking about the boys that Xiaolan is close to, no one has counted you. In fact, you're the closest person to Xiaolan, but no one has thought of you. Why? Because no one thinks that Xiaolan would like Tan Mo. No matter how smart you are, how good you are in your studies, even if everyone calls you a genius, in the eyes of most people, Tan Mo, you're not a normal person at all. If you're not even a normal person, why would anyone think of your name? Some words were even more chilling and despairing than a knife. Not a normal person. These words accurately pierced the most vulnerable part of Tan Mo's heart. It was so painful that he almost couldn't think. Tan Mo opened his mouth but found that he couldn't speak. Because he couldn't find a reason to refute. Xianxia smiled proudly. She originally thought that Xiaolan would be together with Haoying. Even if they weren't together, they would definitely be very ambiguous. However, to her surprise, Xiaolan actually rejected Haoying directly. Xianxia was shocked, but she also felt uneasy. Of course, like everyone else, she definitely didn't think that Xiaolan would like Tan Mo. However, Xiaolan didn't like Tan Mo. Would Tan Mo like Xiaolan? Yes. Even though Xianxia didn't want to admit it, she saw that Tan Mo, who originally said that he wouldn't come to the sports meet, still came. Tan Mo liked Xiaolan, she guaranteed. But Tan Mo, how dare you? Xianxia stared at him and said, I know, it's normal to like Xiaolan. She's pretty, she's top-notch in her studies, and she's easy to get along with. I can't find anything bad about her. So it's normal to like her. There are many people who like her. It's not a big deal, but how dare you like her? The more Xianxia spoke, the more she felt an indescribable joy in her heart. Do you know what Xiaolan said about you in the dormitory? She said that you're so nice. She even wanted us to talk to you more and let you make more friends. She said that if you had other friends, she would be happy for you. Tan Mo, you like her, but she doesn't like you at all. But for sure, she definitely doesn't like you. She was nice to you because she pitied you. She didn't even like Haoying, so of course she wouldn't like you. Shut up. Tan Mo's heart seemed to be on the verge of breaking down. His voice had the panic and madness that couldn't be concealed. Shut up, shut up. There were some facts that Tan Mo hid in his heart because of his inferiority complex. He didn't dare to think about it, and he didn't want to think about it. As long as no one touched it, he seemed to be able to cover it up and pretend that nothing had happened. But now, there was a person who used the most direct method. She directly exposed all of the scars, together with the scars and the traces of blood. She didn't show any mercy, and the wounds were so bloody that it made people tremble in fear. He didn't want to hear it. He wished that he could go deaf at this moment. But the more he didn't want to hear it, the clearer he heard it. You're not a normal person at all. How dare you, Tan Mo? Tan Mo felt that his heart was in so much pain that it made it difficult for him to breathe. He clenched his hands tightly. For a moment, he wanted to strangle Xianxia's neck and let her die. Xianxia was shocked by Tan Mo's furious look. But looking at the wheelchair that Tan Mo was sitting in, her courage grew again. Tan Mo couldn't even stand up. What was there for her to be afraid of? Are you angry? Xianxia took a few steps back before continuing. Actually, you know it in your heart. I'm just saying it out loud. Why are you so angry? Tan Mo, I don't want to expose your scars. I just want you to wake up and stop liking her, okay? She can't possibly like you. You don't even dare to tell her, right? After Haoying confessed, Xiaolan distanced herself from him. If Xiaolan knew what you were thinking, what do you think she would think of you? What do you think she would do? Tan Mo opened his tightly clenched teeth. When he opened his mouth, he could almost taste blood. Are you threatening me? No, no, Xianxia hurriedly waved her hands. I said, I just want you to wake up early. Don't think about something that's impossible. Something that's impossible. Tan Mo's heart felt like it was empty. He was in so much pain that he lost consciousness. Then what is something that's possible? Something that's possible. Xianxia suddenly blushed a little. She carefully glanced at Tan Mo. Tan Mo, I'm really doing this for your own good. Actually, I've liked you since the first time I saw you. Tan Mo looked at her indifferently. After a while, he suddenly felt an indescribable absurdity. Like me, Tan Mo looked at Xianxia. You just said that I'm not a normal person. Xianxia looked at him with bright eyes. I don't care. As long as you're willing to treat me like how you treat Xiaolan, I won't despise you. Won't despise him? Tan Mo finally understood the meaning of this word. Ridiculous. He felt inferior because he cared. Because he cared about Xiaolan, he felt that he was useless in front of Xiaolan. He felt inferior to the person he liked to the bone, but in front of Xianxia, why would he feel inferior? Why should he care about her opinion? Xiaolan is a dream that I don't dare to think about. Tan Mo looked at Xianxia and said slowly. But who do you think you are? The blush on Xianxia's face disappeared in an instant. She looked at Tan Mo in disbelief. Tan Mo was actually mocking her? What right did he have to mock her? Xianxia suddenly stood up. Do you believe that I can immediately tell Xiaolan what you're thinking and let her know the disgusting and perverted thoughts in your head? You can try, Tan Mo said. He was willing to be a pure and kind Tan Mo in front of Xiaolan, but this didn't mean that he didn't have any evil thoughts in his heart. When he was bullied as a child, Tan Mo wanted to kill all the people who bullied him. Tan Mo wasn't a saint who wouldn't blame anyone. His evil thoughts and darkness had always been suppressed, but this didn't mean that they didn't exist. You can try, Tan Mo said. His expressionless face didn't have any emotion, but his eyes were so cold that Xianxia trembled. I can let you leave this school quietly. I can make your parents and your family completely collapse. You can try. Xianxia widened her eyes and suddenly laughed. You're joking. However, her voice was a little shaky. She remembered that when she was chatting with others, she talked about the car that picked up Tan Mo every day. She heard that the price was more than 8 digits. It was a sky-high price that she didn't even dare to think about. Xianxia's courage that she had just mustered was slowly worn away. In the afternoon, Tan Mo suddenly handed her a document. Xianxia frowned and took it. Everyone around, including Qiao Lan, was surprised that Tan Mo would take the initiative to give Xianxia something. However, when they saw Xianxia open the document, her eyes widened and then she covered the document. This was information about her family, her parents and even her sister. All the information was complete. There were even many things that she didn't know. Xianxia looked at Tan Mo suddenly. Her eyes were full of fear. That seemingly thin and weak young man with pale skin and light brown eyes. She suddenly remembered that she had joked with her friends that Tan Mo was like a vampire in an ancient castle that never saw the light of day. Suddenly, she was filled with fear that made people tremble. You can try. Tan Mo said. However, Xianxia didn't dare. She held the document in her hand and her fingers were trembling. Qiao Lan looked at Xianxia and then looked at Tan Mo. After thinking for a while, she couldn't help but ask Tan Mo in a low voice, "What did you give Xianxia?" "My classmate from the Foreign Affairs office asked me to give it to her." "I don't know either." Tan Mo lowered his head and didn't look at Qiao Lan. He didn't know when, but he gradually found out how to lie without letting Qiao Lan find out. Qiao Lan still didn't quite believe it. Xianxia's expression just now was obviously like she had seen something very scary. However, what did Tan Mo have that Xianxia was afraid of? Qiao Lan couldn't think of anything. After she got to know Xianxia better, she realized that Xianxia's character wasn't very good. Therefore, she didn't want Tan Mo and Xianxia to get too close. After all, Tan Mo was so innocent and had interacted with so many people. It wouldn't be good if he picked up some bad habits. However, Qiao Lan didn't have the habit of talking bad about people behind their backs. She could only beat around the bush and ask Tan Mo in a low voice, "Tan Mo, what do you think of Xianxia?" Tan Mo turned his face to the side and didn't look directly at Qiao Lan's face. "I don't know." Tan Mo's tone was indifferent. "I'm not close to her." Qiao Lan smiled and finally let out a sigh of relief. However, she remembered that Xianxia would ask her about Tan Mo from time to time in the dormitory. She would also say that Tan Mo's family background was good from time to time. Therefore, she decided to let Tan Mo stay away from Xianxia. The homeroom teacher said that if we want to change seats, we can look for him. Let's change seats. Don't sit in front of Xianxia, okay? After saying that, she was afraid that Tan Mo would think too much and said in a low voice, "I don't have a good relationship with her." Tan Mo turned his face and looked at the girl's delicate face. It was so beautiful that he couldn't help but want to get closer to her. However, the moment he wanted to get closer, he couldn't ignore the sharp fact that he had to avoid her anymore. "You're not a normal person. How dare you like her?" Tan Mo suddenly closed his eyes. After a while, he opened them again and revealed the smile that he had practiced thousands of times. Okay. During the weekend, elder sister Qiao came to visit father and mother Qiao. After chatting with Mother Qiao for a while, she went to Qiao Lan's room to take a look. Qiao Lan's room was now a room filled with junk. Elder sister Qiao bit her lip and went to the kitchen to help Mother Qiao cook. When the whole family sat down to eat, she asked Mother Qiao, "Mom, has Lan Lan not contacted us at all?" "Contact what?" Mother Qiao's tone instantly turned unpleasant. "I called her form teacher last time and asked her to call me back. In the end, there was no reply at all. If she doesn't want to come back, then don't ever come back. If one day she can't take it anymore and wants to come back, I won't let her." Xiao Yuan gnawed on a piece of pork rib and mumbled, "She won't starve to death. My third sister got first place in the grade last semester and won a scholarship of 5,000 yuan. Old Lady Chow took the opportunity to spit. We raised an ingrate for so long. She doesn't even remember us when there's a little benefit. That's right. Xiao Yuan wiped his oily hands in agreement. He recalled the sports meet last time. He only wanted Xiao Lan to go with him to meet her classmates. In the end, Xiao Lan refused to go. He was laughed at by many people in class. In the end, he had to treat a bunch of people to a meal and spent another 200 yuan. At this point, Xiao Yuan suddenly remembered something. He grabbed his chopsticks and asked Mother Qiao, "Mom, have you seen my third sister this semester?" No. It had been half a year since they last saw Xiao Lan. However, Mother Qiao didn't seem worried at all. It was as if Xiao Lan wasn't her biological daughter. Xiao Yuan was a little excited. "You haven't seen her, but I have. She's changed a lot. She's completely different from before." "Different in what way?" "She's become prettier. She's so beautiful that I almost couldn't recognize her." Back then, there were a lot of people who chose her as the campus belle. A few days ago, a guy from a rich family even gave her flowers. The whole school knows about it. Mother Qiao's interest was finally piqued. After dinner, Xiao Lan took Mother Qiao's phone and found the tieba of affiliated Hai. She found the photos of Xiao Lan at the sports meet that used to be popular. Look, I almost couldn't recognize her." The new week. Xiao Lan and Tan Mo switched to the seat in front of Baiyu. Baiyu shared a table with another boy. The two of them used to be in the same class in the first year of high school. It was rumored that they were very close friends. Both of them had a carefree personality and were like brothers with Baiyu. The two of them were like clowns as they welcomed the arrival of the prodigy in an overly exaggerated manner. Xiao Lan grabbed his arm to remind him. "Smile." The young man was slightly taken aback. His delicate and cold facial features were stunned for a moment before he smiled. The two people in the back row had never seen Tan Mo have any other expression, let alone such a beautiful smile. Baiyu clutched her chest and grabbed Xiao Lan exaggeratedly. Beauty attack. Tan Mo had probably never encountered such exaggerated intimacy. For a moment, he didn't know how to react. Xiao Lan whispered in his ear, "I told you a long time ago that you look very good when you smile." "I didn't lie to you, did I?" Tan Mo turned to look at her again. For a moment, there was even a smile in his eyes. However, Tan Mo's smile was always different from other people's. He wouldn't smile from the bottom of his heart when he was happy. Instead, he would smile when he felt that he should after a short and quick analysis. Therefore, even Xiao Lan sometimes couldn't understand what was hidden behind Tan Mo's smile. She didn't know that Tan Mo was now struggling in the torment of those two sentences every time he looked at her or spoke to her. "How are you worthy? How dare you?" When he was alone, he held his phone and paused for a long time. Then, with great difficulty, he typed in the 3 words, "disabled person." "I admit that I'm a disabled person. I'm physically and mentally disabled. But I fell in love with someone." After typing in the 3 words, "disabled person," with great difficulty, he carefully typed in the 2 words "like" and then clicked search. However, with just one glance, the bloody wound in Tan Mo's heart was stabbed again in an instant. The big title below clearly said, "I fell in love with someone." But disabled people should never have love and sex. Tan Mo suddenly closed his eyes and threw his phone on the table. He leaned against the back of his wheelchair for a long time. Finally, he picked up his phone again. He wanted to find some different opinions from these people's comments. However, he spent nearly an hour reading all the answers. After reading all of them, he couldn't find a reason to refute. He had read so many, but there wasn't a single normal person and a disabled person who ended up together happily. Even those couples who insisted on being together despite their family's objections in the beginning, in the later years, they also ended up in tragedy. Just like what a girl said, she once had a blind boyfriend. She loved him so much. She once cut off all ties with her family for him. She thought that such a love would definitely last forever. However, later on, she only lasted for 3 years. It was too hard, she said. Sometimes, when she couldn't hold on anymore, she would ask herself over and over again why she was so tired. Why couldn't she live a normal life like a normal person? She used to be a normal person too. Many people had doubts from the beginning. They didn't know whether disabled people should fall in love with normal people. As time passed, their bodies became more and more serious, and they were under a lot of pressure. They wondered whether disabled people could withstand it like normal people and give their loved ones a tomorrow. Finally, they got the answer after repeated disappointments. Tan Mo urgently and anxiously wanted to find a happy case. He wanted to find a happy possibility that could make him not feel so hopeless. Finally, in the end, he saw someone say that they had found love. However, after reading it, Tan Mo only felt more hopeless. Some people said that they had once met a very beautiful and good boy. He couldn't speak, but he was very outstanding. Many years later, he got married. His wife was a very beautiful girl who also couldn't speak. Some people used the simplest but cruelest way to say that dragons should be paired with lobsters and shrimps. You're not perfect. For your own sake and for the sake of others, it's better to find someone who's not perfect. By local standards, there's no need to have extravagant hopes. Yes, they called this word extravagant hopes. For a moment, Tan Mo thought that if he really went to receive treatment, he could really stand up again. However, when he woke up, he suddenly realized that everything was just self-deception. Some people were physically disabled, while others were mentally disabled. However, a mental disability was more frightening than a physical disability. Even if he could stand up and look like a normal person, he knew better than anyone how frightening his mental and spiritual disability was. Tan Mo suddenly understood the meaning of the last two lines of the poem that he didn't understand before. I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the sun. However, the sun has made my desolation become the new desolation. When redemption appeared in his life, she brought him warmth and light. Because he had seen the beauty of the sun, he could never return to loneliness and darkness. However, the sun couldn't save him from the darkness. Instead, it made him unable to get what he wanted. Everything became extravagant hopes. During the 2 language classes on Wednesday afternoon, the language teacher played a world classic movie for everyone. It was Edward Scissorhands. She was asked to watch the movie carefully and submit a review to her after watching it. The inventor living in the castle created the robot Edward. One Christmas, when the inventor was preparing to install the Christmas present for Edward, a pair of human hands, he accidentally fell to the ground and died. Therefore, Edward didn't have hands like a normal person. Instead, he had sharp scissors. After he was brought home by Pegu, he fell in love with the beautiful Kim. However, in the end, he was questioned in the small town and hid in the castle again. Edward was a monster. His feelings for Kim were completely based on his personality. There was no utility. It was all about other people's disputes. For Kim, he could do academy arts, use scissors to make food for others to eat, endure the temptation of neighbors, and even cover up his conscience for her, hide the truth, and steal. Kim asked him why. Edward said, "Because you asked me to." This world-renowned classic movie had a regretful ending. I can't hug you when I pick up the scissors. I can't protect you when I put down the scissors. Such touching lines made many girls in the class cry. Most of them felt sorry for Edward. He was misunderstood to protect his beloved, and that feeling of helplessness could only make him run away. In the review that day, most of the thoughts expressed by everyone were very similar. They attacked human nature and the indifference of society. The language teacher selected the most outstanding point projection in class for everyone to see. Someone wrote, "Deep love doesn't mean that you have to be together for a good ending. Even though parting is very sad, even though we'll be strangers after that, I'm still very happy to think about it now. The me you remember will always be the most beautiful me when I was young." Edward would always remember Kim's most beautiful appearance, but Tan Mo would never understand. He didn't tell anyone else. At the end of the movie, Edward returned to the castle alone. Kim had her own life, got married, and had children. At that moment, Tan Mo felt that if he were Edward, he might choose to die. In his world, there were always only 2 answers to love. It was either 100 points or 0 points. The teachers wouldn't ask Tan Mo for homework, but this time, Tan Mo also wrote his review. He just didn't hand it to the teacher. He looked at the students criticizing society, but he remembered the pain he felt when he wrote his review. He felt the same pain as Edward. Everyone said that this was the indifference of society, but Tanimo wrote that it was because of the intolerability of the different species. Just like Edward, just like him. Edward had a pair of scissors hands that were different from human beings. He had 2 legs that couldn't stand and a brain that couldn't understand emotions. Edward was once popular because of his scissors hands, but after he fell in love with the female lead, he was doubted and ostracized by everyone because of his hands. He was looked up to because of his higher IQ, but if they knew that he also fell in love with an outstanding girl, perhaps everyone would only feel strange and disgusted like Xianxia. Edward's scissors hands were just a symbol. They represented the different species, the incompatibility. He couldn't really treat them as scissors. The pair of scissors represented autism, poverty, disability, and other things that normal people couldn't accept. One day, many years later, he and Xiaolan would be like Edward in the movie. One person would be alone for the rest of his life, but one person would eventually have his own life. Tanimo closed his eyes and didn't say a word for a long time. He didn't know how much time had passed. Tanimo tore the exercise book in half and threw it into the trash can. He clenched his trembling hands and suppressed all his emotions. When Xiaolan and Baiyu returned to the dormitory, Xianxia was quarreling with another girl named Yanmei. Xiaolan's dormitory had a total of 8 people, but they could be divided into 3 or 4 small groups. Everyone lived under the same roof, but their closest friends were not necessarily from the same dormitory. There would be some friction every day. However, it was rare for them to quarrel like this. When Xiaolan and Baiyu entered the dormitory, there were 2 other girls in addition to the few people from the same dormitory. They were Xianxia's friends from the first year of high school. It was said that not only were they in the same class, but they had known each other since junior high school, so they were very close. Xianxia often brought these 2 girls to the dormitory. After a few visits, Xiaolan would nod and greet them. Now that Xianxia and Yanmei were quarreling, the 2 girls looked embarrassed. Xiaolan and Baiyu listened for a while before they understood why they were quarreling. The students who could enter class 18 used to be the top students in their own classes. However, after these students entered the second year of high school, they were not necessarily the first or second place. In the dormitory, Xiaolan had the best grades. After all, she was ranked second. Xianxia was the worst. Her grades were in the middle of class 18, but she could still enter the top 200. Yanmei and Baiyu were about the same. Yanmei was slightly better than Baiyu. However, Yanmei was undoubtedly the most hardworking. She was comparable to Xiaolan in the first year of high school. Yanmei studied in the classroom until the last time she came back. Every day, she would do some homework before going to bed. In the end, Xianxia brought her back to the dormitory. The 3 of them chatted while eating melon seeds. Their voices were not low. Xianxia didn't have a good relationship with the others in the dormitory, so these 2 girls often came to Xiaolan's dormitory. Usually, it was fine, but today Yanmei was there. She couldn't concentrate because of the noise, so she asked Xianxia to lower her voice. Xianxia said something, and the 2 of them started quarreling. When Xiaolan and Baiyu came back, the 2 of them had been quarreling for a long time. Xianxia said that the dormitory excluded her and didn't even let her friends come. Yanmei directly retorted Xianxia, saying that she knew why she was excluded. Xianxia's face darkened. Sometimes, Xianxia really didn't understand. Ever since she came to this dormitory, she tried her best to build a good relationship with everyone, but in the end, no one appreciated it. Yanmei was probably angry with Xianxia. Recently, she had been holding it in for a long time. Today, when she had time, she let it all out. She said that Xianxia only knew how to talk nonsense with the boys in class. It was fine if it was in the classroom, but when she came back to the dormitory, she kept saying that she had nothing to do with the boys. It's fine if you can't do well in your studies, but you have to disturb others and make others follow you. I told you many times not to bring people from other classes to the dormitory. Can't you see that I'm studying? Xianxia was also angry. She immediately mocked and ridiculed, "You work so hard every day, but your grades aren't that good. If you're so capable, you can be like Chao Lan. You have tutoring every day, and you can get second place in the grade just by studying. Chao Lan, who had just walked in without saying a word, Xiaohan was gossiping behind people's backs. In the end, when she turned around, she saw Chao Lan, who happened to come back. The scene was as awkward as it could be. Xiaohan's face stiffened. With so many people looking at her, especially Chao Lan, she suddenly remembered how Tan Mo took care of Chao Lan in every possible way. However, she also remembered how coldly Tan Mo threatened her. Not only did she not feel guilty about being caught red-handed, but she also resented Chao Lan even more. She flew into a rage out of humiliation and had a twisted mentality that everyone was bullying her. She said, "I've had enough." Then she left the dormitory directly. After Xiaohan and her two classmates left, Baiyu was speechless. What did she have enough of? I've had enough of her. They were all 16 or 17 years old, and everyone had the ability to distinguish between right and wrong. No matter how friendly Xiaohan was on the surface, there were too many instances of her gossiping behind people's backs. They were all students of the elite class, and their minds were only filled with studying. Xiaohan was the only one who put her mind on finding out about other people's family situations and pleasing other boys every day. Yan Mei and Xiaohan finally felt refreshed after their quarrel. She was not the least bit affected by Xiaohan's clumsy attempt to sow discord between them. However, she was a little confused and asked Chao Lan, "Why did she suddenly mention you?" "Who knows?" Baiyu said, "She has been secretly picking on Chao Lan for a long time." "Does she really think that everyone is blind and can't see anything?" "Chao Lan, why is she always picking on you?" "I don't know," Chao Lan said. The others were also confused. Baiyu was amused for a long time before she said, "Maybe she likes Haoying, so she's jealous of Chao Lan." Chao Lan frowned and did not say anything. She instinctively felt that this was not the case. When she recalled Xiaohan's words just now, she also mentioned Tan Mo's name while insulting her. Chao Lan was very sensitive to everything related to Tan Mo. Now that she thought about it, Xiaohan did mention Tan Mo a lot in the dormitory. She would often ask her about Tan Mo. Chao Lan also distanced herself from Xiaohan because of Tan Mo. Xiaohan kept asking Chao Lan about Tan Mo's family background. Although everyone was curious about Tan Mo, no one was as interested in him as Xiaohan. Chao Lan suddenly remembered the document that Tan Mo personally handed to Xiaohan that day. Xiaohan's expression changed after reading the document. Tan Mo said that it was something that someone from another class wanted to give to Xiaohan, and he was only responsible for passing it to her. Chao Lan did not think much about it at that time. When she thought about it later, she felt that there were many mistakes. Tan Mo was never the kind of person who would take the initiative to pass things to others. Xiaohan became very frightened after reading the document. That fear was clearly directed at Tan Mo. Therefore, something must have happened between Xiaohan and Tan Mo. No matter whether it was good or bad, Chao Lan did not know. Chao Lan was not used to this and felt uncomfortable. Ever since she met Tan Mo, there had never been any secrets between them. But now, Tan Mo was hiding something from her. This made Chao Lan feel very uncomfortable. It was not that she did not want Tan Mo to make friends with other people, but if this person was Xiaohan, Chao Lan suddenly felt uncertain. In the afternoon, Chao Lan turned her head to look at Xiaohan, then turned back to ask Tan Mo in a low voice, "Tan Mo, do you not like it if we sit here?" "No," Tan Mo said very decisively. He did not even think about it, which meant that he was telling the truth. Chao Lan heaved a sigh of relief. She thought for a while and asked again, "Do you think Baiyu is better, or Xiaohan?" Suddenly mentioning Xiaohan's name, Tan Mo's eyes flashed fiercely. Tan Mo had never hated someone so much. He hated someone so much that he felt disgusted. He had never felt so disgusted with someone before. However, he also did not like Baiyu. This girl was Chao Lan's best friend. She took away too much of Chao Lan's attention and time. However, if he had to choose one, Tan Mo was silent for a while and said, "Baiyu." Chao Lan was relieved. She did not want to take the initiative to ask Tan Mo what had happened between him and Xiaohan. As long as Tan Mo did not want to talk about it, Xiao Lan would not force him to talk about it. After putting this matter to the back of her mind, Xiao Lan suddenly realized that Tan Mo's birthday was coming up. Xiao Lan was half a year older than Tan Mo. Tan Mo's birthday was in October, while Xiao Lan's birthday was in July. Xiao Lan deliberately copied Aunt Chen and called Tan Mo. Tan Mo did not allow her to call him that. Xiao Lan said, "I'm a few months older than you, so why can't I call you that?" Tan Mo thought for a while in a daze, but he could not think of a reason to refute Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan was so adorable that she finally stopped bullying him for not copying Aunt Chen and calling him Mo. Last year, on Tan Mo's birthday, Xiao Lan had just transmigrated here. Tan Mo was cold to her and did not say a word. Xiao Lan naturally did not know about Tan Mo's birthday. Now, Tan Mo's birthday was coming up. Xiao Lan thought for a long time, but she could not think of a good gift to give Tan Mo. Xiao Lan's vision was not very broad. Xiao Lan thought for a long time and felt that she was just a normal person. In the end, she decided to ask Tan Mo directly. Tan Mo had already noticed that Xiao Lan was lying on the table. She was not reading or sleeping. She just had her eyes open and he did not know what she was thinking about. What was she thinking about? Could there be a moment where her thoughts were related to him? Even though Tan Mo had already seen through his extravagant hopes, he could not help but think that way. Even if it was just a little bit, it would be good. After all, Xiao Lan still did not know what he was thinking about. He still had a certain weight in her heart. However, he did not expect her to turn around. This was a self-study class. Everyone was studying. Xiao Lan lowered her voice and called out to him softly, "Tan Mo, your birthday is coming up soon." Tan Mo was stunned. He turned his head and met Xiao Lan's black eyes. His heart beat violently. He could not help but want to ask, "You've been in a daze all this time because you've been thinking about this?" However, he did not dare to ask. Unexpectedly, Xiao Lan explained as if she had read Tan Mo's expression. "I've been thinking about it for a long time, but I can't think of a gift to give you. I can't afford an expensive one. I don't have the heart to give you a cheap one. In the end, I really couldn't think of anything, so I wanted to ask you directly. Is there anything you want?" So she had been in a daze all this time because she had been thinking about this. Tan Mo's heart felt like it was being ironed. Tan Mo suddenly felt that he had gone too far and was very greedy. In the past, no one had cared about him or approached him. He had yearned for such a person one day. Then, Xiao Lan appeared. She had been so good to him. He should have been satisfied, but he could not control himself and wanted to get closer to her. He even wanted to take her for himself. In fact, he should have been satisfied long ago. It was because he wanted too much and was too greedy. That was why his life was so painful. Tan Mo shook his head and said, "I can't think of anything either." He only wanted one thing, but it was an extravagant wish that he would never dare to say out loud. Tan Mo really could not think of anything else that he wanted. "Then let's think about it slowly. When you think of something, tell me." "When I think of something, I'll give you a surprise on your birthday," Xiao Lan said. She then added, "When you think of something, you must tell me as long as I can afford it." "You can't afford it." Tan Mo thought. "I want your whole life." "You don't have to give your whole life to someone like me." However, Tan Mo still nodded and said, "Okay." Xiao Lan smiled. Her eyebrows and eyes were curved. She still looked like she could make his heart beat faster. She took out her earphones from her bag and put them on to do her homework. After writing 2 lines, she glanced at Tan Mo and took off her earphones. She asked him, "Do you want it?" Tan Mo was stunned. "What? Do you want it?" Xiao Lan passed the earphones on her right ear to him. "Do you want to listen to music together? It's so noisy in class." Tan Mo wanted to reach out to take it. Of course he wanted it, but he still said to Xiao Lan, "Listen to it yourself. It would still be noisy with just one earphone." Wasn't that simple? Xiao Lan took out a pair of earphones from her bag. She had specially bought them because there was someone snoring in the dormitory. Tan Mo lowered his head and looked at the snow-white fluffy little sponge ball. He reached out to take it. The noise in the class was blocked out. He and Xiao Lan listened to the same song. It was as if only the two of them were in a space that no one else knew. They couldn't hear anything else. They could only hear the song that he had never heard before. The lyrics were clear and audible. I want to see you laugh, I want to play with you, I want to hold you in my arms. Do you know that the only thing I want? Tanmo gently covered his heart. He suddenly thought of what he wanted for his birthday. He couldn't afford to have her for his whole life. So, could he ask for a hug, just like the lyrics said, just once would be enough. When second sister Xiao came home again, she was still alone. Old Madame Xiao and Mother Xiao were a little unhappy. Second sister Xiao had been married and had a child for more than a year. Apart from seeing her second son-in-law once at their wedding, she had never seen him again, let alone her grandson. Second sister Xiao vaguely said that her husband was too busy and the child was taken care of by a nanny. She was too embarrassed to tell old lady Zhou and Mother Xiao that her husband didn't like her family at all, so he didn't want to come here and didn't want to let them see the child. Second sister Xiao didn't say it clearly, but old lady Zhou could tell. She was a little angry. She didn't even look down on her second son-in-law, who was almost 40 years old, but he looked down on their family for being poor. Second sister Xiao didn't want to listen to old lady Zhou's quarrel, so she went to talk to Mother Xiao. She ran to Xiao Lan's room to take a look and saw that it was full of useless things. Second sister Xiao then realized that something was wrong. Where's third sister? Second sister Xiao rarely came home in a year. She didn't know that Xiao Lan had been away from home for more than half a year. Half a year had passed and Mother Xiao's anger towards Xiao Lan slowly dissipated. She didn't tell second sister Xiao about Xiao Yuan stealing money from the family. She simply told second sister Xiao that Xiao Lan was staying at school. Second sister Xiao didn't think much of it. She knew that Xiao Lan's grades were very good now, and she just thought that Xiao Lan was making it easier for her to study. I have something to talk to her about. Second sister Xiao was a little disappointed. What do you have to talk to her about? Mother Xiao pursed her lips. Second sister Xiao clicked her tongue. Didn't you ask me to ask about her for third sister? Now I have some news. Only then did Mother Xiao get excited. The one you mentioned last time, the one whose family still has a few houses to be demolished? It's not that. Second sister Xiao waved her hand. She didn't tell second sister Xiao that she had told that person about the Xiao Lan, but that person didn't take a liking to her and even indirectly said that she was uncultured. Second sister Xiao was so angry that she scolded that person behind his back for a month. The previous one wasn't good. Those second-generation demolition freaks can't find their way around just because they have some money. If we want to find someone, we have to find someone who is economically savvy. They can make money and have money. His parents also run a restaurant. He's not very old, only 25 years old. Although he's not particularly handsome, he looks decent. He's also quite tall. Many people have been asking about him. It wasn't easy for me to talk to him. Don't let the goodies go to outsiders. Keep the good ones for your family. The more Madame Xiao heard, the happier she became. Second sister Xiao said that this young man was the only child in his family. His family background wasn't any worse than her second son-in-law's. I was going to ask him directly when Xiao Lan is here and arrange to meet him another day. Mom, why didn't you tell me that Xiao Lan is staying in school? How am I going to answer to him? Third brother's background isn't good to begin with. If I keep delaying, he might not get a chance. How is his background not good? Mother Xiao was firm this time. Xiao Lan's grades are very good now. He's even prettier than you. Wait, Yuan sent me a photo of him last time. She took out her phone and scrolled through it. She found the photo that Xiao Yuan had saved from Tieba. In the photo, Xiao Lan was wearing a team uniform. Regardless of whether it was his figure or his looks, he was top-notch. Second sister Xiao looked at the photo for a long time before sighing. I haven't seen third brother for half a year. He's already so outstanding. Why didn't I see his potential before? The more she looked at him, the more beautiful he became. He was so beautiful that even second sister Xiao was jealous. Ever since she married her current husband, she had seen all kinds of beautiful women. However, she had never seen someone as beautiful as Xiao Lan. Originally, she thought that Xiao Lan didn't have any advantages because of his looks. She didn't expect that Xiao Lan would change so much. Second sister Qiao was instantly happy. She said to Mother Qiao, "Give Xiao Lan a call later. Ask Xiao Lan to make time to meet him." Mother Qiao agreed readily. This was a good thing, a very good thing. Xiao Lan didn't have a conscience. She still wanted to find such a good son-in-law for her. Mother Qiao didn't believe that Xiao Lan would be so ungrateful. After second sister Qiao left, Mother Qiao tried to contact Xiao Lan. However, no matter how hard she thought about it, she still didn't have Xiao Lan's contact number. She had saved her homeroom teacher's number in the past, but it was useless now. Xiao Lan was already in her second year of high school. Mother Qiao was so angry that she couldn't help but scold Xiao Lan for a long time. When Xiao Yuan came home that night, she dragged Xiao Yuan to Xiao Lan's class and asked him to look for Xiao Lan and ask him to come home. She said that something good had happened. Xiao Yuan asked Mother Qiao out of curiosity. Mother Qiao didn't tell Xiao Yuan that children shouldn't interfere in such matters. Xiao Yuan was reluctant. However, Mother Qiao gave him 100 yuan and Xiao Yuan agreed. The next morning, right after they finished their morning exercises, Xiao Lan, Baiyu, and the others were walking back from the field when they heard someone calling her name. When they turned around, they saw Xiao Yuan, who was as fat as a puddle. Xiao Lan frowned when she saw Xiao Yuan's family. When she saw that there were a few boys following behind Xiao Lan, she became even more annoyed. Xiao Yuan caught up with her in 2 steps. He had never called her sister before, but this time, he called her sister affectionately in front of her classmates. Xiao Lan felt goosebumps all over her body. She turned around and asked Baiyu to wait for her. Then, she turned around and asked Xiao Yuan what was going on. Xiao Yuan proudly turned around and lifted his chin at his brothers. Then, he said to Xiao Lan, "Mom wants you to come home this week. She'll look for you for everything." "What is it?" "I don't know," Xiao Yuan said. "Mom said that it's something good." What good could happen to the Qiao family? Xiao Lan couldn't be bothered with Xiao Yuan anymore. If you have something to say, just say it. If you can't explain it clearly, then forget it. I have something to do this weekend. I don't have time to go home. Who knew if she could come back if she went home? The Qiao family was like a quagmire to her. Xiao Yuan didn't expect Xiao Lan to be so difficult to talk to. He subconsciously wanted to bully Xiao Lan like he did in the past. However, when he saw how beautiful Xiao Lan was and how the boys in school couldn't hide their admiration for her, he suddenly felt a little scared. He could only watch as Xiao Lan walked away. He thought to himself that since he had already delivered the message, it was up to Xiao Lan whether she listened to him or not. It was his fault that his mother didn't explain the situation clearly. He also didn't know why he was looking for Xiao Lan. Although he was bullied by Xiao Lan, when he returned home, his group of brothers exclaimed that he actually knew Xiao Lan. Hearing everyone's envious tone, Xiao Yuan felt comfortable again. Baiyu waited for Xiao Lan to come back and said, "I saw this little fatty last time. He's here again this time." "Who is he?" "My brother. Biological brother." Baiyu was shocked. She looked at Xiao Lan and then at the little fatty. They didn't look like they were born from the same mother. They were like heaven and earth. Xianxia, who was behind them, looked at them from afar. She almost didn't play with her classmates anymore. However, she was quite familiar with the other girls in the 2 girls' classes. Especially the girls from the 2 girls' dormitory. She was walking with them now. One of the girls casually said, "Isn't that Xiao Lan's brother?" "How do you know that he's Xiao Lan's brother?" Xiao Lan's parents opened a small restaurant in front of the school gate. "I've been there a few times and I often see that little fatty," another girl explained. "Xiao Lan's family background is quite average," someone said. Then, she smiled and said, "Maybe it's because Xiao Lan's grades are too good. I subconsciously feel that her family background is also very good." Xianxia interrupted sarcastically, "If her family was good, she wouldn't have to hook up with a disabled person." The girl who was close to Xianxia was shocked and hurriedly pushed Xianxia to stop her from talking nonsense. However, she couldn't stop Xianxia. Recently, whenever Xianxia talked about Xiao Lan, it was as if she was holding back her anger. Even they felt that Xiang Xiaohan was targeting Qiao Lan. However, as for why, Xiang Xiaohan never said. Qiao Lan happened to see a handmade mural created by a foreign master one day. At first, Qiao Lan only thought that the mural was beautiful, but later on, she suddenly had an idea. She specially went to many places and finally bought the materials she wanted to buy for the mural. The final image of the mural was a clover. The image was very simple, but it was still a little difficult to make. It was made with threads one by one. The process was very delicate, but the final product was very beautiful. The leaves of the clover were a little three-dimensional and looked very textured at first glance. In the end, Tan Mo didn't tell Qiao Lan what he wanted for his birthday. The lyrics saying that one time was enough, but he didn't dare to ask for it even once because he was afraid that Qiao Lan would suspect something and find out something if it was just one time. He sat on the sofa. It was clearly Bikujek's Info's birthday, but he wasn't in the mood for it. The TV was filled with movies that Uncle Chen played casually. Ever since Qiao Lan told him to watch movies whenever he had time, Uncle Chen bought a lot of movies and played them for him whenever he was free. He liked movies with a lot of suspense. In his opinion, they were very interesting, such as Inception, 12 Angry Men, and so on. Uncle Chen would also show the movies he liked according to his preferences. However, the movie that Uncle Chen was showing today was a romance movie. He didn't want to watch it because ever since he understood the meaning of love, it brought him too much pain, and the pain he felt was even more. However, this movie was unexpectedly warm. Some of the fantasies and dreams that he once had were brought out little by little, making him a little reluctant to turn it off. This movie was really heartwarming. There were no great ups and downs. It was filled with tenderness and longing from beginning to end. The male lead in the movie gently held the female lead's hand. He carefully lowered his head and kissed her fingers. He was as devout as a believer. They touched, hugged, and finally kissed. Tan Mo suddenly turned off the TV. He didn't want to watch it again. He closed his eyes shamefully because at that moment, he thought of Qiao Lan. He couldn't help but want to hug her. He wanted to hold her hand like this and kiss her fingers, her cheeks, and even her lips in a holy and serious way. Some thoughts that he had never had before, once started, were like a crazy tide. He couldn't control it at all. The more he wanted to stop, the crazier it became. Gotcha. Someone opened the door and came in. Tan Mo suddenly opened his eyes and saw the familiar face that he couldn't help but think of. Tan Mo was a little stunned for a moment. Then, he woke up in an instant, as if he just realized that he had done something unforgivable. He stiffened as he watched Qiao Lan come closer. Then, she excitedly took out a black board from behind her back. After turning it over, he saw a 4-leaf clover made of fine threads. Lucky clover, a birthday present that I made myself. Tan Mo, I can't think of anything you want, so I'll give you a lucky clover. I hope that all your wishes can come true. The girl's smile was like a flower, so beautiful and so clean. But what was he thinking just a moment ago? Tan Mo felt that he was a dirty pervert, a devil who tried to drag an angel down to hell. Really, he was dirty. Everyone sat in the living room. Qiao Lan counted 16 candles and lit them one by one. Qiao Lan turned to look at Tan Mo. The candlelight reflected on the young man's delicate face. His light brown eyes were as dazzling as amber. He was so beautiful that Qiao Lan was slightly stunned. Uncle Chen chuckled and urged Tan Mo to quickly blow out the candles. Qiao Lan came back to her senses and hurriedly stopped him. Wait a minute. Make a wish first. You don't have to say it out loud. Tan Mo looked at Qiao Lan in silence. After a moment, he closed his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes and said faintly, "It's done." The birthday cake was made by Aunt Chen herself. Tan Mo loved to eat sweets, but he didn't eat much today. Qiao Lan could tell that Tan Mo wasn't in a good mood. She thought for a long time, from this morning until now. She tried to think of what could have made Tan Mo in such a bad mood, but she couldn't think of anything. Qiao Lan sighed. She grabbed the pillow next to her and put it in her arms. She rested her chin on the pillow and sighed softly. Tan Mo came out of the bedroom. His eyes fell on Qiao Lan, who seemed to be thinking about something. The weather outside was getting colder, but the house was very warm. The girl had just come out of the shower. She was wearing a comfortable beige dress. Her hair was half wet and draped over her thin shoulders. She was curled up on the sofa, hugging a fluffy pillow. Half of her slender white calves and legs were exposed under the beige dress. Tan Mo looked away. His eyes fell mechanically on the armrest of the sofa next to Chow Lan. It's late. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Chow Lan came back to her senses. She looked back at him and smiled. I'm going to sleep soon. Okay. Tan Mo nodded. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Chow Lan called out to him. Tan Mo, you. Did something happen to you recently? Chow Lan thought about it for a long time. It wasn't that Tan Mo was unhappy today. This unusual mood had actually lasted for a long time. Tan Mo was silent for a moment before he asked her, why do you ask? Because you haven't been in a good mood recently. She was really smart and sensitive, Tan Mo thought. Even Uncle Chen didn't notice it, but Chow Lan did. He shook his head and said he was fine. After Chow Lan went back to her room to sleep, he sat in the dark for a long time. He looked at the moon outside the window, at the spot where Chow Lan had just sat, and at the pillow in Chow Lan's arms. He stared at the pillow for a long time. Then, he carefully took the pillow and hugged it in his arms hesitantly and silently. On Sunday, Chow Lan was going to take the bus back to school as usual. After all, there was a self-study session on Sunday night. However, it started to rain outside. Uncle Chen looked outside and turned to Chow Lan. Lan, don't be in a hurry to leave today. I'll send you to school later. Don't refuse. It's raining so heavily outside. It's not a hassle to send you there. Chow Lan couldn't refuse Uncle Chen's offer. She thanked Uncle Chen and waited until almost 4 o'clock. Then, she picked up her backpack and followed Uncle Chen out. The affiliated high school had a self-study session on Sunday night. Many students came early to copy homework. At this time, there were quite a lot of people at the school gate. After Chow Lan got off the bus and entered the school, a few girls from an unknown class asked hesitantly, was that Chow Lan just now? Yeah. A few girls glanced at each other. There weren't many people in the school who didn't know about Chow Lan. Did she just get off from that car? A girl asked uncertainly. That car seems to be the one that sends and fetches Tan Mo every day. I think I saw it on the school's forum before. It costs more than 8 digits. A few girls who didn't pay attention to this matter were first shocked by the 8 digits. Then, they found the main point. So, the car that sends and fetches Tan Mo every day sent Chow Lan here today? Everyone was silent. They weren't students from class 18, but because the incident of Howing chasing after Chow Lan was too big, students who didn't like to gossip knew a lot. Those who liked to gossip even dug up all the boys that Chow Lan had a good relationship with. Among them, someone mentioned Tan Mo. It was said that Chow Lan's classmate in her first year of high school said that Chow Lan and Tan Mo were desk mates when they were in their first year of high school. Tan Mo didn't talk to anyone except Chow Lan. It wasn't a big deal that they had a good relationship, but today, they coincidentally saw Uncle Chen send Chow Lan over. This matter was somewhat ambiguous and intimate. There was also an indescribable strangeness. A boy only talked to one girl. Every day, he would teach this girl questions and even send her breakfast. Now, he even sent a car to fetch her. If it were other people, they would almost be sure that there was something fishy going on between the two. However, if it was Tan Mo, everyone would feel that it shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this, but it was too ambiguous, so it felt even more indescribably strange and awkward. I heard from my friend that she had a good relationship with Chow Lan's roommate. Chow Lan's roommate said that Chow Lan's family was very poor, so Chow Lan deliberately hooked up with Tan Mo. After all, Tan Mo's family is very rich. No way, I don't think Chow Lan is that kind of person. Otherwise, why would she reject Hao Ying's pursuit? Don't tell me Hao Ying's family doesn't have money? Then why is she always so nice to Tan Mo? And why is she taking Tan Mo's car to school now? Chow Lan didn't know what was going on. In the middle of the evening self-study session, Baiyu poked Chow Lan. Her expression was not very good, and she whispered to Qiao Lan, Lan, why did you come to school today? Qiao Lan didn't tell anyone that she usually went to Tan Mo's house on weekends. She subconsciously wanted to brush it off, but when the words were about to come out of her mouth, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. What's wrong? Someone took a picture of you getting out of Tan Mo's car on Tiba. Now, many people in WeChat moments are talking about it. Qiao Lan was stunned. She took Baiyu's phone and looked at it. Someone had posted a picture of her getting out of Uncle Chen's car today and said that it was definitely the car. Nowadays, as long as the names Qiao Lan, Haoying, Qin Yaoyang, and so on were involved, all the gossip seemed to explode in an instant. However, there were still people who deliberately led her in this direction and jokingly said that the school belle rejected Haoying's roses, but she didn't reject Tan Mo's luxury car. It seemed like a joke, but it couldn't hide the sarcasm directed at Qiao Lan. After work, there were even people who followed the trend and said that they had long heard that Qiao Lan started because Tan Mo's family was rich, so she took the initiative to contact Tan Mo. Qiao Lan's popularity was getting better and better, but there were also more and more people who disliked her, especially girls. Qiao Lan didn't even know many of the girls. Now, these people were speaking as if Haoying had been wronged. They said that comparing Haoying to a disabled person was an insult to Haoying. Qiao Lan's face had never looked so ugly before. She didn't know if it was because of her and Tan Mo, or because the setting of the novel, the students in this school were always so annoying. She couldn't figure out why so many people liked to use this kind of gloating and disgusting attitude to judge a stranger. What benefit could this bring to them? Psychological comfort? Qiao Lan couldn't figure it out, and she didn't want to think about it. Her first reaction was that she didn't want Tan Mo to see these messy things. Qiao Lan returned the phone to Baiyu and said to Baiyu, don't let Tan Mo see these things, and don't mention it when Tan Mo is here. However, Qiao Lan forgot that Tan Mo's perception of the surroundings was many times more sensitive than hers. He didn't know what was going on, but he could feel that people who clearly didn't know him were sizing him up. However, no one around him told him what was going on. It was another week of PE class. Everyone left the classroom. Tan Mo sat in the classroom and read a book. The girls outside who didn't want to be under the sun ran to the shadow of the teaching building and hid from the sun to chat. Tan Mo wasn't in the mood to listen to what they were saying, but he suddenly heard Qiao Lan's name. Tan Mo never dared to let Qiao Lan and other people know his thoughts. He was afraid that his broken body would bring rumors to Qiao Lan. However, Tan Mo never thought that the rumors would jump into his ears in a way that he couldn't accept. That's Qiao Lan in the distance, right? Do you think she's like what everyone said? That she deliberately got close to Tan Mo because of Tan Mo's family's wealth? I don't think so, someone said. I think Qiao Lan is really good to Tan Mo. I really don't understand. How can Tan Mo compare to Haoying? Is Qiao Lan blind? Tan Mo didn't understand the meaning of this sentence, but the next sentence suddenly made his rationality collapse. You don't understand, the girl laughed for a long time. Have you heard of a phrase? What? Mu can't do it. Tan Mo had been insulted and looked down upon ever since he was a child. He used to be irritable and impulsive, but as he grew up, he no longer cared about what people said or slandered him. He rarely got angry because of other people's words. However, he would never have imagined that one day, the person whom he could not bear to say a harsh word to, or to make even the slightest bit sad, would be called such an unpleasant name because of him. Cruel. As soon as he said this word, Tan Mo felt that it was hard to even breathe. Because she was good to him, because she was too kind, she had to endure these dirty words for no reason. It was all because of him. Tan Mo finally knew why everyone was looking at him strangely these past 2 days. Qiao Lan couldn't have not known, but Qiao Lan didn't tell him. As for the reason, it wasn't hard to guess. But Tan Mo didn't feel touched. Anger and regret had burned him to the bone. After the PE class, Tan Mo looked at the girl's smile without any haze. Tan Mo opened his mouth but didn't say anything in the end. What should he say? Tell Qiao Lan not to be good to him anymore? Tell her not to let people misunderstand that she liked a person with a disability? How could that be? Qiao Lan didn't tell him about this matter, which clearly showed her attitude. She would never change her position because of other people's gossip. And this matter didn't have anything to do with Xiao Lan at all. It had to do with him. Tan Mo sat in the car and didn't say a word. It didn't take him long to figure out a way to cut off the possibility of these rumors. It was clear and clear. There were only two ways. First, he could take the initiative to stay away from Xiao Lan, or even leave this place completely. As long as he left, all the disputes would disappear. Second, if he could stand up. He knew that not only could he not stand up with his legs, but compared to his legs, his mental disability made him feel even more uneasy and inferior when facing Xiao Lan. He had thought that even if he could stand up one day, Asperger's disease would still be with him. Asperger's disease was a natural defect, and there was no possibility of cure. But now, Xiao Lan was slandered because of his crippled legs. Tan Mo saw the meaning of standing up again. If he could prevent Xiao Lan from getting hurt, he was willing to give up his persistence, even if it was to make up for his mother's guilt. In fact, he was such a selfish person. There were clearly two paths he could take. He could clearly choose to leave the Xiao Lan as far away as possible. But as soon as he closed his eyes and thought about how there would be no traces of the Xiao Lan in his life, Tan Mo didn't dare to think about it anymore. Just like a person out of water. He would die. He wanted to choose the second path. The scene of the car accident began to appear continuously in his mind. His mother's scream when the car lost control and crashed into him. His mother's bright eyes when she held him in her arms at the last moment. After the explosion, she fainted due to the severe pain in her legs. His grandparents pointed at him and said that he had ruined his mother's life and caused her to die. The car accident, the explosion, the blood, the hospital. Scene after scene flashed in front of his eyes again. Tan Mo opened his eyes in pain, but he couldn't see anything in front of him. The PTSD, which had been dormant for a long time, suddenly rushed into his mind. He didn't know where the voice came from, but it kept asking him why he didn't go back on his word. Why didn't he die back then? Why didn't he go back on his words? Why didn't he die back then? You betrayed your beliefs. You will suffer retribution. The people you protect will also suffer retribution. Tan Mo's breathing became more and more rapid. He had no choice but to cover his heart with his hand. Uncle Chen was shocked by Tan Mo's sudden change. He was so shocked that he stepped on the brakes and stopped the car. Uncle Chen opened the car door and anxiously asked Tan Mo what was wrong. In a hurry, he grabbed Tan Mo's wrist forcefully. A dull pain came from his wrist. Tan Mo looked down absent-mindedly and saw the peace knot and the obsidian bead on his wrist. If I betray my beliefs, bad luck will definitely befall me. Tan Mo looked at the black bead and murmured, "Let everything befall me." Everything had nothing to do with Xiao Lan. If there was karma, it should be borne by him alone. Uncle Chen was shocked by Tan Mo's sudden relapse. When he heard what Tan Mo was murmuring, his eyes turned red and he anxiously asked him what was wrong. After a long while, Tan Mo's eyes finally focused. He lowered his head, looked at Uncle Chen, and said slowly, "Contact the doctor for me." Uncle Chen seemed to have heard something unbelievable. For a moment, he was stunned on the spot. After a long while, he was so excited that his hands were trembling non-stop. "Contact. I'll contact him tomorrow." No. "I'll contact him as soon as I get home." Uncle Chen didn't know what had happened that made Tan Mo finally think things through and give up his stubbornness. Tan Mo didn't say anything. It didn't matter. He didn't ask either. Tan Mo had finally received treatment. It was enough to make him so excited that he couldn't speak. When he got home that day, Uncle Chen immediately called the doctor who was in charge of Tan Mo's surgery when Tan Mo had just returned from abroad. Although he could ask the doctor to check on Tan Mo at home, he didn't have the equipment at home. So, it was best to go to the hospital. Tan Mo sat in his wheelchair. His finger gently slid across the screen of his phone. He quietly looked at the WeChat chat with Xiao Lan. The last WeChat message was sent not long ago. It was from Xiao Lan at noon after he finished talking to Xiao Lan. Looking at the message, Tan Mo sat motionless for a long time. It wasn't until 9:30 p.m. that Tan Mo sent a WeChat message to Xiao Lan, telling her that he wouldn't be going to school tomorrow. Less than half a minute after the message was sent, Xiao Lan called. The girl's voice was mixed in with the noise and sounded a little unclear. "What's wrong?" Xiaolan asked. She suddenly became nervous. "Is your leg hurting again?" "Yeah," Tan Mo said, "so I won't be going tomorrow. If you don't feel well, just rest at home. Your health is the most important thing. You're too weak now." Sometimes, the girl was like a little monk. Sometimes, she was even more talkative than Aunt Chen. However, Tan Mo listened for a long time. She talked on the phone while he listened quietly. Baiyu was probably calling her on the phone and asking who she was talking to. Xiaolan didn't care at all and directly said, Tan Mo's heart suddenly hurt. He hurriedly found an excuse to hang up the phone. Uncle Chen waited for him to finish the call before he came in and said, "I've already contacted the doctor. We'll go tomorrow morning." "Okay," Tan Mo didn't move and nodded. Uncle Chen took a deep breath and asked hesitantly, "Tomorrow, is it really okay to go to the hospital?" Tan Mo's fear and rejection of hospitals and doctors was too serious. Whenever he thought of the knife Tan Mo stabbed his leg, Uncle Chen still felt scared. "Yes," Tan Mo's tone was unexpectedly calm. "Wake me up on time tomorrow morning." Uncle Chen nodded and closed the door for Tan Mo. After closing the door, Uncle Chen's face fell instantly. He sat on the sofa. The old man in his 50s covered his eyes and couldn't help but cry silently. He didn't tell Tan Mo that when he talked to the doctor just now, the doctor said that Tan Mo's leg had been dragging for too long. It might be very difficult. The doctor said it would be very difficult, but Uncle Chen understood that Tan Mo's real condition might be much more difficult than that. He sat alone in the living room for a long time. He wiped his face and went back to the bedroom. The next day, he was still full of energy. As if he didn't know anything, he woke Tan Mo up and took Tan Mo to the hospital. Uncle Chen spent a lot of effort to postpone the doctor's appointment in the morning and give the earliest time to Tan Mo. It hadn't been too long since he went to the hospital last time. When his grandfather passed away, Tan Mo also went to the hospital. However, today, it wasn't for anyone else, but for himself. The person who was being examined wasn't anyone else, but him. When he thought of this, Tan Mo's nerves began to tighten uncontrollably. The process of the examination seemed to be slowed down. It was more difficult than Tan Mo imagined. He listened to Uncle Chen answer the doctor's questions with a stiff body. He lay on the cold equipment and listened to the incessant beeping of various machines in his ears. It had been a year and a half since the car accident. He hadn't received any professional examinations for a year and a half. Now, he was being examined one by one, including his leg and his overall physical fitness. After a whole morning, the doctor's expression changed from solemn to serious. Although Xiaolan had taught him a lot of expressions, Tan Mo still couldn't detect the slight changes in his emotions. Only Uncle Chen felt the temperature in his heart drop. The doctor signaled Uncle Chen to follow him out. Uncle Chen pretended to be relaxed and asked Tan Mo to wait for him. Then, he followed the doctor out. The doctor took out a thick stack of scans and other things and pointed them out to Uncle Chen. The doctor was very professional. Uncle Chen couldn't understand everything, but he could roughly understand. He clasped his hands together tightly. "You don't have to tell me this. I don't understand. I just want to know. Can it be cured?" In the end, Uncle Chen almost gritted his teeth as he spoke. The doctor was silent for a long time. Then, he sighed. At first, because of the patient's resistance, the treatment wasn't thorough. After a year and a half of no professional examinations and treatment, the striated muscle dystrophy led to muscle atrophy. The striated muscle has spread all over the body. Rehabilitation is very painful and difficult. Young Master's body has been damaged for a long time and can't withstand rehabilitation, so there's a high probability that young Master can only sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Chen Boswang was extremely jealous, but he still didn't give up. "What's the high probability?" 98%. Uncle Chen felt his brain explode. He couldn't stand anymore and staggered a few steps back. The doctor hurriedly grabbed Uncle Chen, but when he looked up, he froze on the spot. It was unknown when Tan Mo had come out. There was no sound at all. His light brown eyes still looked calm. He looked at the doctor and Uncle Chen quietly. After a while, he repeated softly, 98%. The doctor hurriedly corrected himself. Actually, it's not that high, it should be higher. 99%, or even 100%. He thought that he might have a new beginning after choosing a different path, but he didn't expect his retribution to come so quickly. He once said that if there was any misfortune, please punish it on him. Now, everything came true, but it came much earlier than he thought. Sometimes, life was so heartless that it was scary. There were only two paths between life and death, but after just one day, one path became a thought. The doctor told Tan Mo that he might spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. He couldn't stand up, he couldn't become a normal person in other people's eyes, he couldn't get Xiao Lan to get rid of the suspicion of Mu Can. Now, he didn't have the right to choose. Fate only left him one thing to do. That was to leave Xiao Lan. Stay away from her and don't let anyone see Xiao Lan have anything to do with him. At this moment, Tan Mo felt that his heart was in so much pain that he couldn't feel anything. Xiao Lan buzzed for a moment. Tan Mo lowered his head and saw that it was a WeChat message from Xiao Lan. She asked if he was feeling better today and if he could come to school tomorrow. Why did she still care about him? Because of him, she had already been hurt so badly. Why did she still insist? Sometimes, Tan Mo really wished that Xiao Lan could be a little more selfish and not so kind. He couldn't go to school tomorrow, nor the day after. Maybe he wouldn't go to school every day in the future. After a long time, Tan Mo replied to Xiao Lan's WeChat message and told her that he probably wouldn't be coming this week. Why? Xiao Lan called as promised. Is it that serious this time? Yes, Tan Mo said. It's very serious. After a long silence, she said, Tan Mo, go to the hospital for a checkup. I'll go with you this weekend, okay? Tan Mo closed his eyes. His hand holding the phone was a little unsteady. He suddenly called Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan asked him softly. Tan Mo suppressed his extreme pain and said in a hoarse voice, I'm saying if I go for a checkup and the doctor tells me that I'll never be able to stand up, what would you do? But just as the words were about to come out of his mouth, Tan Mo suddenly mocked himself. Why would he ask Xiao Lan what to do if he couldn't stand up? What did this have to do with him? What was he expecting from Xiao Lan? It's nothing, I was just spouting nonsense. Just as Tan Mo was about to say this, Xiao Lan's voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Lan didn't know why Tan Mo would suddenly ask such a question. By the time Tan Mo finished asking, she had already opened her mouth without thinking. Then I'll take care of you for the rest of your life. After she finished speaking, the other end of the Xiao Lan phone suddenly fell silent. Tan Mo held his phone in a daze. After Xiao Lan realized what he had said, he suddenly felt his ears burning. Both of them couldn't hear what he had said after that. After he hung up the phone in a daze, Xiao Lan held her phone in a daze and squatted on the outdoor balcony outside the dormitory where clothes were hung up to dry. After Tan Mo asked that question, she blurted it out without thinking. When Tan Mo asked her what she would do if she couldn't stand up in the future, her thought was just like what she had said. If she couldn't stand up, then she couldn't stand up. She would still take care of him like she did now. But after she blurted it out, Xiao Lan realized that this sentence seemed to have a special meaning. It was like a love sentence. Tan Mo was naive and didn't understand these things, but how could Xiao Lan not understand? No matter if it was a man or a woman, when you blurted it out, when you had already thought of taking care of someone for the rest of your life, what did it mean? Xiao Lan squatted in the dark, silently thinking about why she had said those words. But when she thought about it carefully, it seemed that her thoughts weren't completely untraceable. A long time ago, Xiao Lan had thought about the traces of Tan Mo in the book. She thought about how he would leave school in his second year of high school, reappear in his first year of university, and end his life in his third year of university. She didn't want Tan Mo to repeat that kind of life, and she didn't want a fresh life to leave this world. Therefore, she always tried her best to make him feel that someone liked and cared about him. She didn't want him to lose confidence in life and live on bravely. After knowing each other for more than a year, Xiao Lan saw Tan Mo as her responsibility and the most important person to her. She wanted him to go through high school well, and then she would protect him and let him go through university safely. She didn't want any more tragedies to happen. Xiaolan didn't think about the distant future. She didn't specifically think about these things, but it had unknowingly become like this. Now that she specifically calmed down and seriously thought about it, what would happen after she accompanied Tan Mo through the fateful moment of death? Could she let go and let Tan Mo live on his own? Or could she give him to someone else? Xiaolan thought about it for a long time, and finally decided that she couldn't do it. She didn't feel at ease. She didn't feel at ease. She didn't feel at ease. She didn't feel at ease about whether someone would appear after she left, just like Song Yao in the original novel, who pushed him into hell again. She was even more worried about whether she would never see him again after she left for a while, just like in the novel. Therefore, she really wanted to take care of Tan Mo and see him live on peacefully forever. Xiaolan didn't specifically think about these things, but unknowingly, she had already made plans for the future. That was why when Tan Mo asked her that question, she didn't even think about it and said that she could take care of Tan Mo for the rest of his life. No matter how she thought about it, she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with her thoughts. However, when she thought about it again, she still felt that there was something wrong with her words. Xiaolan squatted on the balcony. After a long time, she sent a text message to Baiyu. If someone says that they want to take care of you for the rest of your life, what do you think they mean? Baiyu replied instantly. A bunch of what the F***ck shocked Xiaolan so much that her eyes hurt. F***ck, 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 what do you mean by that? Who said that to you? These words of love are too flirtatious. This is even more touching than I love you. If someone said that to me, I would definitely go with them. Xiaolan was speechless. Xiaolan repeatedly explained that no one had said that to her. She just wanted to ask. However, after a long time, she asked Baiyu again. If one day, you have the thought of taking care of someone for the rest of their life, what does that mean? It means that I love you so much. Xiaolan was speechless. What kind of mess is this? Her actual age was actually 3 or 4 years older than Tan Mo. Moreover, Tan Mo was so innocent and didn't know anything. According to Baiyu's words, wasn't she taking advantage of Tan Mo? What kind of words were Baiyu saying? She couldn't listen to it. After thinking about it for a long time, she couldn't come up with anything. She simply stopped thinking about it. She thought to herself that Tan Mo definitely didn't understand the ambiguity in her words anyway. Tan Mo's leg pain seemed to be quite serious this time. After school on Friday afternoon, she would go to Tan Mo's house to take a look. In the blink of an eye, it was Friday. After the last class ended, Xiaolan sent a message to Tan Mo to ask if he was at home. If he was, she would go over. Tan Mo replied that he was outside. After a while, he told Xiaolan to wait for a while. He had something to do with Uncle Chen. He would pick her up after he was done. Xiaolan thought for 2 seconds and said okay. While she was hesitating, she remembered all kinds of rumors and slanders that had been spreading in school after she got out of Uncle Chen's car. Xiaolan actually didn't feel that much of an impact. Her classmates were all very nice. Except for Xianxia, who was eccentric, no one said anything. Some of them even scolded the people from other classes for being ignorant and having dirty thoughts. When she first found out about this, Xiaolan was angry for the whole night of self-study. However, after sleeping for a while, she was no longer angry. No matter how they slandered her and how they were jealous of her, she still did well in her exams. Now, she even looked good. She just took it that they were jealous. Did she really have to purposely avoid Tan Mo for those people? Purposely stay far away from Tan Mo? In her heart, their opinions couldn't even compare to a single hair on Tan Mo's head. Therefore, when Uncle Chen said that he wanted to pick her up this time, Xiaolan only thought for a moment before agreeing. She wasn't afraid that someone would see her. Sometimes, everyone didn't believe you. This didn't mean that you were wrong, but that they were blind. Xiaolan went back to the dormitory to get some clothes. When it was almost 6 o'clock, she went out of school and stood in the neighborhood opposite the school to wait for Uncle Chen. However, before Uncle Chen arrived, she heard someone calling her. Xiao Lan turned around and looked for a long time before she recognized the person sitting in the car. It was her second sister Xiao. When second sister Xiao saw Xiao Lan, she glanced at the other two people sitting next to her and finally heaved a sigh of relief. She had been driving to Fuzhong High School every day for a few days. Just thinking about it made her angry. A few days ago, second sister Xiao found out that Xiao Lan didn't live in school because it was convenient for her to study. Her parents had accused Xiao Lan of stealing money and kicked her out. Fortunately, her mother had patted her chest and promised her that she would definitely bring Xiao Lan back. However, after waiting for a long time, Xiao Lan still didn't show up. Fortunately, Xiao Lan's photo was so stunning that the prospective son-in-law, who had already lost his patience, changed his mind after seeing Xiao Lan's photo. He even said that he was willing to wait for a few more days. Later on, when he heard about Xiao Lan's grades in the residence, he was even more satisfied and took the initiative to look for her every day, saying that he wanted to see Xiao Lan. Second sister Xiao was so happy that she urged Mother Xiao to see Xiao Lan a few times, but she didn't see Mother Xiao. Later on, she finally found out that Mother Xiao had kicked Xiao Lan out. She was so angry that she had no choice but to drive over to try her luck. She had been here a few times and finally bumped into Xiao Lan today. Xiao Lan had just come out of school and was still wearing her school uniform. However, she was surrounded by boys and girls in school uniforms. Xiao Lan stood out from the crowd and was easily noticed. When they turned around, she was even more stunning. The eyes of the young man sitting in the back of the car lit up. Although he had seen Xiao Lan's photo before, he had never seen her in person. He had heard that Xiao Lan's grades were exceptional and she was indeed different from the rest of the Xiao family, so he was looking forward to seeing her in person. Now, he finally saw her in person. Unlike second sister Xiao, who was young and had a face full of makeup, the girl in the distance had a clean face, but she was still stunningly beautiful. Luo Nian finally felt that she hadn't come here in vain. Second sister Xiao greeted Xiao Lan with excessive enthusiasm. Xiao Lan frowned and walked over. She stood a meter away from the car and greeted second sister Xiao. Second sister Xiao became happier the more she looked at Xiao Lan. "Where are you going? Are you going home?" Xiao Lan glanced into the car and saw that other than second sister Xiao, there were two other people in the car. "No, I'm going to my friend's house." Xiao Lan subtly took 2 steps back. "How can you go to your friend's house if you don't go home during the holidays? Come on, I'll take you to dinner. We haven't seen each other in a long time. It's rare for us to meet and talk." Xiao Lan finally saw clearly that there was a man and a woman sitting in the back of the car. She didn't know the man, but he was staring straight at her. His gaze made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Xiao Lan felt that something was amiss. Second sister Xiao wasn't at home taking care of the children, so it was strange for her to suddenly appear here. In the past, second sister Xiao was indifferent to her, so it was even stranger for her to be so enthusiastic now. "No, I've already talked to my friend." Xiao Lan took 2 steps back. "My friend is here, I'll leave first." Hey, don't go." Second sister Xiao chased after Xiao Lan in her high heels. Just as she was about to grab Xiao Lan's arm, she saw a middle-aged man walking towards them. It was a middle-aged man, but he looked very energetic and was very tall. Second sister Xiao was shocked. Just as she was about to ask what the man was doing, she saw Xiao Lan greet the middle-aged man and then get into the car opposite them. Second sister Xiao was so angry that she wanted to chase after him, but she saw the car first. It was better if she didn't see it, but she was shocked when she saw it. Second sister Xiao married a rich man, and slowly got to know the so-called rich people. She also saw many eye-opening things, such as cars. The car she drove was bought by her husband, a BMW that cost more than 600,000 yuan. Second sister Xiao drove this car everywhere, and she couldn't help but show off when she saw her old friends. Other than showing off her own car, second sister Xiao also liked to show off her husband's car. Her husband had a Land Rover that cost more than 1 million yuan, almost 2 million yuan. However, a few guests came to the hotel once, and the hotel staff later told her that these guests were really rich. There were 3 cars parked outside the hotel, and 2 of them were as expensive as 8 figures, A 2 million yuan car was already a luxury car that second sister Chow didn't even dare to think about. An 8-figure car was even more astronomical. The total assets of her old fair hotel were also around 8 figures. What was so good about a car that could be so expensive? Second sister Chow went to take a look, and when she came back, she told her husband about it. Her husband laughed at her for being ignorant, and then the two of them got together to look at many real luxury cars to satisfy their eyes. Now that she knew a little about cars, she could tell at a glance that the car Chow Lan was the one she saw before that cost more than 8 figures. Second sister Chow was dumbfounded. Not to mention the Luoyan sitting behind her, even her husband couldn't afford such a car. How could Chow Lan's classmates be so rich? Second sister Chow returned to the car. Luoyan asked, "Where's your sister?" "She said she's going to her classmate's house," second sister Chow said. Luoyan was a little unhappy. She had been here for a few days and finally saw him, but she didn't manage to get him to stay. Luoyan couldn't help but complain to her second sister Chow. Second sister Chow was so angry that she wanted to curse back, but she didn't dare to. She still needed Luoyan's help. Second sister Chow could only sigh. Why didn't Luoyan see the car just now? If he saw it, he wouldn't be so arrogant. Chow Lan got rid of second sister Chow and got into the car. As soon as she got into the car, she raised her head and met Tan Mo's eyes. She didn't know if it was because she hadn't seen Tan Mo for a few days or because she accidentally said those words of love that day, but now, when she met Tan Mo's gaze, Chow Lan felt a little embarrassed and averted her eyes. She didn't know if it was because she hadn't seen Tan Mo for a few days or because she accidentally said those words of love that day, but now, when she met Tan Mo's gaze, Chow Lan felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Tan Mo didn't notice this subtle expression. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't know what it meant. Chow Lan was relieved. Uncle Chen had been suffering for the past 2 days, but he still pretended to be energetic in front of Chow Lan. He asked her who was pulling her just now. "My second sister." Chow Lan casually chatted with Uncle Chen. She didn't treat Uncle Chen and Tan Mo as outsiders, and she didn't want to hide the truth for second sister Chow. She simply told them about second sister Chow's past. Uncle Chen didn't know what to say after hearing it. Sometimes, Uncle Chen really didn't understand. Chow Lan was such an excellent child, but why was her family like this? But he wasn't in the mood to care about this now. He went out with Tan Mo today to have dinner with Tan Mo's father. Tan Mo said that he wanted to go abroad. Tan Mo didn't hide it from Uncle Chen. Maybe it was because it was too painful to hold it in, so he wanted to find someone to talk about it. He told Uncle Chen that he liked Chow Lan. Uncle Chen finally knew why Tan Mo agreed to go for a checkup. But when he thought about the results of the checkup, his heart couldn't help but ache. Young master, Lan Lan probably doesn't care at all. She's a good girl. She doesn't care that you have AS and she doesn't care that you have legs. Uncle Chen had known Chow Lan for a long time. He didn't think that Chow Lan would feel weird after knowing that Tan Mo liked her, so she stayed away from Tan Mo. "She doesn't care, but I care," Tan Mo said. "She's a good girl, so there's no need for her to be tied to me." Uncle Chen was silent. Tan Mo had never understood love. Now, he finally understood. But understanding didn't mean he was happy. He liked her too much, so he had to leave. Uncle Chen wanted to say something, but when he saw Tan Mo's expression, he didn't say anything. Chow Lan always felt that Tan Mo and Uncle Chen were acting weird, but they didn't say anything. In the blink of an eye, a weekend had passed. Chow Lan returned to school, but she met a young man at the school gate. Chow Lan didn't recognize her at first glance, but the man said that he had seen her last Friday. Only then did Chow Lan remember that this was the person who had sat in the back of second sister Chow's car that day. Luoyan hadn't seen Chow Lan in person before, so it was fine. Now that he saw her, he couldn't forget her. He asked second sister Chow to come again, but second sister Chow refused to come no matter what. Luoyan cursed a few times in anger and decided to come himself. He drove his own $1 million car, wore branded clothes, and stood at the school gate like a lamppost, attracting everyone's attention. Chow Lan immediately took 2 steps back and looked up at him. "What's the matter?" Luo Nian looked at Qiao Lan's cold face and thought that Qiao Lan probably didn't recognize the branded clothes he was wearing. She was indeed a girl from a poor family. She was ignorant. Although he was poor, he was still good-looking. Luo Nian smiled and said, "I'm friends with your second sister. I even met your mother a few days ago." "So?" Luo Nian was stunned. "Your mother and sister didn't tell you?" Qiao Lan distanced herself from Luo Nian and said, "I haven't seen my mother in 6 months. If you need anything, you can talk to her." Then she turned around and left. She didn't stop until she was far away. She stood there silently for a long time. She thought that she would be able to live a peaceful life as long as she didn't provoke the Qiao family and stayed away from them. However, the Qiao family's shamelessness was beyond her expectations. Qiao Lan wasn't stupid. She thought about her second sister Qiao and immediately guessed why Luo Nian was looking for her. Was the Qiao family so poor that they were trying to sell their daughter back? Qiao Lan was so angry that she felt uncomfortable. However, when Qiao Lan suddenly received a text message from Luo Nian after the evening self-study session, she was dumbfounded. Where did Luo Nian get her number? Luo Nian was like a psychopath. He sent her all kinds of harassing text messages every day. Qiao Lan was so annoyed that she turned off her phone. It was the weekend again. Qiao Lan had promised Baiyu that she would go to Baiyu's house. However, she bumped into Luo Nian outside the school gate. Luo Nian wanted to invite her to dinner, but Qiao Lan said no. Luo Nian grabbed her wrist and pulled her to the car. Tan Mo was preparing to leave at the end of the month, which was 3 days later. He pulled open the drawer and saw a green bank card in it. "Tan Mo, this is all my savings for the past 2 years. Can you help me save it?" At that time, he had solemnly agreed to her request. He was about to leave without saying goodbye, but a bank card destroyed all his thoughts. He should have told her, although he was worried that he would be reluctant to leave after seeing her. Tan Mo stared at the card for a long time. He took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Qiao Lan. However, there was no reply even after a long time. Qiao Lan would never ignore his WeChat messages. Tan Mo vaguely felt that something was wrong. He dialed Qiao Lan's number again. However, Qiao Lan's phone was turned off and he couldn't get through. Tan Mo clenched the card in his hand tightly. After a few seconds of silence, he went to find Uncle Chen and rushed to the school. Most of the students had left, so there weren't many people at the school gate. Qiao Lan and Baiyu were being held back by Luo Nian. Luo Nian was tall and strong. If he didn't let Qiao Lan go, Qiao Lan couldn't get away. Qiao Lan saw Luo Nian reach out to grab her wrist. Qiao Lan was furious. She flung his hand away and told him to get lost. Luo Nian had never heard anyone tell him to get lost in his life. He was embarrassed and angry. After a few words, he revealed his true nature. "Your mother and sister are begging me to take you home. Don't think that you're a big shot just because you're pretty and you're good at school." Uncle Chen's car sped over. Tan Mo saw a fierce-looking man standing in front of Qiao Lan. He reached out his hand as if he was going to use violence. Tan Mo's pupil shrank. Uncle Chen didn't even need Tan Mo to say anything. He had already rushed out of the car and blocked Luo Nian's way. Some of the surrounding students wanted to step forward, but they didn't dare. Now that they saw Uncle Chen rushing forward, they also rushed forward and blocked Luo Nian. Luo Nian's face darkened. Seeing that there were so many people, he didn't stay any longer. Before he left, he said something like, "Qiao Lan, wait for me." Then, he got into his car and drove away. The students who were trying to help finally dispersed. Qiao Lan looked at Uncle Chen with a pale face. Then, she looked at Tan Mo, who was sitting in a wheelchair, and ran over. "Tan Mo, why are you here?" Tan Mo looked in the direction where Luo Nian had left. He couldn't suppress his anger. Who was that? Qiao Lan watched as the Luo Nian left. Her eyes were full of haze. Both the Luo Nian and the Qiao family had done this time. The former was a robber, while the latter was a human trafficker. No matter who it was, they were both disgusting. She unconsciously reached out and rubbed the arm that had been grabbed by the Luo Nian. It hurt, and it must have been red. Seeing Tan Mo suddenly appear here, Xiao Lan was surprised and worried. She turned around and asked him why he suddenly came here. When she lowered her head, she saw that Tan Mo's face was extremely pale. Tan Mo finally managed to control himself and put his eyes back on Xiao Lan. When he saw her hand covering her arm, his actions were faster than his thoughts. Before he could react, he had already grabbed Xiao Lan's wrist. Who is he? Xiao Lan lowered her head and looked at Tan Mo's hand that was tightly gripping her wrist. In the end, he didn't pull his hand away. He's the prospective son-in-law that my parents found. Baiyu was also shocked. She had been happily looking for Xiao Lan to go home, but she didn't expect to run into this. She really didn't expect that there would be someone who dared to openly kidnap someone at the school gate. Xiao Lan usually didn't mention her family's situation. Baiyu could only judge from the few words that Xiao Lan didn't have a close relationship with her family. However, she didn't expect it to be to this extent. The Luoyan had said very clearly that Xiao Lan's parents and sister had begged him to take Xiao Lan back. Xiao Lan's parents were clearly selling their daughter in exchange for betrothal gifts. It was precisely because of this that the Luoyan's attitude was so rampant. How shameless! Did he have any humanity left? Did he give birth to a daughter to sell for money when she grew up? Xiao Lan probably couldn't go to her house to play today. Tan Mo and Xiao Lan probably had something to talk about. Moreover, because of what the Luoyan had done, Baiyu didn't dare to casually bring Xiao Lan around. Who knew where the Luoyan would appear again? Thinking of the Luoyan, Baiyu still felt a lingering fear. However, in addition to the lingering fear, she was more worried. Luoyan had asked Xiao Lan to wait before he left. Xiao Lan was just a student. Her family wanted to sell her off and give her away. Luoyan looked rich and powerful. Who would help her? If the Luoyan again, who could help Xiao Lan? She didn't know why, but she subconsciously turned her head to look at Tan Mo. In fact, there were many people who liked Xiao Lan. Among them, there was no lack of people like Haoying who were also rich and powerful. However, Baiyu's first reaction was to think of Tan Mo. Even though Tan Mo couldn't stand up and looked much thinner than Haoying, Tan Mo was more reassuring than Haoying. Now that Tan Mo was here, Baiyu heaved a sigh of relief. She didn't force Xiao Lan to go to her house. She handed Xiao Lan to Tan Mo and turned to leave. On the way back, Baiyu finally figured out why she felt that Tan Mo was more reassuring. It was because she felt that Tan Mo's feelings for Xiao Lan were much deeper than Haoying's feelings for Xiao Lan. Although Haoying had said directly that she liked Xiao Lan, Tan Mo had never said that he liked Xiao Lan. But that was what she felt. It wasn't until Baiyu was far away that Tan Mo saw his hand grabbing Xiao Lan's wrist. He was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly let go. In his anger, he didn't know what to do. He could only ask her, "Does it hurt?" "It's okay. It doesn't hurt." Xiao Lan rubbed her wrist. She didn't want to be surrounded by people, so she turned around and got into the car with Uncle Chen and Tan Mo. After getting into the car, Xiao Lan told Uncle Chen and Tan Mo what had happened today. Last week, when Tan Mo came to pick up Xiao Lan, he met the second sister of Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan told them about the second sister Xiao. At that time, Uncle Chen only thought that second sister Xiao could be so shameless as a mistress. He didn't think that she could be so shameless. However, when he thought about it carefully, Xiao Lan once said that second sister Xiao was happy to be a mistress. Instead of being ashamed, her family was proud of it. Now that they had tasted the sweetness, they wanted to drag Xiao Lan down with them. Tan Mo was hidden in the darkness. He was still holding a bank card tightly in his left hand. His fingers were too strong, and the bank card was shaking as if it would break in the next moment. What would have happened if he and Uncle Chen had come a little later today? What would have happened if he had decided not to say goodbye to Xiao Lan and went directly to the United States, a few weeks or months later, when he finally couldn't help but want to see how Xiao Lan was doing? She might have been dragged into the mud by her disgusting family. She might have been forced to drop out of school. She might have been locked up at home and forced to be with her so-called son-in-law. There was a crisp sound. Xiao Lan turned her head in surprise. What was that sound? The bank card in her hand broke into two pieces. Tan Mo used all his strength to suppress his emotions. I don't know. Maybe it was the sound from outside the car. Xiaolan said, "Oh." Then she turned her head and asked him, "Tan Mo, why did you suddenly come to school? Is there something you need from me?" There was something. He was going to say goodbye to Xiaolan. He was going to leave soon. He wanted to see her and say goodbye in person. But now, where was he going? How was he going to leave? What would happen to Xiaolan if he left? Who would protect her and help her if he left? Perhaps Xiaolan was too optimistic. She always smiled as if she had no worries. She never complained, as if nothing could stop her. That gave Tan Mo an illusion that Xiaolan was actually living a good life. But in fact, she wasn't living a good life at all. How could such a family be living a good life? She was running desperately in front, but there were many people behind her who wanted to see her and pull her back. Tan Mo let go of his hand. The 2 halves of the bank card fell into the crack of the car. He was going to say goodbye to her, but he temporarily put it aside. Tan Mo said, "I called your phone, but I couldn't get through." Xiaolan took out her phone and said, "Luo Nian got my phone number from somewhere. She calls and texts me every day. I had no choice but to delete the card." Tan Mo's eyes darkened again. "Go get a new card first." Uncle Chen's car turned in the direction of a nearby mobile business center. After getting a new card and returning to Tan Mo's house, everyone was a little quiet. Even Xiaolan was a little absent-minded during dinner. She had to think about what to do now. She had thought that she could at least safely finish high school after collecting enough money, but the Chow family obviously had no bottom line. They were watching her all the time, ready to sell her out. There was no use in hiding unless she didn't step out of school for the remaining year and a half. Even so, Xiaolan didn't think it was feasible. This Luo Nian dared to arrest people at the school gate today. Who knew what he would do tomorrow, but what could she do if she didn't hide? Run home, have a big fight with the Chow family, and cut ties with them? How? Her name was still written in the Chow family's household register. The Chow family knew that she could pay back the money, so how could they agree to cut ties with her? And Xiaolan didn't dare to think about whether she could walk out of the Chow family again if she went back. Call the police? She was the daughter of the Chow family, and the police wouldn't interfere. Xiaolan took a deep breath and closed her eyes in annoyance. She really wished that she was an orphan. In the room next door, Uncle Chen carefully knocked on Tan Mo's door, walked in, and closed the door. Tan Mo didn't like Father Tan. Back then, Father Tan had cheated on his secretary when he was young. After his mother divorced Father Tan, she took him to the United States. Tan Mo didn't have any feelings for his father, but because his feelings were too weak, he didn't have any hatred. Father Tan had successfully entered the procuratorate because of Tan Mo's mother. Even now, Father Tan was the executive deputy prosecutor of the provincial procuratorate, a real cadre at the provincial level. Father Tan had never denied it. If it weren't for Tan Mo's mother's help, he wouldn't be where he was today. When Father Tan had cheated on his secretary, Tan Mo's mother didn't think twice and immediately divorced him. He was indeed full of guilt toward his ex-wife and son, especially after Tan Mo's mother passed away. That was why he had taken Tan Mo back. But that was it. Father Tan tried his best to compensate Tan Mo, but Tan Mo's mother's inheritance was too shocking. Even if Father Tan wanted to compensate Tan Mo, he didn't know where to start. Today, when he received a call from Uncle Chen and was told that Tan Mo was preparing to go back to the United States, Father Tan was surprised and couldn't hide his disappointment. He tried his best to persuade him, but to no avail. Unexpectedly, at night, Tan Mo personally called him. Some things could be done with money, but some things required a little power. Tan Mo called Father Tan. It wasn't difficult to spend money to investigate Luo Nian's situation clearly. Luo Nian's real family situation was far more pitiful than his arrogant appearance. In less than 2 hours, Tan Mo got all the information about Luo Nian and Luo Nian's parents. He even knew all the assets of Luo Nian's parents. Luo Nian, who seemed arrogant and domineering, had a father who ran a large hot pot restaurant. Luo Nian's father and second sister Qiao's husband had jointly invested in another branch of the restaurant, so they had been working together recently. Luo Nian's parents only had this one son when they were quite old. They spoiled him too much and raised Luo Nian to have a fearless personality. Father Tan was a little surprised that Tan Mo would take the initiative to look for him and target something very accurately. Tan Mo didn't say it directly. He just asked him to tell the Food and Drug Administration to put more effort into a hot pot restaurant on XX Street. Tan Mo didn't say it out loud, but Tan Mo's father understood what he meant. It was too easy to find trouble with a restaurant. Nowadays, many restaurants were selling fresh ingredients. In fact, there weren't many fresh ingredients. There were many raw materials and seasonings that were mixed with futures. Many times, when the Food and Drug Administration came for an inspection, the restaurant would be able to prepare in advance. If there was a sudden and strict inspection, then a large number of restaurants would have to close down. For Father Tan, it was just a matter of a few words. Moreover, it was Tan Mo who asked, so Father Tan naturally had no reason to refuse. After hanging up, Uncle Chen glanced outside and whispered to Tan Mo, then about going abroad. Tan Mo had made it clear that he wanted to help Xiao Lan to the end, so he definitely wouldn't go abroad in the near future. And maybe in the future, because he was worried about Xiao Lan, he probably wouldn't leave. Unexpectedly, Tan Mo said, after everything here is settled. You still want to go? Uncle Chen was surprised. Go to New York Special Surgery Hospital. Tan Mo lowered his eyelids. It was the best orthopedic hospital in the world. After today, Tan Mo realized that he wasn't completely useless to Xiao Lan. He could still protect her. Xiao Lan needed him. The doctor said that he had a 98% chance of sitting in a wheelchair forever. But other than this 98%, there was still a 2% chance of him being able to stand up. Once there was someone in his heart that he wanted to protect, everything seemed to be less scary. Even though it was only a 2% chance, he was willing to do everything he could for this 2% chance. Luo Nian was so embarrassed and angry that he turned around and called second sister Qiao. Second sister Qiao felt that she was superior in front of the Qiao family. However, when she was in front of her husband and his friends, she felt inferior even if she did not speak. Many people were polite to her on the surface, but behind her back, they often criticized her. Some said that she was not educated, and some said that she was a mistress. Every word they said was like a stab to second sister Qiao's heart. Second sister Qiao could rebuke people who were not as good as her without any hesitation. However, when faced with people who were much better off than her, second sister Qiao could only endure it. Recently, second sister Qiao's husband and Luo Nian's family had jointly opened a hot pot restaurant. Second sister Qiao had never been able to interfere with her family's business. However, she slowly understood that if she did not have any money or business, she would always be stepped on. Therefore, she pestered them and finally became half the person in charge of the new restaurant. There was no need to mention how happy second sister Qiao was. Every day, she drove her little BMW and enjoyed the days of being a boss. However, she was scolded by Luo Nian the moment she turned around. Luo Nian said that Xiao Lan did not know her place. She was a family of country bumpkins who thought that she could fly just because she was good-looking. Luo Nian scolded Xiao Lan, but second sister Qiao felt that Luo Nian was indirectly scolding her and the Qiao family. Second sister Qiao was furious. However, when she met these rich people, second sister Qiao could not help but feel inferior. Initially, she only thought that Luo Nian was scolding her. Perhaps after she rebuked him, Luo Nian would directly scold her. Second sister Qiao could only endure all the anger. After hanging up the phone, she angrily called Mother Qiao. If not for the fact that she did not have Xiao Lan's contact information, second sister Qiao might have called Xiao Lan. Mother Qiao was in a good mood these days. In order to court Xiao Lan, Luo Nian sent a lot of gifts to the Qiao family, such as fruits and health supplements. Mother Qiao was overjoyed. Compared to second sister Qiao's son-in-law, Luo Nian was much better. He was young, the only son in the family, and he was so generous. He had already sent gifts to the family. When Xiao Lan married him in the future, not to mention how many benefits there would be in the future, the betrothal gifts would definitely not be small. The more Mother Qiao thought about it, the happier she became. However, after a few days, second sister Qiao called and directly asked her what Xiao Lan wanted. Mother Qiao was even angrier when she heard this. She walked around the house, not only angry, but also confused. Am I harming her? Isn't the son-in-law I found for her good? It's rare that Luoyan likes her, but she's dragging him down. Mother Chow really did not expect that Chow Lan would directly provoke Luoyan. When she thought about the hundreds of thousands of dollars in betrothal gifts going down the drain, she could not sit still. After thinking about it for a long time, she could not just let it go. Wouldn't she be heartbroken if the duck in her hands flew away? However, finding Chow Lan was another problem. The affiliated high school was a very good school in the province. The management was very strict, and it was very difficult for people who did not know to enter the school. Previously, Chow Yuan said that she was not feeling well. Father Chow anxiously went to the school to pick her up, but the guard at the gate refused to let him in. Mother Chow did not know Chow Lan's phone number and could not enter the school. In the end, Mother Chow was at her wit's end. She dug up the phone number of Chow Lan's grade 1 class teacher and found the number of Chow Lan's grade 2 class teacher. Even if the teachers wanted to protect the students, this was a call from Chow Lan's biological mother. Mother Chow said that she had quarreled with Chow Lan and that Chow Lan was angry and refused to answer her call. She had no choice but to go to the class teacher. Most people would not think that a biological mother would scheme against their own child like this. Mother Chow seemed to be very concerned about her daughter, so the class teacher did not suspect anything. On Sunday night, Uncle Chen was worried that Luoyan would come to the school gate to cause trouble for Chow Lan again, so he personally sent Chow Lan over. After he went back, he followed Tan Mo's instructions and asked someone to keep an eye on Luoyan so that he would not go to the school gate to cause trouble for Chow Lan again. Luoyan purposely called second sister Chow to let the Chow family handle this matter. Then, he would let Chow Lan take the initiative to come to him. Therefore, Luoyan was very well behaved these 2 days and waited for second sister Chow to give him good news. Therefore, Luoyan did not harass Chow Lan for the time being. However, on the day of the flag raising on Monday morning, the class teacher said that she had something to discuss with her. Chow Lan's grades were good, so the class teacher often asked her for help. Last time, she even helped to grade papers, so Chow Lan did not think much of it. However, when Chow Lan went over, she saw Mother Chow, whom she had not seen for almost a year. Chow Lan turned around and wanted to leave, but the class teacher patted her on the shoulder and said, "Don't be angry with your parents. Look, your mother is worried about you. She even came to the school to see you. You can't be so stubborn anymore. Talk to your mother properly. There is no overnight hatred between a child and their parents." After saying that, the class teacher left happily. Chow Lan did not want to talk to Mother Chow at all, but when she turned around, she stopped. She could not keep hiding the matter between her and the Chow family. She had to find a time to resolve it. She had wanted to find a chance to talk to Father Chow and Mother Chow, but she was afraid that if she went back to the Chow family, she would not be able to leave again, so she could only put it on hold. Now, Mother Chow had taken the initiative to look for her. Chow Lan retreated. At this moment, everyone was raising the national flag, so there was no one else around. Mother Chow came looking for Chow Lan angrily, but when she entered the school, she felt a little uneasy. Then, when she saw Chow Lan, whom she had not seen for almost a year, she suddenly realized that her third daughter was so unfamiliar that she could not recognize her. Chow Lan was much prettier than before. Mother Chow had never seen such a beautiful girl in her life. However, the timidity that belonged to Chow Lan in the past was gone, and she was obviously alienated. Mother Chow did not know why, but she suddenly felt that she could not be arrogant. She stared at Chow Lan for a long time before she looked up at Chow Lan and said, "It's been a year. If I hadn't come to see you today, were you not going to go back for the rest of your life?" Mother Chow decided to play the emotional card first. After all, she was the one who gave birth to Chow Lan. Back then, she might have run away from home because she was really angry. It was impossible for her to not have any feelings for her family. If Chow Lan did not know the character of the Chow Lan's family, and if it was in the past, Chow Lan would have really thought that Mother Chow was worried about her. Chow Lan listened to the grade director handing out the moving red flag without any expression on her face. "If you have something to say, just say it." Mother Chow was about to say, "Mom has been worried about you," but she could not say it out loud. Mother Chow glared at Chow Lan in front of her. "I haven't seen you for a year, And this is your attitude when you see your mother? Do you still have any conscience? Ah, look at which family's child is like you. No family's parent is like you, Xiao Lan impatiently interrupted Mother Qiao's words. For a year, you didn't ask about me, you didn't give your daughter a single cent, and you didn't care about her life or death. Last week, the Luoyan came to school and almost kidnapped me. This week, you came. You and I both know what you're here for. There's no one else here. If you have something to say, just say it. The flag-raising ceremony will end in 10 minutes. Mother Qiao had lived shamelessly for more than 40 years. She never thought that there would be a day when she would feel guilty because of her own daughter. However, it was only a fleeting moment. A moment later, her nature was exposed. I heard from your second sister that the Luoyan came to look for you. In the end, you threw a tantrum and even asked your classmate to chase him away? Is there a problem? He came to look for you with good intentions. He sent you messages every day and even went to the school gate to take you out for a meal during the weekend. What's wrong with you? Why is your attitude so bad? Xiao Lan was simply unreasonable. Did I ask him to come? The Luoyan's family is so good. It's your blessing that he likes you. Why are you still being so picky? Do you really think that your eyes are in the sky just because you have a few classmates who are studying with you? Your sister and I were kind enough to arrange such a good thing for you and find you a good son-in-law. You've ruined everything. Xiao Lan took a deep breath. Are you arranging it for me or for you? How much betrothal gift did the Luoyan give you for you to be so considerate as to send your daughter over? Mother Qiao choked again. Xiao Lan was completely different from before. She was not a little girl who could be fooled by anything she said. Mother Qiao realized that she had really underestimated Xiao Lan. However, she was also a little embarrassed and angry when Xiao Lan exposed her so bluntly. What's wrong with asking for betrothal gifts? I've raised you for more than 10 years. What's wrong with asking for some betrothal gifts? You've spent my money to eat the food I cooked for you. You've spent more than 10 years eating my food for more than 10 years. Now you think you're pretty and powerful. There are quite a lot of rich students chasing after you, so you don't put your family in your eyes, right? Without me and your father, where would your smart brain come from? Where would your face come from? My brain has nothing to do with you guys at all. Xiao Lan couldn't listen to it anymore. So what exactly do you want? Mother Qiao finally stopped in satisfaction. Then, she softened her tone, I'm your mother. I definitely won't harm you. Luoyan's family background is so good. He's young and likes you so much. He's much better than your second brother-in-law. Go back with me obediently. Then, apologize to Luoyan and have a good meal with him, impossible. Xiao Lan interrupted Mother Qiao's words. If he dares to do it again, I'll call the police. Call the police for what? Mother Qiao exclaimed again. She really didn't understand what Xiao Lan was thinking. She immediately became impatient. Fine, fine, fine. It's fine if you don't want to see Luoyan. As long as you can give me the betrothal gift money, I don't care what you do. According to the conditions of Luoyan's family, the betrothal gift money would definitely be in the hundreds of thousands. She didn't believe that Xiao Lan would be so stubborn. I'll give you the money, but not now. What? Mother Qiao was dumbfounded. Xiao Lan said, after the college entrance examination is over, I can give you the money. Just treat it as a reward for raising Xiao Lan. As long as she could get into the top 2 universities in the country, she would be able to get a bonus of more than 200,000 yuan. As long as she maintained the status quo or even worked a little harder, Xiao Lan was confident that she would be able to get the money. Although it was a pity, Xiao Lan felt that everything would be worth it if she could cut off such a disgusting relationship with the Qiao family. If she gave the money to the Qiao family, she would be repaying the Qiao family's kindness for raising Xiao Lan. She would treat it as a reward for using Xiao Lan's body to repay the Qiao family. It would also treat it as all the alimony she would have to give to Father and Mother Qiao in the future. This way, she wouldn't have the obligation to support Father and Mother Qiao in the future. Using money to buy the rest of her life's peace. I'll give you the money after the college entrance exams. Whether I live or die in the future, it has nothing to do with you. Mother Chow was stunned. Her first reaction was, where did Chow Lan get so much money from? Could it be that her son was right? Was there really a rich boy in school who was chasing after Chow Lan? He was so rich that he could fork out hundreds of thousands of yuan at once. But if there was such a classmate, why did he have to wait until after the college entrance exams? Mother Chow couldn't figure it out. Who knows if you're lying? If you go to another university after the college entrance exams, I won't be able to find you in the blink of an eye. How am I going to find you then? It's fine if you don't agree. If you push me too hard, I might just leave in a few days and you won't be able to find me for the rest of your life. Mother Chow was instantly terrified. If Chow Lan really ran away in a hurry, who could she cry to? Mother Chow also thought of another possibility. She couldn't have imagined that Chow Lan had received the college entrance exams reward. Mother Chow felt that Chow Lan must have hooked up with some other rich student who might even be richer than Luo Nian's family. Mother Chow suddenly felt that it wasn't that Luo Nian couldn't find a better Chow Lan in the future. She could wait and see. The matter was finally settled. Mother Chow returned home satisfied. That night, she specially went to Chow Yuan to find out who was chasing after Chow Lan. Chow Yuan didn't know much about Hao Ying's family background, but since Hao Ying was a celebrity in school, Chow Yuan had heard a lot about her. Anyway, he's extremely handsome and comes from a rich family. I heard that his family is in the real estate business. Real estate, that was many times better than opening a hot pot restaurant. Mother Chow thought it through and immediately called second sister Chow. She asked second sister Chow to tell Luo Nian not to disturb Chow Lan again. Second sister Chow was dumbfounded. How did things turn out like this in the blink of an eye? Third brother has a short temper. What if he runs away one day when he's anxious? Madame Chow said, besides, I don't think that Luo Nian is that great. His parents are just restaurant owners, and your sister is so pretty. Maybe she'll meet someone better in the future. Second sister Chow was almost angered to death by Madame Chow. Mother Chow casually rejected this matter, but the one who had to report back to the Luo Nian was her, not Mother Chow. Mother Chow didn't dare to say this to Luo Nian. After much consideration, second sister Chow decided to push all the blame onto Chow Lan. Second sister Chow looked as if she felt very sorry for Luo Nian. She angrily scolded Chow Lan, saying that Chow Lan wouldn't agree no matter how many times they tried. She said that if they pushed her too hard, she would run away and they wouldn't be able to find her. Luo Nian had been waiting for good news for several days. In the end, this was the outcome. No matter how much he liked Chow Lan, he was only left with a belly full of anger. He was so angry that he scolded Chow Lan that he couldn't vent his anger. He immediately sent a message to the classmate who asked for Chow Lan's phone number. Chow Lan changed the phone number. Luo Nian couldn't get through to the number that Luo Nian asked for. He could only ask someone to ask for it again. In the end, he waited and waited, but there was still no news. Other than Tan Mo and Uncle Chen, no one else knew Chow Lan's phone number. Luo Nian was already angry, but now he was even more furious. Fine, fine, fine. You want to piss me off? Luo Nian was furious. She couldn't afford to piss Chow Lan off. Outsiders couldn't enter the affiliated high school from Monday to Friday. Even if Luo Nian had money, it wouldn't work. Luo Nian could only continue to wait outside the school on weekends. He didn't believe that Chow Lan would stay in the school forever. Chow Lan really didn't come out. Ever since he decided to take the money, Chow Lan resumed his high-intensity studies in the first year of high school. He studied every day. Moreover, Tan Mo didn't come to school anymore. Chow Lan suddenly felt that the number of people talking to him had decreased by more than half. Luo Nian waited outside the school for 2 days without finding anyone. He was so angry that his teeth itched, but he couldn't think of a solution. In the end, before he could think of a solution, Luo Nian's family suddenly got into trouble. The Food and Drug Administration, which usually wouldn't make a move at this time, suddenly conducted an inspection and found that the ingredients in the kitchen were not up to standard. Every year, many restaurants were found to be not up to standard. Usually, as long as the case wasn't too serious, the fine would be a few thousand yuan. In the end, the fine would be tens of thousands. Therefore, Luo Nian didn't take it to heart at first. However, when the final decision was made, Luo and Luo parents were dumbfounded. The fine wasn't much, but the whole restaurant was forced to close down. They couldn't leave. This was like a bolt from the blue for the Luo family. At the same time, Luo father and second sister Qiao were running a branch of the restaurant together. Second sister Qiao had never run a restaurant before. She had been following father and mother Qiao for a long time. She was used to seeing father and mother Qiao use bad ingredients on purpose. Not long after the new restaurant opened, she learned from father and mother Qiao and was directly caught red-handed. Luo restaurant had the Food and Drug Administration go through a lot of trouble to find ingredients that didn't meet the requirements. However, second sister Qiao's restaurant had the same ingredients everywhere. The branch that had been open for less than a month was directly closed down, and its permit and business license were revoked. However, Luo father was even more unlucky. The owner of this restaurant was his name. Luo father had managed to escape a disaster with his original restaurant. However, second sister Qiao's crafty actions directly dragged Luo father into hell. The two restaurants were directly suspended from production. They were directly criticized on the provincial news. Within a few days, everyone knew that the two hot pot restaurants were not hygienic and used expired ingredients. The restaurant's reputation was damaged, and there was only one outcome left: bankruptcy. Luo, who drove a small luxury car every day, didn't even have time to clean up the Qiao lawn when his family suddenly fell into a financial crisis. He couldn't care less about the Qiao lawn anymore. Luo had a feeling that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. Luo father seemed to have aged a few years recently. Every day, he would ask Luo mother if Luo had offended someone outside. The sudden inspection, the strict punishment, and the media publicity that followed, the series of operations seemed to have been premeditated. Luo broke out in a cold sweat. Although he didn't want to believe it, he couldn't help but think of the Qiao lawn. The only person he hated the most was the Qiao lawn. However, he couldn't figure out how the Qiao lawn could be so powerful. Luo family was gloomy, and second sister Qiao was so scared that she didn't even dare to breathe. To put it bluntly, second sister Qiao had directly dragged Luo father into the water. If it weren't for second sister Qiao, the business license wouldn't have been revoked. Second sister Qiao had single-handedly ruined the new restaurants that second son-in-law had invested in. Not only had she caused her husband to lose millions, but she had also become enemies with the Luo family. Second sister Qiao's husband angrily pointed at second sister Qiao and scolded her for being a hero when she didn't even know how to read. He said that she had learned the bad habits of stealing from the second sister Qiao and caused him to lose millions. The more he said, the angrier he got. In the end, he hit her. His son, who was less than 2 years old, cried and screamed. However, second son-in-law didn't want to look at second sister Qiao anymore. That night, he went out and didn't return home. It was like this for many days. Qiao Lan had no idea what had happened. Only when Uncle Chen came to pick her up did she know that something had happened to the Luo family. Qiao Lan subconsciously looked at Tan Mo's face. Tan Mo said faintly, "The hygiene of the Luo restaurant is not up to standard. It was already reported on the news a while ago." "I see." Qiao Lan didn't want to think about it anymore. Anyway, the Luo family deserved it. Tan Mo finally took care of everything for Qiao Lan. He even arranged for someone to look after Qiao Lan. After everything was done, he and Qiao Lan sat on the sofa and watched a movie together. When the movie was about to end, Tan Mo suddenly said, "I'm going to leave for a while." Qiao Lan's eyes froze as she watched the TV. Tan Mo hadn't been going to school recently. It had been almost 20 days. She was sensitive enough to feel that something was going to happen. For example, Tan Mo's words just now. When Tan Mo said that he was going to leave for a while, others would think that he had something to do. However, Qiao Lan faintly felt that this wasn't the case. She paused for a long time before saying, "How long?" "It could be very soon," Tan Mo said. After a moment of silence, he said, "It could also be very long. If even the best hospital couldn't cure his leg and he still couldn't stand up, then he would be back very soon. If there was still a chance to save his leg, then it would be a long rehabilitation." Therefore, it would take a long time. Tan Mo didn't want to tell Xiao Lan that he was going to treat his leg because even he didn't know what he would face. Maybe it was hope, maybe it was despair. This was an unknown and cruel trial. Therefore, he didn't want to tell Xiao Lan. If he didn't let her know, then she would be less worried, and perhaps less disappointed. He didn't want to tell Xiao Lan that if he couldn't be treated, he would be back very soon after going. To Xiao Lan, it was just a small farewell. However, if he could be treated, if he could really stand up, Tan Mo's heartbeat suddenly quickened. If he could stand up, then it would be the biggest surprise he gave Xiao Lan. Tan Mo didn't say anything, and Xiao Lan didn't ask either. Even she herself didn't realize that her voice was mixed with a bit of disappointment. Where are you going? America. When are you leaving? After the New Year. After the New Year with you. Xiao Lan didn't have a home or family anymore. She had already treated this place as her home. Tan Mo didn't want to leave Xiao Lan alone on the day when everyone reunited. On the day of the New Year, which was supposed to be joyous and lively, became slightly depressing. The New Year's bell rang. Xiao Lan rubbed her sore eyes. She couldn't stop herself from feeling sleepy, and she didn't know when she closed her eyes and fell asleep. The girl curled up and leaned against the sofa. Her breathing was steady, but she still didn't go back to her room. She wanted to stay with Tan Mo for one more night before he left. The sound of the TV faded. Tan Mo muted it with the remote control. He looked sideways at the girl who was sleeping soundly. His eyes fell on her long eyelashes and red lips. After a while, his eyes slowly fell on her right hand that was casually placed on the pillow. If he could stand up, he could carry her in, but he couldn't do it now. Tan Mo took a deep breath. His hand that was turning the wheelchair trembled, but he couldn't help but move closer. The wheelchair made a slight noise on the floor. Tan Mo seemed to be frightened by the noise and stopped stiffly. Xiao Lan didn't wake up. She was still sleeping soundly. Tan Mo looked at her quietly. He was so close that he could hear Xiao Lan's breathing. His throat tightened as he stared at Xiao Lan's sleeping face. As if he had used up all the strength and courage in his life, he slowly bent down. His trembling lips were less than 2 fingers away from Xiao Lan's lips. He finally stopped. After a while, he carefully held Xiao Lan's hand, lowered his head, and pressed his lips on her cold fingers sincerely. After Tan Mo left, Xiao Lan sat on the sofa. She was wrapped in a thin blanket that she didn't have last night. Xiao Lan didn't know where Tan Mo went or what he was doing. However, she didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but she seemed to feel that Tan Mo seemed to have made up his mind. The holidays passed quickly. When school reopened, Tan Mo still didn't come to school. At the beginning of last semester, the students were surprised that Tan Mo didn't come to school. When the new semester started, they still didn't see Tan Mo. They had already gotten used to it. Xiao Lan's deskmate was changed to someone else. It was a boy who wasn't very close to Xiao Lan and had good grades. This boy was similar to Pei Ning. Not in terms of looks, but in terms of personality and grades. He was more introverted. When he sat next to Xiao Lan, he was even a little shy. Later, he gradually became more cheerful. His grades were similar to Pei Ning's. They were both top in science subjects, but his English was lagging behind. The homeroom teacher liked this student very much. Therefore, he deliberately placed him next to Xiao Lan. He probably wanted Xiao Lan to help him with his English. Xiao Lan was used to having Tan Mo sitting next to her. Sometimes, when she didn't know how to answer a question, she would subconsciously turn her head and think about the question. However, when she turned her head, she remembered that Tan Mo wasn't sitting next to her anymore. Her new deskmate was very nice. However, Xiao Lan couldn't help but miss the time when she sat next to Tan Mo. They would wear headphones and listen to music together. They would pass notes and talk together. Xiao Lan worked harder than before. She studied so hard that Baiyu was scared. Xiao Lan's classmates and Xiao Lan's roommates also inexplicably worked hard because of Xiao Lan's enthusiasm. Tan Mo wasn't here. After several exams, Xiao Lan sat firmly at the top of the grade. No one could shake her position. A few of her close friends said that Xiao Lan's first prize scholarship this year was in the bag. It was a pity that Tan Mo wasn't here. Tan Mo had been gone for a long time. Everyone seemed to have forgotten the insults they had made to him and Xiaolan. When the students mentioned Tan Mo again, most of them could only sigh that they had once known such a genius. Someone in the class played Jihu. Someone asked how it felt to have a genius classmate. Someone in the class wrote a lot of words. All the words were full of praise and no insults. During their free time, they would chat about the future, such as graduation and university. Haoying asked Xiaolan which university he wanted to enter in the future. Xiaolan had once rejected Haoying. Haoying later understood Xiaolan's intentions, but she did not give up. After seeing such a beautiful and outstanding girl, it was hard to look at others. Haoying didn't blame Xiaolan. This was the first time in his life that he had been rejected. He finally learned how to treat the girl who used to like him as an equal. Haoying had changed a lot. His studies had improved a lot. His personality had also become more restrained. He wanted to keep a distance from Xiaolan and only be friends. Xiaolan would not reject him. Xiaolan casually mentioned the top university in the country. She needed a large sum of money, so she had to go there. Her friends didn't think much of it. Xiaolan was the top student in the cohort, so she had the right to say that. Haoying frowned and rubbed his face. Although his results were much better, he still had no chance of getting into that school. What major do you want to study? This time, it was the others who asked. Finance, Xiaolan answered as she wrote the paper. She did not think about it at all. She just casually answered that she had studied before when someone asked. After answering, Xiaolan suddenly stopped writing. Actually, she had thought about studying another major before because of Tan Mo. But it was just a thought. After all, the college entrance examination was still far away. Finance was not the major she wanted to study the most, but Xiaolan did not explain to the others. After the day was over, Xiaolan lay in bed and picked up her phone to send Tan Mo a goodnight message as usual. As usual, Tan Mo did not reply. Tan Mo usually replied at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, which was around 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon in New York. It was very regular. Tan Mo finished a day of rehabilitation. He looked like he had just been fished out of the water. He was so exhausted that he did not have the strength to lift his hand. It hurt. When Tan Mo was in a car accident, he thought that his legs were broken. That was when he felt the most pain in his life. It was not until he started rehabilitation that Tan Mo realized that the pain of broken bones was nothing. The hospital in New York asked him to stay and said that Tan Mo's legs could be treated, but it would be very, very difficult. The surgery to repair the shattered patella was done again. The originally healed but crooked muscles and bones were reopened, and the surgery was carried out again. After coming out of the operating room, the anesthetic gradually disappeared. Tan Mo's legs, which had not felt anything for a year and a half, began to hurt. His bones, nerves, and muscles were all in pain. He did not dare to move his legs. After the surgery, his legs were severely stiff. His knees were severely obstructed, and his wounds were burning with pain. Every day, he applied ice packs to stop the pain and reduce the swelling. He felt that his wounds were being torn apart again and again. Because of AS, Tan Mo was far more sensitive to pain than ordinary people. Sometimes, when the pain came, no medicine was effective. In the end, it was so painful that he went into shock and fainted. When he woke up, Tan Mo looked at the stars outside the window and felt that he had walked through hell. After the surgery, Tan Mo lay in the hospital bed for nearly 2 months. After 2 months, he finally tried to walk. When his legs touched the ground for the first time, one of his legs instantly turned black and purple, as if it had been run over by a wheel again and again. Tan Mo groaned and grabbed Uncle Chen's hand. Uncle Chen felt that his hand was almost crushed by the strength of Tan Mo's grip. Sometimes, pain could make people lose their minds. But when he woke up for a moment, Tan Mo's heart was filled with unprecedented joy. It was very painful, but this was the first time he stood on the ground with his feet after 2 years. He wanted to try to walk a few steps, but the doctor ordered him to stop and told him to take it step by step. And this step by step was the real beginning of rehabilitation. The beginning of the rehabilitation of Ben's. There was no way to bend the legs at all. Rehabilitation was to make the legs bend little by little, starting from raising the legs bit by bit and passively creating an angle. Then, it was commonly known as bending the legs. It was the same every day, day after day. Because it was too painful, continuous rehabilitation movements would very likely cause the patient to go into shock again. If there was even the slightest carelessness, the muscles that had just grown back would tear again. In the morning, it always started with the legs being stuck to various testing machines. Then, it started with stretching and bending the legs day after day. Tan Mo felt like his joints were dislocated. Every day, the bones were dismantled and reassembled again. The muscles covering the outside of the bones were trembling as they maintained the tension and tearing. Tan Mo stayed in a single ward. In the ward next to his was a young man in his 20s. He was also sent to the same hospital after a car accident. He was sent to the hospital immediately after the car accident. The degree of his treatment was much more relaxed than Tan Mo's. But every day, when the rehabilitation began, everyone could still hear his heart-wrenching cries of pain through the wall. For a man in his 20s to be in such pain, Tan Mo's rehabilitation was even more difficult than his. But from the beginning to the end, Tan Mo did not cry once, nor did he shout in pain. He always clenched his teeth and grabbed the bedsheets of the hospital bed with both hands. Occasionally, when he was in extreme pain, he would let out a muffled groan, and then there would be no other sound. However, by the time he finished his daily rehabilitation, his teeth were clenched so tightly that he could not eat anything. The bedsheets that he grabbed with both hands had long been torn open. His entire body was soaked in cold sweat over and over again. He did not have the slightest bit of strength left in him. After a night of rest, the next day was the same. Some people in the hospital could not stand the pain of rehabilitation and finally chose to give up. Tan Mo was the first to enter the hospital. Batches of people left one after another, but he stayed until the end. 2 months of postoperative rest and 80 days of rehabilitation. Tan Mo clenched his teeth and persevered. When his legs could finally bend up to 30 degrees, some patients who could not hold on asked him, "Why are you still persevering?" Tan Mo was silent for a while and said, "Because someone is waiting for me to stand up again." Someone very important? The most important person. The young man's face was pale. After today's rehabilitation, he was already very tired, but he still used his crutches to practice walking. When he first came, the doctor said that his body was too weak to withstand the pain and exhaustion of rehabilitation. But he clenched his teeth and persevered. And he made it to the end. He saw the light. On the day he could finally walk without crutches, Xiao Lan's second year of high school had just ended. Xiao Lan told Tan Mo that she had won the first prize scholarship for second year of high school. She also said that she had found a dessert shop and the strawberry mousse cups there were very delicious. She also said confidently that even if Tan Mo came back now, he wouldn't be able to take away her first prize. Tan Mo's right hand held tightly onto the leg muscle rehabilitation device while his left hand held the phone close to his ear. He had just gone through an intense rehabilitation exercise, so his breathing was faster than usual. There was a smile in his voice that he didn't even notice. "Really?" "Of course," Xiao Lan said, "my grades in biology are very good. I always get close to full marks. You haven't been studying recently, right? You definitely can't beat me." Tan Mo smiled silently. "That's amazing." Xiao Lan could almost hear the affection in his words. She even thought that it was an illusion. "Tan Mo," Xiao Lan called out to Tan Mo, "did something happy happen today? Why are you in such a good mood?" "Yeah," Tan Mo let go of the device. He didn't hold on to anything. He steadied himself and walked forward. He walked back to the ward from there with a faint smile in his eyes and Xiao Lan's bold words in his ears. She asked him what happened today that made him so happy. Tan Mo said it was a secret and he wouldn't tell her. It had been more than half a year. Tan Mo didn't know whether this long journey was a surprise or a disappointment. Until now, the doctor finally told him that it was definitely a surprise. He could already stand and walk without any assistance. He didn't need to continue the previous rehabilitation. His daily rehabilitation task was mainly to exercise. He started to replenish his nutrients and then started to exercise to strengthen his body. Slowly, he could not only walk normally, go up and down stairs, but he could also run and jump. After more than a year of accumulated illness and weakness, as well as 3 months of hellish rehabilitation, the body that had been tormented for a long time was now at its weakest. Uncle Chen hired the most professional physiotherapist for Tan Mo. He used the most professional data to calculate the maximum amount of exercise that Tan Mo's body could endure. For a patient who had just recovered to begin such high-intensity training, it was not something an ordinary person could do. It was like a person who had never worked out and received the highest intensity of training from the beginning. Not many people could persevere, let alone a patient who had just recovered from a serious illness. The physiotherapist looked at the tall, thin, and sickly young man. He did not think that he would be able to last for more than a few days, but to his surprise, he persisted day after day. He would not overdo it. He would definitely control it within an acceptable range. However, as long as it was a plan, he would definitely complete it on the same day. In this way, Tan Mo's progress could be said to be godly. The physiotherapist was amazed and was even more active in helping Tan Mo recover. Sometimes, he even chatted with Tan Mo and recommended that he continue to exercise every day after he fully recovered. It would be best if he learned some professional exercises that could strengthen his body better. Tan Mo said that he understood, but he did not say that he already had this idea. He always remembered the pain of being in a wheelchair and not being able to do anything when the Luoyan came to the school gate to harass Xiaolan. If he could, he would definitely be the first to rush up and remove the dirty hand that touched Xiaolan. The phone next to him rang. Tan Mo took the phone and answered the call. The physiotherapist looked at the young man who had been expressionless and cold a moment ago. When he picked up the phone, his cold facial features instantly melted. Even his voice subconsciously became gentle. Tan Mo spoke in Chinese, so the physiotherapist could not understand. However, from Tan Mo's short answers, he could tell that they were all non-nutritious words. They were indeed not nutritious, such as how the weather was today, what he ate today, and so on. It was 11 o'clock in the morning in New York, and 11 o'clock at night in China. Xiaolan called Tan Mo before she went to bed. After the call went through, she realized that she actually did not have much to say. It was the holidays recently, so she had been reading and not going out to play. She also did not have anything interesting to share with Tan Mo. However, she still called. During the winter holidays, Tan Mo had left for the United States. Now, half of the summer holidays had passed. Xiaolan had not seen Tan Mo for half a year. The longer they were apart, the more Xiaolan realized that Tan Mo was more important to her than she had imagined. When she first came to this strange world, she had no friends or family. It had been 2 years, and the only person who had truly entered her heart was Tan Mo. When Tan Mo was around, Xiaolan just liked the life with Tan Mo. After Tan Mo left, Xiaolan realized that she had lost a home. Xiaolan clearly realized that she missed Tan Mo. She missed the young man who was always expressionless, but always tried his best to smile. Xiaolan did not know what she said. Anyway, it was all nonsense, but Tan Mo was not impatient at all. He still listened very seriously. In the end, Xiaolan suddenly fell silent. Tan Mo was at a loss for words. Was it because he was too boring that she did not know what to say? When will you come back? Xiaolan asked softly. When will you come back? Will you come back? I miss you a little. No, actually, I miss you very much. The girl's slightly hesitant and soft voice was accompanied by the moonlight. It was so hazy that Tan Mo felt that he had heard something wrong. Soon. The love and longing hidden in his heart could not wait to be stuck in his throat. Tan Mo's voice was hoarse and slightly trembling. Soon, it was really soon. When he finally hung up the phone, the physiotherapist next to him teased him ambiguously, "Girlfriend?" Tan Mo squeezed the phone in his hand. No, Tan Mo subconsciously wanted to say that, but when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he suddenly could not control his greed. When the physiotherapist was completely finished, he would never see this physiotherapist again. Even if he lied, he would not expose him. He would not tell anyone else, let alone Xiaolan. He just wanted to try. He did not want to refute this sentence. He wanted to use words to tell Xiao Lan what it felt like to be his girlfriend. He was silent for a long time, as if he was struggling in his heart for a long time. Finally, he said, yes. The moment he said yes, Tan Mo felt like he was drowned in an overwhelming wave of shame and blame, but it was also drowned out by the joy and intimacy that made his heart beat faster and tremble even more. The physiotherapist could not see the magnificent emotional fluctuations hidden under this expressionless face. He gossiped and asked Tan Mo if his girlfriend was very outstanding and beautiful. Very outstanding. When Tan Mo heard the physiotherapist say the word girlfriend, he felt as if his heart was suddenly squeezed. There was an indescribable sweetness and bitterness in his heart. Beautiful, very beautiful. Really? The physiotherapist was quite excited. He asked Tan Mo if he had a photo. After that, he lowered his head and looked at Tan Mo's phone. Tan Mo slammed the phone screen on the ground. His tone suddenly became cold. No. The physiotherapist, continue training. The summer vacation of the second year of high school was much shorter than that of the first year of high school. Because they were about to enter the third year of high school, they had to start making up lessons in advance. Only the students who were about to enter the third year of high school were left in the school. Xiao Lan returned to the dormitory. She had not seen Baiyu and the others for half of the summer vacation. When they met again, Xiao Lan was quite happy. Baiyu's hometown was far away in the northwest. When she went there, she brought back a lot of local products, such as raisins and lavender, to the dormitory. After she spread them out, the entire dormitory was filled with the fragrance of lavender. After distributing the products to the dormitory, Baiyu distributed a few more sets. She was going to give them to a few boys in the class who were close to her during the official makeup lessons the next day. Baiyu's personality was like a boy's. Other than Xiao Lan, her closest friends were almost all boys. Although Haoying had purposely gotten close to the girls who were close to Xiao Lan in the beginning in order to pursue Xiao Lan, as time passed, they did indeed play together. Regardless of whether they liked each other or not, they were all friends who were easy to get along with. After distributing the gifts, her phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was a WeChat message from Haoying. He asked her to secretly go down to the dormitory building. Baiyu glanced at Xiao Lan, shook her head helplessly, and went downstairs. At the bottom of the stairs, she saw Haoying, who was tanned. Haoying said that he had gone to Hawaii during the summer vacation, so he had tanned quite a bit. He handed the bag in his hand to Baiyu and said that these were souvenirs that he had bought on the way to Hawaii. He asked Baiyu to give one to each of the girls who were close to him. In the end, he took out the best packaged set and asked her to pass it to Xiao Lan, a little embarrassed. Baiyu looked down and saw that it was a bracelet made of pearls and small shells. It was very beautiful, and one could tell at a glance that it was not cheap. I don't think he will accept it. Although Baiyu did not want to discourage Haoying, she still gave Haoying a reminder. Haoying scratched his head and revealed a set of big white teeth that were whiter because of his tanned skin. We'll see if he doesn't accept it. All right. Baiyu took the gifts and went upstairs. After delivering the gifts one by one, she finally gave the bracelet to Xiao Lan. As expected, Xiao Lan did not accept it. If it was the same shell bracelet as the others, it would have been fine. However, looking at the pearls on it, Xiao Lan definitely could not accept it. She put the bracelet back and planned to return it to Haoying in class tomorrow. Now that only the two of them were left in the dormitory, Baiyu sighed. I know that Haoying made such a big fuss that the whole school knew about it, but he regretted it afterward. It's been more than half a year. Have you really not considered it? Xiao Lan shook her head honestly. No. Why? Xiao Lan smiled. What's the reason? I just don't like it. Xiao Lan took off the small apple jade pendant around her neck, took out a new red string, and replaced the worn one. Baiyu watched as Xiao Lan carefully and seriously put on the jade pendant. She lay on the bed and casually asked her, I remember that you've been wearing this pendant for a long time, right? Yeah. You bought it yourself? After seeing how disgusting Xiao Lan's family was, Baiyu did not think that the Xiao family would buy something like this for Xiao Lan. She had seen Xiao Lan's jade pendant before. The quality of the jade was very good, and it was definitely not cheap. No. Xiao Lan put on the jade pendant and put it back on. The cold pendant stuck to her collarbone. Xiao Lan's eyes curved into crescents. Tan Mo gave it to me. Bai Yu was stunned. She looked down at Xiao Lan and thought of Hao Ying's bracelet that Xiao Lan rejected. Then, she thought of the jade pendant that Xiao Lan treasured so much. Suddenly, she called Xiao Lan. Lan Lan. Yeah? You can't, she stopped talking. Xiao Lan waited for a long time, but Bai Yu did not finish her sentence. Hence, she looked up and asked her what she wanted to say. Don't tell me you didn't finish your summer homework. Xiao Lan was speechless. After Xiao Lan left the dormitory, Bai Yu lay on her bed and let out a long sigh of relief. Tan Mo had been gone for more than half a year. Whether it was Bai Yu or the other people in the class, they had gradually forgotten the name of the unfamiliar young man in the past 200 days. It was only when Xiao Lan mentioned him that Bai Yu suddenly realized that when Xiao Lan mentioned Tan Mo, her tone was still familiar, natural, and intimate. Are you still waiting for him to come back? Do you actually like Tan Mo? Thinking of the young man in the wheelchair that was gradually fading from her memory, Bai Yu felt that it was too unbelievable, so she did not ask. There was no point in asking this question. After all, Tan Mo had already left. The next day, makeup classes officially started. The seating arrangements for the new semester were chaotic again. At this time, everyone was always trying to find their own seats. Bai Yu was the first to grab the seat next to Xiao Lan. Not only were they close, but Xiao Lan's grades were also the best in the grade. Who wouldn't want to sit next to a top student in their third year of high school? Lan Lan, why don't we sit together? Before she could finish her sentence, a student suddenly ran in from outside with a face full of shock and excitement. What the F asterisk CK? What the F asterisk CK? What the F asterisk CK? Guess who I just saw? There was a commotion outside the corridor. Many students leaned against the window and looked outside. Their exclamations and screams could be heard through the thin classroom door. What's wrong? Xiao Lan looked out of the classroom in surprise. The green classroom door was pushed open, and the noise was magnified several times in an instant. Amidst the exclamations and gasps, the young man who had not been seen for 200 days walked into the classroom with his slender legs under the morning sun. Xiao Lan stared blankly at Tan Mo, who was standing like everyone else. Suddenly, tears blurred her eyes. Xiao Lan was not a person who would reveal too much of his emotions. However, when he saw Tan Mo standing up and walking away like everyone else, he couldn't help but want to cry. It had been almost 200 days and nights from January to September. Tan Mo had never said where he was going, nor did he say if he would come back. Sometimes, Xiao Lan really felt that Tan Mo might not come back. To other people, Tan Mo's return and standing up was just a shock and surprise. However, to Xiao Lan, the moment he saw Tan Mo again, his heart, which had been empty for a long time, finally settled down. He suddenly had a way out and someone to rely on behind him. Outside the classroom, many students from the Foreign Affairs Department were leaning on the door and looking inside. There was a buzz of discussion. However, the classroom was too quiet. Almost everyone's eyes fell on Tan Mo. Tan Mo's appearance was extremely outstanding. However, everyone had always ignored his appearance because of his crippled legs. Now, he stood up like everyone else. His body was tall and thin, his legs were long and slender, and his skin was extremely white. His face, which had always been ignored by everyone, suddenly seemed to have risen by more than one level. When everyone looked at him again, they instantly felt two words. Stunning. Tan Mo, who stood up, was not inferior to Hao Ying and Xianxia at all. In fact, he was even more dazzling than them. This was because before Tan Mo stood up, everyone called him a genius. The silence in the classroom lasted for more than 10 seconds before it returned to noise. However, there were still many people who looked over from time to time. Bai Yu, who had just said that she wanted to sit at the same table as Xiao Lan, didn't even know why. She instantly jumped up from the stool next to Xiao Lan and turned to Xiao Lan. Why did Tan Mo suddenly come back? Do you know that he's coming back? Forget it, forget it. Since Tan Mo is back, you two should continue to sit at the same table. Before Tan Mo came back, she felt that it didn't matter who she sat with on the chow lawn. But once Tan Mo came back, that seat seemed to have become Tan Mo's exclusive seat. Tan Mo thanked Baiyu and walked to Chow Lan's side with his long legs. "I'm back," he said. However, when he saw Chow Lan's wet eyes, he was stunned, and his heart ached. Tan Mo's eyes trembled. For 200 days and nights, he would lie on the bed exhausted after the rehabilitation. No one knew how much he missed her. Every time he received a call from Chow Lan, Tan Mo wished he could return to China immediately when he heard the voice on the other end of the phone. He missed her too much. The girl's eyes were slightly red. Her bright black eyes were covered with a layer of mist. She was so beautiful that Tan Mo wanted to kiss away all the tear stains. But he couldn't. Tan Mo lowered his eyelids, took out a clean tissue, and handed it to Chow Lan. Chow Lan seemed to be still in a daze. She took the tissue and held it in her hand, but her eyes were still staring at him. Tan Mo was stunned. After a while, he hesitantly took out another tissue. His fingers holding the tissue were obviously stiff, but he still tried his best to get closer to her and gently wiped away the tear stains under the girl's eyes. Chow Lan finally felt that the daze she felt just now disappeared bit by bit. She looked at the young man who was very close to her. His eyebrows were exquisite and beautiful to the extreme. She could hear the sound of his heartbeat clearer than usual. They were still in the classroom. There might be other students around them who would look over, but Chow Lan didn't want to push Tan Mo away. Her mood fluctuated greatly. She needed this kind of care. Chow Lan even had the urge to hug Tan Mo. Only then would she be able to calm down completely. But there were too many people around. Chow Lan suddenly felt that the students who were considered friendly were a bit of an eyesore. After wiping away her tears, Tan Mo reluctantly moved his hand away. He covered the longing in his eyes and said in the calmest voice he could muster, "I'm done." Chow Lan blinked. She took a deep breath and leaned on the table. Then, she turned her face towards Tan Mo and said, "So you left for so long just to do rehabilitation?" "Yes," Tan Mo nodded. "I came back yesterday afternoon. I wanted to give you a surprise," Tan Mo said. He glanced at the students who were looking over at them from time to time. He also changed into the same position as Chow Lan. He was instantly enveloped by this kind of hidden intimacy. Tan Mo's heart was beating very fast. It was because he couldn't help but deliberately make intimate movements. It was also because this was the first time he dared to be intimate with Chow Lan in front of other people. He had already stood up and could walk. Other than Chow Lan, no one knew that he had Asperger's disease. No one would think that he was abnormal. No one would think that his behavior was strange. Even if someone found out that he liked Chow Lan, no one would mock Chow Lan anymore. Moreover, he even wanted to do it on purpose. He didn't dare and didn't want to let Chow Lan know about his feelings. However, he wanted to let everyone other than Chow Lan know about it, especially those who had the same thoughts as him and liked Chow Lan. Tan Mo knew that from the moment he entered the classroom, Hao Ying's gaze never left him. The more Hao Ying looked at him, the more Tan Mo couldn't help but get closer to Chow Lan. Chow Lan didn't know that Tan Mo suddenly changed greatly after he stood up. He became bold and possessive. Her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. "I'm so surprised," she said. Then, as if she thought of something, she said with a bit of heartache, "Rehabilitation must be very painful. I heard that rehabilitation is usually more painful than injury." She was worried about him. Her heart ached for him. Tan Mo felt as if a drop of sweet dew had dripped into his dry heart. He couldn't help but want her to feel even more heartache. "It's very painful." Tan Mo stared into Chow Lan's eyes and said, "Sometimes, when it's too painful, I just want to die." If she could show a bit more pity, he would. His hand suddenly felt warm. His cold hand was held by the girl's soft and slender fingers. Tan Mo's body suddenly stiffened. "Tan Mo, no matter what happens in the future, don't hide it from me anymore, okay?" Chow Lan looked into his eyes and said, "I know you don't want to disappoint me, but if you don't tell me, I'll be very worried." Tan Mo didn't move an inch and let the girl hold his hand. He didn't dare to move, and he didn't want to either. He was afraid that Chow Lan would take his hand back if he moved. He nodded mechanically. At this moment, he felt that no matter what Xiao Lan said, he would agree without thinking. Looking at Tan Mo, who was in a daze and didn't react at all, Xiao Lan took her hand back. When she heard Tan Mo say that he was in so much pain that he wanted to die, she really felt sorry for him at that moment. Therefore, she subconsciously grabbed Tan Mo's hand. However, when Tan Mo stiffened and didn't move, she couldn't help but question herself. What are you doing? After saying I want to take care of you for a lifetime, Xiao Lan couldn't look at the relationship between the two of them like before. After being separated from Tan Mo for more than 200 days, Xiao Lan also understood how much she relied on and missed Tan Mo. Xiao Lan admitted that her feelings for Tan Mo were gradually becoming blurry. Today, her emotions were a little out of control. She couldn't help but want to get closer to Tan Mo. However, Tan Mo had as. He was a child who didn't know anything. What was she doing? Looking at Tan Mo's stiff appearance, as expected, he was shocked by her. The homeroom teacher walked in from outside. Xiao Lan got up from the table and cleared her mind of all the messy thoughts she had just been having. Tan Mo was indeed shocked by Xiao Lan. However, the reason was completely different from what Xiao Lan had imagined. He stared at his right hand for a long time as if he was staring at a treasure. He didn't raise his head until the head teacher called his name. The head teacher was naturally very happy that Tan Mo had returned. No teacher would dislike a top student who had a great chance to go to the top universities. Listening to the head teacher's enthusiastic speech on the podium, Tan Mo used the corner of his eyes to confirm that Xiao Lan was listening to the teacher carefully. Then, he pretended to unintentionally put his right hand on his lips and kissed it gently. He felt a little guilty and a little nervous. However, he couldn't help but like it. The prodigy who used to sit firmly at the top of the grade and almost got full marks in all the science subjects had returned. Not only had he returned, but he had also left the wheelchair. Many students who saw Tan Mo today were talking about him. He stood up. It's true. I saw it. He walked over by himself. I couldn't see anything wrong with his legs at all. I don't know why, but Tan Mo's whole body seemed to be glowing after he stood up. How come I've never seen Tan Mo so handsome? Tan Mo can't be called handsome. His appearance isn't like Xianxia or Hao Ying's. He's just good-looking. I like this type so much. I announce that the number 1 position in my heart has been given to someone else. Xianxia is number 2. Tan Mo has been promoted to number 1. After all, he's a super prodigy. He has his own buff. Tan Mo, who stood up, threw away the title of a disabled person. All the beautiful and outstanding things about him were suddenly exposed to everyone. No one insulted him anymore. No one looked down on him. When the students mentioned him, they had unconsciously sent him to the height of Hao Ying and Xianxia. No matter what aspect, whether it was appearance, family background, or grades, Tan Mo was not worse than those two. In fact, he was even better. Xiao Lan didn't know how Tan Mo felt. However, when Xiao Lan saw the comments praising Tan Mo in the Tieba, as well as the curious students who came outside the classroom to inquire about Tan Mo after class, he felt extremely proud. He was just that good. You guys only just realized it. Tan Mo still didn't go to the evening self-study class. He originally wanted to go. After all, walking was no longer a problem. However, he had new things to do at night. He still had to maintain high-intensity training in order to make his body recover better. In addition to training, Tan Mo also asked Uncle Chen to hire a professional kickboxing coach. It was a fighting method that was far more useful than taekwondo or karate in actual combat. He didn't care about anything else. He just wanted to have the power to protect Xiao Lan in the shortest time possible. His tall figure walked past Xianxia. Xianxia sat in her seat in a daze. She looked at the young man she had once humiliated. Now, he was so dazzling that she didn't dare to look at him directly. She suddenly remembered Tan Mo's cold words. What kind of thing are you? Xianxia wanted to say something to Tan Mo, but she didn't dare to. The current Tan Mo was just like Xianxia. And Hao Ying. He was already a miracle that she could no longer touch. When Tan Mo was still around, Xiao Lan had never thought that she would be able to beat Tan Mo. But now that Tan Mo was back, Xiao Lan suddenly saw the possibility of surpassing Tan Mo in the exams. Xiao Lan's biology was unexpectedly good. She used to be a liberal arts student and had never studied biology. Now that she was starting over again, she didn't expect herself to be so talented in biology. She usually got close to full marks in biology exams. Regardless of what would happen in the future, Xiao Lan was still very confident about her upcoming exams. She glanced at Tan Mo, who was reading his biology book seriously. Suddenly, Xiao Lan's interest was piqued. She poked Tan Mo and said, "Mo, why don't we make a bet?" Tan Mo's face stiffened when Xiao Lan called him Mo again. He didn't care about what Xiao Lan wanted to bet with him. His face remained expressionless, but there seemed to be some hesitation in his eyes. He whispered, "Don't call me Mo." Xiao Lan didn't notice at first. She just called him that casually. Now that Tan Mo pointed it out, Xiao Lan also lowered her voice and laughed for a while before saying, "Aunt Chen calls you Mo every day. You don't stop her from calling you that." How could Aunt Chen be the same? Tan Mo raised his head and looked at the class teacher, who was in the middle of a lecture. He was still very principled. For example, he could choose not to study or listen in class, but he couldn't talk. However, if he was talking to Xiao Lan, Tan Mo decisively abandoned his principles. He lowered his head slightly and turned to continue saying, "Aunt Chen is an elder." Xiao Lan lowered her head a little. There was a tall stack of books on the table. When she lowered her head, it blocked their heads. Xiao Lan blinked. "Did you forget that I'm a few months older than you? Tan Mo, you're not 17 yet." Tan Mo's 17th birthday was next month. He began to regret bringing up this topic. He decisively picked up Xiao Lan's topic and asked, "What kind of bet?" Xiao Lan also raised her head and glanced at the podium. The class teacher was still enthusiastically teaching. She covered her face with a book and continued saying, "Forget about the first monthly exam. It's too close. I bet you won't get first place in the midterm exam." Tan Mo smiled and looked at her. "Are you number one?" Of course. Xiao Lan used to be worried about Chen Yaoyang, but now, she had nothing to worry. Tan Mo looked at the biology book in front of him, thought about it, and agreed. "Sure, what do you want to bet?" Xiao Lan hadn't thought about it yet, so she asked Tan Mo, "What do you want to bet?" "Let's wait until the midterm results are out. Whoever has the highest score will ask the other to do something." "Even if you don't want to bet, I'll agree to do whatever you want me to do," Xiao Lan said. However, her voice was too soft for Tan Mo to hear. "What did you say?" "I said, after all, they were in class and it wasn't good to be too loud." Xiao Lan could only move closer and was about to repeat what she just said. Just as she was about to speak, Baiyu suddenly poked her with her finger. Xiao Lan was stunned. She was about to turn around and ask Baiyu what happened, but then she realized that the class teacher's passionate voice had disappeared. She looked up and saw the class teacher's round eyes. "Xiao Lan, Tan Mo, did you have a good chat?" The class teacher shouted and poked the blackboard with her finger. "Look at the blackboard in class. Look at me. The blackboard is here." Not on the deskmate's face. She didn't need to listen to class just because she had good grades. How could he be so reckless just to secure the first place this time? Tan Mo never listened in class. The teachers were already used to it. They knew that listening in class was a waste of time for this child. Therefore, the teachers definitely wouldn't care if Tan Mo looked at other books in class. However, even if he didn't listen in class, he shouldn't have talked so much in class. It would cause many students to stop listening and look at them. After the class teacher shouted, the whole class looked at Xiao Lan and Tan Mo with meaningful expressions. Xiao Lan's ears suddenly felt hot. The class teacher had taught students for so many years and instantly realized that something was wrong. It wasn't from Xiao Lan and Tan Mo, but from the students next to them. The class teacher had long realized that as long as the teachers didn't know that the students next to them were looking at their partners, or those who hadn't had the time to look at their partners, the students next to them would definitely know. Sometimes, when they called out the names of two people, the expressions of the surrounding students would definitely be very interesting. Some of the bolder ones would even jeer. Today, the class teacher caught Xiaolan and Tan Mo talking in class. Although they didn't jeer, looking at the surrounding students' eyes, the class teacher instantly became vigilant. The class teacher's attitude towards good students and bad students was completely different. This was especially true for top students like Xiaolan and Tan Mo. The class teacher stared at the two of them in silence for a long time and said, "Come to my office after class." After that, she added, "Xiaolan comes first." Xiaolan and Tan Mo. After class, the class teacher's actions seemed to have suddenly given the two of them some kind of certification. Not to mention the other students who were talking about it, even Baiyu felt that something was wrong. Baiyu ran over and followed Xiaolan out of the classroom. She asked her, "What were you two talking about in class?" "We were betting on who would score higher in the midterm exam." Xiaolan was mentally exhausted and simply didn't know what to say. "Baiyu, why are you two so close to each other for a bet? Also, you don't know how long." The class teacher stood on the podium and stared at the two of you. "Xiaolan," Baiyu turned around and glanced at Hao Ying in the classroom. She happened to meet Hao Ying's gaze and instantly felt that this brother of hers was a little pitiful. Her gaze landed on Xiaolan's face again and then moved down to the jade pendant on Xiaolan's neck. She really couldn't hold back the questions that she hadn't asked before. She had seen Xiaolan's eyes turn red from crying on the day Tan Mo came back. Xiaolan was usually a person who didn't have any emotional fluctuations, so that time really gave Baiyu a fright. After that, not only did she see Xiaolan cry, but she also saw Xiaolan let Tan Mo help her wipe her tears. Although the two of them looked even better together, their actions were ambiguous no matter how one looked at it. Baiyu thought about the number of times Xiaolan had unconsciously mentioned Tan Mo in the dormitory recently. She took a deep breath and said, "Lan Lan, really? Let me ask you something." "Go ahead." "Do you like Tan Mo?" Xiaolan was silent for a long time before she whispered, "Is it that obvious?" F***ck. Baiyu almost jumped out of her chair. "Really?" "No, no." Xiaolan hurriedly waved her hand. After saying that, she felt that something was wrong. Her delicate brows furrowed together and she hesitated for a long time before she said, "Actually, I don't know either." She really didn't know. Ever since Tan Mo went to America, Xiaolan couldn't help but think about Tan Mo. Xiaolan felt that something was wrong, but when she thought about it more deeply, it didn't seem to be the case. She asked if she liked Tan Mo. Of course, she liked him. If she didn't like him, why did she still miss him and want to take care of him? However, there were too many kinds of feelings. Friends, family, they could all be feelings. What kind of feelings did she have for Tan Mo? Family, friends, all of them. Did she have feelings for him in that way? Sometimes, Xiaolan felt that she had feelings for him, and sometimes, she didn't. Sometimes, when she suddenly met Tan Mo's eyes, her heart would suddenly beat faster. For example, when she was called out by the teacher, she would feel that something was wrong and her ears would burn. At times like this, Xiaolan felt that she did have feelings for him. However, most of the time, Xiaolan didn't have such feelings. When she looked into Tan Mo's beautiful light brown eyes, she didn't have any evil thoughts at all. Xiaolan thought about it for a few days and finally figured out the reason. From the beginning, she didn't seem to see Tan Mo as a woman. She took care of Tan Mo because he was her favorite character in the book. Later, she pitied him because of his pitiful appearance. Tan Mo was the most special existence to her. Therefore, when she faced Tan Mo, she usually didn't feel anything. However, when Tan Mo showed some of the unique charm of a man, Xiaolan suddenly broke through the cognitive barrier and blushed a little. Therefore, when Baiyu asked her whether she liked Tan Mo or not, Xiaolan really didn't know. However, there was a saying that when you started to think about whether you liked someone or not, you had already liked them long ago. When she went to the homeroom teacher's office, there was only the homeroom teacher in the office. She pointed at the seat in front of her and asked Xiaolan to sit down. Then, she said, "Do you know why the teacher is looking for you?" "Yes," Xiaolan said, "I'm sorry, teacher. I won't talk in class anymore." The homeroom teacher was speechless. Although her attitude of admitting her mistake was correct, this was a small problem. "It's good that you know you're wrong." The homeroom teacher really couldn't scold the student she admired the most like how she scolded Hao Ying. She coughed and continued, other than this, what's going on between you and Tan Mo? Xiaolan said. Teacher, there's nothing between us, your grades are very good, so I'm very confident in you. However, you're still young, and you're in your third year of high school. If you want to date, you can wait until after the college entrance examination. Dating now is a waste of time. Your grades are very good, so if you work hard, you'll definitely be able to get into the top 2 universities in the country. When that time comes, you can date however you want. I won't stop you. Teacher, you're thinking too far ahead. Xiaolan was still thinking about her feelings for Tan Mo. She didn't understand anything at all, and Tan Mo didn't understand anything either. Xiaolan seriously assured the homeroom teacher, Teacher, there's really nothing between us. There's nothing wrong, and we're not dating. Teacher, you've really misunderstood. The homeroom teacher looked at Xiaolan suspiciously. Really? Really? The homeroom teacher was silent for a long time. Forget it, you go back first. Let Tan Mo come in. After Tan Mo entered the office, the homeroom teacher and Tan Mo looked at each other in silence for a long time. The homeroom teacher then said, I'm very happy that you can stand up and come back to school. Therefore, Tan Mo looked at the homeroom teacher in silence. The homeroom teacher suddenly had a headache. She was so happy talking to Xiaolan just now, but now she was like a mute. However, when she remembered the words of the old man who was responsible for taking care of Tan Mo when she first took over Tan Mo, she suppressed her anger. I called you here mainly because of you and Xiaolan. What a blatant, brazen, and childish threat, the homeroom teacher was shocked. Would he be scared of this kind of elementary school student's threat? After a moment of silence, the homeroom teacher went silent. Yes. The affiliated high school was a very good school in the province. Its enrollment rate could be ranked in the top 5 schools. Every year, the top scorer of the college entrance examination would come from these top 5 schools. There were many excellent students, such as Xianxia and Xiaolan. But no matter what, they were different from Tan Mo. There was always a reason why they were called geniuses. The homeroom teacher had taught so many students, but he had never met a student like Tan Mo who made the homeroom teacher feel that he couldn't teach. He couldn't teach. Tan Mo's knowledge had long surpassed the high school knowledge. A student like this had a very, very high chance of becoming the top scorer of the college entrance examination next year. Which teacher wouldn't be moved by a top scorer of the college entrance examination? Not to mention the final prize, the main thing was the honor. Therefore, even if Tan Mo's threat was so childish, the homeroom teacher was still threatened. Just because he changed seats, he might lose a good seedling, so he asked whether it was a loss or not. Besides Tan Mo's threat, the homeroom teacher was also worried about something else. Although Xiaolan had just said that she definitely wasn't in a relationship with Tan Mo's attitude revealed that he was trying to hide something. If the homeroom teacher still couldn't see through Tan Mo's thoughts, then he would be stupid. Although the homeroom teacher was strict, he wasn't pedantic. According to conventional thinking, dating in high school would definitely do more harm than good. Most students' grades would plummet because of dating, but there were exceptions. There were also examples of people who encouraged each other and ended up being excellent. It was better not to interfere in this kind of situation. Interfering might backfire. The homeroom teacher wasn't sure which type of relationship Tan Mo and Xiaolan belonged to. He looked at the expressionless young man in front of him. He liked him and was angry at the same time. After thinking for a long time, he said, if you and Xiaolan want to continue sitting at the same table, that's fine. But there's a condition. You can't fall behind in grades. Okay, Tan Mo answered very quickly this time. The homeroom teacher looked at Tan Mo suspiciously. Compared to Xiaolan, he was more worried about Tan Mo. Who asked Tan Mo to say that he would not go to school if he was not allowed to sit at the same table as Xiaolan? Then I'll believe you this once, the homeroom teacher said. Then, as if she suddenly remembered something, she hurriedly added, also, don't talk in class. Got it, Tan Mo agreed readily this time. It was entirely possible for him to remain silent. If he really had something to say, he could even pass a small note. Tan Mo recalled the last time he and Xiaolan exchanged notes. It seemed to have been more than a year ago. He kind of missed it. Howing was scolded by the homeroom teacher because she had chased after Chow Lan. The entire floor could hear the homeroom teacher's angry voice. In the end, when it was Tan Mo's turn, he entered the office steadily and walked out calmly. During the next math class, the homeroom teacher asked Tan Mo to do some questions on the blackboard. After Tan Mo finished the questions, the homeroom teacher had a gratified smile on his face. Regardless of whether Tan Mo and Chow Lan were together or not, judging from the homeroom teacher's attitude, the students looked at Howing with even more sympathy. This was the ultimate difference between a bad student and a top student. While the students were guessing the relationship between Chow Lan and Tan Mo, the first monthly exam of the first semester of the 12th year of high school came. Chow Lan still held the throne of first place, but Tan Mo, who had just studied biology for less than half a year, beat Xianxia to the second place. Looking at Tan Mo's results, Chow Lan suddenly felt that she had been a little too confident when she made the bet with Tan Mo. However, when she thought about the content of the bet between her and Tan Mo, actually, she was quite looking forward to what Tan Mo would ask for. Tan Mo didn't stray from the topic for literature this time. His results were even higher than Chow Lan's, but he was a little worse in biology. The young man was doing questions with a biology exercise book. Chow Lan was next to him teaching English to a boy in the class whose name she couldn't remember. Tan Mo stared at a question and counted silently for 100 seconds. Chow Lan still hadn't finished. Tan Mo stopped looking. He picked up a pen and quickly drew a few strokes on the book. Then, he handed the book to Chow Lan and said, "I don't know anymore." The boy who came to Chow Lan to ask for advice was stunned. Even Chow Lan was stunned for a moment. It was probably because she never thought that Tan Mo would have something that he didn't know. She never thought that a genius would ask for advice from others. Regardless of what the boy next to her was thinking, Chow Lan was instantly interested. She was going to explain to Tan Mo. She never thought that she would be able to be Tan Mo's teacher one day. Chow Lan finished explaining hastily to the boy next to her. Leaving the confused boy behind, she took the exercise book that Tan Mo handed over to her. She was full of motivation. Which question? Tan Mo checked more than half of the questions on the entire page. He looked straight at Chow Lan and said, "Many questions." Chow Lan scanned through the questions that were checked. They were indeed the key questions of this chapter. She took a pen and started explaining the questions to Tan Mo seriously. Bai, who was sitting behind them in a daze, looked at the smile on Tan Mo's face as he talked to Chow Lan. She waited until dinner time to chat with Chow Lan. "You're in Tan Mo's grades, both of you will be able to get in to be major, right?" Chow Lan nodded. "If there are no accidents." "Have you guys already agreed to apply to the same university?" "No," Chow Lan said. She didn't ask or think about it. She just felt that it should be like this. Bai smiled. "You don't have to ask. Tan Mo likes you so much. He will definitely go to the same university as you. There's no doubt about it." Chow Lan almost choked on her food. She hurriedly waved her hand. "No, no." "What do you mean no? He doesn't like you or doesn't want to go to the same university as you?" Bai felt that Chow Lan's eyes should be donated to someone who needed them. In the past, because Tan Mo couldn't stand up, no one thought too much about it. But now that Tan Mo could stand up, everyone could tell that Tan Mo liked Chow Lan. He purposely gave up his scholarship to Chow Lan because of his poor grades. Every day, he would bring breakfast and nutritional products for Chow Lan. Every day, he would be a full-time physics teacher for Chow Lan. When he saw other people, he would be expressionless. Only when he saw Chow Lan would there be a smile on his face. Another thing that Bai would never forget was when Chow Lan was almost taken away by Luo Nian. Tan Mo suddenly appeared at the school gate. At that time, she turned around and glanced at Tan Mo. The hostility on that young man's face was still terrifying to her. If this didn't count as liking someone, then all the couples in the real world who had a romantic relationship were probably fake couples. However, Chow Lan was very certain. It really isn't. She had seen this paragraph when she was reading a book about Asperger's disease. People with Asperger's disease generally suffered from a love disorder. Experts believed that some people with Asperger's disease had a higher IQ than the average person, but their EQ was much lower than the average person's. When it came to relationships, they were more like a child's blank slate. That was why Xiaolan was so sure that Tan Mo definitely didn't like her. He would rely on her to take care of her and protect her, but he wouldn't have any romantic feelings for her because Tan Mo didn't understand these things. Experts said that people with Asperger's disease would never understand what love was in their lifetime. Perhaps there were a very small number of people who did understand, but because they were born with emotional deficiencies, they were overly paranoid. Their possessiveness was too strong. Because they were too infatuated with someone, it would cause countless troubles. Very few normal people could withstand this kind of love, and it would lead them to tragedy. Xiaolan sometimes wondered if Tan Mo was one of those people, but after observing for a long time, the final result was that he wasn't. The Asperger's disease group was a group of people who didn't know how to hide their emotions at all. All of their expressions were the most direct, but Xiaolan hadn't seen a similar description from Tan Mo. No matter how much Bai Yu didn't understand, Xiaolan didn't tell her why. Tan Mo had Asperger's disease. For a secret like this, the fewer people who knew, the better. Tan Mo had worked hard to get rid of the ridicule and harassment, and he worked hard every day to be more like a normal person. It was already hard enough for Tan Mo. There were only 3 days of holidays for the 12th year of high school. After the 3 days, it was time for intense revision. In the middle of October, Tan Mo welcomed his 17th birthday. Sister Xiaolan, whose mental age was already over 20 years old, suddenly felt an indescribable sense of guilt when she thought of the ultimate problem that she had been struggling with recently. Tan Mo was only 17 years old, and he was probably a few years younger when it came to relationships. What the hell was she thinking about every day? If Tan Mo knew about this, what would Tan Mo think? Xiaolan quivered and cleared the messy thoughts in her head. With a slightly embarrassed face, she said to Tan Mo, "Mo, it's your birthday tomorrow. I'll take you to eat strawberry mousse cups. I found them by chance when we were shopping last time." Tan Mo wouldn't correct Xiaolan's Mo anymore. When everyone else was calling him Tan Mo, Xiaolan called him Mo, which seemed like a good idea. But let's not talk about Mo first. Tan Mo's eyes moved slightly. Going shopping alone? How could she go shopping alone? Who was she going with? Was it a guy or a girl? Could it be that Haoying? Xiaolan timely interrupted Tan Mo's wild thoughts. With Bai Yu. There's a shopping mall over there, and there's a dessert shop next to the film studio. Her strawberry mousse is very delicious. You'll definitely like it. Tan Mo's eyes returned to calmness. Although he hadn't eaten the strawberry mousse yet, he seemed to have already tasted a hint of sweetness. Tan Mo looked at the girl's beautiful eyes, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. He softly said, "Okay," but his heart began to beat non-stop. Could he treat this as a date between them? Could he? Just don't let Xiaolan know. The night before his 17th birthday, Tan Mo was like all young boys and girls who had just fallen in love for the first time. He was extremely nervous about the date the next day, even more so than the average person. Because he had never liked to go to those noisy shopping malls, he had never been full of expectations for tomorrow with a girl. He couldn't help but guess where they were going to go tomorrow, what they were going to eat, what they were going to talk about, and what they were going to wear. Uncle Chen stood at the door and looked at Tan Mo, who was struggling to change his clothes. He was indescribably happy. After so many years, he finally saw Tan Mo have the youthful aura of a teenager. Tan Mo nervously asked him if this outfit was good. Uncle Chen was so happy that he repeatedly praised it. The next day, Tan Mo got up early and ate early. He was so nervous that he couldn't sit still until he finally saw the girl walking over from afar. She wasn't wearing a school uniform, and her long hair was draped over her shoulders. She was so beautiful that he couldn't take his eyes off her. She was so beautiful. Tan Mo couldn't help but think. When he looked again, he found that Xiaolan was wearing a shirt that matched his color very closely. Xiaolan seemed to have also noticed that the two of them tacitly wore the same outfit. After a moment of surprise, the tips of her ears quietly turned red. Her thoughts coincidentally collided with Tan Mo's. Why was he so good-looking? The weather in the middle of October was not as hot as before. Xiaolan was wearing the simplest jeans and a casual shirt. Coincidentally, she was wearing the same color as Tan Mo's. Both of them had their own thoughts. Their hearts were stirred, but their faces were still calm, and nothing could be seen. They kept the same look tacitly. Tan Mo had been in a wheelchair before. His injuries had dragged him down, and he couldn't keep up with the nutrition. So at this time, he was not very tall. He was about 1.78 meters, but his proportions were very good. His body was straight, his legs were slender, his skin was too white, and his facial features were exceptionally good. In today's era, young men were more popular than young women. Girls and even boys who came to the dessert shop to eat could not help but look back at the young man sitting obediently at the table. Xiao Lan ordered the strawberry mousse, which she liked very much before. She also estimated Tan Mo's preference and matched the drink with it. Tan Mo sat in his seat, not paying attention to the eyes coming and going on him. His eyes were fixed on Xiao Lan. Tan Mo had never been to this kind of business district, a place where young people gathered the most. Today was his first time here. Tan Mo couldn't have liked the current atmosphere more. He noticed that most of the people who came to this dessert shop were girls in groups. Other than that, all of them were couples. Couples. Maybe some of them were not couples, but most people would think that they were couples. Tan Mo couldn't help but think that if he and Xiao Lan appeared here, other people would also think that he and Xiao Lan were actually a couple. Probably, Tan Mo thought silently. Xiao Lan returned to her seat after ordering and sat opposite Tan Mo. Tan Mo heard a few girls not far away sighing in a low voice. If he looked carefully, he could even hear what they were saying. That young man over there is so good looking. His skin is super white, and his facial features are super delicate. It seems that he is the same person. Do you think I can get his WeChat ID if I ask for it? A girl is walking towards him. Someone acted first. Eh? She seems to be with him. Is she his girlfriend? I think so. The girl couldn't hide her disappointment. Xiao Lan's back was facing her, so she couldn't see his face clearly. She could only stare at Xiao Lan's back for a while. I don't know what he looks like, but his legs are so long. Tan Mo used to hate that his hearing was too sensitive, because he could always hear a lot of things he didn't want to hear. But now, he felt that having good hearing was definitely a good thing. Couple, girlfriend, these words, no matter how many times he heard them, it would never be enough. Xiao Lan ordered 2 different drinks. He gave Tan Mo a cup of herbal tea. When everything was served, Xiao Lan took a sip of his Pacific coffee and looked up at Tan Mo, who was carefully tasting it. How is it? She had never tried that flavor before. Because Tan Mo had a preference for sweets, she had asked the staff for a sweeter beverage. She didn't know if Tan Mo would like it. Tan Mo took a sip. It was cold and sweet, but not greasy. It's delicious. Tan Mo's eyes curved. He pushed the cup forward. Do you want to try it? Try. Looking at the tea in Tan Mo's hand, Xiao Lan was at a loss for words. She looked up and met Tan Mo's clear and clean eyes. Xiao Lan suddenly wanted to pinch herself again. After a moment of silence, she reached out and took the cup. Then I'll try it. The cup in her hand was cold. It was completely different from the coffee she drank just now. Xiao Lan took a sip of the tea Tan Mo handed over and looked at her coffee. She suppressed her unhealthy thoughts and handed the coffee over. Then try this. It's also sweet, but it's a little greasy. Tan Mo's smile deepened. His beautiful light brown eyes stared at the coffee in front of him. His eyes were filled with excitement, shyness, and depression. He lowered his head and took a sip of the coffee. Xiao Lan was a little worried. She asked him, how is it? Tan Mo held the warm cup with both hands and bit the straw gently. He didn't dare to look up. His eyes were fixed on the small cake on the table as he spoke softly. I like this. Tan Mo looked so obedient as he drank the coffee. Xiao Lan even wanted to reach out and touch Tan Mo's head, but she resisted in the end. You can drink that if you like it. Xiao Lan smiled. She raised her head and looked outside. Then she looked at the time. After hesitating for a moment, she said tentatively, it's still early. There's a movie studio here. Since you're here, why don't we go watch the movie together? Tan Mo's fingers tightened around the cup. He lowered his head to hide the happiness and joy in his eyes. Okay. Then, he was afraid that Xiao Lan would be suspicious, so he added, XX is coming out soon. I want to watch it. XX was an American Hollywood blockbuster. Ever since Tan Mo was allowed to watch movies, Tan Mo often looked for all kinds of movies to watch. His favorite was none other than the Marvel series. If dessert shops were more popular with girls, then the movie theater was definitely a paradise for couples. There were more couples here than dessert shops. Looking at the couples in front of her and behind her, Xiao Lan's suppressed guilt suddenly surged out again. Stop, stop. Couples weren't the only ones who came to watch movies. Tan Mo liked the Marvel series, and Tan Mo had never been to a movie theater. She just wanted him to give it a try. Stop, don't think too much. After getting the tickets, Xiao Lan asked Tan Mo to sit in the lounge outside the theater. She was going to go there to buy some popcorn and freshly squeezed juice. Just as she was about to stand up, Tan Mo grabbed her wrist. The teenager looked at her and said, I'll go. I'll go if it's okay. Xiao Lan was used to taking care of Tan Mo. Even though Tan Mo could stand up now and didn't need a wheelchair anymore, Xiao Lan still subconsciously took care of Tan Mo. Although Tan Mo could take care of himself now, he had never been to a place like this. He had never queued up to buy things, and he had never been to a place with such a large population. Therefore, Xiao Lan still took the initiative to take care of Tan Mo. She did everything by herself. However, Tan Mo said he would go. It was true that he had never done it before. There were too many people and too much noise here, which made him very uncomfortable. It was also a challenge for him to take the initiative to speak and choose things, but Tan Mo still wanted to give it a try. He wanted to know how it felt to personally buy things for Xiao Lan. He also wanted to know how it felt when Xiao Lan sat behind him and looked at him. He stood up. He was no longer the disabled person who needed Xiao Lan to take care of everything. He also wanted to take care of Xiao Lan. He also wanted to be like the other boys who came here and take care of his girlfriend from a man's point of view, or perhaps someone he liked. Xiao Lan stared at the teenagers back in a daze. He was tall and straight, decisive, and had a slightly cute domineering aura. Xiao Lan couldn't help but press on her chest. After a while, she weakly covered her head. Xiao Lan, you older sister, please let the kid go. The Marvel series was definitely a favorite of many boys. Therefore, most of the people who came to watch this movie were boys. The four boys sitting next to Xiao Lan looked like university students. They turned their heads and looked at Xiao Lan. They couldn't help but take a second look. They saw this girl as soon as they arrived. They didn't know if she had a companion or not, but that wasn't important. What was important was that this girl was too beautiful. Even without makeup, she stood out among so many people. The four boys were fair, clean, and somewhat handsome. After thinking for a long time, the tallest one coughed lightly and walked over. He sat next to Xiao Lan and greeted Xiao Lan, hello. Xiao Lan kept staring at Tan Mo's back. She didn't notice that someone was sitting next to her. She turned her head and saw a boy with small canine teeth. Only then did she say, hello. Although Tan Mo had never done these things before, he could learn by looking at the people next to him. When the young lady at the service counter saw Tan Mo's appearance, she was especially enthusiastic about Tan Mo. Tan Mo bought the popcorn. The young lady asked him what juice he wanted. Tan Mo turned his head and glanced at Xiao Lan. It would have been better if he didn't see it. The smile on his face disappeared completely. Then, the surrounding people saw that this extraordinarily beautiful teenager's face suddenly darkened. He strode toward the rest area with big steps. He looked completely different from the smile he had just had. What happened so suddenly? Xiao Lan obviously knew that this boy was trying to hit on her. After all, Xiao Lan's face and figure were both excellent. Xiao Lan then tried to brush the boy off with a few words. However, the boy didn't seem to notice her coldness at all. Coincidentally, the boy asked her if she came alone or with a friend. Xiao Lan turned her head and glanced at Tan Mo, who was still shopping. She suppressed her conscience and took advantage of Tan Mo again. No, it's just two people. My boyfriend went to buy popcorn. She turned her head and glanced at Tan Mo again. Okay, he's still there. Anyway, he can't hear it. At this point, if the boy still couldn't understand Xiao Lan's rejection, then there must be something wrong with his IQ and EQ. The boy was a little disappointed. He wanted to say something else, but he suddenly saw someone rushing over like a gust of wind. As soon as he raised his head, he saw an extraordinarily good-looking teenager looking at him expressionlessly. Then, he grabbed the girl's hand and said in an extremely stiff tone, "Come with me to buy freshly squeezed popcorn." The girl's eyes lit up the moment she saw the teenager. Then, she stood up from the chair with the teenager. The boy who came to hit on them looked at their matching couple outfits and looked at their extraordinarily good-looking faces. Even if he was rejected, he couldn't help but admit that this pair was really pleasing to the eye. He scratched his ear and muttered, "So you really do have a boyfriend?" Xiao Lan, who hadn't gone far, was speechless. Tan Mo, who was originally full of anger, was speechless. Xiao Lan hurriedly explained in a low voice, "That boy came to hit on me just now. I found an excuse to reject him." "Don't think too much." Tan Mo, who really wanted to overthink, said, "Overthink what?" Xiao Lan thought too much. As expected, Tan Mo didn't know anything. Although she wasn't nervous anymore, she was inexplicably a little disappointed. She turned her head and asked Tan Mo, "Why did you suddenly come over?" "Because I saw you talking to another boy." Tan Mo was silent for a moment. Then, he said, "I don't know what you like." "All right." Xiao Lan was also silent. She walked with Tan Mo for a while. Then, she lowered her head and looked at the hand that Tan Mo was grabbing. Just now, Tan Mo had grabbed her hand and walked away. Now, he still hadn't let go of her hand. Xiao Lan subconsciously wanted to pull her hand away, but when she turned her head and saw that the teenager's face didn't seem to notice, she let Tan Mo grab her hand. As for Tan Mo, who was holding Xiao Lan's hand, he had done something impulsive just now. Only now did he realize that he had done something impulsive again. He suddenly became nervous and flustered. But holding the girl's soft hand, he pretended to be stupid and didn't want to let go. Tan Mo liked to watch Marvel movies, but today's Marvel movie was definitely the best he had ever watched. It was not only the first time he sat in a movie theater with normal people, the first time he watched a 3D movie with 3D glasses, but also the first time he sat here with Xiao Lan and the person he liked. He felt everything that he had never felt before. He finally walked out and came into contact with a new world. And when he came into contact with a new world, he had the person he liked by his side. He could hear the men and women who occasionally passed by saying that they were a good match. He saw many people who couldn't help but look back when they passed by. This kind of sweet misunderstanding made him more and more intoxicated. It was as if he could deceive himself like this, as if everything was real. But when he returned to school, this sweet torture seemed to have just begun. The reason was simple. Tan Mo and Xiao Lan went out to watch movies and go shopping. Unfortunately, they were bumped into by classmates from the same school. Several boys went to watch Marvel movies together. From afar, they saw Tan Mo and Xiao Lan wearing couple outfits. Not only that, they were also buying popcorn hand in hand. Watching a movie together and holding hands. If they weren't a couple, then what were they? Although many people thought that they might have been together since Tan Mo returned to school, it was just a guess. After all, even the students of Class 18 didn't see them being too intimate. Now, someone finally bumped into Tan Mo and Xiao Lan. Although they weren't in the same class, Tan Mo and Xiao Lan were famous people in affiliated high school. They wouldn't mistake them, not to mention that photos were taken. A week passed. Tan Mo and Xiao Lan didn't know anything, but other people already believed that they were a couple. Howing was completely hurt this time. Although everyone had been talking about it before, according to Hao Ying's daily observation, Xiao Lan and Tan Mo didn't do anything too intimate except talk to each other. As a result, she was hit in the head. She couldn't pretend to be stupid even if she wanted to. Hao Ying was so resentful that she didn't even want to listen to class. She stared bitterly at the back of Xiao Lan's head. After staring for a long time, she moved her gaze to Tan Mo. She felt even more upset and aggrieved. He was on guard against everyone, including Xianxia and the boys from other classes who wanted to pursue Qiao Lan. However, he was not on guard against Tan Mo. In fact, Howing was still on guard at the beginning. She had noticed that Qiao Lan and Tan Mo were very close before, but after Tan Mo left, she gradually forgot about it. But who would have thought that Tan Mo, who had disappeared for almost a year, would come back? Not only did he come back, but he also came back in one piece. He didn't even give Howing time to adapt before he took Qiao Lan away. The more Howing thought about it, the more aggrieved and sad she felt. But after she calmed down, she felt that if this person was Tan Mo, it would be useless. Now that he thought about it, there seemed to be a wall between Tan Mo and Qiao Lan that no one else could enter. No one could step in. Because of this, Howing felt even more desperate. She clearly realized that she really didn't have a chance. Compared to others, she was quite superior. But compared to Tan Mo, how was she superior? After thinking about it, it seemed that only height could beat Tan Mo. Howing was 188 meters tall, but Tan Mo shouldn't be that tall. However, Tan Mo was known as a genius. His height didn't reduce his charm much. Moreover, Tan Mo's height was increasing at a visible rate. Because of his disability, Tan Mo's 2 years of recovery had been delayed. After crazily exercising and supplementing his body with nutrition, Tan Mo had quickly recovered. In just over 2 months, Tan Mo had changed a lot of his old pants. Qiao Lan and Tan Mo were walking side by side as they talked. When they turned around, they could see the young man's delicate jawline. Just as they were about to say something, their attention was instantly attracted by the difference in height between the two. Mo, Qiao Lan looked at Tan Mo from head to toe. She reached out her hand and said, "Did you grow taller?" Qiao Lan was 170 centimeters. She was quite tall for a girl. Before, when she talked to Tan Mo, she didn't feel that there was a height difference. But today, there was suddenly a height difference. Yeah, Tan Mo seemed to be in a good mood after his height was mentioned. His lips curled up into a smile. Out of the corner of his eyes, he glanced at the surrounding students who were looking at them again. He deliberately lowered his head and whispered in Qiao Lan's ear, "I'm 181 centimeters now." Qiao Lan was speechless. 3 centimeters taller in 2 months, the girl's surprised expression was reflected in Tan Mo's eyes. The smile in his eyes deepened. He really liked this angle. When he looked at Qiao Lan from this height, he could look at her without any scruples. He could look at her long and thick eyelashes that were like small fans, look at her high nose bridge and rosy lips, but she wouldn't notice. Qiao Lan didn't know what Tan Mo was thinking. She remembered that the internet once said that 179 centimeters was the dividing line for a boy's height. There was only a difference of 2 centimeters between 180 centimeters and 178 centimeters, but it gave people a completely different feeling. Looking at Tan Mo now, Qiao Lan completely agreed with this saying. He was only 3 centimeters taller. But when she looked at Tan Mo again, he was already about to raise his head. Tan Mo would definitely be even taller in the future. The late puberty of a young man was indeed a little scary. Qiao Lan suddenly felt a little strange. The young man that she used to squat down to take care of and talk to had become much taller than her in the blink of an eye. Every day in the 3rd year of high school seemed to be too short and not enough. During the midterm exam, after Qiao Lan's recent conscientious teaching of biology, Tan Mo's biology score, which was originally lacking, improved by leaps and bounds. He quickly caught up with and even surpassed his own little teacher, and his overall score returned to 1st place again. Everyone seemed to have expected this result. They weren't surprised or stunned. But many people sighed. The school's rule against puppy love didn't apply to geniuses and straight-A students. During class, the physics teacher even deliberately called out Qiao Lan's name and immediately called out Tan Mo's name. He had an expression of "I know everything" on his face. He didn't look at all like those ferocious students who wanted to strangle puppy love in the cradle. The homeroom teacher remembered that Qiao Lan had promised him a month ago that she definitely wasn't in a relationship with Tan Mo. But in the end, in less than a month, the other teachers in the office all knew about it. The homeroom teacher felt that this influence wasn't too good, so he prepared to talk to Qiao Lan and Tan Mo again. In the end, he coincidentally heard the conversation between Tan Mo and Qiao Lan. Xiao Lan said that next time, she would definitely surpass Tan Mo. Tan Mo smiled and said, "I'll wait for you." Seeing this kind of puppy love that was full of studiousness and progress, the homeroom teacher struggled for a long time. In the end, he decided to turn a blind eye to it. "Forget it, I'll just pretend that I didn't see it." It was inevitable that some students couldn't help but feel jealous. They said that the school rules were like farts to good students these days. As a result, they were criticized by many people. If you had the ability, your grades would be as good as Tan Mo's, Xiao Lan's. At that time, even if you wanted to go to heaven, no one would care. Everyone except Baiyu believed that she and Tan Mo were really in a relationship. At the beginning, Xiao Lan would still explain, but later on, she simply didn't explain. There was no need to explain. And she didn't want to. "I'm really too despicable," Xiao Lan thought to herself. She secretly took advantage of Tan Mo again. Fortunately, Tan Mo was a fool in this aspect. He didn't know anything. The weather in the north changed at will. Winter came at will. Suddenly, the temperature dropped, and the whole of S City ushered in an influenza epidemic. The influenza epidemic came fiercely. The demand for paper towels in the school supermarket suddenly increased. The number of people who went to the school doctor to get medicine also increased. Xiao Lan had been fed by Tan Mo for nearly 2 years. She also persisted in running every day, so her physical fitness was very good. However, she couldn't stop someone in the dormitory from catching a cold. One person infected 2 people, 2 people infected 3 people. In the end, she couldn't escape the clutches of the influenza epidemic. The weather outside had already reached below zero. It was very cold. There was a heater in the classroom, but it was definitely not too warm. When she woke up early to memorize books, she already had a headache. When the morning self-study session began, the buzzing sound of students memorizing books lingered in her ears. Her originally messy head became even heavier. Following the rhythm of Baiyu blowing her nose every 2 minutes, Xiao Lan lay on the table and fell asleep. It was still morning self-study. The class hadn't ended yet. After all, it wasn't time to sleep. Xiao Lan didn't sleep very well. After some time, she raised her head and glanced at the podium. She didn't see the English teacher coming in, so she drowsily closed her eyes again. After that, it seemed that when the class was over, Shui Munyan's "I have you in my life" rang out. Xiao Lan finally fell asleep peacefully until a cold hand gently fell on her forehead. The sudden chill woke Xiao Lan up abruptly. She turned her head sideways and opened her eyes. Her eyes met with Tan Mo's beautiful light brown eyes. The young man was slightly helpless as if he had done something wrong. His eyes were slightly drifting, but he still approached Xiao Lan and whispered, "Is my hand too cold?" He had already warmed his hand for a while before he went to test the temperature of Xiao Lan's hand. However, it was still cold to the point that Xiao Lan felt cold. Xiao Lan shook her head. No. She didn't have any strength in her body. She stared at the young man's retracted hand in a daze. However, she noticed that there was an obvious bruise on his pale wrist. The warm hand grabbed Tan Mo's wrist. Tan Mo didn't know if it was because of the pain from being grabbed or because he was scalded by Xiao Lan's hand, but he trembled slightly. Probably because of the high fever, Xiao Lan became bolder. Her voice was slightly hoarse, and there was a soft tone that even she didn't notice. Her fingertips scratched the bruise, causing Tan Mo's body to stiffen. "What's going on here?" "I accidentally bumped into something," Tan Mo said. It was actually an injury from when he was learning kickboxing. Xiao Lan stared at the bruise for a long time before letting go of her hand. "Idiot." Even her reprimanding voice was so soft that it made people's hearts tremble. Tan Mo took a deep breath and looked away from Xiao Lan's cheek. "You have a fever." "Yeah." Xiao Lan buried her cheek in her arm again. "It's a low fever. I'll be fine after a short nap." The young man beside her didn't say anything else. Xiao Lan fell asleep again. She didn't know how long she slept, but Tan Mo, who was still cold from outside, woke her up. The temperature of the water was just right for drinking, and the medicine was wrapped in a tissue. The young man lowered his head and carefully divided a large piece of medicine into 4 portions. "Where did you get the medicine?" The infirmary, Tan Mo said as he handed the medicine to Xiao Lan. Take the medicine and go back to sleep. I've already told the teacher. Okay. Xiao Lan continued to lie on the table after taking the medicine. After a while, she felt a weight on her shoulder. A jacket was draped over her shoulder. Xiao Lan smelled the familiar fresh scent that she had smelled in Tan Mo's wardrobe. When she looked up again, she saw that Tan Mo was only wearing a thin woolen sweater and a school jacket. Xiao Lan took off her jacket and wanted to return it, but Tan Mo stubbornly draped it over her shoulder again. The young man leaned close to her ear and whispered, "I'm not cold." Xiao Lan looked at the thin jacket he was wearing. How could he not be cold? You're really not cold. Tan Mo helped her put on the jacket again. His cold fingers gently rubbed Xiao Lan's cheek. He smiled and whispered, "You forgot that I can't feel cold." Xiao Lan's heart suddenly ached. Bai Yu, who had been sitting at the back and watching the whole process, looked at Xiao Lan lying on her stomach and then at Tan Mo, who was only wearing a thin school jacket. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and yelled at her deskmate, "I'm sick." Her deskmate was dumbfounded. I know. You've almost used up a roll of paper during the morning self-study session. Don't you have anything to say? Didn't I contribute all my paper to you? Bai Yu, I'm cold. So? Give me your jacket. What am I supposed to wear if you give it to me? The heater is fake, and the classroom is so cold. Bai Yu, get lost. Maybe it was because Tan Mo was too eye-catching in his thin school uniform on such a cold day, or maybe it was because the two of them were too eye-catching in the first place. Even the biology teacher who came into class kept glancing at Xiao Lan and Tan Mo from time to time. The biology teacher thought that Tan Mo had taken the initiative to come to his office to look for him. But in the end, Tan Mo came to ask for leave, not for himself, but for his deskmate. He said that his deskmate was sick and asked her to sleep well in class. The biology teacher finally understood how the homeroom teacher felt when he asked Tan Mo to talk to him. There were many students who secretly fell in love these days, but none of them were like Tan Mo, who openly fell in love at such a young age. But he had no choice but to agree. Xiao Lan was his proudest student. Now that she was so sick, if he didn't agree to Tan Mo's request, it would seem that he was heartless and unreasonable. Because of this, the biology teacher couldn't help but glance at Xiao Lan and Tan Mo. Then he looked at Tan Mo's thin clothes and couldn't help but shiver. It seemed that the heating in the school wasn't good enough. After class, Hao Ying's good buddies patted Hao Ying's shoulder. Bro, accept your fate. It wasn't that they were trying to discourage him, but compared to Tan Mo, he didn't have any fighting ability. Tan Mo wasn't worse than him in any way. Previously, they thought that Tan Mo's height was his weakness, but it was as if he was on steroids. Maybe one day he would be as tall as Hao Ying. Now, in the eyes of these buddies, even Hao Ying couldn't compare to Tan Mo, let alone Xiao Lan. As the saying goes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Xiao Lan thinks that Tan Mo is good in every way, not to mention that he's even better than Xiao Lan. So, bro, accept your fate. Hao Ying. Are you still my bro? Can you not be so hurtful with your words? It's already sad enough. Do you have to add insult to injury? Actually, there's another way, the boy next to him suddenly said. A way to make Xiao Lan like you. His tone was deep and he looked very serious. Hao Ying's eyes lit up. What's the solution? Then, he announced loudly, quick, recommend The Cold Prince Falls in Love with Me to Xiao Lan. The Cold Prince Falls in Love with Me was a very popular ancient puppet drama recently. It would be on the hot search every day after it was broadcasted. The male lead, Xianxia, was on the hot search every day. He was very popular. Wherever he went, there were new fans of Xianxia who had recently attracted new fans. I forgot to mention that Xianxia was the celebrity who looked like Hao Ying's biological brother. He was a popular celebrity. Hao Ying was speechless. Scram, 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 scram. Hao Ying kicked him away. I'm just kidding, bro. I just want to cheer you up. Actually, think about it. You have no chance with Xiao Lan. She's going to enter X university in the future. Let's look at our results and know that it's impossible. Your results are the same as Tan Mo or Xianxia. The group of people finally got rid of this big brother who loved to speak the truth and did not know how to read people's faces. Although he was speaking the truth, it seemed that he was telling the truth. If he continued, Howing might really cry. Xiaolan took her medicine and went to bed early. Her body was in good condition. She gradually recovered 2 days later. Baiyu blew her nose and swore, "When I recover from this cold, I'll definitely go jogging with you." They were both 17 or 18 years old, but Xiaolan's immune system was much better than hers. Xiaolan had a fever, but she recovered after 2 days. She still felt dizzy every day. Baiyu hung a trash bag next to her desk. It was specially used to store paper. She opened a new roll of paper and chatted with Xiaolan casually. "Lan, why do you want to take the finance major?" "I can't think of a major I want to study. My parents want me to go to a normal school. I don't want to be a teacher even if I die." This was the norm when applying for a major. Many parents wanted their children to apply for a normal school or study medicine. However, many students avoided these two majors. They had the same idea as Baiyu. They would rather die than become a teacher. After all, they had been students for more than 10 years and had been bullied by their teachers for more than 10 years. It was normal for them to have some rebellious thoughts. However, when they started looking for a job after graduation, it would be difficult to find a job. A large number of students would start to regret not listening to their parents' advice. Some graduates from normal schools would directly work in schools after graduation. Other than that, many people would start to envy the teachers for having 2 holidays. However, not everyone had the same idea. Xiaolan and Baiyu chatted for a while about applying for a major in the future. When they turned around, Tan Mo closed the book in his hand and asked Xiaolan, "Why do you want to study finance?" Tan Mo was clearly reading a book just now. It seemed like he wasn't paying attention. Tan Mo actually heard her chatting with Baiyu. Xiaolan coughed softly and pretended to be serious. "Tan Mo, please correct your learning attitude." Tan Mo was stunned and didn't say anything for a while. Xiaolan suddenly realized that she was joking with Tan Mo. Tan Mo couldn't understand her teasing. Perhaps it was because Tan Mo had been too normal recently and couldn't see any difference between him and other people. Therefore, Xiaolan sometimes forgot that Tan Mo also had Asperger's disease. The main characteristic of Asperger's disease was that it couldn't distinguish all information other than language, such as eye contact, facial expression, or some body movements. However, it was also very difficult for them to understand some joking expressions. Xiaolan remembered that when she was reading the book on Asperger's disease, someone gave an example. A successful entrepreneur talked about his Asperger's disease in a speech and used the simplest example to explain the inconvenience of this disease. This entrepreneur said that a friend had once teased him. "Can I ask your watch what time it is now?" For normal people, this was a humorous and interesting way of telling the world. However, for this entrepreneur, he couldn't understand it. He just felt that he couldn't understand it because his watch couldn't talk. It couldn't tell his friend what time it was. Therefore, in a situation where he was wearing a watch and knew what time it was, he replied to his friend, "I don't know." What happened after that was easy to understand. His friend thought that he had deliberately rejected him and slowly distanced himself from him. It was a long time later that he realized what he had done wrong. A successful entrepreneur who was almost 40 years old couldn't understand his friend asking him the time. Tan Mo, who had just turned 17, understood Xiaolan's sudden teasing. It was really too difficult for him. Xiaolan's "please correct your learning" attitude was more like a scolding from Xiaolan in Tan Mo's eyes. Xiaolan looked at Tan Mo's stunned face and hurriedly changed her words. "What I meant was that I saw you reading a book just now, so I thought you didn't hear what we were talking about." Tan Mo was stunned and suddenly thought of something. After a long time, he nodded. Although Tan Mo was still expressionless, Xiaolan was too familiar with Tan Mo seeing his sudden silence. She knew that this seemingly small thing had affected him. Xiaolan could only quickly change the topic and continue the question Tan Mo asked her just now. "I didn't know what I wanted to learn before. I was a little interested in stocks and casually thought about finance. Baiyu and the others asked me before, so I answered casually." Tan Mo was finally distracted by Xiaolan. You like stocks? Not really, just a little interested. Xiaolon smiled. I once read the biography of the stock god by chance and felt that it was very impressive. That's all. Impressive, very impressive, Tan Mo looked down thoughtfully. Xiaolon tilted her head and looked at Tan Mo, who was deep in thought again. She suddenly remembered the new profession that she wanted to learn before. It was something that she wanted to learn after knowing Tan Mo. Later, Tan Mo left temporarily and Tan Mo became more and more normal. However, after today, Xiaolon picked up the original idea again. How could she forget that Asperger's disease could not be cured in one's lifetime? Coincidentally, when everyone was talking, Tan Mo accompanied Xiaolon beside him. He didn't say anything and just listened to the others talk. Coincidentally, someone told a very funny joke. Everyone, including Xiaolon, couldn't stop laughing. Only Tan Mo was expressionless. The guy who told the joke looked up and saw Tan Mo, who didn't laugh or speak. He was suddenly scared and doubted himself. Isn't it funny? Is it funny? Tan Mo asked in his heart. He really didn't hear anything funny about the joke. However, everyone except him was laughing, so it wasn't that the joke wasn't funny, but that he didn't understand it at all. Tan Mo suddenly felt his heart tighten. Because he stood up again, on the surface, he seemed to be no different from the others. He was just like a normal person. There were even more people who didn't think that he was worthy of Xiaolon anymore. This feeling was so good that Tan Mo started to indulge in it. He was so happy that he almost forgot about a cruel fact. Even if he could stand up, he was still different from everyone else. He suffered from an illness that couldn't be cured in his lifetime, Asperger's disease. In many people's eyes, it was even a symptom of mental illness. How could he forget that he was still different from everyone else? His heart would always be broken. The sudden silence made the guy who was telling the story a little embarrassed. Someone beside him hurriedly tried to save the situation. Maybe the genius didn't hear it, haha. You're too King vague, okay? Tan Mo probably didn't understand. His brain is used to study, not to listen to your rubbish. Everyone laughed. Tan Mo sat stiffly on the spot. Suddenly, he felt his right hand being pinched. Tan Mo turned around in surprise. Xiaolon let go of his hand and said slowly, actually, I didn't understand it either. If you didn't understand, then why are you laughing? The guy who was telling the story was shocked. Was this joke really that hard to understand? Isn't it because I saw you all laughing? Xiaolon looked helpless. Then why did you admit it now? The guy wanted to ask, but he suddenly remembered Tan Mo's expressionless face and didn't understand. He instantly understood and felt like he had been fed a mouthful of dog food. Everyone laughed for a long time. Sure enough, the brain of a genius is different from ours. They covered up the sudden silence. Tan Mo sat on the chair. His hands slowly clenched in a place where no one could see. There was once a teenager with Asperger's disease who used a metaphor to describe the difference between himself and normal people. He said that the chaos of normal people was like the Windows operating system in the social world, while the brain of someone with Asperger's disease only operated slowly under the DOS system. Other than being slow, there would also be all kinds of mistakes. This was a fact that could never be changed. It was a defect that would follow him for the rest of his life and could never be erased. No matter how slow Tan Mo was, he could still understand that Xiaolon was helping him get out of trouble. She was helping him to prevent others from finding out that he was still not a normal person even after he stood up. Tan Mo suddenly thought of a phrase. Indulging in pleasure. The temporary peace and intoxication made him a little complacent. During the evening class that night, Tan Mo's kickboxing coach could clearly feel Tan Mo's irritation. Although he was still expressionless, the strength in his hands showed that he was venting. This teenager was the most ruthless and reckless student he had ever taught. It was as if something was desperately urging him from behind. Sometimes, the coach would ask Tan Mo a few questions out of curiosity, but Tan Mo never said anything. The coach did not expect Tan Mo to say anything today. He just casually asked if something had happened today. The teenager, whose body was no longer thin and weak, was still clenching his fists, but his movements had stopped. He stood in the same spot for a long time before he suddenly opened his mouth. His voice was very low. Rather than saying something, it was more like he was asking himself. If there was a person that you couldn't catch up to in your entire life, what would you do? A person that you couldn't catch up to in your entire life. Although the coach did not know what Tan Mo's identity and wealth were, he knew that this teenager's identity was definitely not simple just by looking at how generous Tan Mo was. The car that he used to pick him up every day was a daydream that he would never dare to dream of. A girl that could make this teenager feel that he could never catch up to her no matter how hard he tried. What kind of fairy was she, if it was him, since he knew that he could never catch up to her? The coach did not think too much and said, "Then I won't chase after her." As soon as he said that, the coach saw that the teenager, who had been expressionless all this time, suddenly had a layer of ferocious aura. His eyes were gloomy. Even the muscular coach was taken aback by the sudden change in the teenager's mood. Before he could think it through, the coach quickly changed his words. "Actually, what I'm more curious about is why you feel that you definitely won't be able to woo her. Look at you, you're so handsome and have such a good family background. Just by standing outside, a bunch of young ladies would come running to ask for WeChat. With such good conditions, you're so determined to say that you won't be able to woo her. Have you chased him before? The girl you like, didn't agree?" The youth was silent for a moment. Then, he said, "No. He never chased after her." "Coach. So after all this time, it's still a crush? Since you've never chased him before, how do you know that you can't catch him? Do you know each other?" "I do." "Then, do you have a bad relationship?" "Very good." "How good is very good?" "That would be best." "Then hurry up and chase after her." The coach was anxious for Tan Mo. Tan Mo looked down and shook his head. "No." "Why not?" The coach didn't understand. "She treats me as a friend." "How normal." The coach didn't think it was a big deal at all. Many couples develop from friends. Although I don't know what's going on between the two of you, I don't think you need to be so negative. My opinion is that we should always try everything. Since you've never chased after her before, you can't say that it's impossible." The coach didn't know what to say at first, but he didn't expect that he would become a Casanova the moment he opened his mouth. If you never chase after her because you feel that you can't, then you'll never be able to catch her. But if you try, of course, it might be what you think. But what if you succeed, right? What if? If I were you and there was a girl I liked to the bone, I would just give it a try and chase after her with all my might. If I really can't catch up, then forget it. At least I won't feel regret when I think about it. Leaving no regrets. Tan Mo suddenly felt like laughing. He didn't want to leave any regrets, but what if Chow Lan found out about his thoughts and became strangers from then on? Compared to regret, this was an outcome he couldn't accept. The coach was still talking at length, saying that with Tan Mo's qualifications, there was no need for him to be so unconfident. Maybe the girl had already liked him for a long time. Tan Mo closed his eyes and said casually. The coach instantly shut up. The coach was stunned for a long time before he said, "Illness?" Tan Mo had a physical examination almost every few days. There was absolutely nothing wrong with his body. What illness? Tan Mo chewed on the two words for a long time before he said with difficulty, "Mental illness." The coach was speechless. He subconsciously moved back a little. Tan Mo glanced at the coach coldly. Although he didn't say anything, the coach understood the mockery in Tan Mo's eyes. See, no matter how much he said just now, everyone would stay away from him when they found out that he had such an illness. Only then did the coach suddenly react. Thinking of his unconscious action just now, he suddenly wanted to slap himself. He wanted to explain, but he felt that it was useless to say anything at this time. A person's subconscious reaction was the most realistic reaction. Therefore, it was precisely because of this reason that Tan Mo felt that the girl would never like him or accept him. The coach felt that everything could be explained. "I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to." Forget it, it was all useless to explain. Besides, Tan Mo didn't care about his opinion. The coach sighed. "So that girl doesn't know that you have an illness?" "She knows." "She knows?" The coach was surprised. After a long time, the coach finally said seriously, I think that the girl who can make you like her so much must be different from others. You don't have to guess her thoughts based on how others think of you. Since she already knows about your condition, but still treats you the best, it means that she probably doesn't care if you have an illness or not. Tan Mo looked into the distance with a heavy gaze and didn't say anything. The coach sighed. Tan Mo, maybe, and I'm saying maybe, in the heart of the girl you like, you are much more important than you think. The conversation ended there. Tan Mo stood up again and began to practice. His technique was still sharp, but it was less ruthless than before. Tan Mo's learning content, other than the normal homework and kickboxing, had two more subjects. One was stocks, and the other was emotional analysis. Tan Mo started to learn about stocks after he found out that Xiao Lan was interested in stocks. Xiao Lan said that he admired stocks after reading the biography of the god of stocks, so he wanted to learn. That one sentence made Tan Mo make the decision. He always wanted to use all kinds of methods to make Xiao Lan have more feelings for him, even if it wasn't love. Other than that, Xiao Lan was very interested in stocks. He could learn it first and then slowly teach Xiao Lan. However, what made Tan Mo very happy was that after he started to learn about stocks, using mathematics and all kinds of analysis, Tan Mo found that it was much more interesting than he thought. It was just too interesting. Other than that, Tan Mo started to learn emotional analysis like crazy. He endured the discomfort and started to contact the psychiatrist again. He also accepted the psychiatrist's advice to become more like a normal person. He could never be a normal person, but he could try his best to not let others see that he wasn't a normal person. This was an extremely difficult and lifelong learning process. The psychiatrist gave him a book specifically for the symptoms of Asperger's disease. In this book, a total of 412 human emotions were identified and all the emotions were divided into 24 different groups. What he needed to do was to memorize all 412 emotions and remember them in his heart. He didn't understand, so he memorized. He memorized the expressions and movements of each emotion. When a person cried, he didn't know what he needed to do, so he memorized it. When a person laughed, he memorized all of it in his heart. In just a few days, Tan Mo felt that he was physically and mentally exhausted. This was because he didn't understand. He could only search his memory bank for other people's reactions after seeing a certain expression on a person's face. He had to be fast, because if he was slow, people would think that he was slow. No one knew how fast Tan Mo's brain was working in just a few seconds. It was too tiring. Because his nerves were highly strung at every moment, Tan Mo felt that he was tired out by everyone. However, the effect was unexpectedly good. Tan Mo was crazily absorbing knowledge and turning himself into a master of imitation. In the shortest amount of time, he was able to make the correct response when faced with all kinds of the most common expressions. Some people said that Tan Mo was finally not expressionless. Some people said that Tan Mo was really not that hard to get along with. It was only the Xiao Lan. When everyone thought that Tan Mo was becoming more and more sociable, they felt a strong sense of uneasiness and dissonance. In a space that Xiao Lan didn't notice, Tan Mo began to grow wildly. Only in front of Xiao Lan could he still show a somewhat real him because of the uncontrollable throbbing in his heart. Xiao Lan asked him what was wrong, but Tan Mo could already lie calmly. He said that he had received treatment from a psychiatrist and that he might be different from usual recently because the psychiatrist told him to do so. His statement was half true and half false. In fact, 80% of it was true. This was indeed the psychiatrist's suggestion. However, Tan Mo didn't tell Xiao Lan that the psychiatrist had also warned him about something else. The psychiatrist said that when an adult with Asperger's disease used the imitation ability, he could communicate like a normal person. He even started to get used to it and became very popular. Everything seemed good, but that would be the beginning of a disaster. Because the whole world would become unable to distinguish between what was real and what was fake. In the past, he could only analyze the other person's true thoughts through slow analysis. At that time, he wouldn't need to do any more analysis. He would rely on the knowledge and experience he had to guess the other person's thoughts and react accordingly. From then on, he really wouldn't be able to understand anything anymore. It was getting colder every day, but no matter how cold it was, it didn't seem to affect the boys' enthusiasm for basketball. Although the teachers kept warning everyone not to play basketball because the ground was harder than usual in winter and it was easy to get injured, as long as it didn't snow, there would always be people on the basketball court. Xiaolan walked past the basketball court every day, but he didn't know any of the juniors at first glance. The senior high school students of the same grade didn't have time to play basketball. He walked into the classroom as usual and glanced at the basketball court while talking to Baiyu. As a result, he saw a white fatty among a group of tall and thin boys. Xiao Yuan. It had been a long time since he saw Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan had suddenly grown a lot taller, but he seemed to be a little thinner than before. He was no longer a short and round fatty, but a tall and strong fatty. His figure running around the court with a basketball in his arms looked particularly tiring. Xiaolan was a little surprised. He didn't expect Xiao Yuan to play basketball. However, he only thought about it for a moment and threw it to the back of his mind. About 10 days later, the sound of an ambulance suddenly rang in the school, causing many students to look outside curiously. The ambulance came and left quickly. After class, everyone curiously asked about what happened. By the afternoon, almost everyone in the class knew that a senior high school student fell down while playing basketball. The fall was quite serious. The PE teacher was so frightened that he directly called 120. All the teachers were called to an emergency meeting. During class, the homeroom teacher used this incident to strictly forbid the students from playing basketball. The boys sighed. Even if they wanted to play basketball, they didn't have time to do so. The senior high school students didn't even have PE classes. Life in the senior high school was too boring. The PE classes were all occupied by other teachers, and all kinds of entertainment programs were all cancelled. For example, the other grades had prepared a New Year's Eve party, but the senior high school students had been successfully excluded. There was only 1 day left of the 3 days of holiday. Xiaolan glanced at Tan Mo. There was another thick book on Tan Mo's desk. Tan Mo had been reading this book every day recently. Xiaolan glanced at it before and saw that it was a professional book on stock trading. It was not a beginner's book, but the kind that was quite deep. Xiaolan also flipped through a few pages. Even though she had studied finance before, she still stuttered. Baiyu sighed. Only Tan Mo could maintain his good grades by reading other books during the stressful third year of high school. After sighing, she curiously asked Tan Mo why he suddenly started to research stocks. Tan Mo said with a calm expression, "It's very interesting." Xiaolan supported her chin with her hand and looked at the young man's delicate side profile. She remembered that not long ago, Tan Mo had asked her why she wanted to study finance. She had said that it was because she was interested in the stock market. Although she only knew that studying finance was not very helpful for stock trading after she studied finance, this was indeed the reason she had applied for the exam. Therefore, she had answered Tan Mo's question. If she remembered correctly, Tan Mo had started to read books on this topic the day after she had said this sentence. Although Xiaolan had warned herself more than once not to be so narcissistic, she still couldn't help but wonder if Tan Mo had deliberately studied finance because of her. Xiaolan rested her head on her arm and stared at Tan Mo in a daze. Anyway, the homeroom teacher was arguing with the angry students at the moment. Tan Mo had always been sensitive to people's gazes, not to mention that Xiaolan had been staring at him for a long time. His heart started to beat faster. His fingertips fell on the book and his eyes moved slightly. There seemed to be a faint smile on his lips. He lowered his head slightly and turned his head to meet Xiaolan's gaze. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, nothing." Xiaolan hurriedly looked away and shook her head. She pointed at the book in Tan Mo's hand and said, "Mo, remember to teach me after you understand it. I learned it to teach you in the first place." Tan Mo thought silently, but he didn't show it on his face and nodded. Xiaolan stared straight into Tan Mo's eyes. She still couldn't see anything unusual in those beautiful eyes. Tan Mo's face was rarely expressive, so Xiaolan usually observed his eyes. However, Xiaolan didn't know when it started, but she realized that she couldn't see anything from Tan Mo's eyes. When he looked at her, his eyes were always smiling. Xiaolan shook her head and cleared her messy thoughts. lying and pretending were difficult actions. How could Tan Mo know how to do these? There was only one day off on New Year's Day. Aunt Chen called Xiao Lan and asked her to come over for dinner. On Saturday morning, Xiao Lan and Tan Mo left the school together after finishing their makeup classes. Many people watched as Xiao Lan and Tan Mo got into a car and drove away. However, now that the relationship between the two was known to everyone gradually became numb from the initial shock. Ever since Xiao Lan was in her third year of high school, the number of times she went to Tan Mo's house had decreased. It wasn't easy for her to visit, so Auntie Chen thought of ways to nourish Xiao Lan. After dinner, Xiao Lan went to Aunt Chen's room to read books. In the blink of an eye, it was 12 o'clock. Xiao Lan packed up her things and went to bed. After sleeping for less than 10 minutes, she wanted to go out for a drink. It was very quiet outside. Xiao Lan guessed that everyone should be asleep, so she didn't turn on the lights so as not to disturb Aunt Chen and the others. However, when she came out of her room, she bumped into Tan Mo, who just came out of his room after taking a shower. Xiao Lan bumped into Tan Mo's chest. Tan Mo quickly grabbed Xiao Lan's arm with one hand and turned on the corridor light with the other. The light orange light came on. Xiao Lan lowered her head and looked at the strong right hand and arm that grabbed her arm. It was too hot at home. The floor heating was much hotter than the heating at school. Xiao Lan wore short sleeves and short skirts at home. The young man, who just took a shower, also wore cool clothes. He wore a sleeveless t-shirt, and his muscular arms were exposed. His muscles were beautiful and his wrists were strong. The young man, whose hair was half wet and half dry, was carelessly rubbing his hair with a towel. There were still water droplets on his delicate face, and the water vapor hadn't dissipated yet. Xiao Lan suddenly looked up. The young man seemed to have grown taller than before. When he looked at Xiao Lan condescendingly, an ambiguous and unspeakably strong aura suddenly wrapped around Xiao Lan. It was a hormone that only boys had. It made people blush and their hearts beat faster. Xiao Lan was stunned for a moment. Then, she felt the warmth on her cheeks. Tan Mo grabbed Xiao Lan's wrist and didn't want to let go. So, he pretended not to notice and asked her if she had bumped into anything. She didn't know if it was Xiao Lan's illusion, but she felt that Tan Mo's voice was slightly lower than usual. In this kind of atmosphere at night, it made her ears even hotter. She hurriedly shook her head and said that she was fine. She looked up at Tan Mo's room and felt that she was calm enough to change the topic. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" "Yeah," Tan Mo's fingers gently rubbed Xiao Lan's wrist. Then, he reluctantly let go and said, "I was about to sleep." Oh, Xiao Lan looked down at her wrist and then looked at Tan Mo, who looked normal. She didn't dare to look at Tan Mo's face again. "I'm going to the kitchen to drink some water." Mo, you should rest early too." After drinking a glass of water and hearing the sound of Tan Mo going back to his room and closing the door, Xiao Lan sat on the chair and stared blankly for a while. Then, she went back to sleep. However, she couldn't fall asleep after tossing and turning. Every time she closed her eyes, she would see Tan Mo grabbing her arm and the feeling of her bumping into Tan Mo's chest. Tan Mo had really changed. He had grown taller, and his body had become sturdier. He no longer had the ignorance and childishness of the past. He had become more and more like a man from the past. His whole body was full of hormones that she could not resist. Xiao Lan buried her head in the pillow in frustration. "Stop. Stop. Control yourself, study hard." However, some things would be remembered more clearly the more you wanted to forget them. Moreover, for some reason, Tan Mo was wearing another black sleeveless t-shirt, revealing his well-defined arms, and walking around the house. When Baiyu returned to the dormitory, she saw Xiao Lan lying on the bed like a corpse. She happily went over to her and asked her what happened. Xiao Lan was silent for a long time. Then, she sincerely cried. "It's so hard for me." "What's hard for you?" Baiyu was shocked. "Sigh, it's nothing." Xiao Lan got up from the bed. "Let's go to the classroom. Study hard and improve every day." Baiyu, after New Year's Day, it was winter break in the blink of an eye. However, the winter break for the 12th year was very short. The school stipulated that remedial classes had to be made up until the 28th of December. After the end of the semester, the rest of the students went home happily. The 12th year students leaned on the windowsill and watched their juniors go away. The only consolation was that they didn't have to do morning exercises. Therefore, they arrived at school a little later every day. Everyone could sleep a little longer. Besides, the school wasn't too strict recently. If a student decided to go outside, the guard at the gate would turn a blind eye to it. Tan Mo also came to class obediently. Although he still didn't listen to the class, he was still studying his stocks. Xiao Lan curiously asked him if he had tried it. Yes, Tan Mo said. Then, he added, I used the money on your card. My card? Xiao Lan just remembered that she had given her card to Tan Mo. If I lose money, it's on me. If I make money, it's on you. Tan Mo smiled. Don't worry. Xiao Lan smiled. She didn't have anything to worry about. At most, she only had a little more than 10,000 yuan left in her card. 10,000 yuan was too little for Tan Mo. Xiao Lan guessed that Tan Mo had done it himself and took some of her money along the way. Xiao Lan was a little curious. Tan Mo was so smart. She wondered how he was doing in this area. She asked him curiously, how's the market? Tan Mo thought for a while and said, it's okay. Tan Mo's okay was definitely not just okay. Xiao Lan sighed. As expected of Tan Mo, he was so good at everything. As the two were talking, a classmate suddenly called out to Xiao Lan, saying that someone was looking for her. Xiao Lan casually asked who it was. That classmate said, I think it's your mother. The smile on Xiao Lan's face suddenly disappeared. After a moment of silence, Xiao Lan turned around and walked out of the classroom. The others didn't think anything was wrong. Even Hao Ying, who always paid attention to Xiao Lan, didn't think anything was wrong. Only Baiyu and Tan Mo knew about Xiao Lan's family situation. Baiyu's face didn't look good. She turned around and was about to ask Tan Mo, but Tan Mo had already stood up and followed Xiao Lan out. Tan Mo followed Xiao Lan from afar. He saw the middle-aged woman almost pounce on Xiao Lan when she saw Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan took a step back to avoid her mother. What's the matter? She asked. Mother Qiao raised her head. Xiao Lan was slightly startled. Although Mother Qiao was a woman from the countryside, she was indeed beautiful. As she grew older, she gradually lost her beauty, but she still put on some makeup to decorate herself. Today, however, Mother Qiao was barefaced. Her complexion was sallow, dark circles under her eyes were heavy, and her hair was a little messy. Xiao Lan could see the haggard look on her face. She looked so down and out. Xiao Lan's heart softened a little. Just as she was about to say something, Mother Qiao looked at her in disbelief. Her voice was sharp and piercing. Your brother is already in such a state, yet you still look so impatient? Xiao Yuan, what's wrong with Xiao Yuan? Xiao Lan really didn't know anything. Mother Qiao stared at Xiao Lan with round eyes and sneered, don't tell me you don't know anything. Xiao Lan's heart softened a little, but it was instantly wiped clean by Mother Qiao's attitude. I don't know. Xiao Lan's face turned cold. If you have something to say it. If not, I'm going back to class. Mother Qiao grabbed Xiao Lan's sleeve and screamed, you're not allowed to leave. The students passing by couldn't help but take a few glances. When Mother Qiao mentioned her son, her expression changed instantly. Aside from the malevolence and madness, she returned to her previous dazed state. Sometimes, Mother Qiao felt that the world was really unfair. There were people coming and going everywhere. Why did bad luck always fall on her good son? A few days ago, when she was busy in the shop, she received a call from Xiao Yuan's homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher said that Xiao Yuan fell down while playing basketball. The fall seemed to be a little serious. Father Qiao and Mother Qiao were so scared that their faces turned pale. They closed the shop and ran to the school. Many people thought that it was just a fall and nothing serious would happen. However, Xiao Yuan kept crying and screaming in pain. In the end, he fainted from the pain. The students were so scared that they hurriedly called the homeroom teacher and informed Xiao Yuan's parents. After sending him to the hospital and coming out of the operating room, the doctor told Xiao Yuan's parents a bolt from the blue. Xiao Yuan's fall had ruptured his right kidney, so his right kidney had to be removed. His right's right. Not to mention Father and Mother Qiao, even the homeroom teacher was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that a simple fall could damage a kidney? The doctor said that the weather was cold and the ground was hard, and Qiao Yuan's body weight was too heavy, so it made sense. Qiao and Qiao's mother, and Qiao's. The doctor comforted her and said that as long as one kidney was half functional, the person would be fine. After the examination, Qiao Yuan's other kidney was fine. Therefore, removing one kidney wouldn't affect Qiao Yuan much. One kidney was enough to satisfy the body's needs. However, Qiao's mother still didn't believe it. She looked at her unconscious son and took out her phone to search Baidu. She saw many other theories. For example, the kidney was an organ that detoxified the body. Removing one would cause the other to compensate. In the long run, it would cause the function of the other kidney to decline, and the detoxification ability would decrease. It would be extremely detrimental to the body and eventually lead to kidney failure. There were even people who said that their body's condition had been very poor ever since one kidney was removed. It was very painful and they didn't have much of an appetite. They felt that it would affect their lifespan. It was fine when they were young, but when they got older, one kidney wouldn't be able to hold on. Qiao's mother was scared out of her wits. After that, she didn't listen to anything the doctor said. The doctor calmly explained to Father Qiao and Mother Qiao, but Mother Qiao acted like the doctor didn't do anything. This made the doctor lose his good temper. So what do you think? The doctor suppressed his annoyance and said, if you're worried, you can find a suitable kidney. Mother Qiao blurted out, then find one. Father Qiao didn't lose his mind. He grabbed Mother Qiao and asked the doctor, then, how much will it cost? The cost of a kidney transplant surgery is about 100,000 to 300,000 yuan. It depends on the adaptability after the surgery. If you put it in the kidney, it's very rare. A suitable kidney costs at least 400,000 yuan. This didn't include the recovery costs after the surgery. After the price was reported, Mother Qiao finally woke up from her madness. The doctor finally covered Mother Qiao's mouth and left the ward, leaving Mother Qiao stunned for a moment before she began to wail. The cost of the surgery, the kidney, and the recovery. Costs after the surgery were close to 1 million yuan. 1 million yuan was really too much for Father Qiao and Mother Qiao. All of Father Qiao's and Mother Qiao's income came from the small restaurant in front of the affiliated high school. The restaurant was too small, and the price of students' meals was on the low side. Their income was passable, but it was definitely not high. After working hard for many years and successfully marrying off their 2 daughters, they finally bought their current house. They couldn't bear to spend money themselves, but they were generous with Qiao Yuan. They didn't even blink when they bought shoes that cost a few thousand yuan. The money they saved over the years wasn't much. At most, it was only about 100,000 yuan. Where would they get 1 million yuan from, unless they sold the house? But how could they sell the house? Where would they live if they sold the house? Mother Qiao cried until her eyes were swollen like walnuts. Occasionally, a nurse would persuade her that there was really no need to worry so much. A kidney was definitely fine. In the end, after Qiao Yuan woke up, he kept complaining about the pain and couldn't eat anything. Mother Qiao's heart, which had been shaken by the nurse's words, instantly became chaotic again. The nurse told her that the wound hurt after the surgery, but Mother Qiao didn't listen to anything. No, I must make my son healthy. Old Lady Zhou's reaction was even more intense than Mother Qiao's. When she heard that her grandson was injured, she fainted on the spot. When she woke up, she was afraid that Father Qiao and Mother Qiao really couldn't bear to spend money on Qiao Yuan. She brainwashed Father Qiao and Mother Qiao every day. Even if she had to sell everything, she had to treat Qiao Yuan. Even if the family doesn't have money, there's still eldest brother and second brother. Even if eldest brother can't afford it, he can still fork out 100,000 yuan. Second brother drives a car that costs hundreds of thousands. I don't believe that he doesn't have money. Old Lady Zhou didn't have money herself. She had never had more than 200 yuan in her life. She had no concept of money at all. It was easy for her to shout 100,000 yuan or hundreds of thousands. However, at this point, Father Qiao and Mother Qiao didn't care anymore. They immediately called elder sister Xiao and second sister Xiao. Elder sister Xiao's family wasn't very well off. For the young couple who had just bought a house after getting married and owed a lot of debt, 100,000 yuan was too much. But after all, it was her biological brother who had an accident. Elder sister Xiao pulled together 30,000 yuan and gave it to mother Xiao. Old lady Zhou cursed and scolded elder sister Xiao for being stingy. Her biological brother was in such a state and she only took so little money. Elder sister Xiao's heart ached. It wasn't easy to get this 30,000 yuan. Although her husband didn't say anything, her mother-in-law was very unhappy. She had suffered so much for this 30,000 yuan. But in old lady Zhou's mouth, she only felt that she was stingy. Elder sister Xiao's eyes suddenly turned red. Xiao Yuan was her biological brother. She had been running around looking for money for Xiao Yuan. Her child was almost 3 years old. Old lady Zhou and her parents hadn't even bought a can of milk powder for her child. The more elder sister Xiao thought about it, the sadder she became. Elder sister Xiao's husband walked over and silently put his arm around his young wife's shoulders. Elder sister Xiao grabbed her husband's arm and couldn't help but cry. Elder sister Xiao was easy to bully. Father and mother Xiao had asked for 30,000 yuan. But second sister Xiao was in a difficult position. Logically speaking, second sister Xiao's husband was richer. He had even given mother Xiao 20,000 yuan as pocket money. It was reasonable for him to fork out more money when faced with this kind of situation. But this time, second sister Xiao was stingy. In short, she didn't have it. Mother Xiao was shocked. How could you not have it? Where's your husband? Second sister Xiao felt even more aggrieved at the mention of her husband. Ever since she had asked for the management rights of her husband's newly invested hot pot restaurant, she had wanted to do something big. But who would have thought that within a month of opening, the business license would be revoked, the restaurant was gone, and the millions of yuan she had invested went down the drain. Her husband, who usually doted on her, flew into a rage that day. After that, he scolded her every day for a period of time. One time, he even hit her when they were drinking. Second sister Xiao was so frightened that she cried the entire night. But she didn't dare to cry and throw a tantrum with her husband. The restaurant was indeed gone because of her. The money was also gone because of her. Moreover, she didn't dare to throw a tantrum with her husband. She was now a woman who was living in a man's body and couldn't take care of herself. If she angered her husband further, she might lose everything she had. Ever since second sister Xiao married a rich husband, she had been showing off in front of her former friends and relatives. Second sister Xiao didn't even dare to think about how those people would look at her when she couldn't rely on her husband anymore. Therefore, no matter what her husband did, she had to endure it all. Not only did she have to endure it, but she also humbly thought of ways to wait every day for her husband to be satisfied. But even so, things were still going in a direction that she couldn't control. Not only did second sister Xiao lose the restaurant she had invested in, but she also caused Luo Nian's family to go bankrupt. Luo Nian's father and second sister Xiao's husband had a good relationship. This matter made second sister Xiao's husband feel very embarrassed. He felt very sorry for her. His friend sighed. Sure enough, an uneducated working girl from a poor village was unreliable. She was just a little beautiful, but other than her looks, she was useless. Although his former sister-in-law was old and not as beautiful as before, she was still a woman who had gone to university with him and helped him to make a living. She had taught their children well and helped him manage the hotel in an orderly manner. In the end, he divorced and married the current working girl. Not only did his work double, but he also lost millions of yuan. Those young girls who only had a beautiful face could be raised outside and given a little money. As a wife who was the head of the family, he had to find someone of similar standards. Second sister Xiao's husband finally understood this principle. Thinking back, he felt that he had been foolish back then. When he thought about his ex-wife, whom he had not seen for a long time, he suddenly missed her. He also missed his daughter, who had left with his ex-wife. Later, he really couldn't control himself and went to see his ex-wife. In the end, his ex-wife had more or less established a stable relationship. He could only compensate his ex-wife and daughter with a large sum of money. After that, he still went to see his daughter every few days. When second sister Xiao heard about this, she didn't dare to argue with her husband. Later, she found out that his ex-wife was about to get married. Only then did she feel relieved. But not long after, her husband came home less and less often. Sometimes, he would even stay out all night. Second sister Xiao couldn't sit still anymore. She ran out to keep an eye on her husband for a few days. Finally, she found that her husband was very close to another woman. Second sister Xiao found out that the woman was already 27 years old and was divorced. The more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. Finally, she mustered the courage to complain to her husband. She felt aggrieved and said that she couldn't compare to an old woman. Second sister Xiao's husband, who was becoming colder and colder to her, looked down at her and with one sentence, she returned to her original state. She is a top student who graduated from a prestigious university. Haven't you heard of this university? Second sister Xiao's belief that she had always boasted to everyone collapsed in an instant. She had always felt that she was young and beautiful. Sometimes, those famous university students would call her Lady Boss. She was even younger than them. She could live in a villa, drive a luxury car, and wear a diamond ring. Many university students only earned a few thousand yuan a month, and they had to wake up early and work late every day. Second sister Xiao was incomparably superior. Later on, she even wanted to drag Xiao Lan down with her. In the end, before she could drag Xiao Lan down with her, second sister Xiao had already become a drowning dog. A woman who wasn't as young as her and wasn't as beautiful as her had seduced her husband. Second sister Xiao finally understood a principle in hindsight. A man who could abandon his wife for a mistress was completely capable of abandoning his mistress and looking for a so-called fourth or fifth mistress. If she placed all her hopes on such a man, she was bound to be abandoned one day. Second sister Xiao couldn't even save herself now. Every day, she carried her son, who had just learned to talk, in fear that she would be kicked out of the villa if she wasn't careful. She didn't even dare to ask her husband for money, let alone give it to her parents. Moreover, second sister Xiao always knew that her husband looked down on her family and didn't like her mentioning them in front of him. Now that Mother Xiao wanted to ask her for so much money, second sister Xiao didn't dare to mention it. Second sister Xiao didn't want her parents to know about her current situation, so she didn't tell Mother Xiao the reason. She just said that she had no money. Old Lady Zhou listened to second sister Xiao and Mother Xiao talk on the phone. The more she listened, the angrier she got. She felt that second sister Xiao didn't want to borrow money. She would rather use the money to buy a car and a diamond ring than save her biological brother. Second sister Xiao was a coward in front of her husband, but she wasn't cowardly in front of old Lady Zhou. The two of them immediately quarreled over the phone. After the quarrel, second sister Xiao swore that she wouldn't give a single cent to the Xiao family. Old Lady Zhou immediately regretted it. She wanted to say something, but second sister Xiao had already hung up. When she called again, she was blacklisted. In the end, she only received 30,000 yuan from her two daughters. It wasn't even enough for the surgery. Mother Xiao was so angry that she scolded second sister Xiao and cried about her son's hard life. When she went to the hospital the next day, Mother Xiao finally didn't dare to throw a tantrum in front of the doctor. She carefully asked the doctor about medical insurance. She wanted to know how much medical insurance would cover after the surgery. The doctor said that the surgery fee could be a lot, but not a single cent would be deducted. Mother Xiao cried again after hearing this. After crying, she started to hate other people. She hated her two daughters and even the head teacher. She went to the school and argued with the head teacher. She said that the head teacher didn't take care of the students and caused her son to fall. She went crazy and grabbed the boys who played basketball with Xiao Yuan. She said that they didn't push her son on purpose. How could a person fall down for no reason? Coincidentally, there was a camera next to the basketball court. In the video, Xiao Yuan really fell on his own. No one pushed him at all. Xiao Yuan's mother was furious. She didn't know where she found out that Xiao Yuan had deliberately gone to play basketball for a girl in his class. He stopped the girl and scolded her, saying that she had seduced his son and injured him. He was clinging to the girl's family and demanding compensation. Xiao Yuan's classmates and teachers were initially sympathetic, But after Mother Chow caused such a ruckus, all that was left was disgust. Especially the girl that Xiao Yuan had chased after for so long. They were so angry that they wished that Xiao Yuan would lie in bed for the rest of his life and never get up to harm others again. Mother Chow went crazy for many days, but she still didn't get any money. She seemed to have aged several years. He was taking care of the Xiao Yuan in the ward with old lady Zhou. Hearing the doctor's words, old lady Zhou suddenly jumped up from the stool, grabbed the doctor, and hurriedly said, "I don't have to buy your gun. I have a granddaughter who is 2 years older than my grandson. She's absolutely healthy. Can't I give her kidney to my grandson?" Mother Chow was stunned. She suddenly raised her head and suddenly saw a whole new world. Her eyes lit up. The doctor's brows instantly furrowed. The granddaughter that old lady Zhou was talking about wasn't here. Old lady Zhou directly said that she wanted to give her granddaughter's kidney to her grandson. Your grandson is going to die if he loses a kidney. If your granddaughter gives her kidney to someone else, she'll only have one left. Why don't you feel bad for her? The doctor really hated this kind of patriarchal family. His tone had already turned cold. Relatives don't necessarily have to be compatible. Regardless of whether she's compatible or not, let's call her over for a checkup. What if she's compatible? The doctor was silent for a long time. This kind of thing still needs the person's consent. Old lady Zhou's eyes widened. Did you raise her to be a freeloader? The other patients in the ward, as well as the doctors and nurses, were all speechless. There were parents like this in this day and age. They didn't know what kind of sin their daughter had committed to be the daughter of these people. However, old lady Zhou's mother didn't care at all. She finally saw the light and was only happy for a moment. As long as there was money, 100 to 200,000 yuan surgery fee was still possible to get a loan. Moreover, there were subsidies in the back. Mother Chow finally went home and had a good night's sleep. Early the next morning, she rushed to Qiao Lan's classroom and asked the students to ask Qiao Lan to come out. In the end, Qiao Lan didn't know anything at all. Mother Chow was so angry that she scolded Qiao Lan again, saying that Qiao Lan didn't know how to care for her younger brother. Xiao Yuan had been hospitalized for so long and still didn't know anything. Qiao Lan suddenly realized that the high school freshman who was rumored to have fallen and injured was Xiao Yuan. Qiao Lan didn't feel sorry at all. Instead, she was gloating. Why didn't you accompany Xiao Yuan when he was hospitalized? Why did you come to me? Qiao Lan said. I won't treat your son. What do you mean by my son? Mother Chow jumped up. Isn't Yuan your younger brother? You still act like an elder sister. I don't have a brother who stole money and blamed it on his elder sister. Qiao Lan coldly interrupted Mother Chow. Don't play the emotional card with me. If you have something to say, say it. Mother Chow didn't expect Qiao Lan to know that the money was stolen by Xiao Yuan. After being exposed by Qiao Lan, her face stiffened. However, it was only for a moment. She realized that she couldn't educate Qiao Lan even if she wanted to, so she immediately explained the purpose of her visit. Take a day off and come with me to the hospital. Why are we going to the hospital? Your brother fell and cracked his right kidney. He just had an operation to remove it. Mother Chow started to sob again. The hospital is so dark and inhumane. A kidney costs hundreds of thousands. How can our family afford it? Qiao Lan had a bad premonition in her heart. She thought of something, but she felt that it was too ridiculous. However, before Qiao Lan could think for long, Mother Chow directly confirmed for Qiao Lan, if a relative provides a condom, you don't have to spend money to buy it at the hospital. Come with me to the hospital and see if it's compatible with your brother. If it's compatible, Mother Chow was suddenly speechless. Qiao Lan took a deep breath. She was so angry that she almost laughed. If it's compatible, then you'll throw my kidney out to Xiao Yuan? Mother Chow immediately nodded. Your brother has lost a lot of weight after being injured for a few days. The doctor said that losing a kidney will definitely affect his body in the future. Your brother is only this old. Xiao Yuan's kidney is not good for his body, but it doesn't matter if I'm missing one? Qiao Lan really couldn't believe it. She always felt that the Chow family was extremely bad, but they still had a way to refresh Qiao Lan's understanding of him. You're a girl. Mother Chow blurted out. She suddenly retracted her words and changed her words. Give it to your brother first. When we have money in the future, we'll help you find a suitable one. Why don't we wait until we have money before helping Xiao Yuan find a suitable one? Mother Chow was speechless for a moment. She probably couldn't win against Xiao Lan, so she became anxious and angry. Why don't you have any conscience? Your brother is already like this, and you're not worried at all and still say such sarcastic words. If it weren't for your father and I being too old, you wouldn't have had a chance. The doctor said that losing a kidney won't affect the future, so what's wrong with giving your brother one? It won't affect anything. Why would Xiao Yuan need a condom? Xiao Lan really didn't want to say another word to Mother Chow. If she said another word, she felt that she would be disgusted to death by this family. Xiao Yuan has nothing to do with me. If you must find a way to raise money, don't come to me. I have no obligation to sacrifice myself for your son. Let go of me, or I'll call security. You still want to call security? You still want to get someone to chase your mother out? Mother Chow was so angry that her head was dizzy. She grabbed Xiao Lan's wrist and refused to let Xiao Lan go. Fine, it's fine if you don't go to the hospital. Give me the money you promised last time now. I said last time that it would be after the college entrance exam. Xiao Lan wanted to shake off Mother Chow's hand, but Mother Chow held her tightly. I don't care. If you don't give your brother a condom, then give me the money. I raised you until you were so big, but I've raised an ingrate. I don't want your daughter anymore, give me the money. I've never had an obligation to give you money. I promised to give you money last time because I still have a conscience. Xiao Lan reminded Mother Chow word by word. If I want to give it to you, then I'll give it to you. If I don't want to give it to you, then there's nothing I can do. I said that I'll give you money after the college entrance exam. If you continue to cause trouble, then I won't give you a single cent after the college entrance exam. If it was in the past, Mother Chow might have really given up. But when she thought about her son who was still lying on the hospital bed and Xiao Lan's resolute attitude, the madness that she had suppressed with great difficulty rose up again. Both of you are ingrates. Your second sister has no conscience, and you have no conscience either. Mingming found a rich man, but she didn't give your brother a single cent. Mother Chow gritted her teeth. She had always believed that Xiao Lan could take out hundreds of thousands of yuan because a rich student was chasing her. Fine, you don't want to give it to me, right? If you don't give it to me, then I'll come to school every day to cause trouble. I'll let all the students and teachers know that you hooked up with a man at such a young age and left your family in the lurch. I'll see if you can settle down in your third year of high school. I'll see if you can take the college entrance exam. If you don't give it to me, then I won't let you have a peaceful life. If you don't give it to me. Mother Chow tore at Xiao Lan's clothes. No matter how hard she tried, Xiao Lan couldn't break away from Mother Chow's hand. Suddenly, someone walked over from behind. An extremely strong hand grabbed Mother Chow's arm and pushed her away. Then, Xiao Lan was pulled over. Tan Mo hugged Xiao Lan tightly and protected her in his arms. That pair of eyes that always had a smile in them was now only left with a layer of ice. Mother Chow made too much of a ruckus, causing many students to come out to watch. Bai Yu and a few other students who were close to her rushed out of the classroom. Even the homeroom teacher and the other teachers in the office hurriedly followed them out. A few teachers rushed forward and shielded Xiao Lan behind them, then quickly informed the security guards. The security guards hurried over and prepared to pull the noisy Mother Chow away. Mother Chow pointed at Xiao Lan and scolded her as she tore at the security guards. She scolded her for being heartless and not helping her. She said that if it weren't for her parents who gave her such a beautiful face and such a smart brain, she wouldn't have the life she had today. The security guards tried their best to pull Mother Chow away, but they were accidentally scratched by her a few times. The surrounding students discussed animatedly. Xiao Lan stood quietly and stared in Mother Chow's direction without moving. Mother Chow finally left. The homeroom teacher and the others turned around and saw Xiao Lan in Tan Mo's arms. Cough cough. The homeroom teacher, who was about to speak, suddenly felt very awkward. Although he had already turned a blind eye to Xiao Lan and Tan Mo's little romance, he still felt that he had to do something in front of so many students. Xiao Lan. The homeroom teacher coughed again. come to the office later. Only then did Xiaolan realize that she was in Tan Mo's arms. Mother Qiao's arrival made her feel very tired, but the chest pressed against her back gave her a rare sense of security. At this moment, Xiaolan really wanted to stay in Tan Mo's arms forever. Unfortunately, she couldn't, and the surrounding environment didn't allow it. Xiaolan wasn't the real Xiaolan in the book, nor was she the real daughter of the Qiao family. However, Mother Qiao's actions today still made her so angry that she lost control of her emotions. What right did people like them have to be parents? No, they were indeed parents who wholeheartedly cared for their children. They would do anything for Qiao Yuan. However, other than Qiao Yuan, their other daughters weren't even considered their own children in their hearts. A kidney transplant was such a ridiculous thing, yet Madame Qiao could say it with a straight face. Xiao Lan followed the head teacher to the office, leaving behind a group of students who were discussing animatedly and Tan Mo, whose eyes were fixed on her. When Xiao Lan came out of the homeroom teacher's office, the teachers in the office were so angry that their lungs hurt. The homeroom teacher couldn't stand it no matter how he thought about it. He remembered that Xiao Mu seemed to have left her phone number with him when she looked for Xiao Lan, so he turned around and called Xiao Mu to persuade her. In the end, she was scolded back by Mother Qiao. Mother Qiao kept saying that it was none of her business. She even said that the homeroom teacher was a busybody. The homeroom teacher hung up the phone and cursed. How could such a good child like Xiao Lan have such F***ing parents? The students didn't know what had happened, but after 2 days, almost all the students who were in the know heard that Mother Qiao had tried to sneak into the school to look for Xiao Lan. Just like Mother Qiao had said, if she didn't succeed, then she would definitely make Xiao Lan suffer as well. After Mother Qiao met Xiao Yuan, she was like a lunatic. Moreover, because of Xiao Lan's rejection, she unilaterally believed that Xiao Lan would definitely be compatible with Xiao Yuan, so her behavior became more and more radical. It just so happened that during this period of time, the 3rd year of high school was tutoring, so the school's security wasn't as good as before. Mother Qiao had taken advantage of 2 loopholes, so she couldn't get in. She also found out Xiao Lan's phone number from somewhere, and Xiao Lan's other close friend's number in the dormitory. She either called or texted every day. Xiao Lan didn't mind being harassed, but she couldn't tolerate disturbing others because of her own business. This was especially so for Xianxia. Originally, she had a problem with Xiao Lan, but recently, she took the opportunity to talk back to Xiao Lan, saying that she couldn't handle her own business properly and that Mother Qiao had disturbed her studies. At first, no one knew what had happened. Some students who weren't friendly with Xiao Lan even believed Mother Qiao's words and thought that Xiao Lan was unfilial and unrighteous. They said that Xiao Lan's character wasn't up to standard. Later, when Mother Qiao made a lot of noise, everyone finally knew the whole story. From then on, no one said anything bad about Xiao Lan. It was simply incomprehensible that Xiao Lan would donate her kidney for her biological brother. Many people lamented that Xiao Lan had such parents. The students in Class 18 knew a little more. For example, everyone in Xiao Lan's dormitory knew that Xiao Lan's family hadn't given Xiao Lan a single cent for 2 years. Xiao Lan earned all her tuition fees by working. Howing remembered the reason Xiao Lan had rejected him. He said that she didn't have the time and effort to date him. She didn't live as easy as he imagined. At that time, Howing didn't understand the meaning behind it, but now he finally understood. Xiao Lan's life was far more difficult than he imagined. When Qin Yaoyang found out about this, he was silent for a long time. Xiao Lan's classmates who had a good relationship with Xiao Lan began to think of ways to persuade Xiao Lan. Some told her to ignore it, some told her to call the police, and some said that she should go to the hospital to try. She might not be a match at all. However, they were immediately refuted by others. If she wasn't a match, then everything would be fine. But what if she was a match? Wouldn't that be pushing Xiao Lan into a fire pit? Calling the police wouldn't work at all. Mother Qiao was Xiao Lan's relative. The police wouldn't care about these things. Also, don't care about Mother Qiao. How could they not care? Mother Qiao was like a lunatic now. Xiao Lan only had half a year left in the 3rd year of high school. If Mother Qiao continued to cause trouble, Xiao Lan's learning efficiency would be greatly affected. It was precisely because of Qiao Lan and Mother Qiao's unbreakable blood relationship that this matter became more and more difficult to deal with. One day, when Qin Yaoyang brushed past her, Qin Yaoyang suddenly called out to Qiao Lan. Qiao Lan stopped in her tracks. Qin Yaoyang looked at her for a long time before saying, "If you need help, or money, you can look for me." Qiao Lan was slightly surprised. Qin Yaoyang's attitude towards Qiao Lan was too bad in the beginning. Qiao Lan had always had a bad impression of Qin Yaoyang. After that, the two of them didn't interact much. Therefore, Qiao Lan didn't expect Qin Yaoyang to suddenly say something like that. Qiao Lan sincerely thanked Qin Yaoyang, but she still rejected him. After that, Haoying also came to her and said that she could lend her money. "Isn't your mother short of money for the surgery? I can lend it to you. Although it's not much, it's better than nothing." He couldn't afford hundreds of thousands of yuan. His parents were afraid that he would spend money recklessly, so they didn't give him too much. Therefore, Haoying had no choice. Qiao Lan still thanked Haoying and rejected him. She knew that everyone had good intentions, but she didn't like to owe others favors. She didn't like to trouble others, and she didn't like everyone helping her with a pitiful attitude. She hadn't reached a dead end yet. Qiao Lan wanted to cheer up and listen to the class, but it was still a little difficult. She was really tired. She buried her head in her arms. Her mind was filled with Mother Qiao's matters. Qiao Lan thought far more than the others. Other than the most urgent kidney transplant, Qiao Lan also thought about how to truly sever her relationship with the Qiao family, or think of a way to deprive the Qiao family of her custody and guardianship. Even if this matter was settled, she couldn't guarantee that the Qiao family would continue to do anything in the future. If it really didn't work, she could go to the court for help. Although it would take a lot of time and affect her studies, how bad could it get now? Tan Mo turned to look at Qiao Lan. After thinking for a while, he took out a lollipop from his bag and handed it to Qiao Lan. Qiao Lan took the lollipop and tore open the candy wrapper. The sweet taste filled her entire taste buds. Qiao Lan exhaled. Her head was still resting on her arms. She turned to Tan Mo and looked at Tan Mo. Qiao Lan called Dr. Tan Mo. Tan Mo looked at her seriously. "I'm so tired," Qiao Lan said. She didn't want to show weakness in front of outsiders, but Tan Mo wasn't an outsider to her. Tan Mo was the most important person to her. He was her closest friend, her closest family member, and also the person she carefully liked in her heart. Whether it was in her previous life or this life, Qiao Lan had always been alone. She didn't have parents, she didn't have anyone to rely on, and she never relied on others. The girl who lacked love since she was young knew that it was always better to rely on oneself than on others. But here, she met Tan Mo, the boy who used to be protected and relied on by her. Now that he had grown taller, she didn't know when he had slowly changed. Qiao Lan realized how much she relied on Tan Mo. Qiao Lan remembered a few days ago when Tan Mo held her in his arms. She felt that there was nothing behind her, and if she took a step back, she would fall into darkness. But at that moment, Tan Mo appeared behind her. She took a step back, but it wasn't darkness behind her, it was a warm chest. Just like now, she was really tired. She didn't want to show weakness in front of others, but she wanted to do so in front of Tan Mo. This boy who was clearly a few years younger than her was now the only person she could rely on. She wanted to hug him like last time, or she wanted him to touch her. Qiao Lan knew that her imagination was running wild again, but she couldn't control it. When a person was weak, they needed warmth and support too much. Qiao Lan looked straight at Tan Mo. Just as she was about to say something, Tan Mo suddenly reached out his hand. His warm hand moved up Qiao Lan's line of sight, and finally landed on Qiao Lan's hair. Tan Mo gently stroked Qiao Lan's hair. He was gentle and serious. "If you're tired, close your eyes and rest," Tan Mo said. "It's okay. It's okay. If you're tired, close your eyes and rest. You have me for everything." The boy looked at the girl's face with warmth and pity. Everyone could tell at a glance that he liked her from the bottom of his heart. However, after leaving the school, everything disappeared, and only a haze was left in his eyes. Uncle Chen drove in the front and said to Tan Mo, "I've already contacted them." Tan Mo nodded and looked down at the time. It was 5:48 in the afternoon. There were still 42 minutes until the appointed time. After eating leisurely, Tan Mo arrived at the place where he had agreed to meet someone at 6:30 p.m. It was a high-end restaurant that Xiao Lan's parents had never been to in their lives. The best thing about this place was that it was quiet and confidential. Xiao Lan's parents looked at the exquisite and gorgeous decorations around them, then looked at the shockingly expensive dishes on the menu. They were so scared that they didn't dare to move. 6:30 p.m. passed, and it was a long time since the appointed time. It was almost 7 p.m. when two people finally walked in. One was a very good-looking young man who was about the same age as Xiao Lan, and the other was a middle-aged man who followed behind the young man. Xiao Lan's parents hurriedly stood up and said flatteringly, "I didn't expect the person who contacted us to be so young and handsome." Tan Mo glanced at Xiao Lan's parents with a faint smile. Xiao Lan's parents couldn't flatter him anymore. Xiao Lan's father gave Xiao Lan's mother a look. Xiao Lan's mother couldn't wait and said carefully, "That. You said that you can help us find a suitable kidney for Yuan and you even helped us pay for it. You're not joking, right?" Tan Mo looked up. "You're not coming if I'm joking?" "That's definitely not a joke." Xiao Lan's mother hurriedly said, I told you that Yuan will be blessed by the heavens. There are so many good people in this world. I'm really, really grateful to you. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me," Tan Mo said lightly. "I can help you, but there's a condition." "What condition?" Tan Mo looked up and looked at the couple who couldn't hide their anxiousness. The two of them could go to such an extent for their son. When Tan Mo thought of Xiao Lan's helpless and exhausted look, only heartache was left in his heart. "Give up the custody of Xiao Lan and separate from Xiao Lan," Tan Mo said. "From now on, cut off all ties with Xiao Lan." "If you can do it." Before he finished speaking, Xiao Lan's father had already expressed his stance. "I can do it. What's impossible about this?" "Don't worry." Tan Mo lowered his eyes and slowly drank a mouthful of water before continuing, "From now on, no one in your family is allowed to see her or look for her. Disappear from her sight completely. If you can do it, then everyone will be at peace. If you can't do it," the young man's light brown eyes narrowed as he enunciated each word clearly. "If you can't do it, then I'll get someone to dig out the kidney that was placed in your son's body. When the time comes, we'll take it out the same way we put the kidney into your son's body." The young man looked at the couple who were in an uproar and said slowly, "I'm done. Now, you can think about it carefully." Tan Mo's bloody threat immediately scared Mother Qiao's little thoughts back. The person who contacted her previously was the middle-aged man behind the young man. Mother Qiao met the middle-aged man when she was trying to find a way to find Xiao Lan at school. The middle-aged man found her and said that he could help her pay for Xiao Yuan's kidney. This was a blessing from the heavens for Mother Qiao. When she returned home, old lady Qiao happily said that God couldn't bear to see her good grandson suffer and sent a kind person to save him. Mother Qiao was happy for 2 days before she slowly realized that something was wrong. However, the middle-aged man didn't say anything and Mother Qiao didn't dare to ask. Her sixth sense guessed that it had something to do with Xiao Lan, but she didn't dare to think too much. After all, second sister Qiao didn't even give her family any benefits after marrying such a rich man, let alone Xiao Lan. At most, Xiao Lan was in a relationship. Who would fork out such a large sum of money for a girl who was in a relationship, until Tan Mo clearly stated his request? Mother Qiao was finally sure that the young man was helping Xiao Yuan because of Xiao Lan. Mother Qiao was shocked. Although she had guessed that Xiao Lan's boyfriend was rich, she never thought that he would be rich to this extent. A few 100,000 yuan was just a few yuan in his eyes. After knowing this, Mother Qiao's thoughts immediately ran away. It seemed that Xiao Lan's boyfriend was richer than second sister Qiao's family and his feelings for Xiao Lan were unusually deep. Mother Qiao's eyes lit up. Xiao Lan was her daughter after all. If this young man could help Xiao Yuan find a kidney for Xiao Lan, he might be able to get more benefits from Xiao Lan in the future. Mother Qiao originally thought that she had a favor to ask of this young man, so she lowered her voice when she spoke to Tan Mo. However, after knowing Tan Mo's intention, she suddenly felt confident and felt that Tan Mo had a favor to ask of her. After all, she was Xiao Lan's biological mother. She might even become this young man's mother-in-law in the future. This young man was at most 17 or 18 years old, but he was still a child. He was much easier to deal with than second sister Qiao's husband, who was in his 40s. Just as he was happily making an abacus in his heart, he planned to raise some conditions. This young man wanted her to sever her relationship with Qiao Lan. Tan Mo thought that even if she agreed, what could she do if she looked for Qiao Lan in the future? In the end, Tan Mo's words scared Xiao Mu so much that she forgot everything. Dig it out? This is a lawful society. How could they be so lawless? Mother Qiao stared at Tan Mo in disbelief. However, this young man's casual attitude clearly told her that he wasn't joking. Uncle Chen added, if you don't believe me, you can try. By the way, I almost forgot that Qiao Lan's second sister introduced someone to Qiao Lan. If I remember correctly, his surname is Luo. His family must be bankrupt now. Father Qiao and Mother Qiao were shocked. Of course, they knew about the bankruptcy of Luo Nian's family. When the Luo family went bankrupt, Mother Qiao was glad that she didn't marry Qiao Lan to the Luo family. Otherwise, she would have suffered a huge loss. Actually, the bankruptcy of Luo Nian's family was not a coincidence, but because of this young man in front of them, Father Qiao and Mother Qiao were finally afraid. They felt that this young man's threat wasn't child's play. Mother Qiao swallowed her saliva in fear and hesitated. Father Qiao, on the other hand, hurriedly said, as long as you can save my son, we will never look for Qiao Lan in the future. Mother Qiao anxiously grabbed Father Qiao's sleeve and told him not to be rash. Father Qiao turned around and glared at Mother Qiao. He lowered his voice and said fiercely, is your son more important or is money more important? Mother Qiao was shocked and didn't dare to say anything else. Father Qiao smiled apologetically and said to Tan Mo, then, should we go to the hospital now? There's no hurry, Tan Mo said indifferently. How can we not be anxious? Mother Qiao couldn't hold it in anymore. She frowned and said, we've already agreed. Uncle Chen couldn't help but speak up for Tan Mo. Our young master just said that the condition for treating your son is that you give up the custody of Qiao Lan, and then separate the Qiao Lan. After all of this is done, your son's surgery will be performed. That won't do. Mother Qiao rejected, treat my son first. If my son can't recover, I won't agree. Tan Mo looked at Mother Qiao with a smile that was not a smile. Are you threatening me? Mother Qiao was stunned and didn't realize what she had said wrong. She turned around and saw Father Qiao looking like he wanted to hit someone. Tan Mo chuckled and said slowly, according to the law, if a person sells, abandons, sexually assaults, abuses, or violently harms a minor, or leaves a minor in an unsupervised and unattended state, causing the minor to face the danger of death or serious injury, and if they don't change after education, the court can deprive their parents of custody. Father Qiao hurriedly said, we didn't. You forced your children to donate their kidneys and didn't give Qiao Lan a single cent of alimony for 2 years. After being sued in court, it won't be so simple to talk about, Tan Mo said, think carefully. Do you want to take the initiative or do I have to do it? Father Qiao and Mother Qiao were ignorant of the law. They had sold their daughter more than once and didn't know that they had already broken the law. When they heard that they had broken the law, they immediately cowered. Also, Tan Mo continued, think carefully. Is your son's health more important or your relationship with Qiao Lan more important? I can wait. Ask your son if he can wait. Father Qiao finally saw clearly that this young man wasn't as harmless as he looked. He and Mother Qiao were no match for him at all, and they still had a favor to ask of him. Mother Qiao was still unwilling to give up. She felt that giving up such a big fish was too much of a loss. She used the excuse of going to the toilet and searched for the requirements of stripping custody and separation on Baidu. According to Baidu, the requirements of separation were that the person had to be at least 18 years old and had to own a house. Suddenly, she felt that there was hope again. Qiao Lan wasn't 18 years old and Qiao Lan didn't have a house. She wanted to see how Qiao Lan would be able to separate his household registration. This time, she didn't go against Tan Mo and obediently agreed to Tan Mo's request. This made Father Qiao slightly surprised. When the conversation finally ended, Mother Qiao told Father Qiao the information she had just found. Father Qiao thought about it and agreed. It wasn't that they didn't agree, but that the law didn't allow it. When Uncle Chen informed them to go with him to the police station or to the community to verify the information, Father Qiao and Mother Qiao were dumbfounded. Qiao Lan was indeed not 18 years old. According to the ID card, he still had 5 months left. According to the law, he couldn't separate from his household under the age of 18. Since this rule couldn't be passed, they had to find another way. Uncle Chen directly changed Qiao Lan's birth date. Changing one's ID card wasn't difficult, especially when someone from the higher-ups had already informed them. Father Qiao and Mother Qiao were dumbfounded and acted as false witnesses. They changed Qiao Lan's birth date 5 months earlier. Thus, Qiao Lan instantly changed from a minor to an adult, fulfilling the first requirement of separating from his household. What shocked Father Qiao and Mother Qiao even more was that when they needed to show the house, Uncle Chen actually took out Qiao Lan's property certificate. When Tan Mo's mother was still alive, she had 2 villas in the city. One was in the city, and the other was in the suburbs with a better environment. After Tan Mo came back, he didn't like big houses, so he lived in a small duplex. The 2 villas had been empty since then. Tan Mo transferred one of the villas under his name to Qiao Lan completely without Qiao Lan's knowledge. Mother Qiao secretly glanced at the house under Qiao Lan's name. She was so shocked that her eyes widened. Although she didn't see how big the house was, she saw the location clearly. All the houses in that area were villas. The surrounding environment was top-notch, and the price of a house was at least 8 figures. In the end, this young man directly gave Qiao Lan such an expensive house? Mother Qiao was shocked once again. Once again, she began to feel restless, but once again, she truly believed Tan Mo's threat. Uncle Chen didn't care about Mother Qiao, who was in a daze. Now, all the conditions for separating from the household had been fulfilled. Father Qiao and Mother Qiao were dumbfounded. In just a few days, Qiao Lan had a new ID card and his own household register. From then on, he was separated from Father Qiao and Mother Qiao. At the same time, Father Qiao and Mother Qiao were stripped of their custody and custody of Qiao Lan. From then on, all the rules and regulations that could legally bind Qiao Lan to Father Qiao and Mother Qiao were all swept away by Tan Mo. From then on, Qiao Lan and the Qiao family finally had nothing to do with each other. As long as they had the money, the hospital would be in place quickly. Qiao Yuan's surgery was also quickly arranged on the schedule. Uncle Chen handed Tan Mo the newly registered ID card and household registration. You can give it to her this weekend when Lan Lan comes over. Tan Mo opened the household registration booklet and stared at Qiao Lan's name for a long time. It was a clean and tidy page. He really wanted to add another name to this booklet. His name. Tan Mo closed the household registration booklet again, looked up at Uncle Chen, and said, "Let's go to school." Uncle Chen chuckled and said, "You can't wait to give Lan Lan a surprise?" Not entirely. Tan Mo gently stroked the name of the Qiao column with his fingertips and said, "She's been in a bad mood recently because of what happened at home. She can't even sleep at night." This was what Baiyu and Tan Mo said. Baiyu found something special one day. She couldn't stop herself and went to bed a little late at night. Only then did she realize that Qiao Lan didn't sleep well at night, so she turned around and told Tan Mo about it. Tan Mo looked at the girl he doted on. She had become so tired recently. Tan Mo's heart ached for her. Of course, besides that, he really couldn't wait to tell Qiao Lan the good news. Frankly speaking, Tan Mo just wanted to take credit. No matter how calm he usually pretended to be, sometimes he was still like a child. It was already past 10 o'clock at night when he arrived at school. Tan Mo stood in front of the dormitory, but he hesitated. Was Qiao Lan already asleep? Did he come too late? Would Qiao Lan notice something with his obvious attitude? There was no need to go to the evening self-study session during the makeup period. There were no hard and fast rules for boarding students. They could go if they wanted to. However, the efficiency of studying in the classroom was definitely higher than in the dormitory. Qiao Lan and Baiyu studied in the classroom until 9:30 p.m. and returned to the dormitory. There weren't many students in the dormitory, and there were only third-year high school students, so the huge dormitory looked empty. It was close to the new year, and snowflakes were falling from the sky. The street lamps below the dormitory were dimly lit, and every snowflake was clearly reflected. Xiao Lan was a little sleepy after reading for a while in the dormitory. She got out of bed and went to the small balcony. She wanted to feel the cool breeze to wake her up a little. She lowered her head and looked at the falling snowflakes, covering the ground with a thin layer of snow. Someone was standing under the street lamp. He stood there quietly as if he was thinking about something. Xiao Lan glanced at it and frowned. Then, she looked at it again. The figure under the street lamp was so familiar that she didn't even need to identify it. She recognized it at a glance. That was Tan Mo. Why was Tan Mo here? Xiao Lan quickly returned to her room and ran downstairs. Baiyu followed behind her with a confused look on her face. Where are you going? It's snowing outside. I have something to do. Xiao Lan's voice drifted in the corridor. Baiyu walked out of the balcony in confusion. She wanted to see what Xiao Lan was doing. The street lamps were dim. The teenager, who shouldn't be here, stood under the dim yellow light and did nothing. She didn't know how long she stood there, but she finally turned around and walked out of the school gate. Baiyu instinctively wanted to ask Tan Mo to wait, but the girl who had just rushed downstairs also appeared under the same light. Baiyu didn't know why, but she suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. The girl ran very quickly and quickly caught up with the teenager who was walking very slowly. She probably called out to the teenager. Tan Mo suddenly turned around and subconsciously reached out to support Xiao Lan, who was running very quickly. From Baiyu's angle, the two of them were very close. The combination of the light, the snow, the teenager, and the girl was so beautiful that Baiyu's heart fluttered. She wanted to fall in love. Tan Mo was completely unaware of Baiyu's messy thoughts. He didn't expect Xiao Lan to see him. He panicked for a moment, but he was also filled with an indescribable satisfaction. Why did you suddenly come over so late? Xiao Lan asked. Is there something urgent? Are you alone? Where's Uncle Chen? Why didn't you call me when you came over? If I didn't see you just now. Tan Mo looked at the girl's long-winded face. The corners of his lips curled up uncontrollably, and he chuckled softly. I came to see you so late and cold because I missed you. I didn't call you and didn't let you know because I was afraid that you would discover my feelings. He had a lot of things he wanted to say to Xiao Lan, but he couldn't say anything. He wanted to hug the girl who ran so fast that she didn't even wear a jacket. He wanted to hold her hand and feel the temperature of her hand, but he couldn't do that. It was snowing. Even if Tan Mo wanted to continue talking to Xiao Lan, he still felt sorry for her because she was wearing too little. He looked at Xiao Lan and smiled. I just dealt with some things with Uncle Chen. I have a surprise for you, but I think it's a bit late, so I thought I'd give it to you tomorrow. He had learned how to deceive people and how to hide his true emotions. Xiao Lan couldn't find any trace of ambiguity at all. Xiao Lan also smiled. What kind of surprise is it that you need to be in such a hurry? However, when she took the things from Tan Mo's hands, Xiao Lan was completely stunned. Xiao Lan had looked up countless information and asked everyone she could during the days when she was pestered by Mother Qiao. She knew how difficult it was to separate households, especially when Father Qiao and Mother Qiao were involved. However, Tan Mo had dealt with it all. He didn't say anything and played it down as if everything was really easy. Xiao Lan rubbed the dark red little book with her fingers. She didn't notice that her voice was a little choked up. What did you give her? Xiao Lan's voice was a little shaky. Xiao Yuan did the surgery, it's nothing, Tan Mo said. He looked down at Xiao Lan and said softly, the court has already taken away their custody. They won't pester you anymore. What's wrong? Why are you crying all of a sudden? Tan Mo's calm attitude suddenly became chaotic. The young man instantly became flustered. He subconsciously wanted to hug her in his arms, but he didn't dare to. He could only kneel down clumsily and help her wipe her face. He forgot all the imitation words that he usually learned. It's really nothing. I think it's worth it to exchange the money for your safety in the future. Ciao. Lan, don't cry, okay? The weather is cold, your eyes are going to hurt from crying. However, his voice suddenly became sluggish. The young girl who threw herself into his arms buried her tear-stained cheeks in his collarbone. It was so hot that Tan Mo instantly lost all his words. Xiaolan hugged Tan Mo, her tears still couldn't stop. She didn't want to cry, but she couldn't help but cry. For ordinary people, even if they didn't have someone who loved them to the core and had parents who protected them all the way, Xiaolan didn't have anything. She didn't have anything in her previous life, and she didn't have anything in this life. She always tried her best to run forward by herself. She walked alone for too long, so she didn't know what it felt like to have someone to rely on. These days were the most helpless and tired days of her life. No one knew how much willpower it took for Xiaolan to go to school normally every day. No one knew that if there was a small setback, she might not be able to hold on anymore. She originally thought that she would be alone, but unbeknownst to herself, there was another person protecting and saving her. He had paved the way for her and paved a new path for her life. It was said that everything had a crack, and Tan Mo was the place where light came in from in Xiaolan's dark world. Tan Mo clearly remembered that on his birthday 2 years ago, he had secretly made a birthday wish. At that time, he was still a disabled person who couldn't stand up. It was the first time he had fallen in love with someone, and the feelings of inferiority that followed had filled his heart day and night. At that time, Xiaolan had asked him what he wanted for his birthday. He and Xiaolan had shared a headset in their self-study class, listening to Yang Zhongwei's Just Once. I want to see you laugh, I want to see you play, I want to hold you in my arms. He listened to the song and made a birthday wish. He wanted a hug from Xiaolan. But in the end, Tan Mo didn't dare to tell Xiaolan such a simple birthday wish. That birthday passed, and another birthday came. It had been a long time since then, and it had been 2 years since he made that wish. Tan Mo finally experienced the feeling of holding Xiaolan in his arms. The girl's body was thinner and softer than he had imagined. The faint fragrance of her hair wrapped around the tip of his nose, and her thin and soft hands tightly hugged his waist. Tan Mo didn't dare to move. He remembered that when he was very young, there were often people who wanted to hug him, but the feeling of being hugged made his whole body stiff, and the feeling of being touched on his body was even more unbearable. He refused to be approached by people, refused to be hugged, which was an expression of intimacy. But after he got to know Xiaolan, he began to look forward to it again and again. Xiaolan's hug still made his whole body stiff, but it was completely different from all the feelings he had in the past. Because of helplessness, because of disbelief, and even more because of excitement, Tan Mo even unconsciously hoped that Xiaolan's hands could hug him harder, so that they could be more inseparable. Tan Mo's hands slowly covered Xiaolan's back. Little by little, he pressed her closer to his chest, inch by inch. He lowered his head in carefully, but he couldn't help but put his chin on Xiaolan's shoulder. This was the closest he had ever been to Xiaolan in his life. As long as he turned his head, the tip of Tan Mo's nose could even brush Xiaolan's neck. As long as he lowered his head, his lips could kiss her white shoulder and neck. Their skin that was pressed together was burning hot. Xiaolan's voice was so soft that it sounded like she was murmuring to herself, but Tan Mo still heard it. Xiaolan said, Tan Mo, how could you do this? Tan Mo's hands. Don't ever leave. How can that be? You don't know what I'm thinking. You'll grow up one day. When you grow up, you'll meet someone you really like. Xiaolan wanted to say this subconsciously, but she stopped the moment she opened her mouth. Xiaolan's fingers that were holding Tan Mo trembled slightly. It was as if she was ashamed of the evil thoughts that had sprouted in her heart at this moment, but she couldn't help but continue to think this way. Tan Mo would grow up one day. He would understand one day. When he grew up, he would meet someone he liked and wanted to spend the rest of his life with. But there must be such a person. Why couldn't this person be her? He was still young. Could she slowly accompany him as he grew up? He didn't know if she could teach him bit by bit. He couldn't be alone forever, right? He said, then never leave. It meant that he also hoped that she could be with him forever, didn't he? Although Tan Mo's feelings were different from hers, they both wanted to be with each other and didn't want to be separated. Tan Mo said that they wanted to go to the same city and go to the same university together. They could still be like this for many days in the future. Anything was possible, wasn't it? Even if he could handle it with ease in front of other people, he was always at a loss in front of Xiaolan. He regretted his stubborn love for her, but he couldn't help but look forward to Xiaolan's response. Tan Mo blurted out his true thoughts, which made him suddenly wake up. However, Xiao Lan didn't respond for a long time, which made Tan Mo's already nervous heart even more uneasy. But at this moment, Tan Mo heard the girl's soft voice in his ear. She said, "Okay." Tan Mo said, "Don't ever leave." Xiao Lan said, "Okay." Xiao Lan could feel the hand around her waist tighten after she said, "Okay." It was so tight that she even felt a little pain. Tan Mo leaned against the young man's chest. Only then did she realize that her hands holding Tan Mo were already numb from the cold. She went downstairs in a hurry, so she was only wearing the thin jacket she wore in the dormitory. Snow was falling from the sky, but she didn't notice it because she was too excited. Now she felt that her whole body was freezing. Xiao Lan subconsciously wanted to let go of Tan Mo and let Tan Mo go back early as usual. However, her state of mind was different from before. Along with the unspeakable shame and guilt of deceiving a child, Xiao Lan suddenly whispered, "Mo, I'm cold." Tan Mo wondered if he was too excited because of Xiao Lan's response, so he had an illusion. Otherwise, how could he hear a hint of coquettish tone in Xiao Lan's "Mo"? The second group of students who were studying at night came back one after another. When they passed by, they couldn't help but glance at Xiao Lan and Tan Mo. Tan Mo used his body to block other people's view. He carefully analyzed Xiao Lan's "I'm cold." Xiao Lan said she was cold. Should he let go of her and let her go upstairs to rest early? However, Tan Mo didn't want to. He didn't know when the next time he could hug her like this would be. Tan Mo suddenly thought of a movie he had seen somewhere. Because of Xiao Lan's "okay," he became bold again. He pulled open his coat and covered Xiao Lan with it. This time, the girl's hands that were hugging him through the coat were wrapped around his waist more intimately. This time, no matter how much Xiao Lan told Baiyu that she wasn't actually with Tan Mo, Baiyu wouldn't believe it even if she was beaten to death. They were already hugging, how could they not be together? However, Xiao Lan didn't explain this time. She still wanted to let everyone misunderstand and then test Tan Mo to see what he knew and didn't know. Baiyu lamented that she was being abused by single people every day. She said calmly, "There's a good saying that there's no such thing as pure friendship between a man and a woman." Xiao Lan was amused. "Then you and Xianxia aren't pure friends either?" Xianxia was Baiyu's deskmate. They had been in the same class since the first year of high school. Later on, they were assigned to the same class and sat at the same desk. They were still sitting together even when the third year of high school was about to end. Xiao Lan and Tan Mo sat in front of Baiyu and Xianxia. They could hear the two bickering every day. When Baiyu finally got angry, Xianxia would start coaxing Baiyu. The two of them called each other brothers every day. They were very close. Hearing Xiao Lan suddenly mention Xianxia, Baiyu was stunned for a moment. Then, she jumped up in anger. "Why did you mention him all of a sudden? Actually, there's still pure friendship between a man and a woman. There's a saying that the uglier you are, the purer you are. Xianxia is just like that. Ugly, pure, ugly, pure. Let me tell you, the type that I like will never be friends with. My brothers are all people that I despise. Xianxia and I are still very, very pure." Xiao Lan was even more amused. Although Xianxia isn't as handsome as Tan Mo, he's still quite handsome. He definitely can't be considered ugly. Look at you, it's fine if you talk about Xianxia, but you still have to bring your Tan Mo into it. There's no end to your public displays of affection, right? Baiyu was speechless. Back to the topic, that's why people say that the uglier you are, the purer you are. However, good-looking people aren't pure, especially people like you and Tan Mo. Is Tan Mo pure? If he was pure, he could just wrap you in his clothes and let everyone say that you two are in a relationship without refuting. Are you pure? If you were pure, would you let Tan Mo hug you like that and specially pick out Tan Mo's phone number and add a 1 in front and put it at the top? Xiao Lan, if Baiyu hadn't brought it up, Xiao Lan would have forgotten about it. Baiyu found out about it. Baiyu played with Xiao Lan's phone for a while before she opened Xiao Lan's contact list. Events names SSTs was a names TTs SSSS it TSSS name S names SSTTs TTs. Why was the letter with the first letter T ahead of her? Upon closer inspection, she discovered that there was a 1 in front of the letter T. It was obvious that it had been added on purpose. This was Xiao Lan's phone. Who else could it be other than Xiao Lan? She even said that she didn't like Tan Mo because she wasn't in a relationship. This kind of behavior was only suitable for those lovey-dovey young couples. In the end, Bai dug up this matter again today. Xiao Lan was slightly stunned. Nowadays, people were used to using WeChat to contact each other, and the frequency of calls was very low. Even if they called, they wouldn't look for the address book, especially the people they contacted frequently. They would usually look for them in the call records. Moreover, Xiao Lan was more familiar with Tan Mo's phone number than he was with his own, so he really didn't notice this. He immediately turned his head to the bedside and took out his phone to open his contact list. Tan Mo's name was indeed the first, with a small 1 in front of it. Xiao Lan stared at the small number 1 and chuckled after a while. Tonight was an unprecedentedly relaxing night for Xiao Lan. Finally, she was free from the Xiao family. She finally figured out what she wanted to do. All the uneasiness that had been weighing on her heart all this time disappeared. Xiao Lan finally had the most peaceful sleep she had had in so many days. While Xiao Lan was sleeping soundly, Tan Mo could think of Xiao Lan's face so close to him as soon as he closed his eyes. Her cheeks were pressed against his, and her hands were hugging him. He tossed and turned until late at night before he finally managed to fall asleep. However, after he fell asleep, he realized that the scene in his dream was far bolder and more passionate than he had imagined. It was a desire that was suppressed in the deepest part of his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. In the morning, when Tan Mo woke up, he didn't move at all. He sat on the bed and hugged his blanket like a fool. After a while, his phone screen lit up, and Tan Mo mechanically reached for his phone. It was Xiao Lan's morning WeChat message. Tan Mo's dream at night was too unbridled. It was rare that he didn't realize that there was an extra good morning today. He just stared at the girl who came and went in his dream in the background of the WeChat chat. The young man's fair and delicate face was gradually dyed with a blush. It was completely red. Tan Mo, you really have no integrity. But, it was really too unforgettable. Xiao Lan could feel that Tan Mo was a bit awkward today. As soon as he met her eyes, he would immediately look away, as if he had done something wrong. Was it because of yesterday? Did he finally realize something? Xiao Lan wasn't anxious or worried at all. She even felt a bit excited. If Tan Mo really didn't understand at all, then he must be indifferent. There was no abnormality at all. If he could be a little abnormal, even if it was just shyness, it would definitely be a good thing for Xiao Lan. The gazes that came and went in the class were all ambiguous. The students were all gossiping. Everyone knew that the two of them had hugged each other affectionately in front of the dormitory building yesterday. After class, everyone sat together and chatted. They talked about the upcoming New Year, Valentine's Day after the New Year, several movies that were released on Valentine's Day, and several popular stars in those movies. Tan Mo gave a short reply to Uncle Chen amidst the chatter of his classmates. Without Xiao Lan knowing, the small restaurant that belonged to Father and Mother Qiao at the school gate closed. Father and Mother Qiao didn't last long in the joy of their son's gradually improving health. They were sad because their livelihood was cut off. Although Tan Mo had paid for the kidney surgery, the medical fees needed after the surgery were still a huge expense. Father and Mother Qiao didn't know what to do when they saw that the money in their hands was getting less and less and they had no way to make money. Old Lady Zhou really didn't understand. That person can pay for Yuaner's treatment, but can't he pay for the surgery? Father and Mother Qiao looked at each other. After a while, Father Qiao said, "You can't say that. He paid for it out of kindness. It's not like he owes us, how can it not be that he owes us?" Old Lady Zhou glared. "We've given away the daughter we raised with so much effort. What's wrong with asking him to pay for his brother's treatment? Didn't you say that he's very rich? He bought a house worth tens of millions for Xiao Lan. A few $100,000 to him is like a few $100 to us. He's already paid so much, so it doesn't matter if he pays a little more." This, Father Qiao didn't know what to say, but Mother Qiao was a little shaken. Old Lady Zhou definitely had a point. "We won't ask him for too much. We just want the money for Yuaner's surgery. It's at most 200,000. I don't believe that he won't give it to you, Old Lady Joe said. He's just a teenager. I don't believe that you can't afford him. Mother Chow was convinced by Old Lady Joe. Not only was she convinced, but she also thought of something else. Do you think that the person who suddenly came to our shop the day before yesterday was that brat playing tricks behind our backs? Mother Chow asked. Didn't he say that the Luo family, what's the Luo family's matter? Old Lady Joe was curious. Only then did Mother Chow think that Luo Nian was interested in Chow Lan. Tan Mo told Old Lady Joe about the Luo family's bankruptcy. Old Lady Joe was even angrier when she heard it. Is there any law in this world? Go and ask for it. He destroyed our family's livelihood for no reason. I don't believe that he won't pay up. Father Chow and Mother Chow were a little scared. What if it's not? Is your son's treatment more important than your face? Old Lady Joe's eyes widened. If you don't want it, I'll go and ask for it. What's there to be afraid of? I don't believe that he really dares to do anything to you on Earth. This is a lawful society. Who does he think he is to be so lawless? I'm just coaxing you because you're timid. Father Chow and Mother Chow were silent for a long time. After a while, Mother Chow said, why don't we look for him again? Just ask for 200,000 yuan. Don't look for Lon Lon first. Father Chow thought about the revoked business license and the closed small restaurant and finally nodded. On the other hand, Uncle Chen rejected the Chow family's contact. Father Chow and Mother Chow couldn't contact Uncle Chen no matter how hard they tried, let alone Tan Mo. Tan Mo chuckled and put away his phone. He turned around and continued to talk to Chow Lan. The bitter life of the third year of high school finally ended 2 days before the new year. The students rushed back home happily and began to enjoy the few days of winter vacation. Chow Lan spent the third new year at Tan Mo's house. She still clearly remembered the new year last year. At that time, her mentality was completely different from now. At that time, she didn't understand her feelings for Tan Mo. Before the New Year's aftertaste was over, Tan Mo went to the United States and disappeared for half a year. At that time, there was always an indescribable despair lingering in her heart. She couldn't tell why, but she remembered that Tan Mo was in a very bad mood at that time. She asked Tan Mo a few times, but Tan Mo didn't say anything. On the 29th of December, Chow Lan dragged Tan Mo out of the house and walked through the streets with the young man who had never experienced the New Year outside. The roadside was full of red lanterns and pedestrians came and went everywhere. The crowd was so crowded that it was suffocating, but they could feel the joy of the new year even more. Tan Mo tried his best to get used to the discomfort of brushing shoulders with other people. His eyes were tightly locked on Chow Lan's figure as he chased after her. However, he was still accidentally separated by people. Chow Lan turned around and stood in the thousands of lights with a smile on her face. She reached across the crowd and grabbed Tan Mo's hand. The young man was absent-minded and staggered 2 steps closer to Chow Lan. He subconsciously held the girl's soft hand tighter. After that, they never separated again. During the New Year that year, Chow Lan and Tan Mo stayed up to welcome the New Year together. On the first day of the New Year together, they saw each other's faces for the first time. Reflecting the thousands of stars outside the window, the two of them reflected each other's faces in their eyes and engraved them in their hearts. That was their favorite appearance deep in their hearts. When he was at home, Tan Mo continued to read his books every day. Occasionally, he would read something related to his classes. After all, he was the only special student in the school who didn't have to listen in class and didn't have to do homework after class. Therefore, he didn't have any homework for winter and summer vacations. Chow Lan didn't have such a privilege. Homework still had to be done. Even though the affiliated high school only gave the third-year students about 10 days of winter vacation, the homework wasn't sloppy at all. There were set after set of papers. In addition to the papers, there were also a lot of stupid homework that didn't require the use of one's brain but only the use of one's pen. Chow Lan was annoyed and speechless as she did her homework. After Tan Mo finished studying today's stock market, he went to the back of the room to look for Chow Lan. Chow Lan was sitting in front of the table, writing furiously to catch up on her homework. Chow Lan was doing math. She preferred more flexible homework like math, physics, and chemistry, although her English and Chinese scores were better. Tan Mo reached out and took the pile of papers that Xiao Lan had placed on the table. He opened them and saw that Chinese, English, and biology were almost all empty. Xiao Lan was probably preparing to do these last. This was in line with Xiao Lan's personality. Just like Xiao Lan, when she was eating, she always liked to finish the things she liked the most first and leave the things she didn't like for the last. Xiao Lan saw that Tan Mo had come and put down her pen. She rotated her sore wrist and asked Tan Mo with a smile, "Finished reading?" Ever since Tan Mo came into contact with the stock market, his interest had gradually increased. He spent more and more time on it every day. Xiao Lan said that she wanted to learn from Tan Mo, but she didn't have the time at all. Yeah, Tan Mo nodded and casually explained the stock market trend to Xiao Lan. His gaze fell on Xiao Lan's wrist, which was rotating subconsciously. He paused and said, "Let me help you." "Yeah?" Xiao Lan looked up. "Your Chinese and English don't need to write these things. If you have extra time, you might as well memorize some words and read some books." Tan Mo took the English and Chinese papers that were placed furthest away from the Xiao Lan. There was a thick stack of papers, but they were clean and didn't even have a name on them. "Write down what you have in your hand first. I'll help you with these." Xiao Lan stopped rubbing his wrist. He looked at Tan Mo, and then looked at the paper in Tan Mo's hand. He wanted to give Tan Mo a big hug and sighed sincerely. Mo, you really are an angel." Tan Mo smiled. "I'm not. I want to be paid." "What kind of payment?" Xiao Lan promised with a smile. "As long as it's what you want, I'll pluck the stars from the sky for you." "What do I want stars for?" Tan Mo thought to himself. "Even the stars in the sky couldn't compare to you." He stretched out his hand. There was still a bracelet on his excessively white wrist. It was a bracelet that he had been wearing for a long time. There was a black bead on the bracelet. "I want a new one," Tan Mo said. Xiao Lan looked at the bracelet on Tan Mo's wrist. This was the piece knot she gave Tan Mo 2 years ago. Tan Mo asked Aunt Chen to modify the piece knot and weave in an obsidian bead. In the end, it was strung together into the present bracelet. Tan Mo had been wearing this bracelet all this time. Looking at it now, it didn't look very new. He really needed a new one. But, Xiao Lan was in a difficult position. "I don't know how to make one." The girl's beautiful eyebrows were knitted together. When she first learned the piece knot, she had found a tutorial online. It took her a few days to make one that wasn't too ugly. Now, she had completely forgotten how to make one. She couldn't even make a piece knot, let alone a bracelet. Tan Mo took the bracelet off his hand. "I don't care." He stuffed the bracelet into Xiao Lan's hand. "I want it." Xiao Lan, she found it funny and thought that Tan Mo, who was deliberately throwing a tantrum, was extremely cute. Anyway, Tan Mo had already helped her with her homework. Now that she had some free time, she could find a video to learn from him. Xiao Lan put away the bracelet. After thinking for a while, she took the opportunity to make another request. "Then can you accompany me to buy some ribbons in the afternoon?" Of course, Tan Mo thought to himself. He was willing to do it 200%. The two of them went out together in the afternoon. Things like ribbons could be found in any gift shop. Recently, it was New Year's, so the shopping mall was full of people. Small gift shops like this were even more crowded with girls. Tan Mo had grown taller recently. He was about to reach the ceiling of 185 centimeters. With his eye-catching height, coupled with his fair skin and exquisite facial features, Tan Mo attracted everyone's attention as soon as he entered the shop. In this era where young boys were more popular than young girls, boys like Tan Mo were too eye-catching. However, such a boy was unusually obedient behind a girl. The two of them went to the ribbons area. They couldn't hear what they were saying, but judging from their movements, they were probably choosing colors. Xiao Lan grabbed Tan Mo's hand and compared the ribbons on Tan Mo's hand. She wanted to see which color was the best, but she found that because Tan Mo's skin was too white, every color looked especially good against his skin. Xiao Lan raised her head and looked at Tan Mo, then at the ribbons. They all look good. Mo, which one do you like? I like all of them, Tan Mo answered quickly. His light brown eyes were smiling as he said, let's buy all of them. Then, he added, you can practice more if you buy more. Besides, we still have a lot of the beads we bought last time. Xiao Lan was amused. If we weave a lot of them, we'll give you a bracelet every New Year's. Tan Mo also smiled. I think that's a good idea. A bracelet every year? That's too shabby. Xiao Lan thought to herself. Although I'm poor, I'm not that poor. But in the end, she still bought a lot of different colors. Since they were already here, they might as well walk around. Xiao Lan liked to shop in small shops like this. It was good to look around. Tan Mo followed behind Xiao Lan, ignoring the crowd of men and women who were looking at them. As soon as he turned his head, he saw all kinds of hair bands hanging next to the mirror. Tan Mo suddenly remembered that when they were still in the first year of high school, he had come to school to give Xiao Lan a small apple jade pendant on Christmas. When Xiao Lan ran out of the auditorium, she had a deer antler hair band in her hair. It sparkled, playful, and cute. Now, there were a lot of hair bands hanging on the wall. Some were studded with rhinestones, some were tied with bows, and some were as shiny as the one Xiao Lan had worn last time. Other than that, there were even cat ears and rabbit ears. Tan Mo stared at a fluffy pink rabbit ear hairband for a long time. Xiao Lan had already chosen what to buy and was about to pay for it. When she turned around, she saw Tan Mo standing next to the mirror, staring at something on the wall in a daze. When she walked over to take a look, Xiao Lan was stunned. It was a rare sight. They were all hairbands that could make a girl's heart flutter. And the one Tan Mo was staring at was definitely the one that had the least girl's heart. Mo? Xiao Lan tried to call out to Tan Mo. Tan Mo turned his head and stared at Xiao Lan for a long time. Suddenly, he reached out and took down the rabbit ear hair band hanging on the wall. Xiao Lan didn't have a ponytail because she was on vacation. Her beautiful long hair was draped over Xiao Lan's head like a splash of ink. Tan Mo put the pink rabbit ears on Xiao Lan's hair. Tan Mo still wasn't satisfied. He reached out and took down Xiao Lan's mask that covered her face. The girl's delicate facial features were instantly exposed. She raised her head and looked at Tan Mo with her black, watery eyes. Together with the fluffy hairband, Xiao Lan's originally exceptionally bright and delicate face was set off very cute. Tan Mo was satisfied. Let's go and pay. Xiao Lan, who was forced to wear the rabbit ears, was speechless. Did Tan Mo like this kind of style? Did Tan Mo like this kind of cute? Oh right, didn't Tan Mo like Xianxia in the original novel? Xianxia was a proper example of cute. But she didn't look cute at all. Xiao Lan felt a little sweet and a little sour in her heart. She followed Tan Mo to the cashier's counter. Many girls who were looking at Tan Mo just now finally saw Xiao Lan. They were instantly stunned again. After Xiao Lan and Tan Mo left, the girls at the cashier's counter couldn't help but sigh. This young couple was really too good-looking. On the way home, Xiao Lan obviously noticed that Tan Mo was in a very good mood. Xiao Lan touched the hairband on her head. After thinking for a while, she downloaded a few beautiful pictures of popular girls from her phone. There were pictures of mature girls, and there were also pictures of cute and pure girls. After saving the pictures, she turned around and asked Tan Mo which one he thought looked better. Tan Mo glanced at the pictures and shook his head. None of them looked good. Xiao Lan was speechless. Do you have to choose one? Tan Mo could only take Xiao Lan's phone and look through the pictures again. In the end, he pointed at one of the pictures and showed it to Xiao Lan. This one. Because her eyes were a little similar to Xiao Lan's. Xiao Lan stared at the female star on the phone. Her eyes were extremely flirtatious, and her black hair and snow-white skin were extremely beautiful. She didn't look cute or pure at all. Xiao Lan was speechless. This wasn't right. Xiao Lan closed the picture and couldn't figure out anything for a long time. In the end, she simply opened the video and looked for a tutorial on making bracelets. When she got home, Tan Mo obediently helped Xiao Lan with her Chinese and English homework. Xiao Lan took a bunch of colored strings and a small box of obsidian beads and started to learn how to make bracelets seriously. However, she didn't get it right. Suddenly, she remembered that Tan Mo's bracelet was changed by Aunt Chen. She immediately jumped out of bed and ran to Aunt Chen's room to look for Aunt Chen. When she pushed the door open and entered, she saw Aunt Chen sitting by the bed. She was wearing reading glasses and looking at something. When Aunt Chen saw Xiao Lan come in, she waved her hand and asked her to come over. Xiao Lan put down the colored strings and obsidian beads in her hand. When she got closer, she saw that Aunt Chen was looking at a photo album. Xiao Lan could tell at a glance that this was what Tan Mo looked like when he was young. This photo album recorded the entire process of Tan Mo's childhood, from when he was just born to when Tan Mo was 15 years old, which was the year Tan Mo's mother passed away. These photos were put in by our madam herself, Aunt Chen said as she carefully touched the photo album. She flipped to the first page of the photo album. On the fifth page, other than Tan Mo, there were two other people. Xiao Lan had seen Father Tan a few times, so she could recognize that this was what Father Tan looked like when he was young. Beside him was a beautiful woman with delicate facial features and a gentle temperament. "This is Mo's mother, right?" Xiao Lan said. Mo really looks like Auntie." Tan Mo's facial features were very delicate. Now that she looked at the photo, she could tell who he looked like. Other than his nose that was more like Father Tan's, his eyebrows and eyes looked like they were carved from the same mold as Tan Mo's mother. Aunt Chen looked at Tan Mo's mother in the photo and couldn't hide the kindness in her eyes. Yes, at this time, Yanning had just graduated from university a year ago. Tan Mo's mother, who had just graduated from university, was only 22 years old. She was beautiful, had a high education, and had a good family background. She was undoubtedly the favorite of many outstanding men. There were many who were on the same level as her, but Tan Mo's mother fell in love with the poor Father Tan. It was said that Father Tan was Tan Mo's senior in the same school. He was handsome, but his family background was poor, but he was very outstanding. Aunt Chen said that Tan Mo's mother liked him very much since university. She was a bold girl, so she went after him when she liked him. However, Father Tan never agreed. In the end, for some unknown reason, the two of them quickly got married. They got married very quickly and gave birth to Tan Mo very quickly. Everyone thought that they were a perfect match and were very loving. Even Aunt Chen thought so. Because of Tan Mo's grandfather, Father Tan successfully entered the procuratorate. Young and promising, he was proud of his success. Just when everyone thought that everything was going in a good direction, Father Tan and the little secretary beside him got together. If you asked Father Tan whether he really liked the little secretary, Father Tan himself didn't know. Now that he thought of Tan Mo's mother who had passed away, Father Tan felt that he missed her much more than his wife. Sometimes, he also thought about why he had cheated. He actually loved his wife, but he still cheated. What he didn't expect the most was that a gentle woman like Tan Mo's mother didn't give him a chance to repent. Cheating was tantamount to a death sentence. She quickly divorced and took Tan Mo, who was only 3 years old, to the distant United States. Therefore, after he was 3 years old, Tan Mo's father's figure was no longer in his photos. After that, Tan Mo's photos were sporadically taken with Tan Mo's mother. In the end, when Tan Mo was 15 years old, there were no more photos. Only a blank photo album was left. However, Aunt Chen took the photo album and flipped 2 pages. Xiao Lan looked down and her heart suddenly shrank. After 2 blank pages, another photo appeared in the photo album. There was only one person in the photo. It wasn't Tan Mo's mother or Tan Mo. It was taken at an unknown time. Xiao Lan. Aunt Chen said that they didn't know when Tan Mo took the photo. They only knew that Tan Mo put the photo in the album himself. Tan Mo put Xiao Lan's photo in his family's photo album and carefully and secretly treasured it. Even if Aunt Chen didn't say it, Xiao Lan could understand that Tan Mo carefully treasured it. When Tan Mo came in again, Xiao Lan and Aunt Chen had already put away the photo album and started to study how to make the bracelet. With Aunt Chen's help, Xiao Lan learned very quickly. She started to like making these things. Xiao Lan felt that Tan Mo had made the right choice by buying so many colored strings. Xiao Lan not only learned how to make them, but she could also make new patterns. She made 7 or 8 bracelets with different colors and combinations. First, she changed Tan Mo's bracelet. Then, she chose a bracelet with a lighter color and put it on her wrist. When Tan Mo saw the bracelet on Xiao Lan's wrist, which was different in color but similar in style, he smiled slightly when Xiao Lan couldn't see it. With Tan Mo's help, Xiao Lan finished her homework 3 days before school started. In the remaining 3 days, the Lantern Festival and Valentine's Day coincided. After the Lantern Festival, it would be Valentine's Day. The aftertaste of the new year was still very lively. The Lantern Festival party seemed to be very surprising. Aunt Chen and Uncle Chen watched it with great interest. Xiao Lan sat on the sofa and fiddled with her phone. No one knew what she was looking at. Tan Mo was in a daze because of Valentine's Day tomorrow. If he took Xiao Lan out tomorrow, would it be inappropriate? Would Xiao Lan notice something? Tan Mo deeply felt that he had become more and more unrestrained recently. Because of Xiao Lan's good temper and her endless tolerance for him, he had become bolder and bolder. Tan Mo thought of a short story on the internet. A child who had made a mistake was reprimanded by his mother. The mother asked him if he knew his mistake, and the child said he knew his mistake. The mother continued to ask if he would do it again, and the child said he would. He was now in such a situation. He knew that his actions were inappropriate, but he still dared to do it next time. He even wanted to be even more deranged. He even wanted to test Xiao Lan's bottom line. He wanted to see how far he could go before she would truly push him away. Although Tan Mo knew that he couldn't bear the consequences, he couldn't help but want to try. After playing with his phone for a while, Xiao Lan put his phone on the table and went to the bathroom. Less than 10 seconds after he left, his phone screen lit up. Tan Mo swore that he didn't go to see it on purpose. He just glanced at it and was attracted by the words "movie tickets" in the text message. Tan Mo saw clearly that it was a message from someone who had booked the tickets online. It was a confirmation and ticket code. So Xiao Lan had just booked the movie tickets. 2 messages came, indicating that Xiao Lan had booked 2 tickets and the date of the tickets was tomorrow. Tomorrow was Valentine's Day. Xiao Lan had booked 2 tickets for a movie on Valentine's Day. So who was she going to watch the movie with tomorrow? After Xiao Lan came back from the bathroom, she picked up her phone and confirmed the message. She didn't mention the movie to Tan Mo. Xiao Lan didn't tell him, so it couldn't be him. Tan Mo's eyes trembled, and he lowered his eyelashes. Actually, the most likely person was Bai. It was normal for girls to go to the movies together. Tan Mo felt that he was hopeless. Now, he even wanted to be jealous of a girl. When Valentine's Day really came the next day, no matter what app he opened, it seemed like everyone was celebrating Valentine's Day. Tan Mo suddenly felt a little irritated. After lunch and a short rest, Aunt Chen went into Xiao Lan's room. Tan Mo and Uncle Chen were talking in the living room when Aunt Chen said to Xiao Lan, "Lan, you're so beautiful today. Are you going out?" Xiao Lan smiled and said, "Yeah, I'm going out." Tan Mo clenched his fists. Was Xiao Lan really going out with Bai? Why did she have to put on makeup to go out with Bai? Xiao Lan had always gone out with him without makeup on the few times she had gone out with him. Uncle Chen could tell at a glance that Tan Mo was absent-minded. He glanced at the room, then glanced at Tan Mo's face, then quickly left the scene, leaving Tan Mo alone in the living room. The more Tan Mo thought about it, the more upset he felt. Coincidentally, Xiao Lan's phone was placed on the coffee table in the living room, where Tan Mo could see it. The phone screen lit up, and Hao Ying's big WeChat message pierced Tan Mo's line of sight. Hao Ying sent Xiao Lan a WeChat message, wishing Xiao Lan a happy Valentine's Day. In fact, it was a very normal text message, just like Happy New Year and Happy Lantern Festival. However, for some reason, with the words Valentine's Day, the normal text message suddenly had an indescribable ambiguity. It made Tan Mo feel uncomfortable all over. Tan Mo knew that he shouldn't think too much about it. Xiao Lan couldn't have gone out to watch a movie with Hao Ying. However, when he thought about the 2 movie tickets, Xiao Lan, who had put on makeup, and this WeChat message, Tan Mo's paranoia, which was caused by Asperger's syndrome, started to act up again. Although Xiao Lan didn't like Hao Ying liked Xiao Lan for 2 years, and she still liked Xiao Lan even now. Even if it wasn't Hao Ying, could it be someone else? When Xiao Lan came out of the room, she saw Tan Mo sitting on the sofa with a pale face. Xiao Lan walked over and sat beside Tan Mo. "What's wrong?" you don't look well all of a sudden. Tan Mo turned his head, and the two faces were less than 20 centimeters apart. The girl's exquisite facial features made Tan Mo's heart skip a beat. He looked at the pair of eyes that he loved to the bone and smiled. Then, he heard Xiao Lan say, I booked tickets for a movie at 5:30 p.m. today. Let's go watch it together. Tan Mo was stunned. Xiao Lan smiled. I don't want to go, but if you don't go, no one will go with me. The girl's voice was soft, and it was mixed with an indescribable coquettish tone. In the face of such a Xiao Lan, Tan Mo felt that he could even give her his life, let alone a simple request. Moreover, it was something that he couldn't ask for more. So, she specially dressed up and bought tickets. Was she going out with him? But today was Valentine's Day. Did she know, going to watch a romantic movie on such a day, did she know that it would make him, who was already full of desire, feel even more uneasy? Tan Mo didn't want to think too much, but he couldn't help but think too much. He had liked this girl for too long. He liked her so much that he couldn't wait to rub her into his bones. God knows how much Xiao Lan's slightly ambiguous action would make his originally weak beliefs collapse. However, Xiao Lan didn't seem to know. She went out with him, just like the other couples who walked into the movie theater with him. The movie tickets that Xiao Lan bought were for a romantic movie that was screened on Valentine's Day. There were many people, and there wasn't a single empty seat in the theater. Almost all of them were couples, and everyone's face was filled with the happiness of love. On Valentine's Day, you sat with the person you loved to watch a romantic movie. This was a campus romance movie. It was a romantic movie filled with youth, ignorance, and unrequited love. Tan Mo actually didn't like this kind of movie. He preferred excitement and brain-burning. However, today's movie was unprecedentedly serious. He watched the female lead in the movie. She was an average-looking girl who kept working hard because she fell in love with a dazzling boy. The process of her unrequited love was both sad and touching. However, the ending of the movie was beautiful because the dazzling male lead had long liked the little girl who silently followed behind him. The last scene of the movie stopped at the girl leaning on the boy's shoulder. The boy lowered his head and kissed the girl lightly on the lips. The setting sun shone on the two of them, and it was beautiful and warm. Tan Mo saw a couple sitting in the front row and couldn't help but kiss. When they came out of the movie theater, the sky was already dark, but the streets were still crowded. A little girl who was buying flowers ran up to Xiao Lan and Tan Mo and sweetly said, "Brother, sister, you're so beautiful." She asked them if they wanted to buy flowers. Xiao Lan burst out laughing. Children nowadays were so sweet. They even said that you were beautiful before buying flowers. Xiao Lan bought a flower generously. She turned around and handed the rose to Tan Mo with a smile and said, "Mo, Happy Valentine's Day." Tan Mo took the flower neatly. He almost didn't dare to look into Xiao Lan's eyes. From the moment they walked out of the movie theater to the moment Xiao Lan handed the flower to him, he and Tan Mo were afraid that if his willpower was just a little bit weaker, he would have grabbed the girl in front of him tightly and bitten her lips. Tan Mo pinched the fragile flower stem and controlled himself with difficulty. He also said Happy Valentine's Day to Xiao Lan. "It's still early. Let's go eat something first and then walk around," Xiao Lan said. "School will start the day after tomorrow. We won't have the chance to go out and play for the rest of the year." "Okay," Tan Mo said. He lowered his voice and barely suppressed the trembling in his voice. They walked on the night filled with love and ate ice cream. Although it was cold, their hearts were burning hot. There were photography enthusiasts walking around the streets and alleys, recording every beautiful moment. Xiao Lan and Tan Mo broke into his lens just like that. They were an exceptionally beautiful couple. The way the boy looked at the girl seemed to encompass the whole world. Gotcha. The photographer recorded this moment and sincerely wished the two of them a long and happy life. Xiao Lan thanked the photographer and looked at the time. It was already 10 o'clock at night. There were fewer and fewer people on the streets. Snow began to fall from the sky again. It was getting late and it was time to go home. Tan Mo was about to call Uncle Chen and ask him to pick them up when Xiao Lan pulled Tan Mo onto a bus that happened to pass by. This was the last bus of the night. It was very late and there were almost no people on the bus. Mo, have you never taken a bus before? Take this back. Xiao Lan pulled Tan Mo to sit in the last row by the window. This bus will take you directly to your house. Tan Mo had never taken a bus before. This bus was far worse than Tan Mo's family car. It was very noisy and bumpy. However, the different space and feeling made Tan Mo feel a different kind of romance. Every time the bus stopped at a stop, there would be people getting on occasionally. However, the last row of the bus was undisturbed. Xiao Lan rested her head on Tan Mo's shoulder and gradually fell asleep. She was really sleepy. She rested her head on Tan Mo's shoulder and was unbelievably obedient. Tan Mo didn't dare to move. At this moment, he only wanted the bus to never stop and stay like this for the rest of his life. When they were about to arrive at the next stop, the bus reminded them that they were about to get off at the next stop. Tan Mo carefully turned his head to look at the girl who was still sleeping soundly. He wanted to wake her up but stopped at this moment. He lowered his head and looked at the girl's face that was just inches away from his. At the stop before the bus stopped, he slowly lowered his head and carefully kissed Xiao Lan's lips. The girl who had been sleeping soundly woke up at some point. She hugged the young man with both hands and smiled faintly. Then, she gently bit the young man's cold lips. Xiao Lan was indeed a bit sleepy after getting on the bus, but not to the point where she fell asleep. Since she had already figured out that she wanted to be with Tan Mo in the future, and that she wanted to change the relationship between herself and Tan Mo, she would deliberately close the distance between them from time to time. While slowly letting Tan Mo feel the difference between them, she would also slowly observe what Tan Mo could understand. Just like today, Xiao Lan deliberately leaned against Tan Mo. She was a bit tired. On one side was the cold window, and on the other side was the boy she liked. Xiao Lan felt that this wasn't a multiple-choice question that needed to be considered for a long time. She rested her head on Tan Mo's shoulder. At that moment, Xiao Lan felt Tan Mo's nervousness and uneasiness. His body was very stiff. If Tan Mo didn't have any feelings between men and women like she imagined, and if he didn't know the relationship between the male lead and the female lead, he definitely wouldn't be so stiff that he didn't dare to move. Recently, from time to time, Tan Mo had been probing and deliberately getting close to her. Xiao Lan vaguely felt that Tan Mo wasn't completely ignorant, but that was it. She leaned against Tan Mo's body. The two of them were close to each other, and the rumbling sound of the bus and the sound of the bus reminding them that they had arrived at the next stop could be heard. When she heard the sound of the next stop, she originally planned to pretend that she had just woken up. However, she suddenly heard the clear sound of the young man holding his breath. She could even feel Tan Mo's breath. Then, Tan Mo's cold lips carefully kissed her. Xiao Lan couldn't remember what she was thinking at that moment. Surprise, surprise, heartbeat, there were too many. She could only feel that the young man was probing and carefully kissing her like a goose feather. Maybe it was too light for Xiao Lan to believe, so she wanted to verify it. Maybe it was because she liked this moment too much, or maybe it was because she also wanted to do this. Xiao Lan didn't open her eyes. Instead, she stretched out her arms, grabbed the young man who was about to escape, and kissed him again. She gently bit the young man's lower lip. When she opened her eyes, she saw Tan Mo's trembling eyes. Her figure was reflected in those eyes, but they were trembling and unable to focus. Just like how she couldn't imagine that Tan Mo would kiss her, Tan Mo couldn't imagine that she would kiss him back. Xiao Lan looked at Tan Mo's expression and laughed softly. Why, so nervous? But before she could finish her words, Tan Mo's lips, which he didn't dare to move, to come to kiss to time. He couldn't suppress his feelings for her, so when he was about to leave, his feelings for her overcame his rationality and he kissed Xiao Lan gently. When Xiao Lan's arms wrapped around his, Tan Mo's mind went blank. It was the collapse of all his desires after being discovered by Xiao Lan. It was the helplessness of exposing all his filthy desires in front of Xiao Lan. But in the next moment, Xiao Lan's warm and soft lips took the initiative to wrap around his lips. Tan Mo's scattered rationality disappeared in an instant. He felt Xiao Lan's teeth biting his lower lip. He heard her laugh softly and say something. But Tan Mo didn't hear what she said. The desires buried in his heart that were about to collapse all burst out in an instant. He didn't know what he was going to do at this moment, and he didn't know what kissing felt like. But the instinct to explode took over all his rationality. Tan Mo suddenly grabbed Xiao Lan's waist and blocked Xiao Lan's unfinished words. Her lips were so sweet and soft. Tan Mo's whole body was trembling. His right hand was holding Xiao Lan's waist, and his left hand was tightly grabbing the back of the front seat. Because he was using too much strength, his veins were popping out. The young man's kiss was unorganized, but it was so urgent and intense that it was scary. His hot lips moved around as if he was looking for an exit. Rather than a kiss, it was more like a bite. Xiao Lan could feel the sting of pain on her lips almost as soon as Tan Mo kissed her. Her waist was tightly held by Tan Mo's hand. Xiao Lan's back was almost completely in the air. Xiao Lan knew that Tan Mo was learning kickboxing, but she never thought that Tan Mo's strength would be so great. Xiao Lan couldn't move as she was held tightly by an arm. Tan Mo was too agitated and careless. His hand grabbed her waist, causing Xiao Lan to feel pain. She never knew that the young man who was always gentle and kind could have such a crazy side. Xiao Lan's initiative and calmness at the beginning were completely disrupted by Tan Mo's messy and abnormally rough kisses. Xiao Lan unconsciously used the tip of her tongue to touch the place where Tan Mo had bitten, but it only made Tan Mo more and more irrational. It was still snowing outside the window. The bus stopped and left. The two people who were supposed to get off the bus at the stop didn't hear anything at all, and the other was helpless. Xiao Lan watched the bus go further and further away. Her waist, which was held by Tan Mo, was also faintly sore. Xiao Lan reached out and pushed Tan Mo with all her strength, but Tan Mo didn't move at all. Mo. Tan Mo finally stopped. His light brown eyes were still full of passion and craziness, mixed with the love that had been hidden all this time, and now he finally released it all without any reservation. Tan Mo had always been cold and indifferent. Except for anger, Xiao Lan had never seen such passion in Tan Mo's eyes. Tan Mo, the sound of the next stop rang in her ears again, interrupting Xiao Lan's thoughts. She didn't have time to think about anything else. Xiao Lan reached out and blocked Tan Mo's lips. She said hurriedly, "We should get off the bus, we've already missed the stop." Tan Mo looked at the unfamiliar streets outside, and then looked at Xiao Lan who was close at hand. Only then did he seem to suddenly wake up, but he still kissed Xiao Lan's palm reluctantly. Xiao Lan's fingers curled up after being kissed by Tan Mo. She didn't dare to delay any longer. She pulled Tan Mo and quickly ran off the bus when it was about to start again. The air outside the bus was still cold, and it cooled down the scorching temperature that had just exploded. In an instant, all the charm and gentleness disappeared. Tan Mo looked at Xiao Lan's hand that had let go, and his lost rationality gradually returned. However, although his rationality was still there, it was still a mess. It was so messy that the young man who had been like a little crazy just now didn't know what to do. He had instinctively kissed and hugged her. Now that his instincts had passed, he didn't have time to think, and the questions that made him even more nervous were all squeezed into his head. What were they doing just now? What was Xiao Lan's attitude as if nothing had happened? Why did Xiao Lan kiss him back? Was Xiao Lan unhappy just now? Did I go too far? Xiao Lan took out her phone and looked at the time. She said, "It's so cold. It's almost 11:30. I wonder if Uncle Chen is asleep. It shouldn't be too far to walk back from here." As a result, she did not wait for Tan Mo's reply after she finished speaking. She turned around and saw that the wolf cub, who had been unusually fierce just now, was looking at her with hesitation and apprehension in his eyes, just like a kitten. If it weren't for the pain in her waist and the tingling on her lips, Xiao Lan would have suspected that everything that had just happened was fake. At least, Xiao Lan couldn't imagine that Tan Mo would behave like that just now. Xiao Lan put her phone back into her pocket and smiled. "What's wrong? Why aren't you walking?" Tan Mo's beautiful eyes fixed on her. He didn't speak or move. Xiao Lan thought for a while and walked over. She said softly, "Mo." Tan Mo slowly reached out and grabbed Xiao Lan's hand tentatively. Then, as if waiting for Xiao Lan's reaction, he slowly held Xiao Lan's hand tightly. Xiao Lan lowered her head and looked at the two of them holding hands. She raised her head and smiled. She said in a teasing tone, "Why are you suddenly so innocent? You weren't like this just now." Tan Mo's gaze became chaotic again. He held Xiao Lan's hand tightly and said after a long struggle, We are nothing now." "What do you think?" Xiao Lan asked. She grabbed Tan Mo's other hand, which was still holding a rose. "I asked you out for Valentine's Day. I asked you to watch a romantic movie with me. I gave you roses. I even let you kiss me as much as you want just now," Xiao Lan said slowly. With each sentence, Tan Mo's grip on her hand tightened. Xiao Lan wanted to pull her hand away, but it was too tight. She couldn't move at all. Xiao Lan gave up. She added one last sentence patiently, "What do you think we are now?" The young man's gaze was blank for a while. Then, it suddenly brightened up. He quickly transitioned from a cat cub to a wolf cub. Xiao Lan looked at the familiar gaze and suddenly remembered that her waist and lips were still hurting. She hurriedly said, "Talk properly. Don't move. Let go first." "No," Tan Mo refused decisively. "If I'm not wrong, why should I let go?" Xiao Lan said expressionlessly, "Because your grip is too strong. It hurts." Tan Mo, she finally let go of the grip. The young man lowered his head. There was only heartache and annoyance left on his delicate and beautiful face. Xiao Lan was really surprised by Tan Mo's rich expression. She took a step forward and walked closer. She touched Tan Mo's hair with her free hand. She squatted down a little and looked up at the young man who had become silent again. She said, "Mo." Tan Mo glanced at Xiao Lan. He covered his eyes with his long eyelashes and replied absent-mindedly, Let's be together." Tan Mo's absent-minded expression woke up again. He met Xiao Lan's eyes and clenched his fists. Of course he wanted to. He wanted to make Xiao Lan swear that he would never take back what he said. But he couldn't. No, Tan Mo almost used up all his strength to refuse. Xiao Lan was surprised. "Why? Mo, you can't do this. You kissed me and even accepted my flowers. No matter what, you should be my boyfriend." "But I'm sick," Tan Mo said sternly. "I'm sick," he repeated and muttered, "Asperger's disease, mental illness. It can't be cured in a lifetime." "I know. I knew it a long time ago," Xiao Lan's voice softened. "I don't care. But I care. Asperger's disease could develop into depression or even schizophrenia in the future. He would always be a dangerous existence. He would always be an outlier that couldn't be seen by others. If other people knew about it, there would still be countless rumors and slanders. They would still pester Xiao Lan like before. She would never be able to live a normal life. Mo, Tan Mo. Xiao Lan grabbed Tan Mo, who was getting more and more agitated, and said sternly, "Asperger's disease is never a mental illness. It's just a type of autism disorder. You're just a boy who's smarter than normal people. You're not an outlier. You know that many great people have Asperger's disease, right? Are they outliers? Aren't they? Einstein, Bill Gates were all like that. No one called them outliers. Everyone only thought that they were geniuses. And other people's opinions. Why do you care about their opinions? Do you care about me or other people?" "It's you," Tan Mo's voice was hoarse and broken. "It's only you." Xiao Lan's gaze became gentler. She raised her hand and straightened the young man's drooping face, making him look at her seriously. She said word by word. "Since it's only me, then it's only me. My beauty is you. So, you never have to care about what other people think. With me, you're all emotions." Tan Mo thought that Xiao Lan had gone too far. How could she say such beautiful words so easily? With one sentence, she had shattered all of his hesitation and concerns. He couldn't even piece them together. How could she be so good at sweet talking? How could she say such beautiful words so casually? Tan Mo thought dizzily that Xiao Lan was really good at Chinese. He just couldn't say it. After thinking for a long time, he could only come up with one sentence, which was, "I like you so much that I'm going crazy." Xiao Lan looked at the young man's stunned expression with a smile in her eyes. Suddenly, she said, "No." Tan Mo suddenly looked up. Xiao Lan took in all of the anxiety on Tan Mo's face. She said seriously, although my ID says that I'm an adult, there's still nearly a year before you're an adult. This is puppy love. The school forbids puppy love. Tan Mo quickly said, the homeroom teacher has already acquiesced. Xiao Lan's beautiful eyes narrowed, and her smile deepened. It turned out that Tan Mo really knew everything, so why did she insist that Tan Mo had the mentality of a child who didn't know anything? Thinking about how she had asked Tan Mo so fiercely in the car and how she had always thought that Tan Mo was too naive, Xiao Lan suddenly felt that she was still too naive. However, after thinking through all of this and connecting it to what Tan Mo had said in his excitement, Xiao Lan seemed to understand some of the thoughts hidden deep in the young man's heart. Desire and inferiority were intertwined. Even without thinking about it, it was painful. Xiao Lan suddenly felt a little distressed. She reached out and touched the young man's hair, which was gradually calming down. Xiao Lan shivered from the cold and took out her phone again. It's so cold. Let's call Uncle Chen. Tan Mo was silent. He reached out and took Xiao Lan's phone. He put it back into Xiao Lan's pocket and said, let's go back. Then he added, it's not far, just one stop away. Although Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen already knew what he was thinking, and they wouldn't get in his way, Tan Mo didn't want a third person to ruin the current atmosphere. He just wanted to be alone with Xiao Xiao, without anyone disturbing him. Xiao Lan glanced at the stubborn young man and chuckled. He pretended not to see through Tan Mo's intentions. All right, Xiao Lan said as he walked. But it's already late. Won't it be dangerous? No, Tan Mo said. I'm here. Xiao Lan chuckled. You're so confident. Tan Mo thought about it seriously and nodded after a while. Okay. Xiao Lan wanted to laugh again. This time, he laughed because he was loved. She always forgot that Tan Mo had grown up and was healthy. He even learned kickboxing. Seeing how confident he was, and thinking about the strength of his hand on Xiao Lan's waist, Xiao Lan felt that Tan Mo should be qualified to say such words. Although she wasn't very strong, she couldn't move when Tan Mo pressed her down with one hand. It seemed that Tan Mo's kickboxing was indeed very effective. She looked up at the young man who was almost a head taller than her. She suddenly remembered the visible muscles on Tan Mo's arms when she was at home. At that time, it made her blush and her heart beat faster. Now that their relationship had changed, she could touch him however she wanted. Xiao Lan suddenly reached out and pinched Tan Mo's arm without any hesitation. Tan Mo was shocked. His arm that suddenly tightened felt really good to the touch. Without explaining to the confused Tan Mo, Xiao Lan calmly retracted her hand and said, Mo, how tall are you now? For some reason, Tan Mo, who was always in a daze, answered blankly, 185. In 2 months, he grew another 4 centimeters. Xiao Lan couldn't help but sigh again. The growth of a teenager during puberty was too scary. Tan Mo didn't know what Xiao Lan was thinking. He had been in a daze. Suddenly, the surreal feeling of being with Xiao Lan didn't decrease at all. Instead, it became more and more serious. The two accidentally touched each other. Tan Mo's heart skipped a beat, and his mind became clear for a moment. After all, this kind of thing was too unbelievable. The girl that he liked for 2 years and didn't dare to say anything to suddenly told him that she had the same feeling as him. Even if it was a dream, Tan Mo had never had such a beautiful dream. It was so beautiful that he didn't dare to believe it. Therefore, Tan Mo always wanted to touch Xiao Lan. Only when their skin touched could he feel that everything was real. However, this kind of touch was too light. Tan Mo felt that it wasn't enough. It would be best if he could kiss Xiao Lan like just now. If not, he could hold her in his arms. If not, he could just grab her hand. No matter what kind of touch it would be fine as long as there was contact. Just as he was thinking this, Xiao Lan suddenly pinched his arm. Tan Mo hesitated for a long time before reaching out his hand. However, when he reached out, he suddenly withdrew his hand and put it into his pocket. He almost forgot that he was very insensitive to the cold. He almost couldn't feel cold. Therefore, even if Xiao Lan said that he was cold, Tan Mo didn't feel it. Even if his hands were exposed to the air, he didn't feel much. He could only feel that his fingers were very stiff. However, as long as he used his brain to think, he would know that his hands must be as cold as ice at this moment. Tan Mo put his hand in his pocket. After his fingers became less stiff, he carefully and gently held Xiao Lan's hand. The moment he held her hand, Xiao Lan held it back. The moment their fingers interlocked, the dizzy and unreal feeling that lingered in Tan Mo's mind was blown away by the cold wind. Once again, Tan Mo's heart beat faster. It turned out that it was all real. Snowflakes were floating in the sky. However, Tan Mo wanted to walk a little slower. He suddenly regretted getting off the bus so early. It would have been better if he had taken 2 more stops. It was rare that Xiao Lan and Tan Mo had different thoughts. Tan Mo didn't want to go back because once he got home, there would be 2 third wheels. However, Xiao Lan really wanted to go back immediately. Although it was romantic to walk hand in hand in the snowy night, it was really too cold. Xiao Lan felt that she was about to freeze to the bone. After a long time, they finally arrived at the door. Xiao Lan grabbed Tan Mo and practically ran into the corridor. She quickly turned on the lights and opened the door. The moment the door was opened, she heard Tan Mo suddenly calling her. Xiao Lan pulled Tan Mo into the room. She finally felt the warmth that she hadn't felt in a long time. She let out a sigh of relief and turned around. "What's wrong?" She looked up and saw Aunt Chen, who had quickly come out after hearing the news. Tan Mo was speechless. He instantly returned to his expressionless face. "Nothing." Tan Mo turned around and lowered his head to change his shoes. He just wanted to kiss her before entering the door. However, Xiao Lan didn't hear him at all. Xiao Lan looked at Tan Mo, who had the word wronged written on his hair. It was rare for her to be stunned. Why did he suddenly feel wronged? Aunt Chen didn't know what had happened between the 2 of them. She nagged them about why they didn't call and urged them to quickly take a hot bath so that they wouldn't catch a cold. She ran to the kitchen and busied herself with making some supper. Boys took a quick shower. When Tan Mo came out, Xiao Lan was still in the bathroom. Aunt Chen prepared some snacks and chicken soup. Tan Mo took a bite and glanced outside the kitchen door. Aunt Chen could tell that he was absent-minded. Aunt Chen thought that the soup she made wasn't good. Tan Mo saw that Aunt Chen misunderstood again and hurriedly finished it. Then, Aunt Chen chased him into the bedroom and urged him to go to sleep. Tan Mo was speechless. He knew that he couldn't come back so early. He had to do everything he wanted to do outside. As soon as he came back, the atmosphere and space were all gone. Tan Mo lay on the bed sullenly and heard the bathroom door finally open. He heard Xiao Lan's slippers and the conversation between Xiao Lan and Aunt Chen. In the end, Xiao Lan went into the opposite bedroom and closed the door. Everything returned to silence. Xiao Lan touched her belly that was a little full again. She thought that she had to go for a run tomorrow morning. Tan Mo ate like this every day to grow taller, but she ate like this to grow taller. It was already very late. No matter how lively it was during the day, it was now late at night. Xiao Lan wrapped herself in the quilt and turned over. She opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling. Only now did she have the time and the mood to organize everything that had happened today. Today was a dreamy day for Tan Mo, but it was also a dreamy day for Xiao Lan. Not long ago, she had made the decision to teach this young man who didn't know anything about love. But today, she found that Tan Mo had already known the meaning of love. It was even more profound than she had imagined. When she calmed down and thought about it again, a lot of things became traceable. At that time, Tan Mo had asked her inexplicably what would happen if he couldn't stand up for the rest of his life. They hadn't seen each other for half a year. Why did he stand up in the end? Why did he struggle again and again when he knew that he wasn't healthy? Xiao Lan's love for Tan Mo was her wavering hesitation. But Tan Mo's love for her was the difficult suppression and struggle of fighting against fate and rationality. Compared to Tan Mo, Xiao Lan was too relaxed and too easy. Xiao Lan's heart tightened again. She couldn't control her heartache. When she didn't know, Tan Mo had gone through too much. Tan Mo felt inferior because of Asperger's disease. But Xiao Lan felt inferior in front of Tan Mo's feelings. What did she do to deserve such an excellent boy to like her to this extent? Xiao Lan covered her chest. Her heart was beating very fast. It was sour and even a little painful. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She didn't know how long she had been like this. Xiaolan suddenly opened her eyes. She didn't move and listened carefully to the movements outside. But after a long time, there was no sound at all. Did she hear it wrong? Her mind was filled with Tan-mo. She couldn't sleep at all. Just now, she had clearly heard a sound, like the sound of the door opening. It was very soft, but there really was. Xiaolan thought that Tan-mo had come out to drink water at night. But after listening for a long time, there was no sound at all. Xiaolan hugged the blanket and lay down for a few more minutes. Then, she suddenly jumped out of bed and quickly got out of bed barefoot. She opened the door and turned on the dim light in the small corridor. The boy who should have been asleep long ago was squatting on the floor. His head was drooping and his fingers were drawing circles on the floor. Then, he was startled by Xiaolan's sudden opening of the door. His delicate and beautiful face was full of shock. Xiaolan, who was also stunned, was the first to react. She walked over and squatted beside Tan-mo. With Uncle Chen scolding in her ears, she lowered her voice and asked Tan-mo, "What are you doing here?" "Nothing," Tan-mo pursed his lips and said. Xiaolan was speechless. This didn't seem like nothing at all. The two of them squatted together like two little hamsters. After a long time, Tan-mo raised his head and looked at Xiaolan. He said slowly, "I just want to," and paused for a while before continuing, "confirm it." He still felt that it was unreal. Xiaolan's heart suddenly softened. "Since you want to confirm it, how do you confirm it when you're at the door? What if she was really asleep and didn't hear it?" "Come here," Xiaolan said softly. She held Tan-mo's cheek with both hands. He didn't quite understand, but he obediently moved closer to her and kissed him seriously. Confirmation complete. "Is it real now, boyfriend?" Tan-mo didn't like going to school, but he didn't dislike it either. Because of Xiaolan, Tan-mo even felt that going to school was a good experience. This was the first time that Tan-mo really didn't want to go to school. Like the other students, he wished that the holidays could be extended indefinitely. When school started, Xiaolan would have to live in the dormitory, so he couldn't stay here anymore. The time he spent with Xiaolan was shortened from 24 hours to less than 12 hours, or even less than 8 hours. After all, Tan-mo didn't have to go to morning self-study or evening self-study. For Tan-mo, who had just confirmed their relationship for less than 2 days, he was different from Xiaolan. He didn't have a sense of reality or security, so he was too afraid of the distance between them. He didn't even feel at ease when he lived across from Xiaolan, let alone when Xiaolan came back to school. Even Uncle Chen, who was always observant, didn't see anything this time. After all, Xiaolan and Tan-mo were very close. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't know them, he would definitely think that they were a couple just by looking at the way they interacted. So now that Xiaolan and Tan-mo were finally together, they didn't kiss or hug in front of Uncle Chen, so Uncle Chen really didn't notice. Tomorrow was the start of school. Tan-mo silently leaned against the doorframe and watched Xiaolan pack her bag and tidy up her suitcase. Her delicate and beautiful face was expressionless at the moment. When Xiaolan turned around and saw Tan-mo's expression, she was shocked. That look in his eyes made it seem like she owed Tan-mo a lot of money. She didn't say anything with a straight face. She silently reached out and took the bag from Xiaolan's hand, then walked towards the door. Xiaolan, Uncle Chen came out of the kitchen and saw the bag in Tan-mo's hand. As usual, he subconsciously wanted to take it, but when he saw Tan-mo's jacket, he said cheerfully, "I'll take it. It's cold outside. You stay at home." Tan-mo was speechless. If it weren't for the fact that he was underage and didn't have a driver's license, Tan-mo wouldn't have let Uncle Chen go at all. Uncle Chen finally saw Tan-mo's resistance from Tan-mo's resentful face and immediately reacted. Tan-mo liked to chase Xiaolan after Xiaolan. Why was he poking his nose into other people's business? He coughed twice and said, let's go. I'll go get the car first." After saying goodbye to Aunt Chen, the two of them left the house. Tan-mo walked very slowly and immediately reached the car. When Xiaolan's hand was about to press on the car door, Tan Mo suddenly reached out a hand from behind and pressed down on Xiao Lan's hand. Tan Mo was now a head taller than Xiao Lan. When he stood behind Xiao Lan, he completely covered her with his body. The young man carried his bag with one hand and hugged Xiao Lan from behind with the other hand. He rested his chin on Xiao Lan's shoulder and said in a muffled voice, "You're not leaving today, right?" Xiao Lan was startled by Tan Mo's sudden movement. This movement was as intimate as it could be. With so many people walking around, Xiao Lan's ears suddenly became hot and she hurriedly said, "School starts tomorrow. Get up, there's someone here." Tan Mo turned his head and took a look. He then turned his body and covered Xiao Lan even more tightly. "It's okay, I can't see." Xiao Lan was speechless. Sometimes he was unbelievably shy, and sometimes he was unbelievably bold. Xiao Lan couldn't understand Tan Mo's unpredictable mood. "Then we'll leave tomorrow morning and stay for one more night," Tan Mo whispered in Xiao Lan's ear. "Just one more night, what do you want to do?" Xiao Lan casually replied. After she finished speaking, she realized that this sentence was a little ambiguous. Thus, both of them became silent at the same time. Xiao Lan had a headache and wanted to explain that actually, her consciousness didn't have much meaning in staying for one more night. However, she suddenly felt that Tan Mo's ear that was pressed against her cheek was shockingly hot. Xiao Lan suddenly turned her head and instantly saw Tan Mo's slightly red cheeks. His pair of beautiful light brown eyes were slowly filled with shyness. Xiao Lan was speechless. She was wrong. She really didn't do it on purpose. Look at how shy her little boyfriend was. Once again, Xiao Lan felt that Tan Mo was actually more innocent than a teenager his age. She couldn't misunderstand her little boyfriend just because of Tan Mo's ferocious kiss 2 days ago. Just as she was thinking about this, the innocent boyfriend suddenly pressed himself closer to Xiao Lan. His cheeks were still red, but he suddenly turned his head and kissed Xiao Lan's neck. Xiao Lan never knew that her neck could be so sensitive. Her whole body trembled as she heard Tan Mo whisper in her ear, "I want to do this." Xiao Lan. His face was shy and his mouth was indeed full of words. Such an inharmonious expression and language was not at all out of place for Tan Mo to do it. Tan Mo kissed Xiao Lan's neck and then kissed Xiao Lan's earlobe. Xiao Lan's legs went soft and she hurriedly said, "Stop fooling around, stop fooling around." "Tan Mo, you're still underage." A certain underage teenager was provoked by these 3 words. Xiao Lan finally found a gap and crawled out from under Tan Mo's arm. As soon as she came out, she saw a child looking at them curiously from afar. Xiao Lan slapped Tan Mo away with one hand, opened the door, and stepped into the car. As soon as she raised her head, she saw Uncle Chen's enlightened and meaningful face. Xiao Lan was speechless. The one-way vision film on Tan Mo's car was too good. It was impossible to see inside the car from the outside. And because of Tan Mo's sudden approach, Xiao Lan completely forgot that Uncle Chen was sitting in the car. Nothing could be seen from the outside, but everything could be seen from the inside. Xiao Lan sat in her seat and buried her head in her knees. She felt that she would never be able to raise her head again in this lifetime. In more than 20 years of life, this was definitely the most humiliating moment she had ever experienced. Tan Mo was unexpectedly thick-skinned. When he met Uncle Chen's gaze, he calmly got into the car. Then, he looked at Xiao Lan, who was curled up into a ball. He only felt that Xiao Lan was unbelievably cute like this. Uncle Chen, who had interrupted the fun, drove the car happily. Xiao Lan pretended to be a turtle for a while, then turned to look at Tan Mo. Remembering Tan Mo's smooth behavior just now, Uncle Chen didn't know what kind of expression she had on her face. She whispered to Tan Mo in a voice that Uncle Chen couldn't hear, "Where did you learn these things? Who taught her innocent and cute little boyfriend to be like this?" Tan Mo also lowered his body and whispered, "Didn't you teach me, Xiao Lan?" "You told me to watch movies," Tan Mo answered honestly. Then, he added, "All the movies I watched were recommended by you. Xiao Lan, I told you to watch movies to learn feelings, emotions, and moods. Who told you to learn these messy things?" Xiao Lan felt that this topic couldn't be continued. However, Tan Mo still didn't give up. Even though the car had been driving for half a day, he still wanted Xiao Lan to go back and stay for another night. Xiao Lan said helplessly, "It's just one day. It's the same today or tomorrow morning. Tan Mo quickly followed up, then just stay at home. Xiaolan finally felt that Tan Mo was particularly clingy today, but Tan Mo didn't seem to notice it himself. Because of the extreme insecurity and disbelief in his heart, Tan Mo had become more dependent on Xiaolan and couldn't leave Xiaolan even more. When they weren't together, he didn't dare to think that they would really be together one day. Now that they were finally together, Tan Mo couldn't help but wonder why Xiaolan was with him. Was it because she liked him, or was it because she pitied him? Tan Mo knew that he should be satisfied and shouldn't think too much about it, but the new anxiety made him think too much. When they finally dropped Xiaolan off at school, Uncle Chen looked at Tan Mo, who was staring at Xiaolan's back motionlessly, and said with a smile, "You'll be able to see her at school tomorrow." Tan Mo finally retracted her gaze. Her long eyelashes drooped. After a while, she asked about the recent movements of the Qiao family. Uncle Chen said that father and mother Qiao had been looking for him, but they couldn't find him without any connections. Tan Mo nodded. Talking about these things finally diverted her thoughts. Xiaolan returned to the dormitory. They hadn't seen each other for almost 20 days, so the group of girls was very lively when they saw each other. When they saw Xiaolan, the first thing she said was, "Lan Lan, you're heaty." Xiaolan said, "Huh?" Her roommate pointed at her lower lip and said, "My mouth is broken." Baiyu said loudly, "You asked a stupid question. If it's not because you're heaty, then did you get bitten?" Xiaolan was speechless. After Baiyu finished speaking, everyone was stunned and fell silent. They stared at Xiaolan's lower lip again. Heaty didn't seem to be the case. Baiyu finally realized that she had dug a hole for Xiaolan. She hurriedly said, "You filthy gods. What I mean is, you bit yourself." "What are you thinking?" "That's exactly what we meant." "What are you thinking?" Xiaolan, who was at the center of public discussion, quickly retreated from the battlefield while a few people were talking. She sent Tan Mo a WeChat message to tell him that she had arrived. Baiyu asked her to go to the school supermarket to buy something, so Xiaolan put down her phone and went with her. After shopping, the two of them went to the classroom and had dinner. When they came back, it was already 9 o'clock. Tan Mo watched as his new girlfriend sent a text message saying, "I'm here." After that, she disappeared completely. That night, when he practiced boxing, he used more strength. When he went back at night, he finally received a WeChat message from Xiaolan. Xiaolan sent a long voice message. The girl's voice was light and pleasant, just like how she usually spoke. She described everything she did in detail and said in a soft voice, "Good night." After listening to the voice message 3 times, Tan Mo's bad mood instantly returned to normal. Early the next morning, Baiyu looked at Xiaolan, who was standing in front of the mirror and had her hair tied up for 3 minutes. "Why did you take so long to comb your hair today?" Xiaolan looked at herself in the mirror and turned to ask Baiyu, "Do I look better with a high ponytail or a low ponytail?" Baiyu was speechless. "With your looks, you'll look better even if you're bald." "Oh." Xiaolan turned back to look at herself in the mirror. After a while, she said, "So, which one is better?" Baiyu was speechless. "What's wrong with you?" A certain someone who didn't look at herself in the mirror every day and only used her fingers to tie up her hair was looking at herself in the mirror for so long today. In the end, Xiaolan tied her hair into a beautiful high ponytail, which made her look more scholarly. Well, it was more compatible with Tan Mo's age. Then, she picked up her phone and sent a good morning message to Tan Mo. Tan Mo's good morning message came back soon. Xiaolan would text Tan Mo to wake him up every day when she was about to leave. Tan Mo would wake up at this time, eat breakfast, and come to school in time for the morning self-study session. "I'm going to the classroom now," Xiaolan said. "See you later." "See you later," Tan Mo, who was not at home but was already in the classroom, said, ignoring the surprised looks of his classmates. Then, in the classroom, Xiaolan saw her new boyfriend, whom she had promised to meet later. Xiaolan and Baiyu were both stunned. Xiaolan walked over in 2 or 3 steps and stared at Tan Mo for a long time before whispering, "Why are you here so early all of a sudden?" "Study hard," Tan Mo said seriously. Xiaolan was speechless. He's really improving. He even knows how to joke now, Xiaolan thought to herself. She turned her head and was about to say something when she heard the young man suddenly whisper in her ear. "I haven't seen you for a night," Tan Mo said. "So I wanted to see you earlier." There was a way of flirting called natural flirting. In Tan Mo's opinion, he was just speaking the truth. He really thought that way, so he said it. In the past, Tan Mo didn't dare to let Xiao Lan know about his feelings, so no matter what, he would cry and suppress it. Now that they were finally together, Tan Mo was smart enough to realize that Xiao Lan not only didn't hate his straightforward thoughts, but also liked it. Therefore, he naturally had to say it. He woke up early and came to school early because he missed her so much that he couldn't wait any longer. Tan Mo said it naturally, but Xiao Lan was flirted with by Tan Mo without any warning. Bai Yu, who was following behind Xiao Lan and was about to say something, coincidentally heard Tan Mo's words. Poor Bai Yu was a single dog. She didn't eat anything early in the morning and was fed a stomach full of dog food. On one hand, she was jealous, but on the other hand, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Wasn't the prodigy quite reserved before? Why did he suddenly start to show off so openly after the winter break? There was a saying that people in love were blind. Xiao Lan and Tan Mo didn't think anything of it at all, especially because their grades were so good that even the teachers turned a blind eye to it. Therefore, they were even more arrogant. Tan Mo came early today and brought along the shrimp crystal dumplings that Aunt Chen had just made. The skin was light, thin, and translucent. The meat filling was full and the color was bright. They were placed neatly and were sparkling and translucent. They were neither big nor small, just enough to be eaten in one bite. Xiao Lan didn't feel hungry at first, but the crystal dumplings were really too tempting. Xiao Lan instantly felt the protest of her stomach. It was rare for Xiao Lan to notice the feelings of the students around her. After all, everyone was hungry early in the morning. If she ate like this, wouldn't she be attracting hatred? What's wrong? Tan Mo picked up a small fork and passed it to Xiao Lan. Try it. It won't taste as good when it's cold. Xiao Lan hesitated for less than a second between her boyfriend, shrimp dumpling, and the feelings of her classmates. She decisively chose the former. It didn't matter whether they were classmates or not. Aunt Chen's culinary skills were still outstanding. The shrimp dumplings were soft and tasty, and the shrimps were fresh but not fishy. It was simply delicious. Tan Mo slowly opened another small box. Inside were all kinds of cut fruits. The amount of each fruit was small, but there were many different kinds. He took out a big red cherry and put it near Xiao Lan's lips. Eat some fruit. Xiao Lan subconsciously prepared to bite her, but she suddenly felt a burning gaze on her. After a slight hesitation, she silently turned around. Bai Yu, who was sitting behind Xiao Lan, was gnawing on the white biscuits and salted vegetables in the cafeteria. She had a resentful look on her face, as if she was inferior to a dog. Xiao Lan, in the end, Xiao Lan took it from Tan Mo. Under the gaze of the people behind her, she asked Tan Mo if he wanted to eat the shrimp dumplings. I'm full. Really? Tan Mo supported his head with his hand and looked at Xiao Lan. It was fine if she did it at home, but she was so brazen in school. Xiao Lan was still thin-skinned. She picked up a book and placed it in front of Tan Mo. Don't look at me. Read your book. I'm not as pretty as you. Tan Mo rejected her. I'm not reading. Xiao Lan. Cough. Tan Mo looked at Xiao Lan. Her fair cheeks were slightly pink again, which made her already bright and beautiful facial features even more attractive. And today, Xiao Lan seemed a little different from usual. Tan Mo observed Xiao Lan from top to bottom a few more times. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Xiao Lan's high ponytail. This hairstyle made Xiao Lan look a little cuter and more playful. Xiao Lan's long hair was a little naturally curly. When Xiao Lan lowered her head, the ends of her hair didn't listen to her and slid to the side of Xiao Lan's cheek. Xiao Lan swung her high ponytail to the back and then slid it to the front again after a while. This was the girl he liked for 2 years. This was his current girlfriend. She was a girl who was so pretty and cute even with her hair. A girl who could flirt with him just by sitting in front of him and doing nothing. Xiao Lan finally finished eating before the class teacher and most of the students in the class arrived. After putting away the small fork and lunchbox, she rubbed her full stomach and whispered to Tan Mo, "I don't dare to eat like this anymore." Tan Mo was at a loss. "Why?" "I'm afraid of getting fat," Xiao Lan said. "Don't you think I've gained weight recently?" "No," Tan Mo answered very quickly. "Yes," Xiao Lan pinched her cheeks, "your face has become round." No, he remembered her appearance in his heart every day, so his observation was definitely much more accurate than Xiao Lan's. Tan Mo looked at Xiao Lan's hand and felt his own hand getting restless. "It's good that you've gained weight." "Huh?" This time, it was Xiao Lan's turn to be at a loss. Maybe she wouldn't be so popular if she gained weight, Tan Mo thought childishly. He looked at Xiao Lan's exquisite facial features. She was so good-looking and beautiful, so it was normal that so many people liked her. This relationship had always been Tan Mo's extravagant hope. Now that they were finally together, Tan Mo's love was still humble and he was worried about his gains and losses. He couldn't figure out why Xiao Lan liked him. He was a bad and unhealthy mental patient. Even in the end, the only reason he could think of was that Xiao Lan pitied him. But even if it was only this, it made him feel that it was very precious. Tan Mo had never been confident. He didn't have the confidence that he could keep this relationship. So, if Xiao Lan wasn't so beautiful, outstanding, and popular, wouldn't so many people covet her? Then, wouldn't he be able to keep her by his side for a longer time? However, Tan Mo felt that Xiao Lan definitely wouldn't like his way of thinking. It was too selfish and self-centered to let herself become mediocre for him, wasn't it? If Xiao Lan didn't like it, then he didn't have to say anything. It was already hard enough for her to like him. He couldn't let Xiao Lan have a bad impression of him because of his selfish thoughts. He couldn't let her hate him. Tan Mo hid his true thoughts and used what he learned from books and movies to imitate Xiao Lan. He smiled and said to her, "What I mean is that you look good even if you're fat. I like you no matter how you look." Xiao Lan frowned slightly. She couldn't tell what was wrong, but she could feel that this sentence of love didn't move her as much as the previous sentence. At noon, Baiyu was eating lunch and watching Xiao Lan and Tan Mo chatting on WeChat. She couldn't help but ask, "What happened between the two of you during the winter break?" "Of course, the two of you were very lovey-dovey before, but you were just lovey-dovey before. Today, you're lovey-dovey." Xiao Lan put away her phone and said seriously, "It's right that you feel this way." "What do you mean?" "Tan Mo and I are officially together," Xiao Lan said generously, "the day before yesterday." "The day before yesterday? Then what about the two of you before?" Xiao Lan thought for a while and said hesitantly, "The ambiguous period?" "Then the ambiguous period between the two of you is really long," Baiyu didn't know what to say. Even she thought that Xiao Lan and Tan Mo had been together for a long time. Tan Mo arrived at school earlier in the morning, but he still couldn't go to the evening self-study session because he still had to learn kickboxing. Tan Mo compared kickboxing with Xiao Lan's evening self-study session in his heart and chose the latter without hesitation. However, when he thought about how useless he was when Xiao Lan was bullied, Tan Mo decided to continue learning kickboxing in the end. The more he learned, the more irritable he became. The more he learned, the more he regretted that he didn't be tougher on the first day of school and let Xiao Lan stay in school. After attending classes for a few days, Tan Mo completely felt the pain of being in a relationship at a young age. The time they spent together was too little, and the time they spent together was almost non-existent. For Tan Mo, who had just confirmed his relationship, this was too painful and unbearable. In addition, there were always people around him at school. Not to mention intimate acts like kissing and hugging, even holding hands was not allowed. The homeroom teacher could turn a blind eye to it, but if other teachers who didn't know him caught them, the consequences would definitely not be good. Tan Mo desired and needed these intimate touches more than the average person. Ever since they hugged and kissed, Tan Mo felt like he was a seriously ill patient with skin craving. He wanted to touch Xiao Lan all the time. However, in school, he never had such an opportunity. Xiao Lan didn't know what was wrong with Tan Mo, but she felt that Tan Mo was slightly uneasy. It was early spring in March. In front of the classroom, there was a sign next to the blackboard with the countdown for the college entrance examination. A tense atmosphere began to spread in the class. Even students like Haoying, who weren't too sad about their studies, increased their efforts in studying. The weather was gradually getting warmer, and the willows outside the window began to sprout again. The tender yellow willow branches drooped down, and one or two naughty branches ran into the window. The classroom of Class 18 was on the first floor. Every summer, the trees outside the window were lush and green, blocking the sunlight in the classroom. Xiaolan looked at the tender willow branches that reached into the window and stretched out her hand to break off a small section the length of her index finger. Ever since she learned how to make bracelets from Aunt Chen, Xiaolan felt that her hands had become a lot more dexterous. Her fingers moved left and right nimbly for a short while, and then she made a small ring. It was the third year of high school. Even the class wasn't as noisy as before. They were either studying with their heads down or resting on their desks. The classroom was quiet, and occasionally there were whispers of conversation. Tan Mo was reading when his left hand was suddenly pulled over by Xiaolan. Tan Mo turned his head and saw Xiaolan carefully put the thin willow ring on his finger. She put it on very carefully. When she finally put it on, she breathed a sigh of relief and said with a little pride, "It's just as I expected." Tan Mo looked at the little ring on his finger and was stunned for a moment. His mind went blank. Xiaolan might have just made such a small thing for fun, but in Tan Mo's eyes, it was like a river overturning the sea. Even though it was just a willow branch, it was on Tan Mo's finger. After being together with Xiaolan, Tan Mo didn't dare to think about words like the future and forever. Even though he had thought about it countless times in his mind before, that was when they weren't together. After being together, Tan Mo never dared to think about it like that. At most, he thought about them graduating together and going to the same university together. That was all. There were some things that he didn't dare to touch, such as rings, weddings, and even children, which were easy for ordinary couples to think about. These were all things that Tan Mo didn't dare to think about. However, Xiaolan was now wearing a little ring on his finger, even though it was just a little thing made of willow branches. Tan Mo carefully opened his finger and looked at the little ring on his finger. Xiaolan came over and stretched out her finger. "Look, I have one too." The two little rings were exactly the same, and they were worn in the exact same position. The two of them held their fingers, and the corners of Tan Mo's lips curled up slightly. The bell rang, and the teacher came in from outside the classroom to signal for the class to start. Tan Mo was still staring at the little ring on his finger. He stretched his finger and looked at it for a long time, then turned his palm over and looked at it for a long time. In the end, he gently clenched his fist. His fingers clenched tightly, and there was strength in his hand. In an instant, the joint of the willow branch loosened, and the ring was intact. It broke. At that moment, Tan Mo's heart stopped beating. The ring that Xiaolan had made for him broke. A small willow twig fell from his fingers and lay quietly in his palm. Therefore, he shouldn't have had any extravagant hopes. It was impossible for him to have these things that would last longer. Look, it was just a small ring. It had only been a minute and it had already broken. Tan Mo didn't want to think about it this way. It was too depressing and painful. However, once he had this thought, more similar thoughts began to invade his mind. For ordinary people, it was just because they used too much strength and the willow twig was too fragile. Therefore, it broke naturally. However, Tan Mo would always think of something else. The broken willow twig was like a symbol. It was as if it would also come to an abrupt end one day. Tan Mo grabbed the thin willow twig. Xiaolan, who was next to him, was shocked by Tan Mo's actions. The high school students' desks were stacked high with stacks of books. If they lowered their heads slightly, they would be able to block their own figures. On the podium, the teacher was still teaching. Xiaolan recalled the experience of being scolded by the homeroom teacher. Logically, Xiaolan should be focusing on the class. However, when she saw Tan Mo's situation, she couldn't care less for the time being. "What's wrong?" Xiaolan lowered her head and asked softly. Tan Mo stared blankly at her and didn't say anything. Xiaolan looked at Tan Mo's trembling eyes and then looked at Tan Mo's tightly clenched left hand. She quietly reached out and grabbed Tan Mo's wrist. She forcefully pulled Tan Mo's hand over. Then, she pried open his tightly clenched fingers one by one. Finally, she saw the willow twig that had been twisted and scattered. Xiaolan was angry and distressed at the same time. Asperger's disease not only made people unable to understand other people's thoughts, but it also made them overthink things and tend to overthink things. Tan Mo, on the other hand, did not have a sense of security. Xiao Lan sighed and took out the willow twig from Tan Mo's hand. He grabbed Tan Mo's stiff hand and pinched Tan Mo's fingers. He whispered, "This is a willow twig. It's not a real ring. I didn't make it very tight. It's normal for it to break. Give me your hand." Tan Mo stretched out his hand hesitantly, and the Xiao Lan wrapped the willow twig around Tan Mo's finger again. This time, the Xiao Lan was very serious, especially at the connecting part. "If it's broken, we can just reattach it." Xiao Lan finally redid the pinky ring. "Alright, our Mo's fingers are so beautiful." Tan Mo lowered his head and stared at the ring on his finger again. The feeling of his heart stopping just now finally disappeared bit by bit, and his heartbeat returned to normal. This time, he did not dare to move his finger at all. He was afraid that he would accidentally break it again. Even though Xiao Lan said that it was nothing, Tan Mo still took it seriously. Even though it was made of willow twigs, it was still in the shape of a ring, so it still had a special meaning. The teacher standing on the podium and lecturing looked down and saw Xiao Lan and Tan Mo with their heads together. These students. They all thought that the teacher could not see anything because of the stack of books, but in fact, the teacher could see everything clearly. The teacher turned a blind eye for a long time. When he turned his head and saw that the two of them were still together doing something, he did not know what. Just as he was about to give them some advice, he saw Xiao Lan finally sit up straight. "Alright, forget it. I'll just give them another chance." Xiao Lan began to listen to the class attentively again. Tan Mo stared at the ring on his finger for a long time, then carefully took it off from his finger. After taking it off completely, Tan Mo heaved a sigh of relief. He opened a thick book and put the ring in it. "This is good. No matter what, it won't break again." Finally, it was the weekend. Xiao Lan usually went to Tan Mo's house on weekends, but this week, one of her roommates was celebrating her birthday. Xiao Lan's 8 girls in the dormitory usually had their own cliques, but other than Xianxia, everyone had a good relationship. Birthdays in the 3rd year of high school were usually celebrated at the age of 18. Girls always paid attention to ceremony, so this birthday had to be celebrated properly. Even Baiyu purposely stayed on the weekend and did not go home. The 10 or so girls went to eat together. In the end, Baiyu suggested that they go to karaoke, so Xiao Lan, who originally planned to go home, did not go to Tan Mo's house. Tan Mo finally got to go on the weekend, but in the end, he did not even get to see his girlfriend. When it was time to practice kickboxing, Tan Mo was as irritable as he could be. The coach hesitated for a long time before he asked tentatively, "What's wrong? The girl you like is with someone else?" As soon as he finished speaking, he received a murderous glare from Tan Mo. The coach. "I'm sorry. My mouth was mean." The coach instantly admitted defeat. "It's not because your expression is too scary." Combined with what Tan Mo had said before, the coach first thought of this. Tan Mo took a deep breath and said stiffly, "We're together." The coach, "Oh, congratulations." "Together? Didn't they say that they would never be together?" Didn't they say that they would never be together, and since they were already together, why did he still have such an expression? However, the coach did not have the courage to ask again. Tan Mo did not seem to have the desire to say anything either. When Uncle Chen came to pick them up at night, Uncle Chen happily gossiped with the coach without minding. The girl went to celebrate her roommate's birthday and didn't accompany him. She's having an argument. The coach, who was almost 30 years old, completely could not understand the affection between young couples. He was speechless. When he looked at Tan Mo again, his attitude instantly changed. Originally, he thought that Tan Mo was like an overly mature boss, but because of this reason, he was having an argument. The coach sighed from the bottom of his heart. In fact, he was still a teenager. Tan Mo, who was having an argument, spent a particularly unhappy weekend. When classes started again on Monday, his mood was not much better. The countdown clock hanging in front of the classroom was decreasing every day. Every day, the homeroom teacher pointed at the countdown clock and yelled that there was not much time left. The students also sighed that time was passing too fast. Only Tan Mo hoped that time could pass faster. He wanted to graduate faster. After graduation, there would be a 3-month holiday. Tan Mo yearned for it. The uncomfortable campus life continued. Occasionally, there would be things that would make him feel a little better, such as his stock trading. Tan Mo came into contact with stock trading because of Chao Lan. After he came into contact with it, he found that there were many mysteries and interesting. The more he studied, the more interesting it became. Tan Mo, who was very talented and interested in mathematics, discovered something that ordinary people could not see. When he first started, he lost a little money. Later on, Tan Mo almost never lost money. He also used the money in his Chao Lan card to buy a small share. At that time, he had promised Chao Lan that if he earned money, he would take Chao Lan's money. If he lost money, he would take care of it. And it was this small share that he used Chao Lan's money to buy. The recent momentum was not ordinary. Tan Mo used Chao Lan nearly 10,000 yuan. Now, there was an extra zero. Tan Mo decided not to tell Chao Lan this good news for the time being. After all, this stock still had potential. He could wait until everything stabilized after graduation and then give her a little surprise. Emotionally, Tan Mo was unilaterally unsatisfied for the time being. As a result, Tan Mo had to slightly shift his focus to make himself feel a little better. For example, his stock trading and his boxing. But even so, Tan Mo did not sleep particularly well at night. Tan Mo told himself over and over in his heart that this was not a problem with Chao Lan. It was because of his own psychological problems. He was always different from others. He could not use his own morbid needs and desires to ask Chao Lan. Chao Lan would not like him like this. Chao Lan would not like him like this. Chao Lan would not like him like that. He had a lot of behaviors that Chao Lan would definitely not like. The more Tan Mo thought about it, the more desperate he felt. He could not find anything good about himself that was worthy of liking. Tan Mo had insomnia for 2 consecutive nights. As a result, Tan Mo, who had always been very energetic, actually fell asleep during class. The teacher never cared about Tan Mo, but Chao Lan had to. Chao Lan had never seen Tan Mo fall asleep during class. Chao Lan reached out and held Tan Mo's hand when the teacher was not paying attention. It was cold. It was not hot. He did not have a fever. He was not sick. Tan Mo woke up and grabbed Chao Lan's hand. Chao Lan glanced at the teacher from the corner of her eyes and asked him in a low voice, "What's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well?" "No." Tan Mo shook his head. "I just miss you very much. Even if you are sitting next to me and holding my hand, I still miss you very much." Chao Lan looked at Tan Mo and suddenly wanted to reach out and touch his face. However, her hand was still held by Tan Mo. Chao Lan was about to pull her hand away, but Tan Mo suddenly tightened his grip. Tan Mo held her hand tightly and stared at her for a long time before suddenly saying, "Chao Lan." Chao Lan was stunned. Tan Mo had never called her name so directly and seriously before. "What's wrong?" Chao Lan asked softly. "I've always wanted to ask you a question. I've wanted to ask you ever since we got together." However, he didn't dare to ask because it wasn't easy for them to be together. He was afraid that he would regret it if he asked Chao Lan clearly. Their beginning was too dreamy. Because of his uncontrollable kiss, everything went out of control. They didn't say anything. He didn't tell Chao Lan that he liked her. Chao Lan also didn't tell him why she kissed him back or why she was with him. They just naturally got together. Sometimes, he thought that Chao Lan might be confused and didn't think clearly. When she finally thought clearly, it would be the time for them to break up. Therefore, Tan Mo always hoped that she would continue to be confused and not think clearly. Mingming thought this way when they first got together. It didn't matter even if she was confused, as long as they were together, everything would be fine. However, only a few days had passed, and he had become dissatisfied. He had become so bold that he wanted to find out what was going on. "Tan Mo, aren't you afraid?" he asked himself in his heart. Why did he have to ask? Why couldn't he just pretend that he didn't know anything and that nothing had happened? They were already together, so why wasn't he satisfied? Were those so-called whys really that important? As it turned out, they were. In love, everyone liked to ask why. They liked to get to the bottom of things. Sometimes, even if the answer wasn't so beautiful, they would still want to ask clearly and understand. Therefore, Tan Mo grabbed Xiao Lan's hand tightly. He suppressed his crazy heartbeat and said in a deep voice. Why did you? Tan Mo paused for a while before he finally finished the sentence with difficulty. Why did you get together with me? This time, it was Xiao Lan's turn to be stunned. Because Xiao Lan couldn't understand why Tan Mo would ask her such a question. Xiao Lan felt that they had known each other for 2 years, experienced so much, and finally got together. No matter what happened, success came naturally. Why did they get together? It was because she liked him very much. She had liked him for a long time. Coincidentally, she found out that he liked her too. That was why they got together. It was so natural and comfortable. Even though no one had ever said the word like between them, the look in their eyes and the action of liking each other had been very obvious for a long time. On the other hand, they had hugged and kissed. They had kissed so passionately. Therefore, Xiao Lan thought that they didn't need to explain it at all. She thought that Tan Mo was like her, who actually understood everything. But now, Tan Mo was suddenly asking her why they got together. Tan Mo didn't understand at all. He didn't understand her feelings for him at all. The bell rang. After the second class, everyone had to go downstairs to do broadcast gymnastics. Tan Mo lowered his eyelids and turned to walk out of the classroom. Before he could take 2 steps, he was suddenly grabbed by Xiao Lan. Follow me. Xiao Lan pulled Tan Mo in the opposite direction of the sports field. There was a lawn in the open space between the teaching buildings. There was a small path in the middle of the lawn. There was a spiral staircase inside the path. It was very secretive. Usually, there was no one here, and it was even more so during exercise time. If they didn't go during exercise time, the homeroom teacher would definitely ask them about it later. However, Xiao Lan still felt that it was more important to clarify things with Tan Mo. Tan Mo obediently let Xiao Lan pull him. After they turned into the spiral staircase, she pressed Tan Mo on the stairs and said, Tan Mo. Tan Mo sat on the stairs and looked up at Xiao Lan, who was standing in front of him. Xiao Lan placed one hand on the wall at the entrance of the stairs and looked down at Tan Mo. I always thought that we got together because we had the same feelings as each other, so there are some things that we both understand even if we don't say it out loud, Xiao Lan said seriously. But now I realize that there are some steps in a relationship that can't be skipped at all. Rituals are really important. Tan Mo opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Because he didn't quite understand the meaning of Xiao Lan. He looked up at Xiao Lan, and Xiao Lan stared at Tan Mo. So we'd better get to the bottom of everything. Tan Mo, why did you steal a kiss from me that day? Tan Mo's fingers tightened. Tan Mo said hoarsely as he listened to the sound of his heartbeat. I like you. She had liked him for a long time, and she liked him to the bone. Xiao Lan smiled, her dark eyes shining. She leaned down a little and continued, then why do you think I kissed you back? Tan Mo was silent for a moment, and then said. Honestly, I don't know. Tan Mo didn't know. Even until today, Tan Mo still couldn't figure it out. Maybe it was because he kissed her and she responded subconsciously, or maybe it was because she didn't understand it at all. Xiao Lan was so angry that she wanted to grab Tan Mo's collar and yell, how can you not know? But in the end, she controlled herself and continued, then why do you think I got together with you? Tan Mo was silent for a moment again, and said, pity me. Xiao Lan was speechless. Xiao Lan was so angry that she laughed. I pity you? Xiao Lan didn't know what to say. She was so angry that she didn't care about her image anymore. She stepped on the stairs next to Tan Mo and put her arms on her knees. Suddenly, the two of them got closer and closer. Why would I pity you? What do you have to make me pity you? Don't turn around, look at me. Xiao Lan reached out and turned Tan Mo's face back. And do I look like the kind of person who makes decisions about my life because I pity you? There were many people in the world who pitied her, But she only chose Tan Mo. Xiao Lan didn't understand why Tan Mo would think that she pitied him. Compared to Tan Mo, shouldn't she be pitied more? I don't understand why you would think that. Compared to you, my family is poor. My parents don't love me, and no one cares about me. I have a lot of trouble. Have you ever pitied me? Tan Mo shook his head. Why would he think that Xiao Lan was pitiful? In his heart, Xiao Lan was beautiful, smart, and perfect. Tan Mo's opinion of Xiao Lan was no longer a simple filter. Xiao Lan felt a little embarrassed when she heard Tan Mo's words. She smiled and said, "You said it so nicely. I almost believed you." "It's all true," Tan Mo said. In his heart, Xiao Lan was such an existence. "Then do you know that in my heart, you're the same?" Xiao Lan slowed down her speech, as if she was worried that Tan Mo wouldn't understand. She said word by word, "Maybe I'm starting to get close to you because I pitied you, but that's not all. No relationship can be maintained with only pity. You don't know how outstanding you are in my heart. You're more outstanding than any boy I've ever met." Xiao Lan reached out her hand and stroked Tan Mo's cheek. "You're so handsome, smart, and powerful. You don't know how much I admire you. I want to stay by your side and be with you forever." "Shoo, don't talk. Let me finish." Xiao Lan retracted her foot from the stairs and squatted in front of Tan Mo. She looked up at him and continued, "What I said is all true. When you went to America without telling me anything, I thought about you every day. I wondered when you would come back and if you would leave me behind. I was also afraid. I was afraid that you would meet someone else in a place I couldn't see and that you would treat her the same way you treated me. I was also afraid that one day in the future, you would fall in love with a girl I didn't know. From then on, we would just be friends. I also tested many times to see if you liked me too. That's why I was worried about my gains and losses for a long time. Tan Mo, after saying so much, I want to tell you that I never got together with you because I pitied you. I wanted to take care of you for a lifetime because I like you. I didn't want you to get too close to other girls because I like you. That day when you kissed me, I kissed you back because I like you. I decided to be with you and wanted to be your girlfriend because I like you. There was never a second reason. I didn't expect you to be so insecure. I'm sorry that I didn't say this at that time." Xiao Lan held Tan Mo's hand and rested her chin on Tan Mo's knee. She looked up and said softly, "You can hear it as many times as you want in the future. Tan Mo, I really like you. I've never liked someone like you. I want to be with you for a lifetime." "Okay, I'm finally done. Now it's your turn." Tan Mo grabbed Xiao Lan's hand and just wanted to hug her. However, before he could move, a head popped out from the secret staircase and spoke softly. "What are you guys doing here?" Xiao Lan, who was still interlocking her fingers with Tan Mo's, was speechless. After being stunned for a moment, Tan Mo, who was the first to calm down, said, "To have a heart-to-heart talk." Seeing that the two of them were missing from the exercise, the homeroom teacher, who had been looking for them for almost 10 minutes, was speechless. When couldn't they have a heart-to-heart talk? Where couldn't they have a heart-to-heart talk? Why did they have to come to this godforsaken place during class to have a heart-to-heart talk? Why did they have to say it now in such a hurry? Couldn't they wait until after the exercise was over? The more the homeroom teacher thought about it, the angrier he got. He had already turned a blind eye to what the two of them were doing. After all, the two of them didn't fall behind in their grades. However, their behavior today was really too much. He had taught students for dozens of years, but he had never seen anyone who was so bold to have a relationship at such a young age. Luckily, he saw it. If the head of teaching saw it, wouldn't they be pulled out and criticized by the whole school? This matter couldn't just end like this. He had to take care of it, even if the relationship between the two of them had been tacitly approved by the family, even if the two of them were first and second in the grade, he still had to take care of it. If the juniors in the school saw this, who would be responsible for teaching them bad manners? Therefore, the students of Class 18 realized that the homeroom teacher had angrily brought Xiao Lan and Tan Mo back and then brought the two of them out. They had disappeared for the entire class and only came back after the class was over. Xiao Lan and Tan Mo wrote a reflection report for the class. Xiao Lan obediently and seriously wrote 800 words. Tan Mo's reflection report only had one sentence: "Sorry, teacher, I was wrong." No one knew what the two of them were doing. After all, their grades were really too good. Even Baiyu thought that the homeroom teacher was looking for the two of them because of problems with their studies. The homeroom teacher finally finished educating the two of them and strictly forbade them from being so rampant in school. Therefore, the two of them, who were taught a lesson, finally settled down for a few days. In fact, it wasn't the homeroom teacher who did this. It was because of Xiao Lan's confession that Tan Mo finally ended his period of restlessness and self-doubt. Because the confession was too sweet, his reaction was half a beat slower and he was as happy as a little fool. It wasn't until Friday night that the power of Xiao Lan's words finally subsided. Tan Mo's head, which was dizzy from the sweetness, could finally think rationally. The little fool was finally no longer a fool and became excited. In the middle of the evening self-study class, Xiao Lan received a WeChat message from Tan Mo. Tan Mo said that he was outside the school building. Xiao Lan looked at the biology teacher sitting on the podium. Very good, today wasn't the homeroom teacher's evening self-study class. The homeroom teacher didn't appear tonight. It seemed that he didn't come at all. Xiao Lan ran to ask for leave from the biology teacher. The biology teacher didn't have any doubts about a good student like Xiao Lan. She was very concerned about her health and asked her to take care of herself. Xiao Lan nodded obediently and walked out of the classroom. As soon as she walked down the stairs, she was hugged. Tan Mo practically lifted her up. Xiao Lan panicked and hurriedly hugged Tan Mo's neck and said softly, "Why did you suddenly come at night?" "I missed you." Tan Mo buried his face in Xiao Lan's collarbone and said softly. "I can go home tomorrow on the weekend." Xiao Lan patted Tan Mo's head and said, "Why did you have to suddenly come today?" "I said I missed you," Tan Mo repeated and said softly, "Do the words you said that day still count?" "What words?" Xiao Lan said deliberately, "I said a lot that day." Tan Mo put her down on the ground and lowered his head to gently rub Xiao Lan's forehead with his forehead. "You said you would tell me as long as I wanted to hear it. I want to hear it now." Xiao Lan chuckled and stroked Tan Mo's cheek with her fingers. Finally, she pinched his earlobe and stood on her tiptoes to whisper in his ear, "What do you want to say?" I like you very much, I like you the most." "Which one do you like the most?" Two words popped up in Tan Mo's mind. Seductress. At this moment, Xiao Lan was simply a seductress. A seductress that he was willing to give up everything he had. It was too much. Tan Mo had been practicing very hard for the past 2 days. He couldn't help it. He was too excited. Today, he had fought to his heart's content and didn't have any strength left. However, when he saw Xiao Lan, Tan Mo felt his body burning up again. It definitely wasn't because he couldn't take the teasing. It was because Xiao Lan was too good at teasing. The girl's soft whispers in his ear were like bewitching. Everyone who liked her would melt down to their bones. Every nerve in Tan Mo's body was stretched taut. His hands that were hugging Xiao Lan wanted to crush the person in his arms. He couldn't take it anymore. He hugged the girl's waist again and lifted her into the air. Xiao Lan was shocked that her little boyfriend couldn't win against her in words. However, when she turned around, Tan Mo countered and her back was pressed against the wall. The young man's breath was overwhelming. His forehead, eyes, nose, and soft lips moved down inch by inch. He seemed to be tasting her lightly. At night, the campus was dark and quiet. Occasionally, there would be students who ran out to buy things. They would talk in groups of 2 or 3 as they walked towards the supermarket. Xiao Lan, who was teasing Tan Mo a moment ago, was instantly terrified. In the end, she wasn't as bold and thick-skinned as Tan Mo. She reached out and pushed Tan Mo's chest. "Stop fooling around." "I'm not fooling around." Tan Mo tilted his face. His gaze moved down and locked onto Xiao Lan's slightly opened lips. Slowly, gently, he kissed her. Compared to the previous kiss, this kiss was quiet and pure. Tan Mo's slightly hurried breaths landed on Xiao Lan's lips. He didn't even want to leave her lips. 13 days. Xiao Lan was worried that someone would see them, and she felt dizzy from the gentle kiss. She whispered, "What, 13 days? It's been 13 days since we last kissed." Tan Mo placed his hand on the back of Xiao Lan's neck and rubbed his thumb against her sensitive neck. I remember every single day clearly. He emphasized in a low voice, I remember every single day clearly. Xiao Lan was shocked. Who would remember such things? Tan Mo seriously thought about the reason why he could remember it so clearly. Maybe it's because, speaking up to this point, Tan Mo paused for a rare moment. He suddenly felt a little wronged and shy as he whispered, maybe it's because I haven't done it enough. Xiao Lan was speechless. If you kiss me a few more times, I might not be able to remember it clearly, Tan Mo continued, isn't that very reasonable? Xiao Lan was speechless. Reasonable your head. Let go. Someone's coming. No, Tan Mo continued to hug Xiao Lan. He rubbed his chin on Xiao Lan's shoulder. Xiao Lan stroked Tan Mo's hair. What's wrong, today? Nothing, Tan Mo shook his head. I've been thinking about what you said a few days ago. Xiao Lan couldn't help but laugh. You've been thinking about it for so long. Because he had liked her for so long, Tan Mo buried his face on Xiao Lan's shoulder and said in a muffled voice, I never thought that we could really be together. The things you said on Valentine's Day and a few days ago were like a dream. Xiao Lan felt a little sorry for him. She turned around and kissed Tan Mo on the cheek. It's not a dream. It's all real. Did you feel that I kissed you? No, Tan Mo was smart this time. He continued to say in a muffled voice, why don't you kiss me again? TSK, he's being naughty. I won't wait for you when it's overdue, Xiao Lan refused. Okay, don't act like a spoiled child. The evening self-study session is about to end. Everyone, come out quickly. Let's go back quickly. We can go home together tomorrow. Okay, Tan Mo agreed with his mouth, but his body was still hugging Xiao Lan honestly. He continued to say, I also have something to say to you. His reaction was indeed slow. It took him 3 days to think about Xiao Lan's words. He finally broke away from the giddy state of happiness and became clear-headed. He understood a lot of things and became firm about many things. I thought that I would never understand the meaning of the word like in my life. But I met you. I never dared to dream of being together with you, but you were. The one who said that we wanted to be together. I used to think that this was enough. Even if you left me one day, I wouldn't stop you. But now, Xiao Lan, you told me that you liked me and said that you would be together forever. If you want to leave again in the future, I won't agree. I won't give you a chance either. I used to think of tying you to my side so that you would never leave me. But in the end, I couldn't bear to do that. But now, Xiao Lan took the initiative to get close to him. She took the initiative to send herself to his side. Tan Mo wasn't a saint. He could control himself not to hurt her, but he couldn't control himself not to accept her. And once he accepted her, once he truly owned her, Tan Mo wouldn't allow Xiao Lan to leave him ever again. Even if Xiao Lan didn't like him one day, couldn't stand him, or was tired of him, he wouldn't let go. He was just that sick and selfish. After Xiao Lan listened to him carefully, she held Tan Mo's hand and intertwined her fingers with his. If Tan Mo said that he was selfish, then he meant that he wanted to keep her by his side. Then you can always be selfish. I like your selfishness. From the day she fell in love with Tan Mo, there had never been a second person in her blueprint for the future. Tan Mo was finally satisfied and obediently went home. But only after Xiao Lan walked him to the school gate. Uncle Chen cheerfully said goodbye to Xiao Lan and then left with Tan Mo. Xiao Lan let out a sigh of relief, then turned around and walked towards the classroom. When she walked to the classroom door, she bumped into the head teacher, who wasn't supposed to be there. Xiao Lan was speechless. Wasn't the head teacher absent from the evening self-study class tonight? Wasn't the head teacher absent? Xiao Lan gasped. Luckily, Tan Mo had already left. Luckily, they spoke quickly and weren't seen by the head teacher. If they were seen again, Xiao Lan thought that the head teacher would really go crazy. The head teacher didn't expect to see Xiao Lan either. Where did you go? I didn't feel well, so I went to the infirmary. Probably because Tan Mo wasn't around, the head teacher didn't suspect anything this time. She even told Xiao Lan to take care of her body. After that, she somehow changed the topic to Tan Mo and her. She told them that grades were the most important thing right now, and that they would have plenty of time to date after the college entrance exam. Xiaolan nodded all the way. The head teacher nodded with satisfaction. Go back to your self-study class. Okay, Xiaolan agreed obediently. She was the best student he could ask for. After class on Saturday, Tan Mo could finally take Xiaolan home. Xiaolan finally came home, and Tan Mo didn't want to be delayed by other things. He turned around and told Uncle Chen to call the head teacher and cancel the evening kickboxing class. Don't, Xiaolan quickly said. When she was chatting with Aunt Chen, she heard from Aunt Chen that Tan Mo's kickboxing coach was very good. It wasn't cheap to hire him to teach Tan Mo. Xiaolan was from a poor family, so she didn't want to waste money like this. She didn't need to think to know why Tan Mo didn't want to go to class. She thought for a while and said, I'll go with you later. She really wanted to see how Tan Mo looked like when he was boxing. After hearing Xiaolan's words, Tan Mo thought for a while and agreed. The head teacher, who was always gossipy, looked up and saw the girl beside Tan Mo. He couldn't see what she looked like from afar. He could only see her 2 long legs, and her proportions were huge. When he got closer, the head teacher couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Tan Mo was infatuated with her. Her looks and figure were too outstanding. He heard Tan Mo mention before that this girl was a top student. The head teacher stared at Xiaolan's bright and beautiful face and was a little doubtful. How could such a beautiful girl be so good at her studies? Tan Mo frowned and decisively blocked the head teacher's view with his body. His face looked like he wanted to tell the head teacher not to look at my girlfriend. The head teacher instantly begged for mercy. He almost forgot that Tan Mo was very possessive of a girl who could make Tan Mo like her so much. Let's not talk too much and start the training. Tan Mo went in to change his clothes. When he came out, he saw Xiaolan sitting on a small bench next to him. The head teacher came over and said with a smirk, Your girlfriend is here today. Do you need me to go easy on her? Tan Mo quickly punched the head teacher and shut him up instantly. Xiaolan originally thought that Tan Mo hadn't been learning for a long time, so he should have only learned the basics. However, when Tan Mo fought with the head teacher, Xiaolan was instantly shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Kickboxing was a kind of move that didn't stick to any fixed set of moves. It advocated that one could freely perform according to the situation in actual combat. The style was open, so the fight was especially fierce. Xiaolan was scared out of her wits. She felt that these 2 people weren't teaching, but fighting. And they were fighting very fiercely. Xiaolan originally wanted to accompany Tan Mo, but her nerves were completely led away by Tan Mo. She stared at Tan Mo closely, afraid that he would be hit if she wasn't careful. She finally understood why Tan Mo occasionally had bruises on his arms. Arms weren't easy to get hurt, but Tan Mo probably had more bruises on his body. It would be strange if he didn't get hurt. Xiaolan was scared out of her wits, especially when she saw the head teacher hit Tan Mo's back with his elbow. Tan Mo groaned. Xiaolan suddenly felt that her heart was in her throat. She couldn't sit still. Tan Mo turned his head and saw that Xiaolan had stood up. He could see the worry on the girl's face at first glance. Tan Mo suddenly had some bad thoughts. When the head teacher punched again, Tan Mo's dodging movements were a little slower. Xiaolan couldn't see the difference of a few tenths of a second, but the head teacher could. After a few punches, he realized that something was wrong with Tan Mo. At first, he thought that this kid was sick today, but when he noticed that Tan Mo kept glancing at Xiaolan, he suddenly understood everything. Good boy, you actually used the trick of injuring yourself. You feel good when you see your little girlfriend feel sorry for you, right? The head teacher really wanted to take the opportunity to beat Tan Mo up. But after all, he was the one who provided for him. The head teacher was scared. Not only was he scared, but he also took the initiative to respond. He had to look fierce, but in fact, he had to beat Tan Mo without causing any pain. He had to trick the little girl's eyes and not let Tan Mo get hurt. After this fight, the head teacher felt that it was more tiring than a good fight with Tan Mo. It was 2F** King bitter. It would be unreasonable if Tan Mo didn't give him a raise today. After resting for a while, Xiao Lan ran over and handed Tan Mo a bottle of water. She grabbed Tan Mo's arm and looked left and right. Then, she stared at his clothes for a long time and finally gave up. She turned around and looked at the head teacher. She whispered, "You're like this every day." "Yeah," Tan Mo nodded against his will. Xiao Lan's heart ached. This was too cruel. The head teacher was someone who had won an award before. Did he have to be so fierce to a newcomer like Tan Mo? The head teacher didn't know that he was being scolded by Xiao Lan. He took a sip of water and greeted her. After greeting her, he even started to advertise, "Little girl, do you want to learn? It's dangerous if you don't learn self-defense when you're so pretty." Xiao Lan. "No, thank you. This isn't suitable for girls." Tan Mo took a sip of water and said to Xiao Lan, "If you want to learn, you can learn Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I'll teach you." He learned a little when he was young. Because his mother learned it, he even watched a few moves. If Xiao Lan wanted to learn, he could learn first and then teach her. The head teacher realized that he couldn't interrupt the conversation. He sighed and went out to make a call, leaving the couple alone to talk. Xiao Lan pulled Tan Mo's arm and rubbed it. "When did you learn Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu?" "I learned a little before," Tan Mo said. "It's very good." "Is that so?" Xiao Lan said casually. "Yeah, I'll teach you a move." "Huh?" Xiao Lan was stunned. He suddenly started to learn. Tan Mo stood up and reached out to pull Xiao Lan up. This martial art doesn't rely on strength. It focuses more on technique, just like this. Before Xiao Lan could react, the world spun and she was pinned down by Tan Mo. Tan Mo grabbed both of her hands and Xiao Lan couldn't move at all. "Isn't it very good?" Tan Mo asked her innocently. Xiao Lan felt that she was being mocked. "It's very good," Xiao Lan said and slapped Tan Mo's hand away. "Teach me. I'll teach you when I learn it." Tan Mo let go of Xiao Lan and moved away from Xiao Lan. He explained the principle of this move to Xiao Lan very seriously and then began to talk about the steps he had just completed in an instant. It seemed like a very fast move, but she didn't expect it to be so difficult to break it down. Fortunately, Tan Mo taught her step by step. Xiao Lan finally understood the essence of this move. After learning it, she was eager to try it out. Tan Mo was very cooperative and cooperated with Xiao Lan's slow movements. However, Xiao Lan was smart. Moreover, this move didn't require much strength. As long as the technique was right, the opponent wouldn't be able to use any strength. Therefore, when Xiao Lan did it correctly, Tan Mo was finally defeated by Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan used both of her hands to twist Tan Mo's hands with difficulty. She was almost riding on Tan Mo and completely suppressed Tan Mo. She panted slightly and said, "I won." Tan Mo looked at her with a smile. "Yeah, I was defeated by you." The coach, who felt that it was about time to continue training, pushed the door open and came in. The coach was dumbfounded for a moment. "Sorry, I came in the wrong way." "No, I came early. You guys continue." This was a beautiful misunderstanding. She was really just learning judo. Lon Lon felt tired, but Lon Lon didn't explain. There was no need to explain. Firstly, she and Tan Mo were a couple. Secondly, she wasn't familiar with the coach, so there was no need to explain. It was just that her face was a little hot. Tan Mo was even calmer than Xiao Lan. Maybe this young man's motive for teaching Xiao Lan judo wasn't simple at all. He held Xiao Lan's waist with one hand and didn't look embarrassed at all. He even seemed to enjoy it and asked Xiao Lan if she still wanted to learn judo. No, Xiao Lan got up from Tan Mo's body. Her face was still hot. She was already 18 years old, so it was a little late for her to learn judo. Moreover, she wasn't Tan Mo. Tan Mo didn't need to study and could easily get first place in the grade. She couldn't. In order to protect the second place in the grade and not be surpassed by Qin Yaoyang, Xiao Lan didn't dare to slack off on her studies. Moreover, she wanted to get into the best university and go to the best university with Tan Mo. Therefore, it was really stressful to have such an outstanding boyfriend. Thinking of this, Xiao Lan recalled what Tan Mo had said before. She couldn't understand why such an outstanding Tan Mo would have such low self-esteem. Xiao Lan sighed. I should focus on my studies now. Besides, I don't need to learn. You're here, aren't you? Xiaolan's voice was soft. You'll protect me, right? Tan Mo was stunned. Then, his gaze became unbelievably gentle. He nodded and said, okay. Even when he first learned free boxing, it was for Xiaolan. Xiaolan didn't need to learn these things to protect herself. He was enough. He would always be by her side. It was 9:30 after the boxing match. Xiaolan thought it was time to go home, but Tan Mo sent Uncle Chen back, grabbed her hand, and walked in the opposite direction. Xiaolan subconsciously wanted to ask Tan Mo what he was going to do. It was already so late to go home, but then he thought better of it and shut his mouth. Xiaolan didn't have it easy in her previous life. She had to fight for everything on her own since she was young. Under such a life, all she pursued was to live and work hard to live. When he was young, he fought for a living. In junior high school, he studied hard to get a place in high school. In senior high school, he focused on his studies so that he could get a free scholarship for university. Even after he went to university, he still worked non-stop for the sake of living. Her grades were always among the best, and her personality was not bad. Although her looks were not as good as the current Xiaolan, they were not bad either. From high school to university, there were boys who liked her, but Xiaolan had never paid attention to anyone. Although she was already over 20 years old in her previous life, she had no experience in relationships. Whether it was in her previous life or in this life, she lacked experience in relationships. Every day, she only thought about studying and working. Therefore, Xiaolan didn't think that she would have any talent in romance. Just like now, since Tan Mo was pulling her away, Xiaolan felt that it would be better for her to shut up. Tan Mo took Xiaolan to watch a movie. It wasn't a very special action. They had already watched movies together twice before. However, this matter had a different meaning in Tan Mo's heart. Or it could be said that there was always a regret in his heart. Tan Mo would always remember that on Valentine's Day, the couple who sat in front of him and kissed each other. It was Valentine's Day, and the movie was a sweet romance movie. At that time, he also wanted to grab the hand of the girl next to him and kiss her lips, but at that time, he didn't have the right to do so. Tan Mo knew that he was very childish. Because of such a small matter, he didn't go home at night and went to the movie theater. However, he still felt that there was some regret in his heart. It was like a mark that could not be erased. The movie was at 10:30 p.m. By the time they finished watching it, it would definitely be past 12 p.m. Therefore, although it was the weekend, there weren't many people at the movie theater. Xiaolan looked at the movies that were recently released. Especially the ones that could be watched at this time. There was a horror movie, an anime, a literary film, and a romance movie with a popular celebrity. Xiaolan turned around and asked Tan Mo uncertainly, which one should we watch? No matter which one it was, Xiaolan felt that it wasn't the style that Tan Mo liked. Tan Mo, who wasn't there to watch the movie, answered decisively, whatever. Xiaolan was speechless. Whatever means that you don't want to watch the movie at all. Since you don't want to watch it, why are you at the movie theater? F***ck. What? Xiaolan's eyes suddenly widened. As a high school student who studied hard every day, Xiaolan felt that his thoughts couldn't be so shameless. He couldn't be so shameless. Even if he was shameless and shameless, Tan Mo wouldn't be like that. However, at this time, Tan Mo's indifferent attitude made Xiaolan's mind filled with many discordant scenes. Coincidentally, Xiaolan, who didn't watch much TV or novels, had occasionally read a few novels in the past. Every couple seemed to have to go to the movie theater after they got together. It was as if there was a lack of ritual if they didn't go. This weekend, Tan Mo was in a particularly good mood. When Xiaolan went back to school on Sunday, he wanted Xiaolan to give up on school and stay at home. Xiaolan rejected him righteously. Xiaolan did some simple calculations. Ever since she started dating Tan Mo, Xiaolan had done a total of 3 papers this weekend. Other than that, she hadn't done anything else. Based on her usual progress over the weekend, Xiaolan could finish at least 6 sets of papers and go through one of the subjects briefly. Therefore, it was reasonable to say that the school prohibited puppy love. It delayed her studies too much and consumed her willpower. She couldn't go on like this. She swore that she would go to the top university and get a 6-figure scholarship. Since Qiao Lan rejected him because of her studies, Tan Mo couldn't find any reason to refute. If it was in the past when they were learning new knowledge, Tan Mo could ask Qiao Lan to come back so that he could give Qiao Lan tutoring. However, now that they were in the late 3rd year of high school, they didn't need to learn new knowledge anymore. Instead, they had to do questions over and over again to consolidate their old knowledge. Qiao Lan didn't need Tan Mo's one-on-one tutoring anymore. Tan Mo felt that Qiao Lan was too much. How could she say something like, "I'd rather do a paper than play with you"? In the end, they had no choice but to send Qiao Lan back to school before the Sunday evening self-study session. When only Tan Mo and Uncle Chen were in the car after sending Qiao Lan back, Uncle Chen talked about other things that couldn't be heard by Qiao Lan. It was about the Qiao family. It was easy for Uncle Chen to find Xiao Yuan's parents. With Uncle Chen's methods, it was too easy for him to find out about this family. When he helped Xiao Yuan, it was Uncle Chen who took the initiative to contact the Qiao family. However, after Xiao Yuan's operation, Uncle Chen disappeared. Uncle Chen and Tan Mo had a thorough understanding of the Qiao family, but Father Qiao and Mother Qiao didn't even know Tan Mo's name, let alone Tan Mo's background. Uncle Chen had cut off contact with Father and Mother Qiao. As long as Uncle Chen and Tan Mo didn't want to, Father and Mother Qiao wouldn't be able to find them. It had been more than a month since Qiao Yuan was discharged from the hospital. During this time, the Qiao family had not given up looking for Tan Mo. Tan Mo paid for the surgery, and the rest of the medicine was paid for by the Qiao family. That was why it was said that people were always different. Some people were insatiably greedy and took other people's good intentions as their own. He was referring to the Qiao family. Tan Mo paid the most money, and it was reasonable to say that a normal person would be grateful. However, when it came to the Qiao family, it was different. In Old Lady Zhou's words, since Tan Mo could casually take out a few 100,000, then he wouldn't be short of a few 100,000. Since he wasn't short of money, he might as well take it out. Moreover, Old Lady Zhou now firmly believed that the closure of Father and Mother Qiao's small restaurant had something to do with Tan Mo. Tan Mo had caused them to become like this, so Tan Mo had to take responsibility. It was obvious that she was the one who needed his help, but she acted as if she was the one who was in the right. Unfortunately, the Qiao family aggressively prepared to find Tan Mo to seek justice, but they couldn't find Tan Mo at all. In the end, Father and Mother Qiao were still a little scared. Although Tan Mo's warning was absurd, it involved their own son, so they couldn't help but be a little more careful. However, they couldn't find Tan Mo, seeing that the small restaurant had been rented out by someone else and that there was no hope for them to make money, and that the follow-up of Qiao Yuan's illness required far more money than they had imagined. Father and Mother Qiao finally turned their attention to Qiao Lan. Elder sister Qiao, who had returned home to visit Qiao Yuan, couldn't understand why Father and Mother Qiao still wanted to look for Qiao Lan. The Qiao family was considered a poor household. After Qiao Yuan's serious illness, the government's medical insurance compensation was a lot of money, so the Qiao family wasn't that short of money for the time being. Moreover, Qiao Lan had already left the Qiao family's household registration. The Qiao family's condition for helping Qiao Yuan was that they weren't allowed to disturb Qiao Lan again. In the end, after receiving Qiao Lan's favor, they broke the contract. Elder sister Qiao couldn't help but say a few words, but she was rebutted by Old Lady Zhou. Old Lady Zhou said that elder sister Qiao was a married woman and was no longer a member of the Qiao family, so she had nothing to do with it. Elder sister Qiao suddenly wondered why she was still thinking about these people. Just like Old Lady Zhou said, she was already married and no longer a member of the Qiao family. What happened to the Qiao family had nothing to do with her. Elder sister Qiao's mother-in-law always scolded her for being soft-hearted and lacking in ambition. Elder sister Qiao kept rebuking her. After all, they were her biological parents. However, after repeated such things, elder sister Qiao suddenly felt that it was meaningless. She could do whatever she wanted. She absolutely, truly, didn't want to care about anything that happened to the Qiao family in the future. Hence, the last Qiao family member who still had some morals left. Under Old Lady Zhou's urging, Father and Mother Qiao started to think of ways to look for Qiao Lan again. However, because of the Qiao Yuan incident, the school's security guards remembered father and mother Qiao. Almost the entire school knew that this couple had kidnapped their outstanding daughter to the hospital for a kidney transplant for their son. The security guards guarded against father and mother Qiao as if they were thieves. Mother Qiao couldn't enter the school at all, so she never saw Qiao Lan. Tan Mo and Uncle Chen saw everything. They didn't stop or add fuel to the fire. They quietly waited for the Qiao family to commit suicide. However, before father and mother Qiao could commit suicide, the Qiao family was the first to fall into chaos. Uncle Chen told Tan Mo that Qiao Yuan had a big fight with the family and ran away. Qiao Yuan was finally discharged from the hospital. Every day, father and mother Qiao took good care of him. After all, people who had undergone kidney transplants needed very high-quality rest. After more than a month of recuperation, he finally returned to school. However, when Qiao Yuan returned, everything changed. Not only did his good friends ignore him, the girl Qiao Yuan had liked for so long was disgusted when she saw him. Only then did Qiao Yuan find out that when he was hospitalized, Mother Qiao came to school every day to make a fuss. She scolded all the boys who were close to Qiao Yuan, as if they had caused him to fall and injure himself. That wasn't enough. The worst was the girl. Mother Qiao directly scolded the girl for not studying well and seduced Qiao Yuan. Otherwise, Qiao Yuan wouldn't have gone to play basketball for no reason and ended up in the hospital. Not only did he use such ugly words to insult the girl, but he also took the opportunity to extort money. Anyone would feel disgusted if they were in his shoes. Moreover, the girl didn't have a good impression of Qiao Yuan. Everyone liked boys who were good-looking and good at studying. Qiao Yuan was a perfect example of a bad example. Qiao Yuan was a person who stole money from his family time and time again for the sake of the girl he liked and his so-called good friends. It was obvious how vain he was. It wasn't easy for him to build up the good relationship with the girl. It wasn't easy for him to make the girl smile at him. In the end, it was all ruined by his own mother. Although Mother Qiao did everything for Qiao Yuan's sake, Qiao Yuan didn't care. Qiao Yuan couldn't stand it when he thought of the girl he liked hating him. No one spoke to him in the classroom. Almost everyone in school knew that Mother Qiao asked Qiao Yuan to get a kidney transplant for him. Everywhere he went, people would say that he was Qiao Yuan's younger brother. In just 2 days, Qiao Yuan couldn't stand it anymore. When he returned home, he refused to go to school no matter what. Although Father Qiao and Mother Qiao doted on Qiao Yuan, they spent a lot of money on tuition for Qiao Yuan. It was obvious that they valued their son's studies. In the end, Qiao Yuan refused to go to school. This time, Father Qiao and Mother Qiao didn't indulge Qiao Yuan anymore. Father Qiao and Mother Qiao didn't agree. Qiao Yuan was already angry with Mother Qiao. If it wasn't for Mother Qiao, he wouldn't have ended up in this state where everyone hated him. If it wasn't for Mother Qiao, the girl he liked wouldn't hate him so much. Mother Qiao wholeheartedly did everything for Qiao Yuan. She didn't expect her son to hate her so much. He was angry and sad and scolded her for who she was doing this for. The more Mother Qiao acted like this, the more Qiao Yuan felt that Mother Qiao was just like what everyone said, uncultured and uncultured. She was a living example of a shrew. Qiao Yuan used to hate Mother Qiao because old lady Qiao always said that Mother Qiao was uncultured. But now, he was using the same words to insult his own mother. Mother Qiao was dumbfounded and stood there, unable to say a word. Mother Qiao slapped Qiao Yuan hard in the face. In the end, Uncle Chen and Tan Mo said, Qiao Yuan ran away directly. He took the 20,000 yuan and ran away. Qiao Yuan was a habitual thief, but this was definitely the largest amount he had ever stolen. He took almost all the cash that the Qiao family could find. Tan Mo sneered. He hadn't even done anything, but the Qiao family was already in a mess. This was good. Tan Mo helped Qiao Lan lead the Qiao family, but he never told Qiao Lan that he wasn't going to let the Qiao family go. Although the Qiao family didn't have a bottom line, they were still Qiao Lan's family. Tan Mo was also worried that if he went too far, Qiao Lan would find out about it later. There were some things that Tan Mo hoped that Qiao Lan would never find out. For example, he had threatened Xianxia, he had bankrupted the Luo family, and he had planned to destroy the kidney that he had inserted into Qiao Yuan's body. In places that Qiao Lan didn't know, Tan Mo had done a lot of shady things. Qiao Lan always thought that he was sunny and pure, but in reality, he wasn't. This was a dark side that Qiao Lan would never like. Tan Mo would never let Qiao Lan find out. Tan Mo had already made arrangements for Qiao Yuan's matter, but now that Qiao Yuan had dug his own grave and given him a chance, Tan Mo felt a lot more relaxed. For someone like Qiao Yuan, he didn't even need to do anything. He could play himself to death. Qiao Lan had no idea what was going on. Uncle Chen had people watching Qiao Lan's parents very closely. Qiao Lan's parents didn't even have the chance to come into contact with Qiao Lan. Moreover, Qiao Lan's parents didn't have the time to extort money from Qiao Lan. Their beloved son had run away. Old Lady Zhou cried and scolded Qiao Yuan's mother. She said that if Qiao Lan's mother hadn't slapped Qiao Yuan wouldn't have run away like this. How can he live alone outside? Old Lady Zhou cried until her eyes were swollen. She thought about how her grandson wasn't even 16 years old. He was still an insensible child who had never left his parents' side. She didn't even know where he was now. She thought about how Qiao Yuan had only been discharged from the hospital for a month. After the kidney transplant, he would need at least 3 to 4 months to recuperate. During these 3 to 4 months, he would need to take medicine properly and pay attention to his diet. In the end, Qiao Yuan didn't even bring his medicine when he ran away. The doctor said that people who had just undergone surgery must recuperate properly and mustn't bump into anything. The new kidney was more fragile than the old one. Moreover, if it was accidentally infected, it might cause kidney failure. The more Qiao Lan's mother thought about it, the more she regretted it. Even though she was so angry at Qiao Yuan that she cried for an entire night, she didn't care at all after her son ran away. As long as Qiao Yuan could come back healthy, it didn't matter if he didn't study. This time, she really didn't do anything. She only lived every day looking for her son. She looked for him herself and even spent money to hire people to look for him. She spent large amounts of money on newspapers and television, but there was no news. After more than a month, Qiao Lan's father no longer looked fat. Qiao Lan's mother also looked like she had aged a few years. At this time, there was finally news from Qiao Yuan. It was a call from a city that was nearly 1,000 kilometers away. They said that Qiao Yuan was hospitalized and asked his family to hurry over. Qiao Lan's mother, who had been worried for more than a month, fainted on the spot. Qiao Yuan was hospitalized because he was beaten up. Even though he had been hospitalized for a short period of time before that. Qiao Yuan's family took good care of him not long after his surgery. Qiao Yuan felt that there was nothing wrong with his body, so he boldly didn't bring any medicine. Old Lady Zhou's mother followed the doctor's instructions and gave Qiao Yuan protein supplements. He didn't eat greasy or salty food, and his appetite was strictly controlled because obesity was dangerous. Qiao Yuan was fat and loved to eat. For more than a month, he had been eating plain soup and water. When he finally went out, he didn't know what his taboos were. Not only did he eat and drink, but he also ate greasy and heavy food every meal. In less than 2 weeks, he had diarrhea, high fever, vomiting, and other symptoms. In the end, he became severely dehydrated and was hospitalized for a few days. The hospital used a lot of money, and Qiao Yuan only brought 20,000 yuan with him. He was also used to using money to make friends by treating people to meals. The new friends he made looked at Qiao Yuan every day and deliberately supported him to eat with Qiao Yuan. In a few days, he had spent half of his 20,000 yuan. After he was hospitalized and had less money, Qiao Yuan started to pay attention. However, he was still an immature child who had never left home. Others thought that he was stupid and easy to bully, and his money was gone in a few days. If he followed bad people, it was easy to become like him. Not to mention, Qiao Yuan was spoiled by his family. In the past, Qiao Yuan's family didn't blame him for stealing money. In fact, they even gave him more pocket money to prevent him from stealing money from the family. After Qiao Yuan stole money once, there was a second time, a third time, and a fourth time. Later on, the Qiao family couldn't control him anymore. However, he stole money from the family. No matter how angry the family was, they wouldn't really hurt Qiao Yuan. However, Xiao Yuan eventually brought this bad habit into society. Without money and not wanting to find a job, Xiao Yuan didn't hesitate and went on the path of stealing. He stole money from the so-called good friends he had recently made. Before he could spend the money, he was caught. After a quarrel, a few young men took action. Xiao Yuan, who had just undergone surgery, shattered after a few hits. The kidney transplant was placed in the iliac fossa. It was relatively shallow from the body surface. The surface was only the skin, subcutaneous tissue, and muscle layer. It lacked the cushioning effect of the kidney fat sac, so it was very easy to be injured when pressed by external forces. This was because the protection of the kidney transplant should be strengthened. The doctor previously said that even if he was in a car, he should choose the seat carefully to prevent the kidney transplant from colliding with other objects when the car made a turn or braked suddenly. It was obvious how fragile the kidney transplant was. In the end, Xiao Yuan was beaten up. By the time the few people realized that something was wrong, Xiao Yuan had already fainted. Only then did the few young men become afraid. They hurriedly took the money and ran away. A kind person passing by called an ambulance and sent Xiao Yuan to the hospital. The call that Xiao Yuan's parents received was from the hospital. Xiao Yuan's kidney, which had just been replaced for less than 2 months, was damaged again. Although it wasn't shattered, it was a foregone conclusion that his kidney would dry up. Moreover, if he had to undergo surgery again, it would be a great loss to his vitality. After changing to another hospital, the doctor said the same thing to Xiao Yuan's parents. The doctor told them that they didn't have to worry too much. One kidney could still maintain a basic life. As long as it was well protected, there wouldn't be any difference between them and an ordinary person. Last time, Xiao Yuan's mother could still make a scene in the hospital. She didn't even want to think about it and said that she would do anything for her son. But now, after experiencing this, and now that the family didn't have any source of income, Xiao Yuan's mother didn't dare to say anything. Xiao Yuan's father hesitated and said that they should not look for Tan Mo. If they really couldn't, they could look for Qiao Lan. However, Xiao Yuan's mother suddenly remembered the sinister words of the young man a few months ago. That young man said that if they dared to look for Qiao Lan again, they would take out the kidney in the same way that they had put Qiao Lan's kidney in the first place. Xiao Yuan's mother immediately shuddered. She couldn't help but think about it because she had gone to look for Qiao Lan more than once. Although she didn't see him, she was indeed looking for him. The scariest thing was that Xiao Yuan's new kidney was taken out of the operating room again. Xiao Yuan's mother didn't dare to think about whether or not it was Tan Mo who had done it. She didn't dare to ask Tan Mo and couldn't find Tan Mo. She could only throw a tantrum with the police and insist on finding out the truth about her son's injury. In the end, the truth came out. Her son had stolen someone else's money, which was why he had been beaten and sent to the hospital. It wasn't that someone had beaten up Xiao Yuan for no reason. It was that he had made the mistake first. A few hooligans who had been caught and sent to the police station insisted that Xiao Yuan had stolen their money. They even said that they had treated Xiao Yuan very well. In the end, Xiao Yuan turned around and refused to admit it. Xiao Yuan's mother didn't dare to make a scene anymore. If she made a scene, Xiao Yuan would still be in the hospital, but he would have a criminal record that could never be erased. The Qiao family finally collapsed completely because of their excessive love for their son, the wrong way of educating him, and their insatiable greed. At the moment, the affiliated high school was very quiet. Qiao Lan didn't know anything either. Tan Mo didn't mention a word to Qiao Lan. The weather was getting hotter and hotter, and the college entrance exam was getting closer. Qiao Lan, who had experienced the exam twice, couldn't help but feel more and more nervous. After the last mock exam, Qiao Lan got the best score ever. She was only 20 minutes behind Tan Mo. The head teacher, who had lost a lot of weight recently, patted Qiao Lan's shoulder happily and said that as long as Qiao Lan performed well, she would definitely be able to get into AB major. Qiao Lan looked at the countdown timer, which had turned into a single digit, and became even more nervous. Qiao Lan didn't know if students who had repeated the exam would be more nervous for the second time, but she was just too nervous. In the last few days of the exam, the teachers were still busy explaining the exam papers. They couldn't wait to stuff everything they knew into the students' heads. They didn't stop teaching until the last day of the exam. They gave the students a mental preparation session again and again. Tan Mo listened to the head teacher's speech absent-mindedly. Suddenly, he froze and lowered his head. Xiao Lan held Tan Mo's hand and looked at him with bright eyes. Good luck. On the day of the college entrance exam, the homeroom teacher came earlier than the students. He waited at the entrance of the school more than an hour in advance. As soon as he saw the students in his class, he would rush over to give them some advice. When he saw Xiao Lan and Tan Mo, he rushed over especially quickly. After all, these were the two people he had placed his hopes on the most, especially Tan Mo. He could aim for this year's top scorer in the province. On the day of the college entrance exam, the homeroom teacher came earlier than the students. He waited at the entrance of the school more than an hour in advance. As soon as he saw the students in his class, he would rush over to give them some advice. When he saw Xiao Lan and Tan Mo, he rushed over especially quickly. After all, these were the two people he had placed his hopes on the most, especially Tan Mo. He could aim for this year's top scorer in the province. The homeroom teacher was very excited when he thought that he could bring up a top scorer. Are you nervous? You're not, right? Don't be nervous. Just do your best. Just like any other exam, Xiao Lan was originally very nervous, but now that the exam was approaching, he slowly calmed down. After being urged by the homeroom teacher, he was very happy for a long time. After the homeroom teacher left, he said to Tan Mo, "What if we really fail and don't do well?" No, Tan Mo was honest. With Xiao Lan's level, even if he failed, it would be much better than most people. Who knows? Xiao Lan smiled and said, "If we don't do well, will we not be able to get into the same university?" That's impossible, Tan Mo answered even faster this time. After thinking for a while, he added, "Even if there's a possibility that we won't do well, there's no possibility that we won't be in the same university." Xiao Lan took 5 seconds to finally understand Tan Mo's words. To put it simply, he meant that Xiao Lan would go wherever he went. If he didn't do well, then he would go to a school that wasn't that good. Xiao Lan really wanted to give Tan Mo a big hug. If it weren't for the fact that this wasn't an appropriate place to be, Tan Mo's words of love came out of nowhere. However, compared to the touched Xiao Lan, Tan Mo thought about it seriously and felt that he didn't need to worry about Xiao Lan. He was the one who was more likely to lose. Language was a very stable subject for others, but for Tan Mo, it was the most unstable one. Every time, Tan Mo would leave his reading comprehension and composition to fate. No matter how many books he had read and how many expressions he could recognize, it only made others think that he understood. In fact, Tan Mo still did not understand. Tan Mo turned to look at Xiao Lan and suddenly felt a little worried. What if the reading and composition questions this time were about emotions? What if he didn't do well in the Chinese exam? What if he didn't get into the school that he and Xiao Lan agreed on? Was he going to let Xiao Lan follow him? Therefore, if he couldn't guarantee his Chinese exam, wouldn't it be safer if he had to perfect the other subjects? The first subject on the first day of the college entrance examination was Chinese. Tan Mo entered the examination room with a little worry. When he saw the composition question, he was slightly relieved. If his judgment was correct, this composition should be reflecting some kind of social phenomenon. It should be, right. In the past, even if Tan Mo wasn't sure about the composition question, he was never nervous. This was the first time that Tan Mo was nervous during an exam. When the Chinese exam was finally over, Tan Mo walked on the road and ignored the girls who looked at him from time to time. He pricked up his ears to listen to the students who came and went discussing the composition question. Even though many of them seemed to have written the same question as him, Tan Mo didn't dare to believe it. It wasn't until he found Xiao Lan and heard Xiao Lan's question that he smiled happily. The next few subjects were all Tan Mo's specialty subjects. Not to mention, this time, Tan Mo was much more careful than usual. After he finished the math paper, he checked it twice and only handed it in after he confirmed that there were no mistakes. After the last English exam was over, Xiao Lan and Tan Mo met their homeroom teacher at the school gate again. It was probably because the last exam was over. The atmosphere was completely different from the previous ones. After the exams, everyone stopped comparing their answers. Instead, they started to excitedly discuss the upcoming summer vacation. Tan Mo accompanied Xiao Lan to the dormitory to get some things. Aunt Chen asked Xiao Lan to bring back all the textbooks from her classes when she was still in school. She said that even if she didn't need them anymore, it was still a kind of memento. Today, the school specially allowed outsiders to enter and leave the dormitory. The students' parents and friends could enter the dormitory to help the graduates move their things. From time to time, a bunch of things would be thrown out of the dormitory's windows. The last thing thrown out were books. Many students were finally free. They threw all the books out of the windows and shouted excitedly. The dormitory auntie stood downstairs and scolded loudly. However, it didn't affect the excited students at all. Xiao Lan looked at the students coming in and out of the dormitory. She smiled and said to Tan Mo, "Do you want to go up and take a look?" Tan Mo thought of something. He subconsciously wanted to say that he wouldn't go up. However, he quickly changed his mind. Let's go up. If he remembered correctly, 1.5 years ago, Howing had rushed into the girls' dormitory. She had even rushed into Xiao Lan's dormitory to confess her love to Xiao Lan. Although he didn't like such a stupid way of confessing, he still wanted to go in and take a look. After all, this was where Xiao Lan had lived for 2 years. Although he would probably meet some people he didn't like. Xiao Lan and Tan Mo had been a couple in the school for a long time. Now, Tan Mo came to help Xiao Lan move her luggage openly. The passing students sighed. Others had their parents helping them. Xiao Lan was her boyfriend. However, when they thought of Xiao Lan's *cat up parents and family, and then looked at their own parents who were helping them, many people felt better. The dormitory was also in a mess. Before they walked in, they could hear Xianxia instructing her parents to pack things up. She was full of smiles. However, when she turned around and saw Xiao Lan, or rather Tan Mo, her face froze. Then, as if she had thought of something, she hurriedly took 2 steps back. Xiao Lan raised her eyebrows in surprise. Xianxia had always been at odds with her. Usually, she wouldn't talk to her if she could, but other than that, there was nothing else. Just now, Xianxia's actions clearly showed that she was afraid. Xiao Lan was sure that something had happened between Tan Mo and Xianxia. What exactly had happened? Even Xianxia's parents felt that their daughter had suddenly become silent. Tan Mo walked past Xianxia as if he didn't see her. He pointed at Xiao Lan's bed. "Do you live here?" "Ah? Yes." Xiao Lan retracted her gaze. She didn't think much about it and walked over to pack things with Tan Mo. Xianxia stared at Xiao Lan and Tan Mo's backs. Xianxia could never hate Tan Mo. It was just that she used to think that she was superior to others. However, after Tan Mo stood up, Tan Mo was so stingy that he didn't even want to look at her. It was also because of this that Xianxia hated Xiao Lan even more. Looking at the incomparable harmony between the two of them, she felt that it was even more dazzling. Xianxia clenched her fists. She took a deep breath and turned around. She hurriedly packed her things and pulled her parents out of the dormitory. Xiao Lan glanced at the door of the dormitory, then retracted her gaze and continued to pack her clothes. Baiyu came in from outside. As she packed her things, she shouted at everyone, "Tomorrow night, Class 18's last KTV party will be held. Those who can come, please come. Those who can't, please write a 5,000-word letter asking for leave to the head teacher." "Thank you." Everyone laughed and said that they got it. Since they had already graduated, Baiyu gathered her courage and shouted at Tan Mo again. When she met Tan Mo's smiling eyes, she shrunk her neck and asked, "Can I come?" Tan Mo scratched his head and asked Xiao Lan, "Can I come?" "Yes, yes, yes." Xiao Lan and Baiyu promised that if she could come, Tan Mo could also come. After all, it was the last party. They had been classmates for 2 years and had a good relationship. Baiyu felt relieved and ran to find the others. After she packed her things, Uncle Chen called to ask if they were ready. Tan Mo went out to answer the call. Xiao Lan's phone buzzed. Xiao Lan took out his phone. When he saw the name on the WeChat message, he frowned. Xiao Lan raised his head and looked outside the door. He opened WeChat and carefully read the long message sent by Xianxia. Xianxia didn't give up and sent another message. Do you think Tan Mo is as sunny and innocent as you think? He's lying to you. Tan Mo is a devil. Xiao Lan was about to reply when Tan Mo came in from outside. Xiao Lan put his phone away. Tan Mo casually asked what was wrong. Xiao Lan smiled and said, Tan Mo said in the class group that he'll treat us tomorrow. After he finished speaking, he pushed the big suitcase in front of Tan Mo and said, you take this. After happily deciding the distribution of labor, Tan Mo took the suitcase and picked up his small backpack. Let's go. Tan Mo chuckled and took the small backpack from Xiao Lan. He took the suitcase and walked to the door. Xiao Lan caught up and said insincerely, that's not good. I can carry things too. Tan Mo took his phone out of his pocket and handed it to Xiao Lan. You take this. Xiao Lan looked at the phone and then looked at Tan Mo who was walking down the stairs. His eyes were full of smiles. He held the phone and skipped after him. Compared to the previous college entrance examination, Xiao Lan was much more relaxed after the college entrance examination this time. It turned out that this was how it felt to rely on one person and have someone behind you that you could see when you turned around. Back then, Xiao Lan and all her classmates had finished the college entrance examination together. Everyone went back home and began to enjoy the 3-month-long vacation. Most of her classmates were relaxed and happy. They didn't have to worry about the future of college or about not having a place to go after graduation. Everyone had a family and a pair of parents behind them. Xiao Lan remembered that on the first day of the college entrance examination, she had already started to look for a job. She was the last graduate to leave school and also the busiest graduate during the summer vacation. What would have happened if she hadn't met Tan Mo this time? She would probably still have a busy life. It might even be more difficult. Not only did she have to make money, but she also had to avoid the vampire-like Qiao family. But everything was different now. Xiao Lan still didn't have parents, but she had a family and someone who could love her. Xiao Lan didn't know if it was because she relied too much on Tan Mo, or because the sense of security that Tan Mo gave her was too real. Xiao Lan was able to feel at ease to this extent. She could attend the farewell dinner peacefully like the other students. She didn't have to live so tirelessly during the 3-month-long vacation. After opening her WeChat, the messages on her phone didn't stop. The messages that Xianxia sent to Xiao Lan had already been suppressed by other people. As a top student, Xiao Lan played her biggest role at this time. Although there were people like Baiyu who didn't care about the results and had the most fun after the exam, there were also people who were trembling with fear and uncertain about the answers after the exam. On Xiao Lan's phone, many of her classmates sent her messages asking what a certain question was. What was the last multiple-choice question in mathematics? Did she use a wrong preposition in English? After replying to those who were not on good terms with him, the remaining few who were on good terms with him, Xiao Lan replied to their answers while criticizing them. After all, the exam was over, and there was no way to change their answers. It was fine if the answers were the same, but if the results were different, how were they going to survive the next 10 days before the results were released? Pei Ning replied to Xiao Lan's message. He understood that, but he couldn't help it. He even urged Xiao Lan to stop talking nonsense and give him the answer quickly. I can't guarantee that I'm right. I don't expect you to get everything right, so can you help me ask your boyfriend? Xiao Lan was speechless. Tan Mo turned his head and looked at the Xiao Lan a few times. He didn't know who she was chatting so happily with. She didn't talk to him much. Baiyu? Tan Mo couldn't help but ask. No. Xiao Lan smiled and said, Pei Ning, I'm still looking for you. Xiao Lan was about to pass the phone to Tan Mo, but after hesitating for a while, she deleted the message from Xianxia when Tan Mo wasn't paying attention. Only then did she pass the phone to Tan Mo. Tan Mo took Xiao Lan's phone and quickly tapped on it. 3 minutes later, Tan Mo returned the phone to Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan was dumbfounded after reading it. That was why there was a huge gap between people. The mathematics exam was done yesterday afternoon. She remembered the answers to the major questions, but Xiao Lan only remembered the last 2 answers to the multiple-choice questions. However, Tan Mo remembered it clearly. Pei Ning was so annoying that Tan Mo directly sent all the multiple-choice fill-in-the-blank questions, as well as the answers to the big questions at the back, except for the proof question, which could give an accurate answer, all at once. Pei Ming left a sentence of, "Boss is the best," and quickly ran away, perfectly showing the role of Qiao Lan as a tool. Qiao Lan was speechless. However, a few minutes later, Pei Ming carefully sent another message, asking Qiao Lan if she was sure that was the correct answer for the last fill-in-the-blank question. He didn't even need to think to know that Pei Ming's answer was different from Tan Mo's. Qiao Lan was happy. She turned to Tan Mo and said, "Just say that you can't match the answers after the exam. It'll affect your mood. Just have fun before the results are out." Uncle Chen, who was sitting in the front, agreed. "Have a good rest after the exam." "Lon Lon, what are you going to do during the vacation?" "I don't know." Qiao Lan shook her head. She really didn't know. She didn't have to work as hard as before. Qiao Lan was a little confused. After a moment of confusion, she turned to Tan Mo and asked him what he was going to do. Tan Mo had already thought about it. His vacation plan was very simple. He would learn how to drive, get a driver's license, and then invest in the stock market. Speaking of investing in the stock market, Qiao Lan was interested. "I asked you before how you were doing in the stock market and you said it was okay. What about now?" Tan Mo tilted his head and looked at Qiao Lan with a smile. His eyes couldn't help but light up. He was like a child who got full marks and was about to teach the paper to his parents. "Guess how much your 10,000 yuan is worth now?" 10,000 yuan in a little more than a year. Qiao Lan had learned a little about it before. Back then, she heard that a teacher in school had invested 20,000 yuan and it became 60,000 yuan in a year. That was considered very, very good. However, Qiao Lan was very confident in Tan Mo, so she raised Tan Mo's standard a little higher. Other people's 20,000 yuan became 60,000 yuan, but if Tan Mo's 10,000 yuan, 50,000 yuan? Qiao Lan asked tentatively. Tan Mo's lips curled up. He didn't say anything and let Qiao Lan guess for a long time. Then, he said helplessly, "You never look at your bank balance? Aren't you afraid that I'll lose it all?" "It's fine if it's gone." Qiao Lan smiled. That money was wasted by Tan Mo in the first place. Ever since Qiao Lan gave the bank card to Tan Mo, she didn't check the balance. She remembered how much she spent every month very clearly, so she could roughly know how much money she had left without looking at the balance. However, Tan Mo said so now. Qiao Lan downloaded the mobile app, logged in her bank account, and clicked on it. After clicking on it, Qiao Lan stared at the numbers on it for a long time. She silently exited the app and re-entered it again. After checking the bank card and her name again to make sure that there were no mistakes, she turned her head and looked at Tan Mo in a daze. "You really didn't secretly transfer the money to me?" It was no wonder that Qiao Lan didn't believe it. 10,000 yuan in a year had become 310,000 yuan. It was too magical. No. Tan Mo shook his head and looked at Qiao Lan with narrowed eyes. "Do you not believe in my skills, or do you not believe in my credibility?" Qiao Lan. "I can't believe that I have such a powerful boyfriend." This was really too terrifying. Qiao Lan was really a little doubtful. Was Qiao Lan really just a supporting actor? Even the male lead of the book, Xianxia, couldn't be as good as Tan Mo. When she first read the novel, she was so partial to Tan Mo that Qiao Lan abandoned the novel after Tan Mo's death. Qiao Lan really didn't know how Xianxia, the male lead, ended up and what kind of development he had. However, no matter what happened to Xianxia, as long as Tan Mo was safe and sound, Qiao Lan dared to say that Tan Mo would definitely live more like the male lead in the future than Xianxia. Qiao Lan thought of a lot of things. Tan Mo, on the other hand, was naive. This amazing boyfriend of hers was successfully pleased. When he first heard that Qiao Lan admired the stock god, Tan Mo had the idea of trading stocks. Now that he heard Qiao Lan's words, Tan Mo felt that everything was worth it. Qiao Lan swore that she was just curious. "Other than the 10,000 yuan that I gave you, how much do you have now?" Tan Mo thought about it and whispered in Qiao Lan's ear, "If it's to support you, it's enough." Qiao Lan. Forget it, Qiao Lan didn't want to ask. She used to think that coming here and meeting Tan Mo was like a dream. Now that she thought about it, it felt even more like a dream. There really was such an outstanding genius in the world, and this young man was her boyfriend. After returning home, Father Tan called Tan Mo to celebrate Tan Mo's graduation, but Tan Mo refused. Father Tan could only settle for the next best thing, which was to wait for Tan Mo's college entrance exam results to come out before celebrating. She opened WeChat. In the class group, the class monitor repeatedly added everyone, repeatedly emphasizing that everyone must be there tomorrow. After at ing everyone, she even specifically looked for Chao Lan and asked Chao Lan to bring Tan Mo there. Now, no matter who it was, if they wanted to find Tan Mo, they wouldn't directly find Tan Mo. They would all look for Chao Lan. Even the homeroom teacher started to openly ask her about Tan Mo's situation. After Chao Lan repeatedly promised that both of them would be there tomorrow, the phone finally calmed down. When she woke up the next day, it was almost noon. Chao Lan had never slept so soundly before. When she woke up, she groggily bumped into Tan Mo, who was sitting on the sofa reading a book. The two of them looked at each other for a long time before Chao Lan hurriedly rushed into the bathroom. She checked herself in the mirror. Other than her slightly messy hair, her overall appearance was passable. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief and began to wash her face and brush her teeth. When Tan Mo, who was outside, realized why Chao Lan was in such a hurry to hide, he couldn't help but laugh, even though the tips of his ears were a little red. After all, before Chao Lan woke up, he had already entered Chao Lan's room. Not only did he enter, but he also sat by the bed and stared at Chao Lan for a long time. In the end, when he saw Chao Lan kicking off half of the blanket because it was too hot and revealing two slender legs, he blushed and hurriedly left the room. After he left the room, Chao Lan's two slender and fair legs were still swaying in front of his eyes. They were really beautiful. It looks like, it feels good to the touch, he was just thinking about it. He just felt that they were nice to touch. He didn't think too much about it. As soon as Chao Lan came out, she saw Tan Mo sitting on the sofa in a daze. She didn't know what he was thinking about. She walked over and sat beside Tan Mo. Only then did she see that his cheeks were fairer than a girl's. She suddenly smiled. "What are you thinking about? Your face is red. It's hot." Tan Mo turned his face away and changed the topic unnaturally. "What time are we going over in the afternoon? Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen won't be at home for the next 2 days. We have to find them ourselves. We'll be at the restaurant at 5 p.m. We can leave at 4 p.m., Chao Lan said. We can rest for a while after dinner." Tan Mo thought for a while, then stood up and said, "We're not resting. Let's go out and eat. After that, I'll take you somewhere." 2 hours. Later, after dinner, Chao Lan was brought to the mall by Tan Mo. Another hour later, Tan Mo was in a good mood as he pulled Chao Lan out of the mall. The two of them were wearing matching couple outfits and became a beautiful scenery. It wasn't easy for them to finally graduate. They could finally show off their love openly. Tan Mo didn't look forward to the farewell dinner at first, but he also felt that it was a little interesting. When the two of them appeared at the restaurant on time, Tan Mo was satisfied to hear all kinds of what the f*ck and all kinds of sighs of being choked by the dog food coming from all directions. "That's enough. I'm not eating anymore. I'm already full of dog food, okay?" The homeroom teacher, who had been trying to persuade Chao Lan and Tan Mo, finally laughed happily this time. He patted Chao Lan's shoulder and said, "Very good, very good." After a few simple words with everyone, the homeroom teacher stood up and said, "Students, quiet down. I'll say a few words." Everyone roared with laughter. They were usually afraid of the homeroom teacher, but now that they had graduated, they weren't afraid anymore. The homeroom teacher laughed and scolded the naughtiest few students before saying, "The college entrance exam is finally over. Everyone has worked hard for 3 years. No matter what the result is, everyone worked hard. That's the best." "Yes." Several boys roared. Everyone laughed for a long time before the homeroom teacher continued, "The college entrance exam is over. In another 10 or 20 days, your application will be over. At that time, you will have to leave your hometown and go to different parts of the country. I'm very happy for you, and I'm also very happy for myself. At that time, my mission will be completed. Everyone gradually quieted down. The homeroom teacher's voice also carried a bit of emotion and sadness. I know that I'm usually too fierce to you, but I don't regret it at all. Now that you have graduated, as a teacher, I should let go. I can't control you anymore. In the future, you will have to rely on yourselves to walk your own path. As a teacher, I hope that every student can be a good person and do things well. Everyone has to be responsible for their own lives. Many years later, when I see you again, I hope that you will all have a better life than now. I know that you are going to change places to continue playing in a while, so I won't go with you. With me there, you can't play to your heart's content. Let's have a toast now. Everyone picked up their glasses, and a boy shouted whether or not they could drink. Since you're all adults, you can drink if you want. The homeroom teacher didn't restrict everyone this time. If you drink too much, go back to sleep early. Don't be crazy drunk. Class leader, keep an eye on it. When the class leader heard this, he stood up and promised to complete the mission. Then, he changed the beer in his glass to Sprite. The homeroom teacher saw this and smiled again. After saying a few more words to everyone, the homeroom teacher left. Before he left, he reminded everyone to remember to send him WeChat messages to let him know that they were safe. Everyone agreed, so he left with peace of mind. After the homeroom teacher left, everyone began to play freely. Those who weren't full continued to eat, and those who were full went to the KTV next door. Xiao Lan and Tan Mo ate slowly. The main reason was that Xiao Lan didn't want Tan Mo to go to the KTV. Tan Mo's hearing was much better than normal people's, so it was better to go to these kinds of places as much as possible. Therefore, Xiao Lan ate extremely slowly. After they finished eating, the two of them walked around to digest their food. In the end, Baiyu urged them to go to the KTV. The KTV had been singing for almost an hour. When Xiao Lan and Tan Mo pushed the door open and entered, it had already turned into a group of demons dancing wildly inside. Xiao Lan pulled Tan Mo to sit at a place far away from the speakers. She sat with a few classmates who didn't really sing and chatted while eating fruit, leaving the space for Baiyu and the other mic hogs. Xiao Lan wanted to sit there peacefully, but someone didn't let her. 10 minutes later, Haoying carried a box of beer over and sat down on the small round stool directly opposite Xiao Lan and Tan Mo, facing Tan Mo drink. Xiao Lan didn't even think about it before rejecting him. Tan Mo's meals were specially prepared by a professional nutritionist. There were many things that he couldn't touch at all. Who knew if Tan Mo could even drink with his system? What if something went wrong after drinking? No, Xiao Lan was like a protective mother hen. She blocked Haoying's aggressive approach with her body alone. Tan Mo has never drunk before. I won't drink. Haoying probably drank a little already. He looked a little different from usual. However, perhaps it was because he was facing Xiao Lan, especially now that Xiao Lan was protecting Tan Mo like he was her child. Haoying's originally handsome face looked a little pitiful because of the smell of alcohol. He looked at Xiao Lan with eyes full of grievance. It was as if he didn't accept him. Now, he even suspected that she was helping her husband bully him. Everyone has never drunk before. I haven't drunk before either. Haoying was really looking for trouble this time. He had been in school for 2 years. Now that he had graduated, everyone would go their separate ways after the results were out. He might not even see Xiao Lan again in the future. Therefore, he directly treated today as their last meeting. He felt wronged and vented his anger. Ever since Tan Mo could stand up, Haoying and Xianxia's positions in people's hearts began to plummet. Not to mention Xianxia, just Haoying himself. Haoying was furious when he thought about it. In many people's words, Tan Mo was better looking than Haoying. His studies were even better. Originally, Tan Mo's height was lower, but later on, he crazily grew taller. Now, he was already a head taller than Haoying. Even Haoying, who was good at playing landlord, couldn't compete with Tan Mo, who had just started playing. He couldn't compete with Tan Mo in any way. Let's just talk about how aggrieved it is. Haoying was determined to compete with Tan Mo today. Even if I'm not as good as you in every aspect, I don't believe that I can't beat you when it comes to drinking. Especially since Xiao Lan had just said that Tan Mo had never drunk before. Tan Mo had never drunk alcohol before, but Howing had been playing with his friends since junior high. Drinking was a common occurrence for him. Was it unfair? I don't care. The girl I like so much has been taken away by Tan Mo. So what if it's unfair? Hold it in. After Howing was unreasonable, he slammed the table and yelled at Xiao Lan, "This is between us men. Don't get involved." "Bai, take Xiao Lan to the side to sing and drink orange juice." Xiao Lan was speechless. Bai was speechless. She didn't dare to do that. Compared to offending Howing, Bai was 100% more afraid of Tan Mo. Bai didn't dare to do that, but Bai, Xiao Lan, and the others weren't the only ones present today. Other than Chen Yaoyang, almost everyone in the class was present. Howing, Tan Mo, and the others were already the focus of attention. Now that the two of them were directly facing each other, everyone stopped singing and jumped into a crowd to watch the show. Especially the few who were close to Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan and Tan Mo had been feeding them too much dog food, so they were more excited than anyone else. Drink, drink, drink. Xiao Lan wanted to stop them again, but Tan Mo was unusually calm. He reached out and took the beer bottle that Howing handed to him. Then, he elegantly opened the bottle with a beer screwdriver and raised his eyebrows. "How do I drink?" The crowd of students at the side suddenly became excited. Bai didn't dare to listen to Howing, but she obviously wanted to watch the show more than anyone else. When she saw Tan Mo's attitude, she excitedly grabbed Xiao Lan's arm and said, "What the F***ck?" Howing lost again. Bai sighed. "Tan Mo is too handsome." Xiao Lan, who already had a filter for Tan Mo, naturally felt that he was even more handsome. The young man sat steadily on the sofa, half leaning against the sofa and raising his eyebrows. Even Xiao Lan felt her heart palpitate. The surrounding students who were watching the show moved their chairs and sat on the sofa. Xiao Lan quietly squeezed to Tan Mo's side. She looked at the row of beer glasses that were already filled, then looked at Howing who was coming at them aggressively. She was still worried and asked Tan Mo softly, "Are you really drinking? Do you know how to drink?" "No," Tan Mo was honest. "I've never drunk before." Someone got a lot of glasses from outside and the table was filled with beer. There were at least 20 glasses. Xiao Lan felt her scalp go numb. "Then what did you agree to?" That action just now was indeed handsome, but this wasn't the way to be a hero. "We don't know who will drink yet." Tan Mo wasn't worried at all. Besides. Tan Mo paused for a moment, then turned his head and whispered in Xiao Lan's ear, "For you, I can't lose." Xiao Lan, although she was a little touched. But this kind of thing couldn't be won so easily. Howing was obviously used to drinking in bars, which was why she dared to challenge Tan Mo to a drinking contest. However, Tan Mo had never drunk before, so who knew if he would be drunk after 1,000 glasses or just one glass. However, since Tan Mo had already agreed, Xiao Lan didn't object anymore. Tan Mo shouldn't be the kind of person who wouldn't take his body lightly. If he dared to agree, he probably wouldn't be allergic to alcohol. As long as he wasn't allergic and nothing happened, even if he was drunk, then so be it. Howing probably couldn't bear to see Xiao Lan and Tan Mo whispering in front of her. She couldn't bear it anymore and knocked the table with the dice. "No more talking, drink. Tell me the rules first." Tan Mo narrowed his eyes and glanced at Howing. His lips suddenly curled up into a mischievous smile. Using a voice that was neither loud nor soft, but Howing could definitely hear, he said to Xiao Lan, "Do you want to encourage her?" "Huh?" Xiao Lan was stunned. "What do you mean by encourage her?" On the other hand, the students who were watching from the side reacted faster than Xiao Lan in this aspect. They roared with laughter and then screamed in an instant. Tan Mo pinched Xiao Lan's chin and turned her cheek to face him. In front of Howing, he kissed Xiao Lan on the lips. In an instant, the screams almost flipped the roof over. Tan Mo's move was simply too ruthless. He showed off his affection in front of Howing. Howing came aggressively, so she might already be drunk by now. Xiao Lan was caught off guard by the kiss. Hearing everyone's cheers, she finally realized that her cheeks were burning. Howing, who was sitting opposite her, was also caught off guard by the kiss. After staring at Tan Mo silently for almost 10 seconds, she took a deep breath. F*CK, if I don't drink Tan Mo to death today, I'll take Tan Mo's surname. Bragging, do you know how to do it? Howing felt that she couldn't talk nonsense with Tan Mo. Once she did, she would lose. It was better to drink. No. Tan Mo was a good boy. He didn't drink or gamble. He didn't even know how to play fight the landlord. How could he know how to play bragging? Howing could only explain to Tan Mo, everyone will roll once. Look at the number of dice in your cup and guess the number of dice in your opponent's cup. Then, starting from the dealer, you will shout out how many dice of a certain number are in the cup. For example, 3 dice, 4 dice, the largest 6 dice. Old cat and I will demonstrate it once. Take a look first. Once you understand, we will begin. Xiaolan sat in front of Tan Mo. She raised her head and looked at Howing. Suddenly, she felt a little pity for this child. If it was a game like big or small, the number of dice would be the same. Although this kind of game was boring, it was purely based on luck. However, bragging was different. This kind of game not only relied on luck, but also IQ. It depended on whether one's guess was accurate or not. When Tan Mo played Fight the Landlord, he could beat Howing in 3 rounds. This kind of game. Xiaolan immediately stood on Tan Mo's side without thinking. Tan Mo had just said, it's hard to say who will drink. That was really smart of him. Howing was probably too confident in herself. After playing a few rounds with a boy in the class, she asked Tan Mo if he understood. Tan Mo said that he understood. Howing then kindly gave Tan Mo 3 chances to try the game. Let's try the first 3 rounds without drinking. After the 3rd round, we will start drinking. Is that okay? No. Tan Mo shook the dice and said slowly, how about the alcohol? 3 glasses in 1 round. Pass if you have fun. Usually, it would be 3 or 6 rounds. However, Howing said that she wanted to make him drink. If he was not satisfied, he would keep playing until he was drunk. Okay. Tan Mo's expression was still indifferent. Let's try it first. Let's try it. The first 3 rounds without drinking were purely for practice. Tan Mo lost all of them. The surrounding students who were watching the fun started to make noise. Some people started to say that Howing was bullying him. After all, Tan Mo had never played before. Howing was thick-skinned. So what if he had never played before? Who asked him to agree? Only Xiaolan looked at the 3 dice in Tan Mo's hand and thought about the number Tan Mo had just called out. It was simply nonsense. If it was not because Tan Mo did not know how to play at all, then it was, on purpose. Xiaolan felt that the latter was more likely to be the case. After all, bragging was not a game with high IQ. Moreover, it was somewhat related to mathematics. Tan Mo could not play a few rounds himself after watching others play a few rounds and still not understand anything. Tan Mo's IQ was never on the same level as normal people like them. Therefore, with such a start, when Howing finally felt that victory was in sight, Haoying's sad night finally began. As soon as the game officially started, Howing was dumbfounded. In this game, the element of luck was too low. No matter how good the idea in your hand was, as long as the opponent guessed it, it did not matter if it was good or not. In the first 3 rounds, Howing, who had just won 3 rounds in a row, lost all of them. 9 glasses of wine were directly sent to him. Howing was not convinced. He did not believe it. Continue. Tan Mo glanced at the wine indifferently. Sake first. Howing was speechless. The classmates who were watching the fun eagerly ran out and asked for 9 big glasses. Howing watched as the 9 glasses of wine were poured together. Then, a big glass of wine was sent to him. This was not the opening he had imagined. It should not have developed like this. Howing was a man of his words. He had no intention of running away from the wine. Moreover, he was a good drinker. After finishing the big glass, he shouted, again. Continue. At the beginning, it was indeed because Tan Mo deliberately showed weakness that Howing underestimated his opponent. Now that he realized that Tan Mo was the one who was misleading him, Howing finally took the game seriously. Although his IQ was not as high as Tan Mo's, he was still a veteran who had played for many years. After not underestimating his opponent and taking the game seriously, he finally stopped being beaten by Tan Mo. He could still win 1 out of the 3 rounds. Occasionally, he could even do better after gaining the upper hand. Overall, the winning rate between the two of them was 30% to 70%. Haoying 30%, Tan Mo 70%. In the beginning, Tan Mo could not help but frown when he drank. For someone who had never drunk alcohol, even beer did not taste good. After drinking more, he felt that beer did not taste as bad as before. In fact, it tasted okay. However, people who drank often were more experienced. When you felt that beer tasted good, it meant that you had drunk too much. Obviously, Xiaolan, who did not drink much, did not know this. Tan Mo, who had never drunk alcohol, was even more clueless. The drinking contest between Tan Mo and Haoying had reached its climax. Especially Haoying, whose handsome face was already showing signs of drunkenness. No matter how good a drinker was, he or she would not be able to control himself after drinking too much, not to mention that Haoying had already drunk a lot before. Drunk people were really annoying. Xiaolan could not help but sigh. Haoying's attitude towards Xiaolan had always been quite proper, probably because she liked Xiaolan, so no matter how arrogant she was to other people, she was still a little timid in front of Xiaolan. However, a drunk Haoying was as annoying as it could be. Not only was it annoying, but it was also unreasonable. She used the extremely childish saying that women do not need to be involved in a contest between men to get Xiaolan away from Tan Mo. Xiaolan. Bai and the others, who had been watching the show excitedly, lost interest after watching too much, so they pulled Xiaolan to the side to sing. Xiaolan was not very interested in singing, and Tan Mo and Haoying were already surrounded by the boys, so Xiaolan could only give up. Haoying looked very drunk, but Tan Mo seemed to be fine. He was still as indifferent as before. He was cold and didn't say much, no different from when he first started drinking. Xiaolan was a little relieved. After playing with her phone for a while, she felt bored, so she simply went out to get some fresh air. No matter how big the room was, it was still a little stuffy with dozens of people crowded in one room. There was a small rooftop at the far end of the KTV. The June night wind was not very cold, and it was very comfortable when it blew on one's body. Xiaolan leaned on the railing and looked at the streetlights in the distance. It was rare for her to relax and stare blankly for a while. She only turned her head when she heard footsteps. It was Xianxia. Xiaolan was not too surprised. In fact, she felt that it was within her expectations. Yesterday, Xianxia sent Xiaolan a lot of WeChat messages. On WeChat, Xianxia asked Xiaolan if she knew what Tan Mo was like in private. She asked if she knew that the seemingly innocent Tan Mo was actually a devil. Xianxia said that Tan Mo had once investigated her family situation. Tan Mo said that he wanted to take revenge on her family. He said that he wanted to make her parents lose their jobs and make her leave the campus. Tan Mo is a devil. You've been deceived by him, Xianxia said. Are you scared? Are you scared knowing that the guy you like is actually such a person? Xianxia asked in the end. Xiaolan did not reply. As expected, Xianxia could not hold it in anymore. She did not achieve her goal on WeChat, so she directly came to look for Tan Mo. Xiaolan only glanced at her and continued to lean against the railing until Xianxia walked up to Xiaolan and asked her, "You actually didn't listen to me at all." She thought that Xiaolan did not reply to her message because she was scared and went to question Tan Mo. Xianxia was a little excited and wondered if Tan Mo would not come today and if there would finally be a crack between the two of them. In the end, both Xiaolan and Tan Mo came today. Not only did they come, but they also wore matching outfits. From the beginning until just now, the two of them were practically glued to each other. Tan Mo even kissed Tan Mo in front of so many people. Thinking about that kiss, Xianxia suddenly clenched her fists. Xiaolan finally gave Xianxia a straight face and said, "Why should I listen to you? I'm telling the truth." Xianxia said excitedly, "I still have the information that Tan Mo has investigated. If you don't believe me, I can show it to you." "That's not necessary," Xiaolan said indifferently, "I believe you." Xianxia was slightly delighted, but then she heard Xiaolan say again, "And then? Even if he really did investigate your family and threaten you, then what?" What do you want to do? Aren't you afraid? Xianxia widened her eyes. He's not what you think at all. He's so scary, and you still like him? Xiao Lan's gaze fell on Xianxia and looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. Yeah, he's so scary, so why do you still like him? Xianxia was stunned, as if the deepest secret hidden in the bottom of her heart had been suddenly exposed. She suddenly reacted and hurriedly retorted, who likes him? You've always caused trouble for me, and now you're so eager to break us apart. If you don't like Tan Mo, then do you like me? Xiao Lan mocked her while making a joke. Xianxia, do you think I'm stupid? The fact that Xianxia liked Tan Mo was something that Xiao Lan had noticed when she was in her second year of high school. At that time, she and Tan Mo weren't together yet. Xianxia had mentioned Tan Mo a lot in the dormitory, and later, whenever she had the chance, she would ask Xiao Lan about Tan Mo. If it wasn't for the fact that Xianxia had bad intentions, Xiao Lan would have thought that Xianxia really wanted to be good to Tan Mo. Xianxia didn't expect Xiao Lan to see through her, and her face turned green and white. After holding it in for a while, she recovered and continued, I'm talking about you guys now, it has nothing to do with me. Even if I like him, I will never be with him, don't flatter yourself. Xiao Lan couldn't help but want to scold her when she heard this. Do you really want Tan Mo to be with you? Xianxia wasn't stupid, and she understood that Xiao Lan was mocking her. Even if she wanted Tan Mo, he wouldn't like her. Her face became more and more embarrassed. Xiao Lan, don't be so ungrateful. I'm kindly reminding you to see his true colors early so that you won't regret it in the future. I'll repeat myself, Xianxia, don't treat me like a fool. Xiao Lan's face darkened. Do you really think that the ambiguous words you said on WeChat are trustworthy? Tan Mo would never take the initiative to provoke others, let alone you. If you didn't do something to push him, why would he create those things and even threaten you? Xiao Lan's voice became stern, you don't even know that you're a bad person. That's exactly what people like you are. What exactly did you say to him? Xiao Lan grabbed Xianxia, who was obviously panicking after being interrogated, and said, speak. Xianxia kept her mouth shut and didn't say anything. Xiao Lan sneered, you always said that I thought of Tan Mo as too naive, but now I feel that it's you who thought of me as too naive. I've known Tan Mo for 3 years, so how could I not know what kind of person Tan Mo is? How could I not know what kind of person he is? Why do you think I'm not afraid? It's because I can do something like that too. Xiao Lan narrowed her eyes, don't think that I can't do it. It's just a matter of one sentence. You probably don't know, Xiao Lan whispered in Xianxia's ear, I'm living in Tan Mo's house now. Xianxia suddenly raised her head. She couldn't hide the shock and jealousy on her face this time. Do you want to know why? Xianxia suddenly said, sure, I'll tell you. It's because I found out that Tan Mo liked you at that time. Xiao Lan tightened her grip on Xianxia's hand. Xianxia continued, he was still disabled at that time, but he actually dared to like you. He hid it so carefully, but I still found out, Xianxia said through gritted teeth, I was just curious. After all, Xiao Lan is so good at your studies and so beautiful. Even Hoing is chasing you. What right did he have to dare to like you, as a disabled person who can't even stand up? Xiao Lan's mind went blank. She felt as if her heart had been ruthlessly stabbed by a knife. It was so painful that her entire body trembled. At that time, she carefully protected Tan Mo every day. No matter how bad the outside world's words were, Xiao Lan couldn't bear to let him hear a single word. The person she protected so much had heard the most heart-wrenching sarcasm in the world at a time when she didn't know about it. He had always felt inferior. Now that he had such excellent grades, he still felt inferior. He still felt that he wasn't good enough for her. At that time, Tan Mo couldn't even stand up. It turned out that he had fallen in love with her so early. He had already fallen in love with her before she knew it. His feelings for her were so deep that even though he had heard her words, he still hid it from her and buried it deep in his heart. She only knew about some things now, but when she thought about it, her heart still hurt so much that she couldn't speak. No wonder Tan Mo always seemed to have something on his mind back then. He always seemed unhappy and always carefully kept a distance from her. That was why he asked the question, what if I can't stand up for the rest of my life? How much did he like her that he didn't dare to say it out loud even though he was in so much pain? How much did he like her that he finally decided to let go of the guilt he felt towards his mother and chose to stand up again? At this moment, Xiao Lan hated Xianxia as much as she loved Tan Mo. I thought it was finally over, but he actually stood up. Xiao Lan, why are you always so lucky? Shut up. Xiao Lan couldn't take it anymore. Do you know how much he suffered? Do you know what he went through? You don't, but you know what I went through, Xianxia. Your parents are healthy and your family is happy. Who are you to say that you're unlucky? Even if you're unlucky, you asked for it, Xiao Lan said sternly. You said that Tan Mo is the devil, you said that he's scary. How can you have the face to say such things? Compared to Tan Mo, you're more like the devil. You use other people's pain to satisfy yourself. Xianxia, you're simply not human. I don't think Tan Mo is scary at all. I just think that Tan Mo is really pitiful to be liked by someone like you. Xianxia, you're the most disgusting person I've ever seen in my life. She was even more disgusting than Xiao Lan's parents. Xiao Lan didn't want to talk to Xianxia anymore. She didn't want to see this devil who stabbed a knife into Tan Mo's heart. This kind of person would receive retribution one day. The more it was like this, the better she wanted to live with Tan Mo. She only felt sorry for Tan Mo. She wanted to hug Tan Mo. She wanted to hug this boy that she liked the most, who had suffered so much in the past. After walking out of the rooftop, Xiao Lan returned to the private room. The private room was still very lively. The splicing was nearing its end. It had to end. Because Haoying was completely drunk. Xiao Lan was really shocked. Haoying, a 187-meter tall man, was actually crying while hugging his close friend. Xiao Lan walked closer and heard Haoying wiping his tears and blessing Haoying. I wish you both happiness. Tan Mo sat on the sofa opposite them. He didn't move and said indifferently, thank you. I'm so king sad. Haoying continued to howl. He poured out everything that he usually didn't say after getting drunk. It's the first time I've ever chased someone in my life, and it was snatched away. Xiao Lan was speechless. What kind of snatching was this? She knew Tan Mo much earlier than Haoying. Xiao Lan sat beside Tan Mo helplessly and asked him in a low voice. I'm fine. Tan Mo glanced at her and finally said something to Haoying kindly for the first time. I hope you find a girlfriend soon. Haoying waved his hand. I'm not looking for one. I'm so sad. When he looked up and saw Xiao Lan, he looked at Xiao Lan with a pair of bleary eyes and said affectionately, if he doesn't want you anymore and you two break up, remember to look for me. I'll always be here. Tan Mo, who just felt sad for Wan Qian, was speechless. Holding the bottle in his hand, he suddenly wanted to stand up and hit someone. Xiao Lan, who was frowning because of the pain from Tan Mo's sudden pinch, was speechless. Why did I come in? The brothers who were watching the show finally couldn't stay idle. A few of them helped Haoying up and walked away. You're drunk. Just treat what you said as farts. They dragged Haoying to the sofa on the other side. Brother, do you want some tea? No. Haoying refused while sobbing. I want to sing. Okay. What do you want to sing? I'll order for you. Haoying stood up unsteadily. I'll order it myself. Half a minute later, everyone, including Tan Mo, was speechless when they saw the title of the song. I'll always wait for you. The first line of the lyrics, your heart won't stop for me. Your heart won't wait for me. Xiao Lan was speechless. He grabbed Tan Mo's hand and said, it's getting late. Let's go back first. He pulled Haoying out of the door and blocked her heart-wrenching my tears are falling from the door. When they finally walked out, a cold wind blew. Xiao Lan took out his phone and said, wait for me. There's a car. Before he finished speaking, Tan Mo suddenly hugged Xiao Lan from behind and knocked his head heavily on Xiao Lan's shoulder. Tan Mo was drunk. He had been drunk for a long time. Everyone had different reactions when they were drunk. Some people got drunk, and some people didn't. People like Haoying who acted crazily when she was drunk belonged to those who got drunk. People like Tan Mo who became calmer the more he drank belonged to those who didn't get drunk. But regardless of whether he got drunk or not, he was still drunk. Tan Mo's skin was very white. Many people's faces turned whiter the more they drank. Tan Mo probably had this reaction, but his skin color was too good, so the contrast wasn't big. He was usually cold and didn't talk much, especially when Xiaolan wasn't around. So when Tan Mo didn't talk much and just sat on the sofa without moving, even Xiaolan didn't notice anything wrong. Although he didn't drink too much, he still drank 4 or 5 bottles. Tan Mo had never touched alcohol before, so it was already very good that he could still stand. When there were many people, he wanted to save face, especially when he was with Haoying. Now that he finally walked out and only Xiaolan was left, Tan Mo, who had been holding on for more than half an hour, finally couldn't stand it anymore. Alcohol was a magical thing. Sometimes one's mind was still clear, but the brain couldn't control the body's actions. If it was serious, the brain couldn't control the body at all. Tan Mo's current state was already at the stage where his brain couldn't control itself. Normally, Tan Mo would act like a spoiled child, but how could he do this? His whole body was like a large doll lying on Xiaolan's back. His hands were wrapped around Xiaolan's neck from behind, and his face was buried in Xiaolan's neck. Xiaolan was so scared that he almost jumped up. They were on the street. Unfortunately, a taxi happened to pass by. Xiaolan hurriedly stopped the taxi. Tan Mo opened his eyes and looked at the car. He stood up obediently and followed in. He suddenly became sober again. The driver wanted to say that he didn't want to take a drunk customer, but when he turned around, he saw the young man, who looked like he couldn't stand, sitting straight in the back seat. His face was expressionless, but his eyes were bright. He didn't look drunk at all. Okay. The driver was sure that he had misjudged the situation. It must be a young couple being intimate, and he must have seen wrongly. On the other hand, Xiaolan looked at Tan Mo, who had returned to normal. He couldn't tell if Tan Mo was drunk or sober. A minute later, Xiaolan believed that Tan Mo was drunk. Tan Mo grabbed Xiaolan's hand tightly. Xiaolan felt the pain and wanted to pull her hand away, but Tan Mo grabbed her even tighter. Xiaolan felt her numb hand and was so scared that she didn't dare to move. When they finally reached home and paid, Tan Mo followed behind Xiaolan obediently. When they entered the house and Xiaolan changed her shoes, she suddenly felt dizzy. Without saying a word, Tan Mo picked her up horizontally and walked straight to the bedroom. Xiaolan felt that she should scream shyly at this moment, but she really couldn't blame herself. She was really afraid that the drunk Tan Mo wouldn't be able to hold her and would just throw her to the ground. Xiaolan grabbed Tan Mo's clothes tightly and heard Tan Mo say something in her panic. What? Xiaolan didn't hear clearly. Tan Mo walked to the bedroom door with Xiaolan in his arms and stopped. He looked down at Xiaolan and said happily, Uncle Chen, Aunt Chen isn't home. Xiaolan. And? It's just the two of us, Tan Mo explained again. Xiaolan's face was a little hot. She grabbed Tan Mo's arm and reminded him, You're still underage. What are you thinking? Tan Mo frowned and retorted unhappily, I've graduated. Graduation wasn't considered puppy love. But you're underage, Xiaolan said heartlessly. Underage, don't keep thinking about driving. Put me down, Xiaolan said. She was really afraid that Tan Mo wouldn't be able to hold her. It was rare for Tan Mo to be smart enough to understand Xiaolan's meaning. He was instantly even more dissatisfied, I can't fall. What if, before she could finish her sentence, Tan Mo suddenly squatted down? I can't fall, Tan Mo said again, I can still carry you and do squats. Xiaolan, what kind of weird behavior was it to carry someone and do squats when he was drunk? She thought that Tan Mo would be the quiet kind when he was drunk, but that wasn't the case at all. The drunk Tan Mo's IQ plummeted, but his level of stubbornness and childishness rose sharply. In order to prove that he could carry Xiaolan, he did 10 squats and suddenly said, I can't do it anymore. Xiaolan. Then put me down quickly. Tan Mo stared at Xiaolan silently for a long time, then suddenly sat down again. This time, he didn't do squats, but sat directly on the ground. Xiaolan, who was in his arms, was surprised and hugged Tan Mo's neck with both hands. Tan Mo hugged Xiaolan and placed her on his lap. Xiaolan only needed to lower her head to kiss Tan Mo. Tan Mo raised his head and looked at Xiaolan. His right hand slid up Xiao Lan's back and finally landed on the back of her neck. Xiao Lan hugged Tan Mo's head and sat on his lap. The two of them kissed. The drunk young man was less reckless than before, but he was trying new things that he usually didn't dare to do. His left hand firmly pressed Xiao Lan's waist and pressed her tightly against his body. His right hand held Xiao Lan's face and bit her lips. The tip of his tongue drove straight into Xiao Lan's teeth and broke them open. A wet kiss. This was something that had never happened before. The room was filled with the sounds of lips and tongues alternating, which made people blush and their hearts beat faster, mixed with ambiguous gasps. Tan Mo was completely addicted to this more lingering kiss. Xiao Lan hugged Tan Mo's neck and breathed unsteadily. She was almost out of breath. Xiao Lan had to reach out and push Tan Mo. As a result, her heart suddenly jumped when she saw the teenager's amazingly bright eyes. Tan Mo had completely turned into a wolf cub. He stared at her with burning eyes. Finally, he picked up Xiao Lan again and put her on the bed next to him. Then, he leaned over and pressed Xiao Lan, whose eyes were slightly red, into the soft and fluffy bedding. Although Xiao Lan had never had a boyfriend before, let alone slept with other people, she was an adult after all. Now that Tan Mo's body was pressed against hers, she could clearly feel the changes in the teenager's body. Not to mention those eyes and heavy breathing. Xiao Lan suddenly couldn't bear to refuse. Xiao Lan really had no principles when it came to Tan Mo. She spoiled him almost unconditionally. Because she had never experienced this kind of thing before, it was inevitable that she would be scared. But if she asked herself sincerely, if it was Tan Mo, she wouldn't refuse. She just felt that it was a little too early. But if Tan Mo really wanted it and really couldn't bear it, it wasn't that she couldn't, but would it really hurt the first time? Wouldn't it be bad for her body to be underage so early? Wouldn't it affect Tan Mo's development? Xiao Lan's mind was in a mess. When Tan Mo's kiss landed on her collarbone and was about to continue down, she reached out and hugged Tan Mo. It was a tacit consent. It seemed that it wasn't good for the body to hold it in for too long. Moreover, it would happen sooner or later, so it was fine to do it earlier, but in the next moment, Tan Mo suddenly rolled off Xiao Lan's body. The teenager rolled himself to the side, curled himself up with the blanket, and buried his face in the pillow. Sorry, the teenager said sullenly. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine after lying down for a while. Xiao Lan looked at the young man lying on the bed and didn't know what to say for a while. Although men and women were different and couldn't empathize, as long as one thought about it, one would know that this feeling was definitely not good. Forcefully holding it back or something, Xiao Lan finally made up her mind and stared at the young man who was rolling himself into a cocoon for a while. She reached out and poked Tan Mo. Tan Mo's whole body suddenly shrunk even tighter. He turned his head and quickly glanced at Xiao Lan, rolled himself further away, and wrapped himself even more tightly. His voice was muffled and indescribably pitiful. Don't touch me. Stay away from me. Xiao Lan, even if she made up her mind to accept Tan Mo. But that was all there was to it. With Tan Mo's current state, was she going to grab Tan Mo and say that she was Xianxia? Impossible, Xiao Lan shivered. She was a reserved and shy girl, just thinking about this kind of thing was terrifying. So Xiao Lan could only lie on her side and watch Tan Mo roll himself into a pile like a snail. If one listened carefully, they could even hear the young man muttering to himself from time to time. Xiao Lan couldn't hear what he was saying. She thought about it and carefully moved closer. Finally, she heard the young man muttering to himself. The periodic table of the elements. Xiao Lan, her mood suddenly became more complicated. She felt sorry for him, wanted to laugh, and was speechless. After lying on the side for a while, Xiao Lan suddenly wondered if it was better for her to go out at this time. Was her being here making Tan Mo feel uncomfortable? When she thought about this, Xiao Lan suddenly felt that it was very reasonable. Tan Mo said to just lie there for a while. How long would she have to lie there like this? If she left Tan Mo for a while, she could go out and call Uncle Chen to ask if Tan Mo's drinking had anything to do with it. Then she could make something to sober him up, like tea, porridge, or something like that. She wasn't too sure. She would check it on her phone when she got out. With that thought in mind, Xiao Lan got up from the bed. He didn't touch Tan Mo anymore. Instead, he said to Tan Mo, "I'm going to the kitchen to get something to sober you up. You can lie down for a while." Before he could finish his sentence, the young man who was huddled up suddenly reached out and grabbed Xiao Lan's wrist. No, Tan Mo finally stopped memorizing the periodic table. His hands, which were overheated from being wrapped in the blanket or from some other reason, grabbed Xiao Lan's wrist tightly and refused to let her go. "I'm not leaving," Xiao Lan explained patiently and patted Tan Mo's arm with her other hand. "I'm just going to the kitchen." "No," Tan Mo said. After a while, his beautiful light brown eyes were still astonishingly bright, but he looked at Xiao Lan with an indescribable grievance and whispered, "Don't leave me." Xiao Lan's heart softened immediately. "I'm not leaving." Xiao Lan sat back down and held Tan Mo's hand. Their fingers were intertwined and her voice was unbelievably gentle. "I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to stay with you." Tan Mo replied with satisfaction. The young man's tall body moved over from the other side of the bed. He pressed his cheek against Xiao Lan's hand and lay down obediently. The drunk young man's cheeks were very hot. He probably liked Xiao Lan's slightly cold hand very much. Not only did he press his cheek against it, he even rubbed it with satisfaction. This time, he didn't look like a little wolf cub anymore. He looked like a spoiled kitten. What kind of terrifying skills were these? Xiao Lan felt that her heart was about to melt. Did you know that it was a crime for a boy to be so affectionate? Tan Mo didn't know. His heart was full of pink bubbles as he pressed tightly against Xiao Lan. He sighed deeply and said something. Xiao Lan didn't hear it clearly again. She pinched Tan Mo's earlobe and bent down to ask him, "What did you say?" "I didn't hear it clearly." "I want to tie a small rope around your body." Tan Mo was unusually honest when he was drunk. Usually, he didn't dare to say what he wanted to do, but tonight, he poured it out one by one. Although his voice was soft, Xiao Lan still heard it. "Xiao Lan. Why do you want to tie a rope around my body?" "Tie it up." Tan Mo grabbed Xiao Lan's hand and rubbed it against it again. After he finished speaking, he whispered shyly, "This way, you'll never be able to leave me." Xiao Lan was stunned. She was silent for a long time before she said, "Why do I feel like I'll leave you?" Was she not good enough? Was that why Tan Mo still didn't feel safe? Recently, Tan Mo's behavior had been normal. He was much happier and more open than before. Xiao Lan finally relaxed a little when she saw this. She thought that after she said those words and said that she liked him again and again, Tan Mo wouldn't have such thoughts anymore. However, Tan Mo was drunk today. It was said that the reaction after being drunk was the truest reaction. Xiao Lan used to think that Tan Mo would never lie or hide his feelings and thoughts. Ever since she found out that Tan Mo liked her for so long, but he kept it in his heart and didn't let her see it, Xiao Lan didn't dare to think that way anymore. So, was he pretending to be happy during this period of time? Or perhaps, his worries had never disappeared. But why? Why did he feel like she would leave him? The young man held her hand tightly and closed his eyes. Why? There were some voices that remained in the depths of his childhood. Because of Tan Mo's own resistance, he usually didn't think about them. However, the more he tried to suppress them, the more he wanted to forget them. He didn't want to keep these memories, but they would always come to him spontaneously from time to time. Just like now, he still clearly remembered the words his cousin said at his grandfather's funeral. "You don't have a heart, you don't know how to love others, so no one will love you, no one will like you, and everyone will leave you." "No one will always like me," Tan Mo said softly. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to fate. He closed his eyes and curled himself up. "Everyone will leave me." Xiao Lan's hand that was holding Tan Mo's hand suddenly tightened. She wanted to say that she would never leave him, but the young man continued. "They said that I don't have a heart, and I don't know how to love others," Tan Mo said. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Lan. "But I really love you." Xiao Lan's eyes were sore, and tears almost rolled out. "Don't go, don't leave me," the young man looked at her and said. "I will love you very much, no one will love you more than me. Mother once said that in the future, you must be with the person who loves you, not the person you love. Only then will you be happier. So it's good that you have me." I will always be with you, take care of you, and protect you. No one will do better than me. So just like this, stay with me forever, and never leave me, okay? Xiao Lan's tears fell uncontrollably, and her fingers caressed Tan Mo's cheek. Okay. Perhaps it was because she hadn't done enough, or perhaps it was because the young man's dark childhood and his mother's death had left too many shadows, but these weren't important anymore. Since the past couldn't be changed, then she would do better in the future. Tan Mo didn't dare to believe it, so she would make him believe it bit by bit. She would make him believe that she really loved him, far more than he had imagined. Tan Mo finally calmed down. After pressing his cheek against Xiao Lan's cheek for a while, he suddenly reached out and searched the drawer of the bedside table next to him for a long time. In the end, he took out a small colored rope. It was the colored rope that was left over from when she was making a bracelet for Tan Mo. Who knew why Tan Mo had hidden it in the bedside table? Although she didn't know what Tan Mo's intention was in the beginning, it was quite obvious now. Tan Mo wrapped the thin colored rope around Xiao Lan's wrist, and then tied a dead knot. After confirming that it was very strong, he took out 2 more threads with satisfaction and extended the originally short colored rope. The length of the 3 colored ropes was close to 2 meters. Tan Mo said with satisfaction, "Make it longer. This way, you can run a little further, but you can't run away." Xiao Lan's lips curled up. Yeah, I can't run away. She didn't want to run away. After Tan Mo finished tying the rope for Xiao Lan, he couldn't tie it for himself. Xiao Lan took the colored rope and said, "Let me do it." Tan Mo obediently reached out his hand and let Xiao Lan tie a dead knot on his wrist. After tying it, Tan Mo asked worriedly, "Are you done?" "Yes." "Are you sure?" "Yes." "Oh." After 5 seconds of silence, she asked, "Is it a dead knot?" Xiao Lan couldn't help but laugh again. "It's a dead knot. It can't be untied." It was good that it couldn't be untied. Tan Mo pulled one end of the colored rope, then the other end, and pulled Xiao Lan's hand over. His childlike eyes curved up. Xiao Lan also laughed. "Then I'm going to the kitchen to drink some water now. Do you want to come with me?" "Yes." Tan Mo flipped up from the bed. "Then you still have to wash your face and brush your teeth later," Xiao Lan said as she walked. Tan Mo didn't even think. "Together. And sleep. Together. Then I want to take a shower?" The drunk Tan Mo was too honest and amusing. Xiao Lan couldn't help but continue. Tan Mo, who had been together all this time, finally stopped talking. After a long time, he said hesitantly, "Let's not take a shower." Tan Mo suddenly became shy. When Xiao Lan suddenly said this, Tan Mo just thought about it and stopped. He didn't dare to think too much. Although he was drunk today, he still had a clear memory of what had just happened. He didn't want to lie on the bed and wait for the reaction to pass. This feeling wasn't good at all. Xiao Lan couldn't help but laugh. Tan Mo, who was so honest that he couldn't hide anything, was really too cute. Whether it was serious or joking, he always looked very serious. Xiao Lan was now very curious. When Tan Mo woke up and saw the colored string in their hands, what kind of expression would he have and what kind of reaction would he have? He usually pretended to be a serious person. But it turned out that his mind was full of schemes. Just like that, Tan Mo followed behind Xiao Lan and moved all of Xiao Lan's toiletries to his bathroom. He smiled and washed his face and brushed his teeth together with Xiao Lan. He felt that this atmosphere was especially good. If he didn't take a shower, then he pulled Xiao Lan to sit on a small bench and soak his feet. He also stepped on Xiao Lan's tender and white feet from time to time. Finally, he sat on a chair and watched Xiao Lan make the messy bed again. The girl was still wearing the couple's outfit that they bought today. It was a casual shirt and a short skirt, revealing her long and straight legs. Xiao Lan made the bed, sat on the edge of the bed and said to Tan Mo, "Do you want to sleep inside or outside?" Before he finished speaking, his voice suddenly trembled. The boy suddenly stood up, walked over, and half knelt in front of Xiao Lan. He bent down and gently kissed the girl's smooth and beautiful calf. Tan Mo finally fell asleep contentedly, but because of Tan Mo's sudden kiss, Xiao Lan couldn't sleep. Although she had kissed Tan Mo several times before, and had even tried something that made her blush and her heart race tonight, it was still not as shocking as the kiss just now. Xiaolan didn't expect Tan Mo to suddenly do something like that. The part of her calf that was kissed, maybe it was just Xiaolan's illusion, but it seemed to be much hotter than the surrounding skin. Xiaolan stared at that piece of skin for a long time. Suddenly, she got off the bed, took a pen from Tan Mo's table, and drew a small heart there. Then, she lay back down, satisfied. Then, she continued to lose sleep. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Xiaolan turned her head to look at the culprit that caused her insomnia. She really couldn't sleep, so she wanted to go out and take a cold medicine. But she was caught by the thin ribbon in her hand. Xiaolan, forget it. She lay back down again. She continued to pretend to sleep. After pretending for a while, she finally fell asleep slowly. Xiaolan couldn't sleep until 3 o'clock in the morning, but Tan Mo did sleep until dawn. Comfortable. The next day, when he woke up, he felt refreshed. Before he could open his eyes and stare blankly, he felt that today was different from usual. The girl was curled up in his arms, her right hand around his waist, her cheek on his chest. From Tan Mo's angle, her eyelashes were like small fans, thick and long. Tan Mo once thought when he woke up that although they were already together, what would it be like if he could see Xiaolan as soon as he opened his eyes? Today, as soon as Tan Mo opened his eyes, he saw Xiaolan. He asked him how he felt. He wanted to hug her like this forever. He was so happy that he didn't know what to say. How could she be so beautiful? How could he like her so much? Xiaolan was still sleeping soundly. It was unknown what she was dreaming about, but she unconsciously snuggled deeper into his arms. Tan Mo froze and subconsciously moved his leg back. Only then did he realize that his legs were also tightly entangled by Xiaolan's slender legs. Tan Mo was stunned for a while. Then, he covered his eyes in despair. This was undoubtedly the sweetest experience for him. But, it was too torturous. A 17-year-old hot-blooded teenager, at such a sensitive time early in the morning, what followed was the delayed memory of yesterday. Tan Mo drank too much yesterday, so he couldn't remember some of the scenes, but he could still remember some of them. For example, he and Xiaolan kissed on the floor, why Xiaolan didn't return to her room last night, and why he kissed Xiaolan's leg before going to bed last night. Tan Mo was speechless. Stupid, childish, and presumptuous. But he didn't regret it at all. After all, what he did was something he wouldn't dare to do normally. He pretended to be stupid under the influence of alcohol. Now that Tan Mo thought about it, he actually felt that it was quite effective. But there was one thing that Tan Mo was very glad about. Yesterday, something almost happened. Fortunately, it didn't. It wasn't because he was underage or anything like that. It was all fake. Was there really a big difference between an 18-year-old and a 17-year-old? Not really. It wasn't that the 17-year-old him couldn't do it, but the drunk him couldn't. Generally speaking, Tan Mo was a very ritualistic person. Just like when they were together, because he didn't say that he liked her, he was always brooding. Every important step in a relationship was very important to Tan Mo. Not to mention such a thing. Moreover, before this, Tan Mo didn't know Xiaolan's thoughts. This kind of thing was more important to girls. If Xiaolan didn't want to wait. Although yesterday's memory was fragmented, there were still traces to follow. Tan Mo didn't remember it very clearly, but he still remembered Xiaolan's gentle and well-behaved appearance when she hugged him. Tan Mo wasn't stupid. He could see it. That was tacit consent. Behind the tacit consent was the determination to give herself to him for the rest of her life. Tan Mo's heart melted into a puddle of water, and he unconsciously hugged the girl in his arms tighter. Xiaolan woke up in a daze. She rubbed against him in a half-asleep state. Sleepy. Her soft and coquettish tone pulled Tan Mo, who was about to get up, back to his senses. Tan Mo didn't move. Xiaolan found a comfortable place on Tan Mo's chest with satisfaction and fell asleep again. Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen weren't at home, and Tan Mo also degenerated into a lazy person. Like this, they stayed with Xiaolan until almost 11 o'clock. The two people who were completely awake woke up again. After looking at each other for a long time, they suddenly looked away at the same time. What do you want to eat? I'll order takeout. This time, it was Tan Mo who spoke first. Don't order, I'll cook, Xiao Lan answered. Looking at the time, it was just 11 o'clock. Anyway, it was summer vacation now, and cooking a meal was quite interesting. Okay. Tan Mo put away his phone and got out of bed. I don't want to wash, she was pulled back by the colored string tied around her wrist. Tan Mo, Xiao Lan. Yesterday, she had been thinking about what Tan Mo would find out when he woke up today. It was indeed very interesting. Tan Mo looked at the colored string on their wrists in a daze. Xiao Lan looked at Tan Mo expressionlessly. You tied it up. Tan Mo, you said you were afraid that I would leave, so you wanted to tie me up. Tan Mo, I'm sorry, Tan Mo lowered his head and said softly. Xiao Lan's expression didn't look too good. She definitely didn't like it. In the next moment, Xiao Lan laughed. What are you apologizing for? Xiao Lan twisted her wrist. I was the one who tied your wrist, shouldn't I be apologizing too? Tan Mo was stunned. He looked at Xiao Lan and then at the colored string in his hand. Xiao Lan smiled and climbed down from the bed. Okay, stop fooling around, hurry up and untie it. I don't want to untie it. Tan Mo thought to himself. But he still had to take a shower. He could only untie it unwillingly. As he untied it, he lowered his head and saw a heart drawn on Xiao Lan's fair and slender calf. Xiao Lan noticed that Tan Mo suddenly stopped moving. She lowered her head and was about to ask what happened, but she found that Tan Mo was staring at her leg without blinking. Following Tan Mo's gaze, Xiao Lan saw the little heart she drew on her leg last night. Xiao Lan, so it's easy to get lost at night. After being kissed by Tan Mo yesterday, Xiao Lan was too moved by this kiss. In the end, she found a marker and drew a little heart. Yesterday, she really wanted to draw, but she didn't want Tan Mo to see it. Moreover, it was daytime now, not nighttime. Ah, Xiao Lan almost screamed in her heart. How could she forget about this? How could Tan Mo see it? Xiao Lan's ears burned. She had just caught Tan Mo, but in the blink of an eye, she was the one who was caught. She didn't even bother to put on her slippers. She dragged the long colored string and ran straight to her room. Tan Mo sat by the bed in a daze for a long time. The corners of his lips couldn't help but curl up a little. His beautiful eyes were filled with a gentle smile. He picked up the pink and white slippers that Xiao Lan had left on the floor, knocked on Xiao Lan's door, and walked in. Xiao Lan's cheeks were still a little hot. She said softly, I'm going to take a shower and change my clothes. I know. Tan Mo walked over and squatted down again. He put on the slippers that Xiao Lan had hurriedly left on her fair feet. Okay. Tan Mo looked at the little heart on Xiao Lan's leg again. The smile in his eyes spread again. He stood up and said, You can go take a shower now. End of chapter 93. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.